Chapter 19 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 19. Fleda goes after help and finds Mr. Quackenboss. Whilst skies are blue and bright, whilst flowers are gay, whilst eyes that change ere night make glad the day, whilst yet the calm hours creep, dream thou, and from thy sleep then wake to weep. Shelley. The days of summer flew by, for the most part, lightly over the heads of Hugh and Fleda. The farm was little to them, but a place of pretty and picturesque doings, and the scene of nameless delights by wood and stream, in all which, all that summer, Fleda rejoiced, pulling Hugh along with her even when sometimes he would rather have been poring over his books at home. She laughingly said it was good for him, and one half at least of every fine day their feet were abroad. They knew nothing practically of the dairy, but that it was an inexhaustible source of the sweetest milk and butter, and indirectly of the richest custards and syllabubs. The flock of sheep that now and then came in sight running over the hillside were to them only an image of pastoral beauty and a soft link with the beauty of the past. The two children took the very cream of country life. The books they had left were read with greater eagerness than ever. When the weather was too lovely to stay in the house, Shakespeare or Massillon or Sully or the Curiosities of Literature or Corinne or Milner's Church History, for Fleda's reading was as miscellaneous as ever, was enjoyed under the flutter of leaves and along the rippling of the mountain spring, whilst King curled himself up on the skirt of his mistress's gown and slept for company, hardly more thoughtless and fearless of harm than his two companions. Now and then Fleda opened her eyes to see that her uncle was moody and not like himself, and that her aunt's gentle face was clouded in consequence, and she could not sometimes help the suspicion that he was not making a farmer of himself. But the next summer wind would blow these thoughts away, or the next look of her flowers would put them out of her head. The whole country yard in front of the house had been given up to her peculiar use as a flower garden, and there she and Hugh made themselves very busy. But the summer time came to an end. It was a November morning, and Fleda had been doing some of the last jobs in her flower beds. She was coming in with spirits as bright as her cheeks, when her aunt's attitude and look, more than usually spiritless, suddenly checked them. Fleda gave her a hopeful kiss and asked for the explanation. "How bright you look, darling," said her aunt, stroking her cheek. "Yes, but you don't, Aunt Lucy. What has happened?" "Mary and Jane are going away." "Going away! What for?" "They are tired of the place and don't like it, I suppose." "Very foolish of them. Well, Aunt Lucy, what matter? We can get plenty more in their room." "Not from the city, not possible. They would not come at this time of year." "Sure? Well then, here we can stay at any rate." "Here! But what sort of persons shall we get here? And your uncle, just think!" "Oh, but I think we can manage," said Fleda. "When do Mary and Jane want to go?" "Immediately. To morrow. They are not willing to wait till we can get somebody. Think of it!" "Well, let them go," said Fleda. "The sooner the better." "Yes, and I'm sure I don't want to keep them, but" and Mrs. Rossiter wrung her hands, "I haven't money enough to pay them quite, and they won't go without it." Fleda felt shocked, so much that she could not help looking it. "But can't uncle Rolf give it to you?" Mrs. Rossiter shook her head. "I have asked him." "How much is wanting?" 25. "Think of his not being able to give me that!" Mrs. Rossiter burst into tears. "Now don't, Aunt Lucy," said Fleda, guarding well her own composure. "You know he has had a great deal to spend upon the farm and paying men and all, and it is no wonder that he should be a little short just now. Now cheer up! We can get along with this anyhow." "I asked him," said Mrs. Rossitur through her tears, "when he would be able to give it to me, and he told me he didn't know." Fleda ventured no reply but some of the tenderest caresses that lips and arms could give, and then sprang away, and in 3 minutes was at her aunt's side again. "Look here, aunt Lucy," said she gently, "here is $20, if you can manage the 5." "Where did you get this?" Mrs. Rossitur exclaimed. "I got it honestly. It is mine, aunt Lucy," said Fleda smiling. "Uncle Orrin gave me some money just before we came away, to do what I liked with, and I haven't wanted to do anything with it till now." But this seemed to hurt Mrs. Rossitur more than all the rest. Leaning her head forward upon Fleda's breast and clasping her arms about her, she cried worse tears than Fleda had seen her shed. If it had not been for the emergency, Fleda would have broken down utterly too. "That it should have come to this! I can't take it, dear Fleda." "Yes, you must, aunt Lucy," said Fleda soothingly. "I couldn't do anything else with it that would give me so much pleasure. I don't want it. It would lie in my drawer till I don't know when. We'll let these people be off as soon as they please. Don't take it so. Uncle Rolf will have money again, only just now he is out, I suppose, and we'll get somebody else in the kitchen that will do nicely. You see if we don't." Mrs. Rossitur's embrace said what words were powerless to say. "But I don't know how we're to find any one here in the country. I don't know who will go to look. I'm sure your uncle won't want to, and Hugh wouldn't know." "I'll go," said Fleda cheerfully. "Hugh and I. We can do famously, if you'll trust me. I won't promise to bring home a French cook." "No indeed. We must take what we can get. But you can get no one to day, and they will be off by the morning's coach. What shall we do to morrow for dinner? Your uncle—" "I'll get dinner," said Fleda caressing her. "I'll take all that on myself. It sha'n't be a bad dinner either. Uncle Rolf will like what I do for him, I dare say. Now cheer up, aunt Lucy, do. That's all I ask of you. Won't you, for me?" She longed to speak a word of that quiet hope with which in every trouble she secretly comforted herself. She wanted to whisper the words that were that moment in her own mind, "Truly I know that it shall be well with them that fear God." But her natural reserve and timidity kept her lips shut, to her grief. The women were paid off and dismissed, and departed in the next day's coach from Montepoole. Fleda stood at the front door to see them go, with a curious sense that there was an empty house at her back, and indeed upon her back; and in spite of all the cheeriness of her tone to her aunt, she was not without some shadowy feeling that soberer times might be coming upon them. "What is to be done now?" said Hugh close beside her. "Oh, we are going to get somebody else," said Fleda. "Where?" "I don't know. You and I are going to find out." "You and I?" "Yes. We are going out after dinner, Hugh dear," said she, turning her bright merry face towards him, "to pick up somebody." Linking her arm within his, she went back to the deserted kitchen premises to see how her promise about taking Mary's place was to be fulfilled. "Do you know where to look?" said Hugh. "I've a notion, but the first thing is dinner, that uncle Rolf mayn't think the world is turning topsy turvy." "There is nothing at all here, Hugh, nothing in the world but bread. It's a blessing there is that. Uncle Rolf will have to be satisfied with a coffee dinner to day, and I'll make him the most superb omelette that my skill is equal to. Hugh dear, you shall set the table." "You don't know how?" "Then you shall make the toast, and I will set it the first thing of all. You perceive it is well to know how to do everything, Mr. Hugh Rossiter." "Where did you learn to make omelettes?" said Hugh with laughing admiration, as Fleda bared 2 pretty arms and ran about, the very impersonation of good humoured activity. The table was set, the coffee was making, and she had him established at the fire with 2 great plates, a pile of slices of bread, and a toasting iron. "Where? Oh, don't you remember the days of Mrs. Rennie? I have seen Emile make them, and by dint of trying to teach Mary this summer I have taught myself. There is no knowing, you see, what a person may come to." "I wonder what father would say if he knew you had made all the coffee this summer." "That is an unnecessary speculation, my dear Hugh, as I have no intention of telling him. But see, that is the way with speculators. While they go on refining, the toast burns." The coffee and the omelette, and the toast and Mr. Rossiter's favourite French salad were served with beautiful accuracy, and he was quite satisfied. But aunt Lucy looked sadly at Fleda's flushed face and saw that her appetite seemed to have gone off in the steam of her preparations. Fleda had a kind of heart feast, however, which answered as well. Hugh harnessed the little wagon, for no one was at hand to do it, and he and Fleda set off as early as possible after dinner. Fleda's thoughts had turned to her old acquaintance Cynthia Gall, who she knew was out of employment and staying at home somewhere near Montepoole. They got the exact direction from aunt Miriam, who approved of her plan. It was a pleasant peaceful drive they had. They never were alone together, they two, but vexations seemed to lose their power or be forgotten, and an atmosphere of quietness gather about them, the natural element of both hearts. It might refuse its presence to one, but the attraction of both together was too strong to be resisted. Miss Cynthia's present abode was in an out of the way place, and a good distance off. They were some time in reaching it. The barest looking and dingiest of houses, set plump in a green field, without one softening or home like touch from any home feeling within, not a flower, not a shrub, not an outhouse, not a tree near. One would have thought it a deserted house, but that a thin wreath of smoke lazily stole up from one of the brown chimneys; and, gracefully as that was, it took nothing from the hard stern barrenness below, which told of a worse poverty than that of paint and glazing. "Can this be the place?" said Hugh. "It must be. You stay here with the horse, and I'll go in and seek my fortune. Don't promise much," said Fleda, shaking her head. The house stood back from the road. Fleda picked her way to it along a little footpath which seemed to be the equal property of the geese. Her knock brought an invitation to "come in." An elderly woman was sitting there whose appearance did not mend the general impression. She had the same dull and unhopeful look that her house had. "Does Mrs. Gall live here?" "I do," said this person. "Is Cynthia at home?" The woman upon this raised her voice and directed it at an inner door. "Lucindy!" said she in a diversity of tones, "Lucindy! Tell Cynthy here's somebody wants to see her." But no one answered, and throwing the work from her lap, the woman muttered she would go and see, and left Fleda with a cold invitation to sit down. Dismal work. Fleda wished herself out of it. The house did not look poverty stricken within, but poverty must have struck to the very heart, Fleda thought, where there was no apparent cherishing of anything. There was an absolute distress visible, neither was there a sign of real comfort or of a happy home. She could not fancy it was one. She waited so long that she was sure Cynthia did not hold herself in readiness to see company, and when the lady at last came in it was with very evident marks of smarting up about her. "Why, it's Fleda Ringan," said Miss Gall, after a dubious look or two at her visitor. "How do you do? I didn't expect to see you. How much you have growed!" She looked really pleased, and gave Fleda's hand a very strong grasp as she shook it. "There ain't no fire here to day," pursued Cynthy, paying her attentions to the fireplace. "We let it go down on account of our being all busy out at the back of the house. I guess you're cold, ain't you?" Fleda said no, and remembered that the woman she had first seen was certainly not busy at the back of the house, nor anywhere else but in that very room, where she had found her deep in a pile of patchwork. I heerd you had come to the old place. Were you glad to be back again?" Cynthy asked, with a smile that might be taken to express some doubt upon the subject. "I was very glad to see it again." "I ha'n't seen it in a great while. I've been staying to home this year or two. I got tired o' going out," Cynthy remarked, with again a smile very peculiar, and Fleda thought a little sardonical. She did not know how to answer. "Well, had you come along down yonder," Cynthy went on, making a great fuss with the shovel and tongs, to very little purpose. "Had you come all the way from Queechy?" "Yes, I came on purpose to see you, Cynthy." Without staying to ask what for, Miss Gall now went out to the back of the house, and came running in again with a live brand pinched in the tongs, and a long tail of smoke running after it. Fleda would have compounded for no fire and no choking. The choking was only useful to give her time to think. She was uncertain how to bring in her errand. "And how is Miss Plumfield?" said Cynthy, in an interval of blowing the brand. "She is quite well, but Cynthy, you need not have taken all that trouble for me. I could not stay but a few minutes." "There is wood enough," Cynthy remarked with one of her grim smiles, an assertion Fleda could not help doubting. Indeed, she thought Miss Gall had grown altogether more disagreeable than she used to be in old times. Why, she could not divine, unless the souring effect had gone on with the years. "And what's become of Earl Douglass and Miss Douglass? I ha'n't heerd nothing of 'em this great while. I always told your grandpa he'd ha' saved himself a great deal of trouble if he'd ha' let Earl Douglass take hold of things. You ha'n't got Mr. Didenhover into the works again, I guess, have you? He was there a good spell after your grandpa died." "I haven't seen Mr. Douglass," said Fleda. "But Cynthy, what do you think I have come here for?" "I don't know," said Cynthy, with another of her peculiar looks directed at the fire. "I s'pose you want something or other of me?" "I have come to see if you wouldn't come and live with my aunt, Mrs. Rossiter. We are left alone and want somebody very much, and I thought I would find you out and see if we couldn't have you first of all, before I looked for anybody else." Cynthy was absolutely silent. She sat before the fire, her feet stretched out towards it as far as they would go and her arms crossed, and not moving her steady gaze at the smoking wood or the chimney back, whichever it might be. But there was in the corners of her mouth the threatening of a smile that Fleda did not at all like. "What do you say to it, Cynthy?" "I reckon you'd best get somebody else," said Miss Gall, with a kind of condescending dryness, and the smile showing a little more. "Why?" said Fleda. "I would a great deal rather have an old friend than a stranger." "Be you the housekeeper?" said Cynthy a little abruptly. "Oh, I am a little of everything," said Fleda, "cook and housekeeper and whatever comes first. I want you to come and be housekeeper, Cynthy." "I reckon Miss Rossiter don't have much to do with her help, does she?" said Cynthy after a pause, during which the corners of her mouth never changed. The tone of piqued independence let some light into Fleda's mind. "She is not strong enough to do much herself, and she wants some one that will take all the trouble from her. You'd have the field all to yourself, Cynthy." "Your aunt sets two tables, I calculate, don't she?" "Yes. My uncle doesn't like to have any but his own family around him." "I guess I shouldn't suit," said Miss Gall, after another little pause, and stooping very diligently to pick up some scattered shreds from the floor. But Fleda could see the flushed face and the smile which pride and a touch of spiteful pleasure in the revenge she was taking made particularly hateful. She needed no more convincing that Miss Gall wouldn't suit, but she was sorry at the same time for the perverseness that had so needlessly disappointed her, and went rather pensively back again down the little footpath to the waiting wagon. "This is hardly the romance of life, dear Hugh," she said as she seated herself. "Haven't you succeeded?" Fleda shook her head. "What's the matter?" "Oh, pride, injured pride of station, the wrong of not coming to our table and putting her knife into our butter." "And living in such a place," said Hugh. "You don't know what a place. They are miserably poor, I am sure, and yet I suppose that the less people have to be proud of, the more they make of what is left. Poor people!" "Poor Fleda!" said Hugh, looking at her. "What will you do now?" "O we'll do something," said she cheerfully. "Perhaps it is just as well after all, for Cynthy isn't the smartest woman in the world. I remember grandpa used to say he didn't believe she could get a bean into the middle of her bread." "A bean into the middle of her bread!" said Hugh. But Fleda's sobriety was quite banished by his mystified look, and her laugh rang along over the fields before she answered him. That laugh had blown away all the vapours, for the present at least, and they jogged on again very sociably. "Do you know," said Fleda, after a while of silent enjoyment in the changes of scene and the mild autumn weather, "I am not sure that it wasn't very well for me that we came away from New York." "I dare say it was," said Hugh, "since we came. But what makes you say so?" "I don't mean that it was for anybody else, but for me. I think I was a little proud of our nice things there." "You, Fleda?" said Hugh, with a look of appreciating affection. "Yes, I was, a little. It didn't make the greatest part of my love for them, I am sure, but I think I had a little undefined sort of pleasure in the feeling that they were better and prettier than other people had." "You are sure you are not proud of your little King Charles now?" said Hugh. "I don't know but I am," said Fleda laughing. "But how much pleasanter it is here, on almost every account. Look at the beautiful sweep of the ground off among those hills, isn't it? What an exquisite horizon line, Hugh!" "And what a sky over it!" "Yes, I love these fall skies. Oh, I would a great deal rather be here than in any city that ever was built." "So would I," said Hugh. "But the thing is" Fleda knew quite well what the thing was, and did not answer. "But my dear Hugh," she said presently, "I don't remember that sweep of hills when we were coming." "You were going the other way," said Hugh. "Yes, but Hugh, I am sure we did not pass these grain fields. We must have got into the wrong road." Hugh drew the reins and looked and doubted. "There is a house yonder," said Fleda. "We had better drive on and ask." "There is no house." "Yes, there is. Behind that piece of wood. Look over it. Don't you see a light curl of blue smoke against the sky? We never pass that house and wood, I am certain. We ought to make haste, for the afternoons are short now, and you will please to recollect there is nobody at home to get tea." "I hope Lucas will get upon one of his everlasting talks with father," said Hugh. "And that it will hold till we get home," said Fleda. "It will be the happiest use Lucas has made of his tongue in a good while." Just as they stopped before a substantial looking farmhouse, a man came from the other way and stopped there too, with his hand upon the gate. "How far are we from Queechy, sir?" said Hugh. "You're not from it at all, sir," said the man politely. "You're in Queechy, sir, at the present." "Is this the right road from Montepoole to Queechy village?" "It is not, sir. It is a very tortuous direction indeed. Have I not the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Rossiter's young gentleman?" Mr. Rossiter's young gentleman acknowledged his relationship, and begged the favour of being set in the right way home. "With much pleasure. You have been shewing Miss Rossiter the picturesque country about Montepoole?" "My cousin and I have been there on business, and lost our way coming back." I dare say. Very easy. First time you have been there?" "Yes, sir, and we are in a hurry to get home." "Well, sir, you know the road by Deacon Patterson's? Comes out just above the lake?" Hugh did not remember. "Well, you keep this road straight on. I'm sorry you are in a hurry. You keep on till Do you know when you strike Mr. Harris's ground?" No, Hugh knew nothing about it, nor Fleda. "Well, I'll tell you now how it is," said the stranger, "if you'll permit me. You and your cousin come in and do us the pleasure of taking some refreshment. I know my sister'll have her table set out by this time, and I'll do myself the honour of introducing you to these strange roads afterwards." "Thank you, sir, but that trouble is unnecessary. Cannot you direct us?" "No trouble indeed, sir, I assure you. I should esteem it a favour very highly. I am Dr. Quackenboss, sir. You may have heard—" "Thank you, Dr. Quackenboss, but we have no time this afternoon. We are very anxious to reach home as soon as possible, if you would be so good as to put us in the way." Really, sir, I am afraid, to a person ignorant of the various localities, you will lose no time. I will just hitch your horse here, and I'll have mine ready by the time this young lady has rested. Miss, won't you join with me? I assure you I will not put you to the expense of a minute. Thank you, Mr. Harden, just clap the saddle on to Lollipop, and have him up here in 3 seconds. Thank you. My dear miss, won't you take my arm? I am gratified, I assure you." Yielding to the apparent impossibility of getting anything out of Dr. Quackenboss except civility, and to the real difficulty of disappointing such very earnest good will, Fleda and Hugh did what older persons would not have done, alighted and walked up to the house. "This is quite a fortuitous occurrence," the doctor went on. "I have often had the pleasure of seeing Mr. Rossiter's family in church, in the little church at Queechy Run, and that enabled me to recognize your cousin as soon as I saw him in the wagon. Perhaps Miss you may have possibly heard of my name? Quackenboss. I don't know that you understood—" "I have heard it, sir." "My Irishmen, miss, my Irish labourers, can't get hold of but one end of it. They call me Boss, ha ha ha." Fleda hoped his patience did not get hold of the other end of it, and trembled visibly. "Hard to pull a man's name to pieces before his face, ha ha. But I am not one thing myself, a kind of heterogeneous. I am a piece of a physician, and a little in the agricultural line also, so it's all fair." "The Irish treat my name as hardly, Dr. Quackenboss. They call me nothing but Miss Ringan." And then Fleda could laugh, and laugh she did, so heartily that the doctor was delighted. "Ring again, ha ha! Very good. Well, miss, I shouldn't think that anybody in your service would ever let you put your name in practice." But Fleda's delight at the excessive gallantry and awkwardness of this speech was almost too much, or, as the doctor pleasantly remarked, her nerves were too many for her, and every one of them was dancing by the time they reached the hall door. The doctor's flourishes lost not a bit of their angularity from his tall ungainly figure, the lower member of which had now and then a somewhat lateral play when he was speaking, which curiously aided the quaint effect of his words. He ushered his guests into the house, seeming in a flow of self-gratulation. The supper table was spread sure enough, and hovering about it was the doctor's sister, a lady in whom Fleda only saw a Dutch face, with eyes that made no impression, disagreeable fair hair, and a string of gilt beads around her neck, a painted yellow floor under foot, a room that looked excessively wooden and smelt of cheese, bare walls, and a well-filled table was all that she took in besides. "I have the honour of presenting you to my sister," said the doctor with suavity. "Flora, the Irish domestics of this young lady call her name Miss Ringan. If she will let us know how it ought to be called, we shall be happy to be informed." Dr. Quackenboss was made happy. "Miss Ringan, and this young gentleman is young Mr. Rossiter, the gentleman that has taken Squire Ringan's old place. We were so fortunate as to have them lose their way this afternoon coming from the Pool, and they have just stepped in to see if you can't find 'em a mouthful of something they can eat, while Lollypop is a getting ready to see them home." Poor Miss Flora immediately disappeared into the kitchen to order a bit of superior cheese and to have some slices of ham put on the gridiron, and then coming back to the common room went rummaging about from cupboard to cupboard in search of cake and sweetmeats. Fleda protested and begged in vain. She was so sorry she hadn't knowed, Miss Flora said, she'd a had some cakes made that maybe they could have eaten, but the bread was dry and the cheese wasn't a good somehow as the last one they cut. Maybe Miss Ringan would prefer a piece of newer made if she liked it, and hadn't a had a good luck with her preserves last summer, the most of 'em had fermented. She thought it was the damp weather, but there was some stewed pears that maybe she would be so good as to approve, and there was some ham. Whatever else it was hot." It was impossible to do dishonour to all this hospitality and kindness and pride that was brought out for them. Early or late they must eat, in mere gratitude. The difficulty was to avoid eating everything. Hugh and Fleda managed to compound the matter with each other, one taking the cake and pears, and the other the ham and cheese. In the midst of all this overflow of good will, Fleda bethought her to ask if Miss Flora knew of any girl or woman that would go out to service. Miss Flora took the matter into grave consideration as soon as her anxiety on the subject of their cups of tea had subsided. She did not commit herself, but thought it possible that one of the Finns might be willing to go out. "Where do they live?" "It's not far from Queechy Run," said the doctor, whose now and then hesitation in the midst of his speech was never for want of a thought, but simply and merely for the best words to clothe it in. "Is it in our way to night?" He could make it so, the doctor said, with pleasure, for it would give him permission to gallant them a little further. They had several miles yet to go, and the sun went down as they were passing through Queechy Run. Under that still cool clear autumn sky Fleda would have enjoyed the ride very much, but that her unfulfilled errand was weighing upon her, and she feared her aunt and uncle might want her services before she could be at home. Still, late as it was, she determined to stop for a minute at Mrs. Finn's and go home with a clear conscience. At her door, and not till there, the doctor was prevailed upon to part company, the rest of the way being perfectly plain. "Not I, at least I think not. But Hugh, don't say anything about all this to aunt Lucy. She would be troubled." Fleda had certainly, when she came away, no notion of improving her acquaintance with Miss Anastasia. But the supper, and the breakfast, and the dinner of the next day, with all the nameless and almost numberless duties of housework that filled up the time between, wrought her to a very strong sense of necessity of having some kind of help soon. Mrs. Rossiter wearied herself excessively with doing very little, and then looked so sad to see Fleda working on, that it was more disheartening and harder to bear than the fatigue. Hugh was a most faithful and invaluable coadjutor, and his lack of strength was like her own made up by energy of will, but neither of them could bear the strain long. And when the final clearing away of the dinner dishes gave her breathing time, she resolved to dress herself and put her thimble in her pocket and go over to Miss Finn's quilting. Miss Lucy might not be like Miss Anastasia, and if she were, anything that had hands and feet to move instead of her own would be welcome. Hugh went with her to the door and was to come for her at sunset. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 20. Society in Queechy. With superfluity of breeding first makes you sick, and then with feeding. Genus. Miss Anastasia was a little surprised and a good deal gratified, Fleda saw, by her coming, and played the hostess with great benignity. The quilting frame was stretched in an upper room, not in the long kitchen, to Fleda's joy. Most of the company were already seated at it, and she had to go through a long string of introductions before she was permitted to take her place. First of all Earl Douglass' wife, who rose up and taking both Fleda's hands squeezed and shook them heartily, giving her with eye and lip a most genial welcome. This lady had every look of being a very clever woman, a manager she was said to be, and indeed her very nose had a little pinch which prepared one for finding nothing superfluous about her. Even her dress could not have wanted another breadth from the skirt, and had no fulness to spare about the body. Neat as a pin though, and a well-to-do look through it all. Miss Quackenboss Fleda recognized as an old friend, gilt beads and all. Catherine Douglass had grown up to a pretty girl during the 5 years since Fleda had left Queechy, and gave her a greeting half smiling, half shy. There was a little more affluence about the flow of her drapery, and the pink ribbon round her neck was confined by a little dainty Jew's harp of a brooch. She had her mother's pinch of the nose too. Then there were 2 other young ladies, Miss Letitia Thornton, a tall grown girl in pantalettes, evidently a would-be aristocrat from the air of her head and lip, with a well-looking face, and looking well knowing of the same, and sporting neat little white cuffs at her wrists, the only one who bore such a distinction. The third of these damsels, Jessie Healy, impressed Fleda with having been brought up upon coarse meat and having grown heavy in consequence. The other 2 were extremely fair and delicate, both in complexion and feature. Her aunt Sarah Fleda recognized without particular pleasure, and managed to seat herself at the quilt with the sewing woman and Miss Hannah between them. Miss Lucy Finn she found seated at her right hand, but after all the civilities she had just gone through, Fleda had not the courage just then to dash into business with her, and Miss Lucy herself stitched away and was dumb. So were the rest of the party, rather. The presence of the new comer seemed to have had the effect of a spell. Fleda could not think they had been as silent before her joining them as they were for some time afterwards. The young ladies were absolutely mute, and conversation seemed to flag even among the elder ones, and if Fleda ever raised her eyes from the quilt to look at somebody she was sure to see somebody's eyes looking at her, with a curiosity well enough defined and mixed with a more or less amount of benevolence and pleasure. Fleda was growing very industrious and feeling her cheeks grow warm, when the checked stream of conversation began to take revenge by turning its tide upon her. "Are you glad to be back in Queechy, Fleda?" said Mrs. Douglass from the opposite far end of the quilt. "Yes, ma'am," said Fleda, smiling back her answer, "on some accounts." "Ain't she growed like her father, Mis' Douglass?" said the sewing woman. "Do you recollect Walter Ringan, what a handsome feller he was?" The 2 opposite girls immediately found something to say to each other. "She ain't a bit more like him than she is like her mother," said Mrs. Douglass, biting off the end of her thread energetically. "Amy Ringan was as sweet good woman as ever was in this town." Again her daughter's glance and smile went over to the speaker. "You stay in Queechy and live like Queechy folks do," Mrs. Douglass added, nodding encouragingly, "and you'll beat both on 'em." But this speech jarred, and Fleda wished it had not been spoken. "How does your uncle like farming?" said aunt Sarah. A home thrust, which Fleda parried by saying he had hardly got accustomed to it yet. "What's been his business? What has he been doing all his life till now?" said the sewing woman. Fleda replied that he had had no business, and after the minds of the company had had time to entertain this statement she was startled by Miss Lucy's voice at her elbow. "Seems kind o' curious, don't it, that a man should live to be 40 or 50 years old and not know anything of the earth he gets his bread from?" "What makes you think he don't?" said Miss Thornton rather tartly. "She wa'n't speaking of nobody," said aunt Sarah. "I was speaking of man. I was speaking abstractly," said Fleda's right hand neighbour. "What's abstractly?" said Miss Anastasia scornfully. "Where do you get hold of such hard words, Lucy?" said Mrs. Douglass. "I don't know, Miss Douglass. They come to me. It's practice, I suppose. I had no intention of being obscure. One kind o' word's as easy as another, I suppose, when you're used to it, ain't it?" said the sewing woman. "What's abstractly?" said the mistress of the house again. "Look in the dictionary if you want to know," said her sister. "I don't want to know, I only want you to tell." "When do you get time for it, Lucy? Ha'n't you nothin' else to practise?" pursued Mrs. Douglass. "Yes, Mis' Douglass, but then there are times for exertion, and other times less disposable; and when I feel thoughtful or low I commonly retire to my room and contemplate the stars, or write a composition." The sewing woman greeted this speech with an unqualified "ha, ha," and Fleda involuntarily raised her head to look at the last speaker; but there was nothing to be noticed about her, except that she was in rather nicer order than the rest of the Finn family. "Did you get home safe last night?" inquired Miss Quackenboss, bending forward over the quilt to look down at Fleda. Fleda thanked her, and replied that they had been overturned and had several ribs broken. "And where have you been, Fleda, all this while?" said Mrs. Douglass. Fleda told, upon which all the quilting party raised their heads simultaneously to take another review of her. "Your uncle's wife ain't a French woman, be she?" asked the sewing woman. Fleda said, "Oh no!" and Miss Quackenboss remarked that she thought she wa'n't, whereby Fleda perceived it had been a subject of discussion. "She lives like one, don't she?" said aunt Sarah, which imputation Fleda also refuted to the best of her power. "Well, don't she have dinner in the middle of the afternoon?" pursued aunt Sarah. Fleda was obliged to admit that. "And she can't eat without she has a fresh piece of roast meat on table every day, can she?" "It is not always roast," said Fleda, half vexed and half laughing. "I'd rather have a good dish of bread and 'lasses than the whole on't," observed old Mrs. Finn, from the corner where she sat manifestly turning up her nose at the far off joints on Mrs. Rossiter's dinner table. The girls on the other side of the quilt again held counsel together, deep and low. "Well, didn't she pick up all them notions in that place yonder, where you say she has been?" aunt Sarah went on. "No," said Fleda, "everybody does so in New York." "I want to know what kind of a place New York is now," said old Mrs. Finn drawlingly. "I s'pose it's pretty big, ain't it?" Fleda replied that it was. "I shouldn't wonder if it was almost as far as from here to Queechy Run now, ain't it?" The distance mentioned being somewhere about 1/8 of New York's longest diameter, Fleda answered that it was quite as far. "I s'pose there's plenty of mighty rich folks there, ain't there?" "Plenty, I believe," said Fleda. "I should hate to live in it awfully," was the old woman's conclusion. "I should admire to travel in many countries," said Miss Lucy, for the first time seeming to intend her words particularly for Fleda's ear. "I think nothing makes people more genteel. I have observed it frequently." Fleda said it was very pleasant, but though encouraged by this opening could not muster enough courage to ask if Miss Lucy had a notion to come and prove their gentility. Her next question was startling. If Fleda had ever studied mathematics? "No," said Fleda. "Have you?" "Oh my, yes! There was a lot of us concluded we would learn it, and we commenced to study it a long time ago. I think it's a most elevating—" The discussion was suddenly broken off, for the sewing woman exclaimed, as the other sister came in and took her seat, "Why, Hannah, you ha'n't been making bread with that crock on your hands!" "Well, Mis' Barnes," said the girl, "I've washed 'em, and I've made bread with 'em, and even that didn't take it off." "Do you look at the stars too, Hannah?" said Mrs. Douglass. Amidst a small hubbub of laugh and talk which now became general, poor Fleda fell back upon one single thought, one wish, that Hugh would come to fetch her before tea time. But it was a vain hope. Hugh was not to be there till sundown, and supper was announced long before that. They all filed down, and Fleda with them, to the great kitchen below stairs, and she found herself placed in the seat of honour indeed, but an honour she would gladly have escaped, at Miss Anastasia's right hand. A temporary locked jaw would have been felt a blessing. Fleda dared hardly even look about her, but under the eye of her hostess the instinct of good breeding was found sufficient to swallow everything, literally and figuratively. There was a good deal to swallow. The usual variety of cakes, sweetmeats, beef, cheese, biscuits, and pies was set out with some peculiarity of arrangement which Fleda had never seen before, and which left that of Miss Quackenboss elegant by comparison. Down each side of the table ran an advanced guard of little saucers, in Indian file, but in companies of 3, the file leader of each being a saucer of custard, its follower a ditto of preserves, and the third keeping a sharp look out in the shape of pickles. And to Fleda's unspeakable horror she discovered that the guests were expected to help themselves at will from these several stores with their own spoons, transferring what they took either to their own plates or at once to its final destination, which last mode several of the company preferred. The advantage of this plan was the necessary great display of the new silver teaspoons which Mrs. Douglass slyly hinted to aunt Sarah were the moving cause of the tea party. But aunt Sarah swallowed sweetmeats and would not give heed. There was no relief for poor Fleda. Aunt Sarah was her next neighbour, and opposite to her at Miss Anastasia's left hand was the disagreeable countenance and peering eyes of the old crone her mother. Fleda kept her own eyes fixed upon her plate and endeavoured to see nothing but that. "Why, here's Fleda ain't eaten anything," said Mrs. Douglass. "Won't you have some preserves? Take some custard, do. Anastasy, she ha'n't got a spoon, no wonder." Fleda had secretly conveyed hers under cover. "There was one," said Miss Anastasia, looking about where one should have been. "I'll get another as soon as I give Mis' Springer her tea." "Ha'n't you got enough to go round?" said the old woman, plucking at her daughter's sleeve. "Anastasy, ha'n't you got enough to go round?" This speech, which was spoken with the most spiteful simplicity, Miss Anastasia answered with superb silence, and presently produced spoons enough to satisfy herself and the company. But Fleda! No earthly persuasion could prevail upon her to touch pickles, sweetmeats, or custard that evening; and even in the bread and cakes she had a vision of hands before her that took away her appetite. She endeavoured to make a show with hung beef and cups of tea, which indeed was not pouchong, but her supper came suddenly to an end upon a remark of her hostess, addressed to the whole table, that they needn't be surprised if they found any bite of pudding in the gingerbread, for it was made from the molasses the children left the other day. Who the children were Fleda did not know, neither was it material. It was sundown, but Hugh had not come when they went to the upper rooms again. 2 were open now, for they were small and the company promised not to be such. Fathers and brothers and husbands began to come, and loud talking and laughing and joking took the place of the quilting chit chat. Fleda would fain have absorbed herself in the work again, but though the frames still stood there, the minds of the company were plainly turned aside from their duty, or perhaps they thought that Miss Anastasia had had admiration enough to dispense with service. Nobody showed a thimble but 1 or 2 old ladies; and as numbers and spirits gathered strength, a kind of romping game was set on foot, in which a vast deal of kissing seemed to be the grand wit of the matter. Fleda shrank away out of sight behind the open door of communication between the 2 rooms, pleading with great truth that she was tired and would like to keep perfectly quiet; and she soon had the satisfaction of being apparently forgotten. In the other room some of the older people were enjoying themselves more soberly. Fleda's ear was too near the crack of the door not to have the benefit of more of their conversation than she cared for. It soon put quiet of mind out of the question. "He'll twist himself up pretty short, that's my sense of it, and he won't take long to do it nother," said Earl Douglass' voice. Fleda would have known it anywhere from its extreme peculiarity. It never either rose or fell much from a certain pitch, and at that level the words gurgled forth, seemingly from an ever brimming fountain. He never wanted one, and the stream had neither let nor stay till his modicum of sense had fairly run out. People thought he had not a greater stock of that than some of his neighbours, but he issued an amount of word currency sufficient for the use of the county. "He'll run himself agin a post pretty quick," said uncle Joshua in a confirmatory tone of voice. Fleda had a confused idea that somebody was going to hang himself. "He ain't a working things right," said Douglass. "He ain't a working things right. He's taken hold of everything by the tail end. He ain't studied the business. He doesn't know when things is right, and he doesn't know when things is wrong, and if they're wrong he don't know how to set 'em right. He's got a feller there that ain't no more fit to be there than I am to be Vice President of the United States, and I ain't a going to say what I think I am fit for, but I ha'n't studied for that place, and I shouldn't like to stand an examination for it. And a man hadn't ought to be a farmer no more if he ha'n't qualified himself. That's my idee. I like to see a thing done well if it's to be done at all, and there ain't a stitch o' land that's been laid right on the whole farm, nor a furrow that's been driv as it ought to be since he come on to it. And I say, Squire Springer, a man ain't going to get along in that way, and he hadn't ought to. I work hard myself, and I calculate to work hard, and I make a living by it, and I'm content to work hard. When I see a man with his hands in his pockets, I think he'll have nothing else in 'em soon. I don't believe he's done a hand's turn himself on the land the whole season." And upon this Mr. Douglass brought up. "My son Lucas has been working with him off and on pretty much the whole time since he's come, and he says he ha'n't begun to know how to spell farmer yet. Ay, my wife she's a little harder on folks than I be, and I think it ain't worth while to say nothin' of a man without I can say some good of him. That's my idea, and it don't do no harm nother, but my wife she says he's got to let down his notions a peg or two afore they'll hitch just in the right place, and I won't say but what I think she ain't maybe fur from right. If a man's above his business he stands a pretty fair chance to be below it some day. I won't say myself for having any acquaintance with him, and a man oughtn't to speak but of what he is knowing to, but I have heerd say that he wasn't as conversationable as would ha' been handsome in him to be, all things considerin'. There seems to be a good many things said of him somehow, and I always think men don't talk of a man if you don't give 'em occasion, but anyhow I've been past the farm pretty often myself this summer working with Seth Plumfield, and I've took notice of things myself, and I know he's been making beds of sparrowgrass when he had ought to ha' been making fences, and he's been helping that little girl of hissen's at her flowers when he would have been better sot to work looking after his Irishman. But I don't know as it made much matter nother, for if he went wrong Mr. Rossiter wouldn't know how to set him right, and if he was a going right Mr. Rossiter would have been just as likely to ha' set him wrong. Well, I'm sorry for him." "Mr. Rossiter is a most gentlemanlike man," said the voice of Dr. Quackenboss. "I dare say he is," Earl responded in precisely the same tone. "I was down to his house one day last summer to see him. He wasn't to hum, though." "It would be strange if harm come to a man with such a guardian angel in the house as that man has in his'n," said Dr. Quackenboss. "Well, she is a pretty creetur," said Douglass, looking up with some animation. "I wouldn't blame any man that sot a great deal by her. I will say I think she's as handsome as my own darter, and a man can't go no furder than that, I s'pose." "She won't help his farming much, I guess," said uncle Joshua, "nor his wife nother." Fleda heard Dr. Quackenboss coming through the doorway, and started from her corner for fear he might find her out there and know what she had heard. He very soon found her out in the new place she had chosen, and came up to pay his compliments. Fleda was in a mood for anything but laughing, yet the mixture of the ludicrous which the doctor administered set her nerves a twitching. Bringing his chair down sideways at one angle and his person at another, so as to meet at the moment of the chair's touching the floor, and with a look and smile slanting to match, the doctor said, "Well, Miss Ringan, has Mrs. Rossiter, does she feel herself reconciled yet?" "Reconciled, sir?" said Fleda. "Yes, to Queechy." "She never quarrelled with it, sir," said Fleda, quite unable to keep from laughing. "Yes, I mean she feels that she can sustain her spirits in different situations?" "She's very well, sir, thank you." "It must have been a great change to her and to you all, coming to this place." "Yes, sir, the country is very different from the city." "In what part of New York was Mr. Rossiter's former residence?" "In State street, sir." "State street? That's somewhere near the direction of the Park?" "No, sir, not exactly." "Was Mrs. Rossiter a native of the city?" "Not of New York." "Oh Hugh, my dear Hugh!" exclaimed Fleda in another tone, "what have you been thinking of?" "Father wanted me," said Hugh. "I could not help it, Fleda." "You're not going to have the cruelty to take your cousin away, Mr. Rossiter?" said the doctor. But Fleda was for once happy to be cruel. She would hear no remonstrances. Though her desire for Miss Lucy's help had considerably lessened, she thought she could not in politeness avoid speaking on the subject after being invited there on purpose. But Miss Lucy said she calculated to stay at home this winter, unless she went to live with somebody at Kenton for the purpose of attending a course of philosophy lectures that she had heard were to be given there. So that matter was settled, and clasping Hugh's arm Fleda turned away from the house with a step and heart both lightened by the joy of being out of it. "I couldn't come sooner, Fleda," said Hugh. No matter. Oh, I'm so glad to be away. Walk a little faster, dear Hugh. Have you missed me at home?" "Do you want me to say no or yes?" said Hugh smiling. "We did very well, mother and I have left everything ready to have tea the minute you get home. What sort of a time have you had?" In answer to which Fleda gave him a long history, and then they walked on a while in silence. The evening was still, and would have been dark but for the extreme brilliancy of the stars through the keen clear atmosphere. Fleda looked up at them and drew large draughts of bodily and mental refreshment with the bracing air. "Do you know to morrow will be Thanksgiving day?" What made you think of it?" "They were talking about it. They make a great fuss here, Thanksgiving day." "I don't think we shall make much of a fuss," said Hugh. "I don't think we shall. I wonder what I shall do. I'm afraid uncle Rolf will get tired of coffee and omelettes in the course of time, and my list of receipts is very limited." "It is a pity you didn't beg one of Mrs. Renney's books," said Hugh laughing. "If you had only known—" "'Tisn't too late," said Fleda quickly. "I'll send to New York for one, I will. I'll ask uncle Orrin to get it for me. That's the best thought." "But Fleda, you're not going to turn cook in that fashion?" "It would be no harm to have the book," said Fleda. "I can tell you we mustn't expect to get anybody here that can make an omelette, or even coffee that uncle Rolf will drink. Oh Hugh!" "What?" "I don't know where we're going to get anybody. But don't say anything to aunt Lucy about it." "Well, we can keep Thanksgiving day, Fleda, without a dinner," said Hugh cheerfully. "Yes indeed, I'm sure we can, after being among these people to night. How much I have that they want! Look at the Great Bear over there. Isn't that better than New York?" "The Great Bear hangs over New York too," Hugh said with a smile. "Ah, but it isn't the same thing. Heaven hasn't the same eyes for the city and the country." As Hugh and Fleda went up quick to the kitchen door, they overtook a dark figure at whom looking narrowly as she passed Fleda recognized Seth Plumfield. He was joyfully led into the kitchen, and there proved to be the bearer of a huge dish, carefully covered with a napkin. "Mother guessed you hadn't any Thanksgiving ready," he said, "and she wanted to send this down to you, so I thought I would come and fetch it myself." "Oh thank her! And thank you, cousin Seth! How good you are!" "Mother ha'n't lost her old trick at 'em," said he, "so I hope that's good." "Oh I know it is," said Fleda. "I remember aunt Miriam's Thanksgiving chicken pies. Now, cousin Seth, you must come in and see aunt Lucy." "No," he said quietly, "I've got my farm boots on. I guess I won't see anybody but you." But Fleda would not suffer that, and finding she could not move him, she brought her aunt out into the kitchen. Mrs. Rossiter's manner of speaking and thanking him quite charmed Seth, and he went away with a kindly feeling towards those gentle bright eyes which he never forgot. "Now we've something for to morrow, Hugh," said Fleda, "and such a chicken pie! I can tell you as you never saw. Hugh, isn't it odd how different a thing is in different circumstances? You don't know how glad I was when I put my hands upon that warm pie dish and knew what it was. And when did I ever care in New York about Emile's doings?" "Except the almond gaufre," said Hugh smiling. "I never thought to be so glad of a chicken pie," said Fleda, shaking her head. Aunt Miriam's dish bore out Fleda's praise, in the opinion of all that tasted it, for such fowls, such butter, and such cream as went into its composition could hardly be known but in an unsophisticated state of society. But one pie could not last for ever, and as soon as the signs of dinner were got rid of, Thanksgiving day though it was, poor Fleda was fain to go up the hill and consult aunt Miriam about the possibility of getting help. "I don't know, dear Fleda," said she, "if you cannot get Lucy Finn, I don't know who else there is you can get. Mrs. Toles wants both her daughters at home, I know, this winter, because she is sick, and Marietta Winchell is working at aunt Sarah's. I don't know. Do you remember Barby Elster that used to live with me?" "Oh yes." "She might go. She has been staying at home these 2 years to take care of her old mother, that's the reason she left me. But she has another sister come home now, Hetty, that married and went to Montepoole. She's lost her husband and come home to live, so perhaps Barby would go out again. but I don't know. How do you think your Aunt Lucy would get along with her?" "Dear Aunt Miriam, you know we must do as we can. We must have somebody." "Barby is a little quick," said Mrs. Plumfield, "but I think she is good hearted, and she is thorough, and faithful as the day is long, if your aunt and uncle can put up with her ways." "I'm sure we can, aunt Miriam. Aunt Lucy's the easiest person in the world to please, and I'll try and keep her away from uncle Rolf. I think we can get along. I know Barby used to like me. But then Barby knows nothing about French cooking, my child. She can do nothing but the common country things." "What will your uncle and aunt say to that?" "I don't know," said Fleda, "but anything is better than nothing. I must try and do what she can't do. I'll come up and get you to teach me, aunt Miriam." Aunt Miriam hugged and kissed her before speaking. "I'll teach you what I know, my darling. And now we'll go right off and see Barby. We shall catch her just in a good time." It was a poor little unpainted house, standing back from the road, and with a double row of boards laid down to serve as a path to it. But this board walk was scrubbed perfectly clean. They went in without knocking. There was nobody there but an old woman seated before the fire, shaking all over with the St. Vitus dance. She gave them no salutation, calling instead on "Barby," who presently made her appearance from the inner door. "Barby, who's this?" "That's Miss Plumfield, mother," said the daughter, speaking loud as to a deaf person. The old lady immediately got up and dropped a very quick and what was meant to be a very respect shewing curtsy, saying at the same time with much deference and with one of her involuntary twitches, "I maun to know." The sense of the ludicrous and the feeling of pity together were painfully oppressive. Fleda turned away to the daughter, who came forward and shook hands with a frank look of pleasure at the sight of her elder visitor. "Barby," said Mrs. Plumfield, "this is little Fleda Ringan. Do you remember her?" "I mind to know," said Barby, transferring her hand to Fleda's and giving it a good squeeze. "She's growed a fine gal, Miss Plumfield. You ha'n't lost none o' your good looks. Ha' you kept all your old goodness along with them?" Fleda laughed at this abrupt question, and said she didn't know. "If you ha'n't I wouldn't give much for your eyes," said Barby, letting go her hand. Mrs. Plumfield laughed too at Barby's equivocal mode of complimenting. "Who's that young gal, Barby?" inquired Mrs. Elster. "That's Miss Plumfield's niece, mother. She's a handsome little creetur, ain't she?" They all laughed at that, and Fleda's cheeks growing crimson, Mrs. Plumfield stepped forward to ask after the old lady's health, and while she talked and listened Fleda's eyes noted the spotless condition of the room, the white table, the nice rag carpet, the bright many coloured patchwork counterpane on the bed, the brilliant cleanliness of the floor where the small carpet left the boards bare, the tidy look of the two women, and she made up her mind that she could get along with Miss Barbara very well. Barby was rather tall, and in face decidedly a fine looking woman, though her figure had the usual scantling proportions which nature or fashion assigns to the hard working dwellers in the country. A handsome quick grey eye and the mouth were sufficiently expressive of character and perhaps of temper, but there were no lines of anything sinister or surly. You could imagine a flash, but not a cloud. "Barby, you are not tied at home any longer, are you?" said Mrs. Plumfield, coming back from the old lady and speaking rather low. "Now that Hetty is here, can't your mother spare you?" "Well, I reckon she could, Miss Plumfield, if I could work it so that she'd be more comfortable by my being away." "Then you'd have no objection to go out again?" "Where to?" "Fleda's uncle, you know, has taken my brother's old place, and they have no help. They want somebody to take the whole management just you, Barby. Mrs. Rossiter isn't strong." "Nor don't want to be, does she? I've heerd tell of her. Miss Plumfield, I should despise to have as many legs and arms as other folks and not be able to help myself." "But you wouldn't despise to help other folks, I hope," said Mrs. Plumfield smiling. "People that want you very much too," said Fleda, for she quite longed to have that strong hand and healthy eye to rely upon at home. Barby looked at her with a relaxed face, and after a little consideration said she guessed she'd try. "Miss Plumfield," cried the old lady as they were moving, "Miss Plumfield, you said you'd send me a piece of pork." "I haven't forgotten it, Mrs. Elster, you shall have it." "Well, you get it out from me yourself," said the old woman, speaking very energetically. "Don't you send no one else to the barrel for it, because I know you'll give me the biggest piece." Mrs. Plumfield laughed and promised. "I'll come up and work it out some odd day," said the daughter, nodding intelligently as she followed them to the door. "We'll talk about that," said Mrs. Plumfield. "She was wonderfully pleased with the pie," said Barby, "and so was Hetty. She ha'n't seen anything so good, she says, since she quit Queechy." "Well, Barby," said Mrs. Plumfield, as she turned and grasped her hand, "did you remember your Thanksgiving over it?" "Yes, Miss Plumfield," and the fine grey eyes fell to the floor, "but I minded it only because it had come from you. I seemed to hear you saying just that out of every bone I picked." "You minded my message," said the other gently. "Well, I don't mind the things I had ought to most," said Barby in a subdued voice. "Never, 'cept mother. I ain't very apt to forget her." Mrs. Plumfield saw a tell-tale glittering beneath the drooping eyelid. She added no more but a sympathetic strong squeeze of the hand she held, and turned to follow Fleda, who had gone on ahead. "Miss Plumfield," said Barby before they had reached the stile that led into the road where Fleda was standing, "will I be sure of having the money regular down yonder? You know I hadn't ought to go other ways, on account of mother." "Yes, it will be sure," said Mrs. Plumfield, "and regular," adding quietly, "I'll make it so." There was a bond for the whole amount in aunt Miriam's eyes, and quite satisfied, Barby went back to the house. "Will she expect to come to our table, aunt Miriam?" said Fleda when they had walked a little way. "No, she will not expect that. But Barby will want a different kind of managing from those Irishwomen of yours. She won't bear to be spoken to in a way that don't suit her notions of what she thinks she deserves; and perhaps your aunt and uncle will think her notions rather high. I don't know." "There is no difficulty with aunt Lucy," said Fleda, "and I guess I can manage uncle Rolf. I'll try. I like her very much." "Barby is very poor," said Mrs. Plumfield. "She has nothing but her own earnings to support herself and her old mother; and now I suppose her sister and her child; for Hetty is a poor thing, never did much, and now I suppose does nothing." "Are those Finns poor, aunt Miriam?" "Oh no, not at all, they are very well off." "So I thought; they seemed to have plenty of everything, and silver spoons and all. But why then do they go out to work?" "They are a little too fond of getting money, I expect," said aunt Miriam; "and they are a queer sort of people rather. The mother is queer, and the children are queer. They ain't like other folks exactly. Never were." "I am very glad we are to have Barby instead of that Lucy Finn," said Fleda. "Oh, aunt Miriam, you can't think how much easier my heart feels." "Poor child," said aunt Miriam, looking at her. "But it isn't best, Fleda, to have things work too smooth in this world." "No, I suppose not," said Fleda sighing. "Isn't it very strange, aunt Miriam, that it should make people worse instead of better to have everything go pleasantly with them?" "It is because they are apt then to be so full of the present that they forget the care of the future." "Yes, and forget there is anything better than the present, I suppose," said Fleda. "So we mustn't fret at the ways our Father takes to keep us from hurting ourselves?" said aunt Miriam cheerfully. "Oh no," said Fleda, looking up brightly in answer to the tender manner in which these words were spoken. "I didn't mean that this is much of a trouble, only I am very glad to think that somebody is coming to morrow." Aunt Miriam thought that gentle unfretful face could not stand in need of much discipline. CHAPter 21.
Chapter 21 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 21. The sweetness of a man's friend, by a hearty counsel. Wise men alway affirm and say, that best is for a man diligently for to apply the business that he can. Moore. Fleda waited for Barby's coming the next day with a little anxiety. The introduction and installation however were happily got over. Mrs. Rossiter, as Fleda knew, was most easily pleased, and Barby Elster's quick eye was satisfied with the unaffected and universal gentleness and politeness of her new employer. She made herself at home in half an hour, and Mrs. Rossiter and Fleda were comforted to perceive, by unmistakable signs, that their presence was not needed in the kitchen, and they might retire to their own premises and forget there was another part of the house. Fleda had forgotten it utterly, and deliciously enjoying the rest of mind and body, she was stretched upon the sofa, luxuriating over some volume from her remnant of a library, when the inner door was suddenly pushed open far enough to admit the entrance of Miss Elster's head. "Where's the soft soap?" Fleda's book went down and her heart jumped to her mouth, for her uncle was sitting over by the window. Mrs. Rossiter looked up in amaze, and waited for the question to be repeated. "I say, where's the soft soap?" "Soft soap?" said Mrs. Rossiter. "I don't know whether there is any. Fleda, do you know?" "I was trying to think, aunt Lucy. I don't believe there is any." "Where is it?" said Barby. "There is none, I believe," said Mrs. Rossiter. "Where was it then?" "Nowhere. There has not been any in the house," said Fleda, raising herself up to see over the back of the sofa. "There ha'n't been none!" said Miss Elster, in a tone more significant than her words, and shutting the door as abruptly as she had opened it. "What upon earth does the woman mean?" exclaimed Mr. Rossiter, springing up and advancing towards the kitchen door. Fleda threw herself before him. "Nothing at all, uncle Rolf. She doesn't mean anything at all. She doesn't know any better." "I will improve her knowledge. Get out of the way, Fleda." "But uncle Rolf, just hear me one moment, please don't. She didn't mean any harm. These people don't know any manners. Just let me speak to her, please, uncle Rolf," said Fleda, laying both hands upon her uncle's arms. "I'll manage her." Mr. Rossiter's wrath was high, and he would have run over or knocked down anything less gentle that had stood in his way. But even the harshness of strength shuns to set itself in array against the meekness that does not oppose. If the touch of those hands had been a whit less light, or the glance of her eye less submissively appealing, it would have availed nothing. As it was, he stopped and looked at her, at first scowling, but then with a smile. "You manage her?" said he. "Yes," said Fleda laughing, and now exerting her force she gently pushed him back towards the seat he had quitted. "Yes, uncle Ralph, you've enough else to manage. Don't undertake our help. Deliver over all your displeasure upon me when anything goes wrong. I will be the conductor to carry it off safely into the kitchen, and discharge it just at that point where I think it will do most execution. Now will you, uncle Rolf? Because we have got a new fashioned piece of firearms in the other room that I am afraid will go off unexpectedly if it is meddled with by an unskilful hand. And that would leave us without arms, you see, or with only aunt Lucy's and mine, which are not reliable." "You saucy girl," said her uncle, who was laughing partly at and partly with her. "I don't know what you deserve exactly. Well, keep this precious new operative of yours out of my way, and I'll take care to keep out of hers. But mind, you must manage not to have your piece snapping in my face in this fashion, for I won't stand it." And so, quieted, Mr. Rossiter sat down to his book again, and Fleda, leaving hers open, went to attend upon Barby. "There ain't much yellow soap neither," said this personage. "If this is all, there's one thing, if we ha'n't got it we can make it. I must get Mrs. Rossiter to have a leach tub sot up right away. I'm a dreadful hand for having plenty of soap." "What is a leach tub?" said Fleda. "Why, a leach tub for to leach ashes in. That's easy enough. I'll fix it afore we're any one of us much older. If Mr. Rossiter'll keep me in good hard wood I shan't cost him hardly anything for potash." "I'll see about it," said Fleda. "And I will see about having the leach tub, or whatever it is, put up for you. And Barby, whenever you want anything, will you just speak to me about it? And if I am in the other room, ask me to come out here, because my aunt is not strong and does not know where things are as well as I do. And when my uncle is in there he sometimes does not like to be disturbed with hearing any such talk. If you'll tell me, I'll see and have everything done for you." "Well, you get me a leach sot up. "That's all I'll ask of you just now," said Barby good humouredly, "and help me to find the soap grease, if there is any. As to the rest, I don't want to see nothin' o' him in the kitchen, so I'll relieve him if he don't want to see much o' me in the parlour. I shouldn't wonder if there wasn't a speck of it in the house." Not a speck was there to be found. "Your uncle's pockets must ha' had a good hole in 'em by this time," remarked Barby as they came back from the cellar. "However, there never was a crock so empty it couldn't be filled. You get me a leach tub sot up, and I'll find work for it." From that time Fleda had no more trouble with her uncle and Barby. Each seemed to have a wholesome appreciation of the other's combative qualities and to shun them. With Mrs. Rossiter, Barby was soon all powerful. It was enough that she wanted a thing, if Mrs. Rossiter's own resources could compass it. For Fleda, to say that Barby had presently a perfect understanding with her and joined to that a most affectionate careful regard, is not perhaps saying much, for it was true of every one without exception with whom Fleda had much to do. Barby was to all of them a very great comfort and stand by. It was well for them that they had her within doors to keep things, as she called it, right and tight, for abroad the only system in vogue was one of fluctuation and uncertainty. Mr. Rossiter's Irishman, Donohan, stayed his year out, doing as little good and as much at least negative harm as he well could, and then went, leaving them a good deal poorer than he found them. Dr. Gregory's generosity had added to Mr. Rossiter's own small stock of ready money, giving him the means to make some needed outlays on the farm. But the outlay, ill applied, had been greater than the income. A scarcity of money began to be more and more felt, and the comfort of the family accordingly drew within more and more narrow bounds. The temper of the head of the family suffered in at least equal degree. From the first of Barby's coming, poor Fleda had done her utmost to prevent the want of Monsieur Emile from being felt. Mr. Rossiter's table was always set by her careful hand, and all the delicacies that came upon it were, unknown to him, of her providing, even the bread. One day at breakfast Mr. Rossiter had expressed his impatient displeasure at that of Miss Elster's manufacture. Fleda saw the distressed shade that came over her aunt's face, and took her resolution. It was the last time. She had followed her plan of sending for the receipts, and she studied them diligently, both at home and under aunt Miriam. Natural quickness of eye and hand came in aid of her affectionate zeal, and it was not long before she could trust herself to undertake any operation in the whole range of her cookery book. But meanwhile materials were growing scarce and hard to come by. The delicate French rolls which were now always ready for her uncle's plate in the morning had sometimes nothing to back them, unless the unfailing watercress from the good little spring in the meadow. Fleda could not spare her eggs, for perhaps they might have nothing else to depend upon for dinner. It was no burden to her to do these things. She had a sufficient reward in seeing that her aunt and Hugh eat the better, and that her uncle's brow was clear. But it was a burden when her hands were tied by the lack of means, for she knew the failure of the usual supply was bitterly felt, not for the actual want, but for that other want which it implied and prefigured. On the first dismissal of Donohan, Fleda hoped for a good turn of affairs. But Mr. Rossiter, disgusted with his first experiment, resolved this season to be his own head man, and appointed Lucas Springer the second in command, with a posse of labourers to execute his decrees. It did not work well. Mr. Rossiter found he had a very tough prime minister, who would have every one of his plans to go through a kind of winnowing process by being tossed about in an argument. The arguments were interminable, until Mr. Rossiter not unfrequently quit the field with, "Well, do what you like about it," not conquered but wearied. The labourers, either from want of ready money or of what they called manners in their employer, fell off at the wrong times, just when they were most wanted. Hugh threw himself then into the breach and wrought beyond his strength, and that tried Fleda worst of all. She was glad to see haying and harvest pass over, but the change of seasons seemed to bring only a change of disagreeableness, and she could not find that hope had any better breathing time in the short days of winter than in the long days of summer. Her gentle face grew more gentle than ever, for under the shade of sorrowful patience which was always there, now its meekness had no eclipse. Mrs. Rossiter was struck with it one morning. She was coming down from her room and saw Fleda standing on the landing place gazing out of the window. It was before breakfast, one cold morning in winter. Mrs. Rossiter put her arms round her softly and kissed her. "What are you thinking about, dear Fleda? You ought not to be standing here." "I was looking at Hugh," said Fleda, and her eye went back to the window. Mrs. Rossiter's followed it. The window gave them a view of the ground behind the house, and there was Hugh just coming in with a large armful of heavy wood which he had been sawing. "He isn't strong enough to do that, aunt Lucy," said Fleda softly. "I know it," said his mother in a subdued tone, and not moving her eye, though Hugh had disappeared. "It is too cold for him. He is too thinly clad to bear this exposure," said Fleda anxiously. "I know it," said his mother again. "Can't you tell uncle Rolf? Can't you get him to do it? I'm afraid Hugh will hurt himself, aunt Lucy." "I did tell him the other day. I did speak to him about it," said Mrs. Rossitur, "but he said there was no reason why Hugh should do it. There were plenty of other people." "But how can he say so when he knows we never can ask Lucas to do anything of the kind, and that other man always contrives to be out of the way when he is wanted? Oh what is he thinking of?" said Fleda bitterly as she saw Hugh again at his work. It was so rarely that Fleda was seen to shed tears that they always were a signal of dismay to any of the household. There was even agony in Mrs. Rossitur's voice as she implored her not to give way to them. But notwithstanding that, Fleda's tears came this time from too deep a spring to be stopped at once. "It makes me feel as if all was lost, Fleda, when I see you do so." Fleda put her arms about her neck and whispered that she would not, that she should not. Yet it was a little while before she could say any more. "But aunt Lucy, he doesn't know what he is doing." "No, and I can't make him know. I cannot say anything more, Fleda. It would do no good. I don't know what is the matter. He is entirely changed from what he used to be." "I know what is the matter," said Fleda, now turning comforter in her turn, as her aunt's tears fell more quietly, because more despairingly, than her own. "I know what it is. He is not happy, that is all. He has not succeeded well in these farm doings, and he wants money, and he is worried. It is no wonder if he don't seem exactly as he used to." "And oh that troubles me most of all," said Mrs. Rossitur. "The farm is bringing in nothing, I know. He don't know how to get along with it. I was afraid it would be so. And we are paying nothing to uncle Orrin, and it is just a dead weight on his hands, and I can't bear to think of it. And what will it come to?" Mrs. Rossitur was now in her turn surprised into shewing the strength of her sorrows and apprehensions. Fleda was fain to put her own out of sight and bend her utmost powers to soothe and compose her aunt, till they could both go down to the breakfast table. She had got ready a nice little dish that her uncle was very fond of, but her pleasure in it was all gone, and indeed it seemed to be thrown away upon the whole table. Half the meal was over before anybody said a word. "I am going to wash my hands of these miserable farm affairs," said Mr. Rossitur. "Are you?" said his wife. "Yes, of all personal concern in them, that is. I am wearied to death with the perpetual annoyances and vexations and petty calls upon my time. Life is not worth having at such a rate. I'll have done with it." "You will give up the entire charge to Lucas?" said Mrs. Rossitur. "Lucas? No, I wouldn't undergo that man's tongue for another year if he would take out his wages in talking. I could not have more of it in that case than I have had the last 6 months. After money, the thing that man loves best is certainly the sound of his own voice, and a most insufferable egotist. No, I have been talking with a man who wants to take the whole farm for 2 years upon shares. That will clear me of all trouble." There was sober silence for a few minutes, and then Mrs. Rossitur asked who it was. "His name is Didenhover." "Oh, uncle Ralph don't have anything to do with him!" exclaimed Fleda. "Why not?" "Because he lived with grandpa a great while ago and behaved very ill. Grandpa had a great deal of trouble with him." "How old were you then?" "I was young, to be sure," said Fleda, hanging her head, "but I remember very well how it was." "You may have occasion to remember it a second time," said Mr. Rossitur dryly, "for the thing is done. I have engaged him." Not another word was spoken. Mr. Rossitur went out after breakfast, and Mrs. Rossitur busied herself with the breakfast cups and a tub of hot water, a work she never would let Fleda share with her, and which lasted in consequence long enough, Barby said, to cook and eat 3 breakfasts. Fleda and Hugh sat looking at the floor and the fire respectively. "I am going up the hill to get a sight of aunt Miriam," said Fleda, bringing her eyes from the fire upon her aunt. "Well, dear, do. You have been shut up long enough by the snow. Wrap yourself up well, and put on my snow boots." "No indeed," said Fleda, "I shall just draw on another pair of stockings over my shoes, within my India rubbers. I will take a pair of Hugh's woollen ones." "What has become of your own?" said Hugh. "My own what? Stockings?" "Snow boots." "Worn out, Mr. Rossitur. I have run them to death, poor things. Is that a slight intimation that you are afraid of the same fate for your socks?" "No," said Hugh, smiling in spite of himself at her manner. "I will lend you anything I have got, Fleda." His tone put Fleda in mind of the very doubtful pretensions of the socks in question to be comprehended under the term. She was silent a minute. "Will you go with me, Hugh?" "No, dear, I can't. I must get a little ahead with the wood while I can. It looks as if it would snow again, and Barby isn't provided for more than a day or 2. "And how for this fire?" Hugh shook his head and rose up to go forth into the kitchen. Fleda went too, linking her arm in his and bearing affectionately upon it, a sort of tacit saying that they would sink or swim together. Hugh understood it perfectly. "I am very sorry you have to do it, dear Hugh. Oh that wood shed! If it had only been made!" "Never mind, can't help it now. We shall get through the winter by and by." "Can't you get uncle Rolf to help you a little?" whispered Fleda. "It would do him good." But Hugh only shook his head. "What are we going to do for dinner, Barby?" said Fleda, still holding Hugh there before the fire. "Ain't much choice," said Barby. "It would puzzle anybody to spell much more out of it than pork and ham. There's plenty o' them. I sha'n't starve this some time." "But we had ham yesterday, and pork the day before yesterday, and ham Monday," said Fleda. "There is plenty of vegetables, thanks to you and me, Hugh," she said with a little reminding squeeze of his arm. "I could make soups nicely, if I had anything to make them of." "There's enough to be had for the catching," said Barby. "If I hadn't a man mountain of work upon me I'd start out and shoot or steal something." "You shoot, Barby!" said Fleda laughing. "I guess I can do most anything I set my hand to. If I couldn't I'd shoot myself. It won't do to kill no more of them chickens." "Oh no, now they are laying so finely. Well, I am going up the hill, and when I come home I'll try and make up something, Barby." "Earl Douglass'll go out in the woods now and then of a day when he ha'n't no work particular to do, and fetch home as many pigeons and woodchucks as you could shake a stick at." "Hugh, my dear," said Fleda laughing, "it's a pity you aren't a hunter. I would shake a stick at you with great pleasure. Well, Barby, we will see when I come home." "I was just a thinking," said Barby, "Mrs. Douglass sent round to know if Mrs. Rossitur would like a piece of fresh meat. Earl's been killing a sheep. There's a nice quarter, she says, if she'd like to have it." "A quarter of mutton?" said Fleda. "I don't know. No, I think not, Barby. I don't know when we should be able to pay it back again. And yet Hugh, do you think uncle Rolf will kill another sheep this winter?" "I am sure he will not," said Hugh. "There have so many died." "If he only knowed it, that is a reason for killing more," said Barby, "and have the good of them while he can." "Tell Mrs. Douglass we are obliged to her, but we do not want the mutton, Barby." Hugh went to his chopping, and Fleda set out upon her walk, the lines of her face settling into a most fixed gravity so soon as she turned away from the house. It was what might be called a fine winter's day, cold and still, and the sky covered with one uniform grey cloud. The snow lay in uncompromising whiteness thick over all the world, a kindly shelter for the young grain and covering for the soil. But Fleda's spirits just then, in another mood, saw it only the cold refusal to hope and the barren check to exertion. The wind had cleared the snow from the trees and fences, and they stood in all their unsoftened blackness and nakedness, bleak and stern. The high grey sky threatened a fresh fall of snow in a few hours. It was just now a lull between two storms, and Fleda's spirits, that sometimes would have laughed in the face of nature's soberness, to day sank to its own quiet. Her pace neither slackened nor quickened till she reached aunt Miriam's house and entered the kitchen. Aunt Miriam was in high tide of business over a pot of boiling lard, and the enormous bread tray by the side of the fire was half full of very tempting light brown cruller, which however were little more than a kind of sweet bread for the workmen. In the bustle of putting in and taking out, aunt Miriam could give her visitor but a word and a look. Fleda pulled off her hood and sitting down watched in unusual silence the old lady's operations. "And how are they all at your house to day?" aunt Miriam asked, as she was carefully draining her cruller out of the kettle. Fleda answered that they were as well as usual, but a slight hesitation in the tell-tale tone of her voice made the old lady look at her more narrowly. She came near and kissed that gentle brow, and looking in her eyes asked her what the matter was. "I don't know," said Fleda, eyes and voice wavering alike. "I am foolish, I believe." Aunt Miriam tenderly put aside the hair from her forehead and kissed it again, but the cruller was burning and she went back to the kettle. "I got downhearted somehow this morning," Fleda went on, trying to steady her voice and school herself. "You downhearted, dear? About what?" There was a world of sympathy in those words, in the warmth of which Fleda's shut up heart unfolded itself at once. "It's nothing new, aunt Miriam, only somehow I felt it particularly this morning. I have been kept in the house so long by this snow, I have got dumpish, I suppose." Aunt Miriam looked anxiously at the tears which seemed to come involuntarily, but she said nothing. "We are not getting along well at home." "I supposed that," said Mrs. Plumfield quietly. "But anything new?" "Yes, uncle Rolf has let the farm. Only think of it, he has let the farm to that Didenhover." "Didenhover!" "For 2 years." "Did you tell him what you knew about him?" "Yes, but it was too late, the mischief was done." Aunt Miriam went on skimming out her cruller with a very grave face. "How came your uncle to do so without learning about him first?" "Oh I don't know. He was in a hurry to do anything that would take the trouble of the farm off his hands. He don't like it." "On what terms has he let him have it?" "On shares, and I know under that Didenhover it will bring us in nothing, and it has brought us in nothing all the time we have been here, and I don't know what we are going to live upon." "Has your uncle nor your aunt no property at all left?" "Not a bit, except some waste lands in Michigan, I believe, that were left to aunt Lucy a year or 2 ago, but they are as good as nothing." "Has he let Didenhover have the saw mill too?" "I don't know. He didn't say. If he has, there will be nothing at all left for us to live upon. I expect nothing from Didenhover. His face is enough. I should have thought it might have been for uncle Rolf. Oh if it wasn't for aunt Lucy and Hugh I shouldn't care." "What has your uncle been doing all this year past?" "I don't know, aunt Miriam. He can't bear the business, and he has left the most of it to Lucas, and I think Lucas is more of a talker than a doer. Almost nothing has gone right. The crops have been ill managed. I do not know a great deal about it, but I know enough for that. And uncle Ralph did not know anything about it but what he got from books. And the sheep are dying off. Barby says it is because they were in such poor condition at the beginning of winter, and I dare say she is right." "He ought to have had a thorough good man at the beginning to get along well." "Oh yes, but he hadn't, you see, and so we have just been growing poorer every month. And now, aunt Miriam, I really don't know from day to day what to do to get dinner. You know for a good while after we came we used to have our marketing brought every few days from Albany, but we have run up such a bill there already at the butcher's as I don't know when in the world we'll get paid. And aunt Lucy and I will do anything before we will send for any more. and if it wasn't for her and Hugh I wouldn't care; but they haven't much appetite, and I know that all this takes what little they have away. This, and seeing the effect it has upon uncle Rolf." "Does he think so much more of eating than of anything else?" said aunt Miriam. "O no, it is not that," said Fleda earnestly, "it is not that at all. He is not a great eater, but he can't bear to have things different from what they used to be, and from what they ought to be. Oh no, don't think that. I don't know whether I ought to have said what I have said, but I couldn't help it." Fleda's voice was lost for a little while. "He is changed from what he used to be. A little thing vexes him now, and I know it is because he is not happy. He used to be so kind and pleasant, and he is still, sometimes. But aunt Lucy's face, oh, aunt Miriam!" "Why, dear?" said aunt Miriam tenderly. "It is so changed from what it used to be." Poor Fleda covered her own, and aunt Miriam came to her side to give softer and gentler expression to sympathy than words could do, till the bowed face was raised again and hid in her neck. "I can't see thee do so, my child, my dear child. Hope for better days, dear Fleda." "I could bear it," said Fleda after a little interval, "if it wasn't for aunt Lucy. And Hugh, oh that is the worst." "What about Hugh?" said aunt Miriam soothingly. "Oh he does what he ought not to do, aunt Miriam, and there is no help for it; and he did last summer when we wanted men; and in the hot haying time he used to work, I know, beyond his strength, and aunt Lucy and I did not know what to do with ourselves." Fleda's head, which had been raised, sunk again more heavily. "Where was his father?" said Mrs. Plumfield. "O he was in the house. He didn't know it. He didn't think about it." "Didn't think about it?" "No. Oh he didn't think Hugh was hurting himself, but he was. He shewed it for weeks afterward. I have said what I ought not now," said Fleda looking up and seeming to check her tears and the spring of them at once. "So much security any woman has in a man without religion," said aunt Miriam, going back to her work. Fleda would have said something if she could. She was silent. She stood looking into the fire, while the tears seemed to come as it were by stealth and ran down her face unregarded. "Is Hugh not well?" "I don't know," said Fleda faintly. "He is not ill, but he never was very strong, and he exposes himself now I know in a way he ought not. I am sorry I have just come and troubled you with all this now, aunt Miriam," she said after a little pause. "I shall feel better by and by. I don't very often get such a fit." "My dear little Fleda!" And there was unspeakable tenderness in the old lady's voice as she came up and drew Fleda's head again to rest upon her. "I would not let a rough wind touch thee if I had the holding of it. But we may be glad the arranging of things is not in my hand. I should be a poor friend after all, for I do not know what is best. Canst thou trust him who does know, my child?" "I do, aunt Miriam, oh I do!" said Fleda, burying her face in her bosom. "I don't often feel so as I did to day." "There comes not a cloud that its shadow is not wanted," said aunt Miriam. "I cannot see why, but it is that thou mayest bloom the brighter, my dear one." "I know it." Fleda's words were hardly audible. "I will try." "Remember his own message to every one under a cloud. 'Cast all thy care upon him, for he careth for thee.' Thou mayest keep none of it. And then the peace that passes understanding shall keep thee. So he giveth his beloved sleep." Fleda wept for a minute on the old lady's neck, and then she looked up, dried her tears, and sat down with a face greatly quieted and lightened of its burden, while aunt Miriam once more went back to her work. The one wrought and the other looked on in silence. The cruller were all done at last. The great bread trough was filled and set away. The remnant of the fat was carefully disposed of, and aunt Miriam's handmaid was called in to take the watch. She herself and her visitor adjourned to the sitting room. "Well," said Fleda in a tone again steady and clear, "I must go home to see about getting up dinner. I am the greatest hand at making something out of nothing, aunt Miriam, that ever you saw. There is nothing like practice. I only wish the man uncle Orrin talks about would come along once in a while." "Who was that?" said aunt Miriam. "A man that used to go about from house to house," said Fleda laughing, "when the cottages were making soup, with a ham bone, to give it a relish, and he used to charge them so much for a dip and so much for a wallop." "Come, come, I can do as much for you as that," said aunt Miriam, proceeding to her store pantry. "See here, wouldn't this be as good as a ham bone?" said she, bringing out of it a fat fowl. "How would a wallop of this do?" "Admirably! only the ham bone used to come out again, and I am confident this never would." "Well, I guess I'll stand that," said aunt Miriam smiling. "You wouldn't mind carrying this under your cloak, would you?" "I have no doubt I shall go home lighter with it than without it, ma'am. Thank you, dear auntie. Dear aunt Miriam!" There was a change of tone and of eye as Fleda sealed each thank with a kiss. "But how is it? Does all the charge of the home come upon you, dear?" "Oh, this kind of thing, because aunt Lucy doesn't understand it, and can't get along with it so well. She likes better to sew, and I had quite as lief to do this." "And don't you sew too?" "Oh, a little. She does as much as she can," said Fleda gravely. "Where is your other cousin?" said Mrs. Plumfield abruptly. "Marion? She is in England, I believe. We don't hear from her very often." "No, no, I mean the one who is in the army." "Charlton? Oh, he is just ordered off to Mexico," said Fleda sadly; "and that is another great trouble to aunt Lucy, this miserable war." "Does he ever come home?" "Only once since we came from Paris, while we were in New York. He has been stationed away off at the West." "He has captain's pay now, hasn't he?" "Yes, but he doesn't know at all how things are at home. He hasn't an idea of it, and he will not have. Well, good bye, dear aunt Miriam. I must run home to take care of my chicken." She ran away, and if her eyes many a time on the way down the hill filled and overflowed, they were not bitter nor dark tears. They were the gushings of high and pure and generous affections, weeping for fullness, not for want. That chicken was not wasted in soup. It was converted into the nicest possible little fricassee, because the toast would make so much more of it; and to Fleda's own dinner little went beside the toast, that a greater portion of the rest might be for her aunt and Hugh. That same evening Seth Plumfield came into the kitchen while Fleda was there. "Here is something belongs to you, I believe," said he with a covert smile, bringing out from under his cloak the mate to Fleda's fowl. "Mother said something had run away with t'other one, and she didn't know what to do with this one alone. Your uncle at home?" The next news that Fleda heard was that Seth had taken a lease of the saw mill for 2 years. Mr. Didenhover did not disappoint Fleda's expectations. Very little could be got from him or the farm under him beyond the immediate supply wanted for the use of the family, and that in kind, not in cash. Mrs. Rossiter was comforted by knowing that some portion of rent had also gone to Dr. Gregory. How large or how small a portion she could not find out. But this left the family in increasing straits, which narrowed and narrowed during their whole first summer and winter of Didenhover's administration. Very straitened they would have been but for the means of relief adopted by the 2 children, as they were always called. Hugh, as soon as the spring opened, had a quiet hint, through Fleda, that if he had a mind to take the working of the saw mill he might, for a consideration merely nominal. This offer was immediately and gratefully closed with, and Hugh's earnings were thenceforward very important at home. Fleda had her own ways and means. Mr. Rossiter, more low spirited and gloomy than ever, seemed to have no heart to anything. He would have worked perhaps if he could have done it alone, but to join Didenhover and his men, or any other gang of workmen, was too much for his magnanimity. He helped nobody but Fleda. For her he would do anything, at any time; and in the garden and among her flowers in the flowery courtyard he might often be seen at work with her, but nowhere else. CHAPTer 21.
Chapter 22 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 22, wherein a great many people pay their respects in form and substance. Some bring a capon, some a rural cake, some nuts, some apples, some that think they make the better cheese, bring him, or else send by their ripe daughters whom they would command this way to husbands, and whose baskets bear an emblem of themselves, in plum or pear. Ben Jonson. So the time walked away, for this family was not now of those whom time runneth withal, to the second summer of Mr. Didenhofer's term. One morning Mrs. Rossiter was seated in the breakfast room at her usual employment, mending and patching, no sinecure now. Fleda opened the kitchen door and came in folding up a calico apron she had just taken off. "You're tired, dear," said Mrs. Rossiter sorrowfully. "You look pale." "Do I?" said Fleda sitting down. "I am a little tired." "Why do you do so?" "Oh, it's nothing," said Fleda cheerfully. "I haven't hurt myself. I shall be rested again in a few minutes." "What have you been doing?" "Oh, I tired myself a little before breakfast in the garden, I suppose. Aunt Lucy, don't you think I had almost a bushel of peas, and there was a little over a half bushel last time, so I shall call it a bushel. Isn't that fine?" "You didn't pick them all yourself?" "Hugh helped me a little while, but he had the horse to get ready, and I was out before him this morning. Poor fellow, he was tired from yesterday, I dare say." Mrs. Rossitur looked at her, a look between remonstrance and reproach, and cast her eyes down without saying a word, swallowing a whole heartful of thoughts and feelings. Fleda stooped forward till her own forehead softly touched Mrs. Rossitur's, as gentle a chiding of despondency as a very sunbeam could have given. "Now, aunt Lucy, what do you mean? Don't you know it's good for me? And do you know Mr. Sweet will give me 4 shillings a bushel? And aunt Lucy, I sent 3 dozen heads of lettuce this morning besides. Isn't that doing well? And I sent 2 dozen the day before yesterday. It is time they were gone, for they are running up to seed this set. I have got another fine set almost ready." Mrs. Rossitur looked at her again as if she had been a sort of terrestrial angel. "And how much will you get for them?" "I don't know exactly, 3d. or 6d. perhaps. I guess not so much, they are so easily raised, though I don't believe there are so fine as mine to be seen in this region. If I only had somebody to water the strawberries we should have a great many. Aunt Lucy, I am going to send as many as I can without robbing uncle Rolf. He sha'n't miss them, but the rest of us don't mind eating rather fewer than usual. I shall make a good deal by them, and I think these morning rides do Hugh good. Don't you think so?" "And what have you been busy about ever since breakfast, Fleda?" "Oh, 2 or 3 things," said Fleda lightly. "What?" "I had bread to make, and then I thought while my hands were in I would make a custard for uncle Rolf." "You needn't have done that, dear, it was not necessary." "Yes, it was, because you know we only have fried pork for dinner to day, and while we have the milk and eggs it doesn't cost much. The sugar is almost nothing. He will like it better, and so will Hugh." "As for you," said Fleda, gently touching her forehead again, "you know it is of no consequence." "I wish you would think yourself of some consequence," said Mrs. Rossitur. "Don't I think myself of consequence?" said Fleda affectionately. "I don't know how you'd all get on without me. What do you think I have a mind to do now, by way of resting myself?" "Well," said Mrs. Rossitur, thinking of something else, "it is the day for making presents to the minister, you know." "The minister?" "Yes, the new minister. They expect him to day. You have heard of it. The things are all to be carried to his house to day. I have a great notion to go and see the fun. If I only had anything in the world I could possibly take with me." "Aren't you too tired, dear?" "No, it would rest me. It is early yet. If only I had something to take! I couldn't go without taking something." "A basket of eggs," said Mrs. Rossitur. "Can't, aunt Lucy, I can't spare them, so many of the hens are setting now. A basket of strawberries, that's the thing! I've got enough picked for that, and to night too. That will do." Fleda's preparations were soon made, and with her basket on her arm she was ready to set forth. "If pride had not been a little put down in me," she said smiling, "I suppose I should rather stay at home than go with such a petty offering; and no doubt every one that sees it or hears of it will lay it to anything but the right reason." So much the world knows about the people it judges. It is too bad to leave you all alone, aunt Lucy." Mrs. Rossiter pulled her down for a kiss in which how much was said on both sides; and Fleda set forth, choosing as she very commonly did the old time way through the kitchen. "Off again?" said Barby, who was on her knees scrubbing the great flagstones of the hearth. "Yes, I am going up to see the donation party." "Has the minister come?" "No, but he is coming to day, I understand." "He ha'n't preached for 'em yet, has he?" "Not yet. I suppose he will next Sunday." "They are in a mighty hurry to give him a donation party," said Barby. "I'd ha' waited till he was here first. I don't believe they'd be quite so spry with their donations if they had paid the last man up as they ought. I'd rather give a man what belongs to him, and make him presents afterwards." "Why so I hope they will, Barby," said Fleda laughing; but Barby said no more. The parsonage house was about a quarter of a mile, a little more, from the saw mill, in a line at right angles with the main road. Fleda took Hugh from his work to see her safe there. The road ran north, keeping near the level of the mid hill where it branched off a little below the saw mill; and as the ground continued rising towards the east and was well clothed with woods, the way at this hour was still pleasantly shady. To the left the same slope of ground carried down to the foot of the hill gave them an uninterrupted view over a wide plain or bottom, edged in the distance with a circle of gently swelling hills. Close against the hills in the far corner of the plain lay the little village of Queechy Run, hidden from sight by a slight intervening rise of ground. Not a chimney shewed itself in the whole spread of country. A sunny landscape just now, but rich in picturesque associations of haycocks and winnows, spotting it near and far; and close by below them was a field of mowers at work; they could distinctly hear the measured rush of the scythes through the grass, and then the soft clink of the rifles would seem to play some old delicious tune of childish days. Fleda made Hugh stand still to listen. It was a warm day, but the sweet south that breathes upon a bank of violets could hardly be more sweet than the air which coming to them over the whole breadth of the valley had been charged by the new made hay. "How good it is, Hugh," said Fleda, "that one can get out of doors and forget everything that ever happened or will happen within four walls." "Do you?" said Hugh rather soberly. "Yes, I do, even in my flower patch right before the house door. But here," said Fleda, turning away and swinging her basket of strawberries as she went, "I have no idea I ever did such a thing as make bread; and how clothes get mended I do not comprehend in the least." "And have you forgotten the peas and asparagus too?" "I am afraid you haven't, dear Hugh," said Fleda, linking her arm within his. "Hugh, I must find some way to make money." "More money?" said Hugh smiling. "Yes, this garden business is all very well, but it doesn't come to any very great things after all, if you are aware of it; and Hugh, I want to get aunt Lucy a new dress. I can't bear to see her in that old merino, and it isn't good for her. Why, Hugh, she couldn't possibly see anybody, if anybody should come to the house." "Who is there to come?" said Hugh. "Why nobody, but still she ought not to be so." "What more can you do, dear Fleda? You work a great deal too hard already," said Hugh sighing. "You should have seen the way father and mother looked at you last night when you were asleep on the sofa." Fleda stifled her sigh and went on. "I am sure there are things that might be done things for the booksellers, translating or copying or something. I don't know exactly. I have heard of people's doing such things. I mean to write to uncle Orrin and ask him. I am sure he can manage it for me." "What were you writing the other night?" said Hugh suddenly. "When?" "The other night, when you were writing by the firelight. I saw your pencil scribbling away at a furious rate over the paper, and you kept your hand up carefully between me and your face; but I could see it was something very interesting." "Ha!" said Hugh, laughingly trying to get another view of Fleda's face, which was again kept from him. "Send that to uncle Orrin, Fleda, or shew it to me first, and then I will tell you." Fleda made no answer, and at the parsonage door Hugh left her. 2 or 3 wagons were standing there, but nobody to be seen. Fleda went up the steps and crossed the broad piazza, brown and unpainted, but picturesque still, and guided by the sound of tongues turned to the right, where she found a large low room, the very centre of the stir. But the stir had not by any means reached the height yet. Not more than a dozen people were gathered. Here were aunt Syra and Mrs. Douglass, appointed a committee to receive and dispose the offerings as they were brought in. "Why, there isn't much to be seen yet," said Fleda. "I did not know I was so early." "Time enough," said Mrs. Douglass. "They'll come the thicker when they do come. Good morning, Dr. Quackenboss. I hope you are going to give us something else besides a bow, and I won't take none of your physic neither." "I humbly submit," said the doctor graciously, "that nothing ought to be expected of gentlemen that are so unhappy as to be alone, for they really have nothing to give but themselves." There was a shout of merriment. "And supposin' that's a gift that nobody wants?" said Mrs. Douglass' sharp eye and voice at once. "In that case," said the doctor, "I really Miss Ringgan, may I relieve your hand of this fair burden?" "It is not a very fair burden, sir," said Fleda, laughing and relinquishing her strawberries. "Ah, but fair, you know, I mean we speak in that sense. Mrs. Douglass, here is by far the most elegant offering your hands will have the honour of receiving this day." "I hope so," said Mrs. Douglass, "or there won't be much to eat for the minister. Did you ever take notice how elegant things somehow made folks grow poor?" "I guess he does leave see something a little substantial," said aunt Syra. "Well now," said the doctor, "here is Miss Ringgan, who is unquestionably elegant, and I am sure nobody will say that she looks poor." In one sense, surely not; there could not be two opinions. But with all the fairness of health and the flush which two or three feelings had brought to her cheeks, there was a look as if the workings of the mind had refined away a little of the strength of the physical frame, and as if growing poor in Mrs. Douglass' sense, that is thin, might easily be the next step. "What's your uncle going to give us, Fleda?" said aunt Syra. But Fleda was saved replying, for Mrs. Douglass, who if she was sharp could be good natured too, had watched to see how Fleda took the double fire upon elegance and poverty, could bear no more trial of that sweet gentle face. Without giving her time to answer she carried her off to see the things already stored in the closet, bidding the doctor over her shoulder be off after his goods whether he had got 'em or no. There was certainly a promising beginning made for the future minister's comfort. One shelf was already completely stocked with pies, and another shewed a quantity of cake and biscuits enough to last a good sized family for several meals. "That's always the way," said Mrs. Douglass. "It's the strangest thing that folks has no sense. Now one half o' them pies'll be dried up afore they can eat the rest. 'Tain't much loss, for Mis' Prynne sent 'em down, and if they are worth anything it's the first time anything ever came out of her house that was. Now look at them biscuit!" "How many are coming to eat them?" said Fleda. "How? How large a family has the minister?" "He ha'n't a bit of a family. He ain't married." "Not!" At the grave way which Mrs. Douglass faced upon her and answered, and at the idea of a single mouth devoted to all that closetful, Fleda's gravity gave place to most uncontrollable merriment. "No," said Mrs. Douglass with a curious twist of her mouth, but commanding herself, "he ain't to be sure not yet. He ha'n't any family but himself and some sort of a housekeeper. I suppose they'll divide the house between 'em." "And the biscuits, I hope," said Fleda. "But what will he do with all the other things, Mrs. Douglass?" "Sell 'em, if you don't want 'em," said Mrs. Douglass quizzically. "Shut up, Fleda! I forgot who sent them biscuit somebody that calculated to make a show for a little, I reckon. My sakes, I believe it was Mis' Springer herself." "She didn't hear me, though," said Mrs. Douglass, peeping out at the half open door. "It's a good thing the world ain't all alike. There's Miss Plumfield stop now, and I'll tell you all she sent. That big jar of lard that's as good as 18 or 20 pound, and that basket of eggs, I don't know how many there is, and that cheese, a real fine one I'll be bound, she wouldn't pick out the worst in her dairy, and Seth fetched down 100 weight of corn meal and another of rye flour. Now that's what I call doing things something like. If everybody else would keep up their end as well as they keep up their'n, the world wouldn't be quite so one sided as it is. I never see the time yet when I couldn't tell where to find Mis' Plumfield." "No, nor anybody else," said Fleda, looking happy. "There's Mis' Silbert couldn't find nothin' better to send than a kag o' soap," Mrs. Douglass went on, seeming very much amused. "I was beat when I saw that walk in. I should think she'd feel streaked to come here by and by and see it a standin' between Mis' Plumfield's lard and Mis' Clavering's pork. That's a handsome kag o' pork, ain't it? What's that man done with your strawberries? I'll put 'em up here afore somebody takes a notion to 'em. I'll let the minister know who he's got to thank for 'em," said she, winking at Fleda. "Where's Dr. Quackenboss?" "Coming, ma'am," sounded from the hall; and forthwith, at the open door, entered the doctor's head, simultaneously with a large cheese which he was rolling before him, the rest of the doctor's person being thrown into the background in consequence. A curious natural representation of a wheelbarrow, the wheel being the only artificial part. "Oh, that's you, doctor, is it?" said Mrs. Douglass. "This is me, ma'am," said the doctor, rolling up to the closet door. "This has the honour to be myself, bringing my service to the feet of Miss Ringan." "'Tain't very elegant," said the sharp lady. Fleda thought if his service was at her feet should be somewhere else, and accordingly stepped quietly out of the way and went to one of the windows, from whence she could have a view both of the comers and the come; and by this time thoroughly in the spirit of the thing she used her eyes upon both with great amusement. People were constantly arriving now in wagons and on foot, and stores of all kinds were most literally pouring in; bags and even barrels of meal, flour, pork and potatoes, strings of dried apples, salt, hams and beef, hops, pickles, vinegar, maple sugar and molasses, rolls of fresh butter, cheese and eggs, cake, bread and pies, without end. Mr. Penny, the storekeeper, sent a box of tea; Mr. Winiger, the carpenter, a new ox sled; Earl Douglass brought a handsome axe helve of his own fashioning; his wife a quantity of rolls of wool; Zan Finn carted a load of wood into the wood shed, and Squire Thornton another; home made candles, custards, preserves, and smoked liver came in a batch from 2 or 3 miles off up the mountain; half a dozen chairs from the factory man; half a dozen brooms from the other storekeeper at the Deepwater settlement; a carpet for the best room from the ladies of the township who had clubbed forces to furnish it; and a home made concern it was, from the shears to the loom. The room was full now, for every one after depositing his gift turned aside to see what others had brought and were bringing; and men and women, young and old, had their several circles of gossip in various parts of the crowd. Apart from them all, Fleda sat in her window, probably voted elegant by others than the doctor, for they vouchsafed her no more than a transitory attention and sheered off to find something more congenial. She sat watching the people, smiling very often as some odd figure or look or some peculiar turn of expression or tone of voice caught her ear or her eye. Both ear and eye were fastened by a young countryman with a particularly fresh face whom she saw approaching the house. He came up on foot, carrying a single fowl slung at his back by a stick thrown across his shoulder, and without stirring hat or stick he came into the room and made his way through the crowd of people, looking to the one hand and the other evidently in a maze of doubt to whom he should deliver himself and his chicken, till brought up by Mrs. Douglass' sharp voice. "Well, Philetus, what are you looking for?" "Do, Miss Douglass! It is impossible to express the abortive attempt at a bow which accompanied this salutation. I want to know if the minister will be in town to day." "What do you want of him?" "I don't want nothing of him. I want to know if he'll be in town to day." "Yes, I expect he'll be along directly. Why, what then?" "'Cause I've got 2 chickens for him here, and mother said they hadn't ought to be kept no longer, and if he wa'n't to hum I were to fetch 'em back straight." "Well, he'll be here, so let's have 'em," said Mrs. Douglass, biting her lips. "What's become o' t'other one?" said Earl, as the young man's stick was brought round to the table. "I guess you've lost it, ha'n't you?" "My gracious!" was all Philetus's powers were equal to. Mrs. Douglass went off into fits which rendered her incapable of speaking, and left the unlucky chicken bearer to tell his story his own way; but all he brought forth was, "Do tell! I am beat!" "Where's t'other one?" said Mrs. Douglass between paroxysms. "Why I ain't done nothin' to it," said Philetus dismally. "There was 2 on 'em afore I started, and I took and tied 'em together and hitched 'em on to the stick, and that one must ha' loosened itself off some way. I believe the darned thing did it a purpose." "I guess your mother knowed that one wouldn't keep till it got here," said Mrs. Douglass. The room was now all one shout, in the midst of which poor Philetus took himself off as speedily as possible. Before Fleda had dried her eyes her attention was taken by a lady and gentleman who had just got out of a vehicle of more than ordinary pretension and were coming up to the door. The gentleman was young, the lady was not. Both had a particularly amiable and pleasant appearance; but about the lady there was something that moved Fleda singularly, and somehow touched the spring of old memories which she felt stirring at the sight of her. As they neared the house she lost them, Then they entered the room and came through it slowly, looking about them with an air of good humoured amusement. Fleda's eye was fixed, but her mind puzzled itself in vain to recover what in her experience had been connected with that fair and ladylike physiognomy and the bland smile that was overlooked by those acute eyes. The eyes met hers, and then seemed to reflect her doubt, for they remained as fixed as her own, while the lady quickening her steps came up to her. "I am sure," she said, holding out her hand, and with a gentle graciousness that was very agreeable, "I am sure you are somebody I know. What is your name?" "Fleda Ringan." "I thought so," said the lady, now shaking her hand warmly and kissing her. "I knew nobody could have been your mother but Amy Charlton. How like her you look! Don't you know me? Don't you remember Mrs. Evelyn?" "Mrs. Evelyn!" said Fleda, the whole coming back to her at once. "You remember me now. How well I recollect you, and all that old time at Montepoole. Poor little creature that you were, and dear little creature as I am sure you have been ever since. And how is your dear aunt Lucy?" Fleda answered that she was well. "I used to love her very much. That was before I knew you, before she went abroad. We have just got home, this spring, and now we are staying at Montepoole for a few days. I shall come and see her to morrow. I knew you were somewhere in the region, but I did not know exactly where to find you. That was one reason why I came here to day. I thought I might hear something of you. And where are your aunt Lucy's children, and how are they?" "Hugh is at home," said Fleda, "and rather delicate. Charlton is in the army." "In the army! In Mexico!" "In Mexico he has been your poor aunt Lucy! In Mexico he has been, but he is just coming home now. He has been wounded, and he is coming home to spend a long furlough." "Coming home! That will make you all very happy. And Hugh is delicate. And how are you, love? You hardly look like a country girl." "Mr. Olmney," said Mrs. Evelyn, looking around for her companion, who was standing quietly a few steps off surveying the scene, "Mr. Olmney, I am going to do you a favour, sir, in introducing you to Miss Ringan, a very old friend of mine. Mr. Olmney, these are not exactly the apple cheeks and robustious demonstrations we are taught to look for in country land." This was said with a kind of sly funny enjoyment which took away everything disagreeable from the appeal, but Fleda conceived a favourable opinion of the person to whom it was made, from the fact that he paid her no compliment and made no answer beyond a very pleasant smile. "What is Mrs. Evelyn's definition of a very old friend?" said he, with another smile, as that lady moved off to take a more particular view of what she had come to see. "To judge by the specimen before me I should consider it very equivocal." "Perhaps Mrs. Evelyn counts friendships by inheritance," said Fleda. "I think they ought to be counted so." "Thine own friend and thy father's friend forsake not?" said the young man. Fleda looked up and smiled a pleased answer. "There is something very lovely in the faithfulness of tried friendship, and very uncommon." "I know that it is uncommon only by hearsay," said Fleda. "I have so many good friends." He was silent for an instant, possibly thinking there might be a reason for that, unknown only to Fleda herself. "Perhaps one must be in peculiar circumstances to realize it," he said sighing, "circumstances that leave one of no importance to any one in the world. But this is a kind lesson. One learns to depend more on the one friendship that can never disappoint." Fleda's eyes again gave an answer of sympathy, for she thought from the shade that had come upon his face that these circumstances had probably been known to himself. "This is rather an amusing scene," he remarked presently in a low tone. "Very," said Fleda. "I have never seen such a one before." "Nor I," said he. "It is a pleasant scene too. It is pleasant to see so many evidences of kindness and good feeling on the part of all these people." "There is all the more show of it, I suppose, to day," said Fleda, "because we have a new minister coming. They want to make a favourable impression." "Does the old proverb of 'the new broom' hold good here too?" said he smiling. "What's the name of your new minister?" "I am not certain," said Fleda. "There were two talked of. The last I heard was that it was an old Mr. Carey, but from what I hear this morning I suppose it must be the other, a Mr. Ullum, or some such queer name, I believe." Fleda thought her hearer looked very much amused, and followed his eye into the room, where Mrs. Evelyn was going about in all quarters looking at everything, and finding occasion to enter into conversation with at least a quarter of the people who were present. Whatever she was saying, it seemed at that moment to have something to do with them, for sundry eyes turned in their direction, and presently Dr. Quackenboss came up with even more than common suavity of manner. "I trust Miss Ringan will do me the favour of making me acquainted with our future pastor," said the doctor, looking however not at all at Miss Ringan, but straight at the pastor in question. "I have great pleasure in giving you the first welcome, sir, or I should say rather the second, since no doubt Miss Ringan has been in advance of me. It is not unappropriate, sir, for I may say we divide the town between us. You are, I am sure, a worthy representative of Peter and Paul, and I am a pupil of Esculapus, sir. You are the intellectual physician, and I am the external." "I hope we shall both prove ourselves good workmen, sir," said the young minister, shaking the doctor's hand heartily. "This is Dr. Quackenboss, Mr. Olmney," said Fleda, making a tremendous effort. But though she could see corresponding indications about her companion's eyes and mouth, she admired the kindness and self command with which he listened to the doctor's civilities and answered them, expressing his grateful sense of the favours received not only from him but from others. "Oh, a little to begin with," said the doctor, looking round upon the room, which would certainly have furnished that for 50 people. "But I hope we ain't done yet by considerable. But here is Miss Ringan, Mr. that has brought you some of the fruits of her own garden, with her own fair hands. A basket of fine strawberries, which I am sure will make you forget everything else." Mr. Olmney had the good breeding not to look at Fleda as he answered, "I am sure the spirit of kindness was the same in all, Dr. Quackenboss, and I trust not to forget that readily." Others now came up, and Mr. Olmney was walked off to be made acquainted with all or with all the chief of his parishioners then and there assembled. Fleda watched him going about, shaking hands, talking and smiling in all directions, with about as much freedom of locomotion as a fly in a spider's web, till at Mrs. Evelyn's approach the others fell off a little, and taking him by the arm she rescued him. "My dear Mr. Olmney," she whispered with an intensely amused face, "I shall have a vision of you every day for a month to come, sitting down to dinner with a rueful face to a whortleberry pie, for there are so many of them your conscience will not let you have anything else cooked. You cannot manage more than one a day." "Pies," said the young gentleman, as Mrs. Evelyn left talking to indulge her feelings in ecstatic quiet laughing, "I have a horror of pies." "Yes, yes," said Mrs. Evelyn, nodding her head delightedly as she drew him towards the pantry, "I know. Come and see what is in store for you. You are to do penance for a month to come, with tin pans of blackberry jam fringed with pie crust. No, they can't be blackberries, they must be raspberries. The blackberries are not ripe yet. And you may sup upon cake and custards, unless you give the custards for the little pig out there. He will want something." "A pig!" said Mr. Olmney in amaze. Mrs. Evelyn again giving out in distress. "A pig!" said Mr. Olmney. "Yes, a pig, a very little one," said Mrs. Evelyn convulsively. "I am sure he is hungry now." They had reached the pantry, and Mr. Olmney's face was all that was wanting to Mrs. Evelyn's delight. How she smothered it so that it should go no further than to distress his self command, is a mystery known only to the initiated. Mrs. Douglass was forthwith called into council. "Mrs. Douglass," said Mr. Olmney, "I feel very much inclined to play the host, and beg my friends to share with me some of these good things they have been so bountifully providing." "He would enjoy them much more than he would alone, Mrs. Douglass," said Mrs. Evelyn, who still had hold of Mr. Olmney's arm, looking round to the lady with a most benign face. "I reckon some of 'em would be past enjoying by the time he got to them, wouldn't they?" said the lady. "Well, they'll have to take 'em in their fingers, for our crockery ha'n't come yet. I shall have to jog Mr. Flatt's elbow, but hungry folks ain't curious." "In their fingers or any way, provided you have only a knife to cut them with," said Mr. Olmney, while Mrs. Evelyn squeezed his arm in secret mischief. "And pray if we can muster 2 knives, let us cut one of the cheeses, Mrs. Douglass." And presently Fleda saw pieces of pie walking about in all directions supported by pieces of cheese. And then Mrs. Evelyn and Mr. Olmney came out from the pantry and came towards her, the latter bringing her with his own hands a portion in a tin pan. The two ladies sat down in the window together to eat and be amused. "My dear Fleda, I hope you are hungry," said Mrs. Evelyn, biting her pie, Fleda could not help thinking, with an air of good humoured condescension. "I am, ma'am," she said laughing. "You look just as you used to," Mrs. Evelyn went on earnestly. "Do I?" said Fleda, privately thinking that the lady must have good eyes for features of resemblance. "Except that you have more colour in your cheeks and more sparkles in your eyes. Dear little creature that you were, I want to make you know my children. Do you remember that Mr. and Mrs. Carleton that took such care of you at Montepoole?" "Certainly I do, very well. We saw them last winter. We were down at their country place in shire. They have a magnificent place there, everything you can think of to make life pleasant. We spent a week with them. My dear Fleda, I wish I could shew you that place. You never saw anything like it." Fleda ate her pie. "We have nothing like it in this country, of course cannot have. One of those superb English country seats is beyond even the imagination of an American." "Nature has been as kind to us, hasn't she?" said Fleda. "O yes, but fortunes, you know. Mr. Olmney, what do you think of those overgrown fortunes? I was speaking to Miss Ringan just now of a gentleman who has £40,000 a year income, sterling, sir, £40,000 a year sterling. Somebody says, you know, that he who has more than enough is a thief of the rights of his brother. What do you think?" But Mr. Olmney's attention was at the moment forcibly called off by the income of a parishioner. "I suppose," said Fleda, "his thievish character must depend entirely on the use he makes of what he has." "I don't know," said Mrs. Evelyn, shaking her head. "I think the possession of great wealth is very hardening." "To a fine nature?" said Fleda. Mrs. Evelyn shook her head again, but did not seem to think it worth while to reply; and Fleda was trying the question in her own mind whether wealth or poverty might be the most hardening in its effects, when Mr. Olmney, having succeeded in getting free again, came and took his station beside them, and they had a particularly pleasant talk, which Fleda, who had seen nobody in a great while, enjoyed very much. They had several such talks in the course of the day, for though the distractions caused by Mr. Olmney's other friends were many and engrossing, he generally contrived in time to find his way back to their window. Meanwhile Mrs. Evelyn had a great deal to say to Fleda and to hear from her, and left her at last under an engagement to spend the next day at the Pool. Upon Mr. Olmney's departure with Mrs. Evelyn the attraction which had held the company together was broken, and they scattered fast. Fleda, presently finding herself in the minority, was glad to set out with Miss Anastasia Finn and her sister Lucy, who would leave her but very little way from her own door. But she had more company than she bargained for. Dr. Quackenboss was pleased to attach himself to their party, though his own shortest road certainly lay in another direction; and Fleda wondered what he had done with his wagon, which beyond a question must have brought the cheese in the morning. She edged herself out of the conversation as much as possible, and hoped it would prove so agreeable that he would not think of attending her home. In vain. When they made a stand at the cross roads, the doctor stood on her side. "I hope now you've made a commencement you will come to see us again, Fleda," said Miss Lucy. "What's the use of asking?" said her sister abruptly. "If she has a mind to she will, and if she ha'n't I'm sure we don't want her." They turned off. "Those are excellent people," said the doctor when they were beyond hearing, "really respectable." "Are they?" said Fleda. "But your goodness does not look, I am sure, to find Parisian graces in so remote a circle." "Certainly not," said Fleda. "We have had a genial day," said the doctor, quitting the Finns. "I don't know," said Fleda, permitting a little of her inward merriment to work off. "I think it has been rather too hot." "Yes," said the doctor, "the sun has been ardent, but I referred rather to the warming affections and the pleasant exchange of intercourse on all sides which has taken place. How do you like the stranger?" "Who, sir?" "The new comer, this young Mr. Umin." Fleda answered, but she hardly knew what, for she was musing whether the doctor would go away or come in. They reached the door, and Fleda invited him, with terrible effort after her voice, the doctor having just blandly offered an opinion upon the decided polish of Mr. Olmney's manners. Chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 23. The Captain out-generalled by the Fairy. Labour is light, where lore, quoth I, doth pay. Saith he, light burthens heavy, if far borne. Drayton. Fleda pushed open the parlour door and preceded her convoy, in a kind of tiptoe state of spirits. The first thing that met her eyes was her aunt in one of the few handsome silks which were almost her sole relic of past wardrobe prosperity, and with a face uncommonly happy and pretty; and the next instant she saw the explanation of this appearance in her cousin Carleton, a little palish, but looking better than she had ever seen him, and another gentleman, of whom her eye took in only the general outlines of fashion and comfortable circumstances, now too strange to it to go unnoted. In Fleda's usual mood her next movement would have been made with a demureness that would have looked like bashfulness; but the amusement and pleasure of the day just past had for the moment set her spirits free from the burden that generally bound them down, and they were as elastic as her step as she came forward and presented to her aunt Dr. Quackenboss, and then turned to shake her cousin's hand. "Charlton, where did you come from? We didn't expect you so soon." "You are not sorry to see me, I hope?" "Not at all, very glad." And then as her eye glanced towards the other new comer, Charlton presented to her Mr. Thorn, and Fleda's fancy made a sudden quick leap on the instant to the old hall at Montepoole and the shot dog. And then Dr. Quackenboss was presented, an introduction which Capt. Rossiter received coldly, and Mr. Thorn with something more than frigidity. The doctor's elasticity, however, defied depression, especially in the presence of a silk dress and a military coat. Fleda presently saw that he was agonizing her uncle. Mrs. Rossiter had drawn close to her son. Fleda was left to take care of the other visitor. The young men had both seemed more struck at the vision presented to them than she had been on her part. She thought neither of them was very ready to speak to her. "I did not know," said Mr. Thorn softly, "what reason I had to thank Rossiter for bringing me home with him to night. He promised me a supper and a welcome, but I find he did not tell me the half of my entertainment." "That was wise in him," said Fleda. "The half that is not expected is always worth a great deal more than the other." "In this case, most assuredly," said Thorn bowing; and Fleda was sure, not knowing what to make of her. "Have you been in Mexico too, Mr. Thorn?" "Not I. That's an entertainment I beg to decline. I never felt inclined to barter an arm for a shoulder knot, or to abridge my usual means of locomotion for the privilege of riding on parade or selling oneself for a name. Peter Schlemil's selling his shadow I can understand, but this is really lessening one's self that one's shadow may grow the larger." "But you were in the army," said Fleda. "Yes, it wasn't my doing. There is a time, you know, when one must please the old folks. I grew old enough and wise enough to cut loose from the army before I had gained or lost much by it." He did not understand the displeased gravity of Fleda's face, and went on insinuatingly, "Unless I have lost what Charlton has gained, something I did not know hung upon the decision. Perhaps you think a man is taller for having iron heels to his boots?" "I do not measure a man by his inches," said Fleda. "Then you have no particular predilection for shooting men?" "I have no predilection for shooting anything, sir." "Then I am safe," said he with an arrogant little air of satisfaction. "I was born under an indolent star, but I confess to you privately, of the two, I would rather gather my harvest with the sickle than the sword. How does your uncle find it?" "Find what, sir?" "The worship of Ceres. I remember he used to be devoted to Apollo and the Muses." "Are they rival deities?" "Why, I have been rather of the opinion that they were too many for one household to hold," said Thorn, glancing at Mr. Rossiter, "but perhaps the Graces managed to reconcile them." "Did you ever hear of the Graces getting supper?" said Fleda. because Ceres sometimes sets them at work. Uncle Rolf," she added as she passed him, "Mr. Thorn is inquiring after Apollo. Will you set him right while I do the same for the tablecloth?" Her uncle looked from her sparkling eyes to the rather puzzled expression of his guest's face. "I was only asking your lovely niece," said Mr. Thorn, coming down from his stilts, "how you liked this country life." Dr. Quackenboss bowed, probably in approbation of the epithet. "Well, sir, what information did she give you on the subject?" "Left me in the dark, sir, with a vague hope that you would enlighten me." "I trust Mr. Rossiter can give a favourable report?" said the doctor benignly. But Mr. Rossiter's frowning brow looked very little like it. "What do you say to our country life, sir?" "It's a confounded life, sir," said Mr. Rossiter, taking a pamphlet from the table to fold and twist as he spoke. "It is a confounded life, for the head and the hands must either live separate, or the head must do no other work but wait upon the hands. It is an alternative of loss and waste, sir." "The alternative seems to be of limited application," said the doctor, as Fleda, having found that Hugh and Barby had been beforehand with her, now came back to the company. "I am sure this lady would not give such a testimony." "About what?" said Fleda, colouring under the fire of so many eyes. "The blighting influence of Ceres' sceptre," said Mr. Thorn. "This country life," said her uncle. "Do you like it, Fleda?" "You know, uncle," said she cheerfully, "I was always of the old Douglasses' mind. I like better to hear the lark sing than the mouse squeak." "Is that one of Earl Douglass's sayings?" said the doctor. "Yes, sir," said Fleda with quivering lips, "but not the one you know, an older man." "Ah," said the doctor intelligently, "Mr. Rossiter, speaking of hands, I have employed the Irish very much of late years. They are as good as one can have if you do not want a head." "That is to say, if you have a head," said Thorn. "Exactly," said the doctor, all abroad, "and when there are not too many of them together. I had enough of that, sir, some years ago when a multitude of them were employed on the public works. The Irish were in a state of mutilation, sir, all through the country." "Ah," said Thorn, "had the military been at work upon them?" "No, sir, but I wish they had, I am sure. It would have been for the peace of the town. There were hundreds of them. We were in want of an army." "Of surgeons, I should think," said Thorn. Fleda saw the doctor's dubious air and her uncle's compressed lips, and commanding herself with even a look of something like displeasure, she quitted her seat by Mr. Thorn and called the doctor to the window to look at a cluster of rose acacias just then in their glory. He admired and she expatiated till she hoped everybody but herself had forgotten what they had been talking about. But they had no sooner returned to their seats than Thorn began again. "The Irish in your town are not in the same mutilated state now, I suppose, sir?" "No, sir, no," said the doctor. "There are much fewer of them to break each other's bones. It was all among themselves, sir." "The country is full of foreigners," said Mr. Rossiter with praiseworthy gravity. "Yes, sir," said Dr. Quackenboss thoughtfully. "We shall have none of our ancestors left in a short time, if they go on as they are doing." Fleda was beaten from the field, and rushing into the breakfast room astonished Hugh by seizing hold of him and indulging in a most prolonged and unbounded laugh. She did not show herself again till the company came in to supper, but then she was found as grave as Minerva. She devoted herself particularly to the care and entertainment of Dr. Quackenboss, till he took leave, nor could Thorn get another chance to talk to her through all the evening. When he and Rossiter were at last in their rooms, Fleda told her story. "You don't know how pleasant it was, Aunt Lucy, how much I enjoyed it, seeing and talking to somebody again. Mrs. Evelyn was so very kind." "I am very glad, my darling," said Mrs. Rossiter, stroking away the hair from the forehead that was bent towards her. "I am glad you had it to day, and I am glad you will have it again to morrow. You will have it too, Aunt Lucy, Mrs. Evelyn will be here in the morning. She said so." "I shall not see her." "Why? Now, aunt Lucy, you will." "I have nothing in the world to see her in. I cannot." "You have this." "For the morning? A rich French silk? It would be absurd. No, no, it would be better to wear my old merino than that." "But you will have to dress in the morning for Mr. Thorn. He will be here to breakfast." "I shall not come down to breakfast. Don't look so, love. I can't help it." "Why was that calico got for me, and not for you?" said Fleda bitterly. "A sixpenny calico," said Mrs. Rossitur smiling. "It would be hard if you could not have so much as that, love." "And you will not see Mrs. Evelyn and her daughters at all, and I was thinking that it would do you so much good." Mrs. Rossitur drew her face a little nearer and kissed it over and over. "It will do you good, my darling. That is what I care for much more." "It will not do me half as much," said Fleda sighing. Her spirits were in their old place again, no more a tiptoe to night. The short light of pleasure was overcast. She went to bed feeling very quiet indeed, and received Mrs. Evelyn and excused her aunt the next day, almost wishing the lady had not been as good as her word. But though in the same mood she set off with her to drive to Montepoole, it could not stand the bright influences with which she found herself surrounded. She came home again at night with dancing spirits. It was some days before Capt. Rossiter began at all to comprehend the change which had come upon his family. One morning Fleda and Hugh, having finished their morning's work, were in the breakfast room waiting for the rest of the family, when Charlton made his appearance, with the cloud on his brow which had been lately gathering. "Where is the paper?" said he. "I haven't seen a paper since I have been here." "You mustn't expect to find Mexican luxuries in Queechy, Capt. Rossiter," said Fleda pleasantly. "Look at these roses, and don't ask me for papers." He did look a minute at the dish of flowers she was arranging for the breakfast table, and at the rival freshness and sweetness of the face that hung over them. "You don't mean to say you live without a paper?" "Well, it's astonishing how many things people can live without," said Fleda rather dreamily, intent upon settling an uneasy rose that would topple over. "I wish you'd answer me really," said Charlton. "Don't you take a paper here?" "We would take one thankfully, if it would be so good as to come. But seriously, Charlton, we haven't any," she said, changing her tone. "And have you done without one all through the war?" "No, we used to borrow one from a kind neighbour once in a while, to make sure, as Mr. Thorn says, that you had not bartered an arm for a shoulder knot." "You never looked to see whether I was killed in the meanwhile, I suppose?" "No, never," said Fleda gravely, as she took her place on a low seat in the corner. "I always knew you were safe before I touched the paper." "What do you mean?" "I am not an enemy, Charlton," said Fleda laughing. "I mean that I used to make aunt Miriam look over the accounts before I did." Charlton walked up and down the room for a little while in sullen silence, and then brought up before Fleda. "What are you doing?" Fleda looked up. A glance that as sweetly and brightly as possible half asked, half bade him be silent and ask no questions. "What are you doing?" he repeated. "I am putting a patch on my shoe." His look expressed more indignation than anything else. "What do you mean?" "Just what I say," said Fleda, going on with her work. "What in the name of all the cobblers in the land do you do it for?" "Because I prefer it to having a hole in my shoe, which would give me the additional trouble of mending my stockings." Charlton muttered an impatient sentence, of which Fleda only understood that "the devil" was in it, and then desired to know if whole shoes would not answer the purpose as well as either holes or patches. "Quite, if I had them," said Fleda, giving him another glance which, with all its gravity and sweetness, carried also a little gentle reproach. "But do you know," said he after standing still a minute looking at her, "that any cobbler in the country would do what you are doing much better, for sixpence?" "I am quite aware of that," said Fleda, stitching away. "Your hands are not strong enough for that work." Fleda again smiled at him, in the very dint of giving a hard push to her needle, a smile that would have witched him into good humour if he had not been determinately in a cloud and proof against everything. It only admonished him that he could not safely remain in the region of sunbeams, and he walked up and down the room furiously again. The sudden ceasing of his footsteps presently made her look up. "What have you got there? Oh, Charlton, don't! Please put that down. I didn't know I had left them there. They were a little wet, and I laid them on the chair to dry." "What do you call this?" he said, not minding her request. "They are only my gardening gloves. I thought I had put them away." "Gloves!" said he, pulling at them disdainfully. "Why, here are two, one within the other. What's that for?" "It's an old fashioned way of mending matters. Two friends covering each other's deficiencies. The inner pair are too thin alone, and the outer ones have holes that are past cobbling." "Are we going to have any breakfast to day?" said he, flinging the gloves down. "You are very late." "No," said Fleda quietly, "it is not time for aunt Lucy to be down yet." "Don't you have breakfast before 9 o'clock?" "Yes, by 8:30 generally." "Strange way of getting along on a farm. Well, I can't wait. I promised Thorn I would meet him this morning. Barby, I wish you would bring me my boots." Fleda made two springs, one to touch Charlton's mouth, the other to close the door of communication with the kitchen. "Well, what is the matter? Can't I have them?" "Yes, yes, but ask me for what you want. You mustn't call upon Barby in that fashion." "Why not? Is she too good to be spoken to? What is she in the kitchen for?" "She wouldn't be in the kitchen long if we were to speak to her in that way," said Fleda. "I suppose she would as soon put your boots on for you as fetch and carry them. I'll see about it." "It seems to me Fleda rules the house," remarked Capt. Rossiter when she had left the room. "Well, who should rule it?" said Hugh. "Not she." "I don't think she does," said Hugh. "But if she did, I am sure it could not be in better hands." "It shouldn't be in her hands at all. But I have noticed since I have been here that she takes the arrangement of almost everything. My mother seems to have nothing to do in her own family." "I wonder what the family or anybody in it would do without Fleda," said Hugh, his gentle eyes quite firing with indignation. "You had better know more before you speak, Charlton." "What is there for me to know?" "Fleda does everything." "So I say, and that is what I don't like." "How little you know what you are talking about," said Hugh. "I can tell you she is the life of the house, almost literally. We should have had little enough to live upon this summer if it had not been for her." "What do you mean?" impatiently enough. "Fleda, if it had not been for her gardening and management. She has taken care of the garden these 2 years and sold I can't tell you how much from it. Mr. Sweet, the hotel man at the Pool, takes all we can give him." "How much does her taking care of the garden amount to?" "It amounts to all the planting and nearly all the other work after the first digging, by far the greater part of it." Charlton walked up and down a few turns in most unsatisfied silence. "How does she get the things to Montepoole?" "I take them." "You! When?" "I ride with them there before breakfast. Fleda is up very early to gather them." "You have not been there this morning?" "Yes." "With what?" "Peas and strawberries." "And Fleda picked them?" "Yes, with some help from Barby and me." "That glove of hers was wringing wet." "Yes, with the pea vines and strawberries too. You know they get so loaded with dew. Oh, Fleda gets more than her gloves wet, but she does not mind anything she does for father and mother." "Humph! And does she get enough when all is done to pay for the trouble?" "I don't know," said Hugh rather sadly. "She thinks so. It is no trifle." "Which, the pay or the trouble?" "Both, but I meant the pay. Why, she made $10 last year from the asparagus beds alone, and I don't know how much more this year." $10! The devil! "Why? Have you come to counting your dollars by the tens?" "We have counted our sixpence so a good while," said Hugh quietly. Charlton strode about the room again in much perturbation. Then came in Fleda, looking as bright as if dollars had been counted by the thousand, and bearing his boots. "What on earth did you do that for?" said he angrily. "I could have gone for them myself." "No harm done," said Fleda lightly, "only I have got something else instead of the thanks I expected." "I can't conceive," said he, sitting down and sulkily drawing on his foot gear, "why this piece of punctiliousness should have made any more difficulty about bringing me my boots than about blacking them." A sly glance of intelligence, which Charlton was quick enough to detect, passed between Fleda and Hugh. His eye carried its question from one to the other. Fleda's gravity gave way. "Don't look at me so, Charlton," said she laughing. "I can't help it. You are so excessively comical. I recommend that you go out upon the grass plat before the door and turn round 2 or 3 times." "Will you have the goodness to explain yourself? Who did black these boots?" "Never pry into the secrets of families," said Fleda. "Hugh and I have a couple of convenient little fairies in our service that do things unknownst." "I blacked them, Charlton," said Hugh. Capt. Rossiter gave his slippers a fling that carried them clean into the corner of the room. "I will see," he said rising, "whether some other service cannot be had more satisfactory than that of fairies." "Now Charlton," said Fleda with a sudden change of manner, coming to him and laying her hand most gently on his arm, "please don't speak about these things before uncle Rolf or your mother. Please do not, Charlton. It would only do a great deal of harm and do no good." She looked up in his face, but he would not meet her pleading eye, and shook off her hand. "I don't need to be instructed how to speak to my father and mother, and I am not one of the household that has submitted itself to your direction." Fleda sat down on her bench and was quiet, but with a lip that trembled a little and eyes that let fall 1 or 2 witnesses against them. Charlton did not see them, and he knew better than to meet Hugh's look of reproach. But for all that there was a certain consciousness that hung about the neck of his purpose and kept it down in spite of him. And it was not till breakfast was half over that his ill humour could make head against this gentle thwarting and cast it off. For so long the meal was excessively dull. Hugh and Fleda had their own thoughts. Charlton was biting his resolution into every slice of bread and butter that occupied him, and Mr. Rossiter's face looked like anything but encouraging in inquiry into his affairs. Since his son's arrival he had been most uncommonly gloomy, and Mrs. Rossiter's face was never in sunshine when his was in shade. "You'll have a warm day of it at the mill, Hugh," said Fleda, by way of saying something to break the dismal monotony of knives and forks. "Does that mill make much?" suddenly inquired Charlton. "It has made a new bridge to the brook, literally," said Fleda gayly, "for it has sawn out the boards, and you know you mustn't speak evil of what carries you over the water." "Does that mill pay for the working?" said Charlton, turning with the driest disregard from her interference and addressing himself determinately to his father. "What do you mean? It does not work gratuitously," answered Mr. Rossiter with at least equal dryness. "But I mean, are the profits of it enough to pay for the loss of Hugh's time? If Hugh judges they are not, he is at liberty to let it alone." "My time is not lost," said Hugh. "I don't know what I should do with it." "I don't know what we should do without the mill," said Mrs. Rossiter. That gave Charlton an unlucky opening. "Has the prospect of farming disappointed you, father?" "What is the prospect of your company?" said Mr. Rossiter, swallowing half an egg before he replied. "A very limited prospect," said Charlton, "if you mean the one that went with me. Not a fifth part of them left." "What have you done with them?" "Shewed them where the balls were flying, sir, and did my best to shew them the thickest of it." "Is it necessary to shew it to us too?" said Fleda. "I believe there are not 20 living that followed me into Mexico," he went on, as if he had not heard her. "Was all that havoc made in one engagement?" said Mrs. Rossiter, whose cheek had turned pale. "Yes, mother, in the course of a few minutes." "I wonder what would pay for that loss," said Fleda indignantly. "Why the point was gained, and it did not signify what the cost was, so we did that. My poor boys were a small part of it." "What point do you mean?" "I mean the point we had in view, which was taking the place." "And what was the advantage of gaining the place?" "Pshaw! The advantage of doing's one duty." "But what made it duty?" said Hugh. "Orders." "I grant you," said Fleda. "I understand that, but bear with me, Charlton. What was the advantage to the army or the country?" "The advantage of great honour if we succeed, and avoiding the shame of failure." "Is that all?" said Hugh. "All!" said Charlton. "Glory must be a precious thing when other men's lives are so cheap to buy it," said Fleda. "We did not risk theirs without our own," said Charlton colouring. "No, but still theirs were risked for you." "Not at all. Why this is absurd. You are saying that the whole war was for nothing." "What better than nothing was the end of it? We paid Mexico for the territory she yielded to us, didn't we, uncle Rolf?" "Yes." "How much?" 20 millions, I believe." "And what do you suppose the war has cost?" I don't know, 100. 100,000,000! Besides how much besides? And don't you suppose, uncle Rolf, that for half of that sum Mexico would have sold us peaceably what she did in the end?" "It is possible. I think it is very likely." "What was the fruit of the war, Capt. Rossiter?" "Why a great deal of honour to the army and the nation at large." "Honour again! But granting that the army gained it, which they certainly did, for one I do not feel very proud of the nation's share." "Why they are won," said Charlton impatiently. "In an unjust war." "It was not an unjust war." "That's what you call a knock downer," said Fleda laughing; "but I confess myself so simple as to have agreed with Seth Plumfield, when I heard him and Lucas disputing about it last winter, that it was a shame to a great and strong nation like ours to display its might in crushing a weak one." "But they drew it upon themselves. They began hostilities." "There is a diversity of opinion about that." "Not in heads that have 2 grains of information." "I beg your pardon. Mrs. Evelyn and Judge Sensible were talking over that very question the other day at Montepoole, and he made it quite clear to my mind that we were the aggressors." "Judge Sensible is a fool," said Mr. Rossiter. "Very well," said Fleda laughing, "but as I do not wish to be comprehended in the same class, will you shew me how he was wrong, uncle?" This drew on a discussion of some length, to which Fleda listened with profound attention, long after her aunt had ceased to listen at all, and Hugh was thoughtful and Charlton disgusted. At the end of it Mr. Rossiter left the table and the room, and Fleda subsiding turned to her cold coffee cup. "I didn't know you ever cared anything about politics before," said Hugh. "Didn't you?" said Fleda smiling. "You do me injustice." Their eyes met for a second, with a most appreciating smile on his part, and then he too went off to his work. There was a few minutes' silent pause after that. "Mother," said Charlton, looking up and bursting forth, "what is all this about the mill and the farm? Is not the farm doing well?" "I am afraid not very well," said Mrs. Rossitur gently. "What is the difficulty?" "Why your father has let it to a man by the name of Didenhover, and I am afraid he is not faithful. It does not seem to bring us in what it ought." "What did he do that for?" "He was wearied with the annoyances he had to endure before, and thought it would be better and more profitable to have somebody else take the whole charge and management. He did not know Didenhover's character at the time." "Engaged him without knowing him!" Fleda was the only third party present, and Charlton unwittingly allowing himself to meet her eye received a look of keen displeasure that he was not prepared for. "That is not like him," he said in a much moderated tone, "but you must be changed too, mother, or you would not endure such anomalous service in your kitchen." "There are a great many changes, dear Charlton," said his mother, looking at him with such a face of sorrowful sweetness and patience that his mouth was stopped. Fleda left the room. "And have you really nothing to depend upon but that child's strawberries and Hugh's wood saw?" he said in the tone he ought to have used from the beginning. "Little else." Charlton stifled 2 or 3 sentences that rose to his lips, and began to walk up and down the room again. His mother sat musing by the tea board, still, softly clinking her spoon against the edge of her teacup. "She has grown up very pretty," he remarked after a pause. "Pretty!" said Mrs. Rossitur. "Why?" "No one that has seen much of Fleda would ever describe her by that name." Charlton had the candour to think he had seen something of her that morning. "Poor child," said Mrs. Rossitur sadly, "I can't bear to think of her spending her life as she is doing, wearing herself out, I know, sometimes, and buried alive." "Buried!" said Charlton in his turn. "Yes, without any of the advantages and opportunities she ought to have. I can't bear to think of it. And yet how should I ever live without her?" said Mrs. Rossitur, leaning her face upon her hands. "And if she were known she would not be mine long. But it grieves me to have her go without her music that she is so fond of, and the books she wants. She and Hugh have gone from end to end of every volume there is in the house, I believe, in every language except Greek." "Well, she looks pretty happy and contented, mother." "I don't know," said Mrs. Rossitur, shaking her head. "Isn't she happy?" "I don't know," said Mrs. Rossitur again. "She has a spirit that is happy in doing her duty, or anything for those she loves, but I see her sometimes wearing a look that pains me exceedingly. I am afraid the way she lives and the changes in our affairs have worn upon her more than we know of. She feels doubly everything that touches me or Hugh or your father. She is a gentle spirit." "She seems to me not to want character," said Charlton. "Character! I don't know who has so much. She has at least 50 times as much character as I have. And energy. She is admirable at managing people. She knows how to influence them somehow, so that everybody does what she wants." "And who influences her?" said Charlton. "Who influences her? Everybody that she loves." "Who has the most influence over her, do you mean? I am sure I don't know. Hugh, if anybody. But she is rather the moving spirit of the household." Capt. Rossiter resolved that he would be an exception to her rule. He forgot, however, for some reason or other, to sound his father any more on the subject of mismanagement. His thoughts indeed were more pleasantly taken up. CHAPTer 24.
of Queechy by Susan Warner. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. CHAPTER XXIV. A breath of the world at Queechy. My Lord Sebastian, the truth you speak doth lack some gentleness, and time to speak it in, you rub the sore, when you should bring the plaster. Tempest. The Evelyns spent several weeks at the Pool, and both mother and daughters, conceiving a great affection for Fleda, kept her in their company as much as possible. For those weeks Fleda had enough of gaiety. She was constantly spending the day with them at the Pool, or going on some party of pleasure, or taking quiet sensible walks and rides with them, along or with only one or two of the most rational and agreeable people that the place could command. And even Mrs. Rossitur was persuaded more times than one to put herself in her plainest remaining French silk, and entertain the whole party, with the addition of one or two of Charlton's friends, at her Queechy farmhouse. Fleda enjoyed it all with the quick spring of a mind habitually bent to the patient fulfillment of duty, and habitually under the pressure of rather sobering thoughts. It was a needed and very useful refreshment. Charlton's being at home gave her the full good of the opportunity more than would have else been possible. He was her constant attendant, driving her to and from the Pool, and finding as much call to him there as she had. For besides the Evelyns, his friend Thorn abode there all his time. The only drawback to Fleda's pleasure as she drove off from Queechy would be the leaving Hugh plodding away at his saw mill. She used to nod and wave to him as they went by, and almost feel that she ought not to go on and enjoy herself while he was tending that wearisome machinery all day long. Still she went on and enjoyed herself, but the mere thought of his patient smile as she passed would have kept her from too much elation of spirits, if there had been any danger. There never was any. "That's a lovely little cousin of yours," said Thorn one evening when he and Rossiter on horseback were leisurely making their way along up and down the road between Montepoole and Queechy. "She's not particularly little," said Rossitur with a dryness that somehow lacked any savour of gratification. "She is of a most fair stature," said Thorn. "I did not mean anything against that. But there are characters to which one gives instinctively a softening appellative." "Are there?" said Charlton. "Yes, she is a lovely little creature." "She is not to compare to one of those girls we have left behind us at Montepoole," said Charlton. "Hum, well, perhaps you are right; but which girl do you mean? For I profess I don't know." "The second of Mrs. Evelyn's daughters, the auburn haired one." "Miss Constance, eh?" said Thorn. "In what isn't the other one to be compared to her?" "In anything. Nobody would ever think of looking at her in the same room." "Why not?" said Thorn coolly. "I don't know why not," said Charlton, "except that she has not a tithe of her beauty. That's a superb girl!" For a matter of 20 yards Mr. Thorn went softly humming a tune to himself, and leisurely switching the flies off his horse. "Well," said he, "there's no accounting for tastes. I ask no red and white To make up my delight, No odd becoming graces, Black eyes, or little know not what in faces." "What do you want then?" said Charlton, half laughing with him, though his friend was perfectly grave. "A cool eye, and a mind in it." "A cool eye!" said Rossiter. "Yes, those we have left behind us are arrant will o' the wisps, dancing fires, no more." "I can tell you there is fire sometimes in the other eyes," said Charlton. "Very likely," said his friend composedly. "I could have guessed as much. But that is a fire you may warm yourself at. No eternal phosphorescence. It is the leaping up of an internal fire. That only shows itself upon occasion." "I suppose you know what you are talking about," said Charlton, "but I can't follow you into the region of volcanoes. Constance Evelyn has superb eyes. It is uncommon to see a light blue so brilliant." "I would rather trust a sick head to the handling of the lovely lady than the superb one, at a venture." "I thought you never had a sick head," said Charlton. "That is lucky for me, as the hands do not happen to be at my service. But no imagination could put Miss Constance in Desdemona's place when Othello complained of his headache. You remember, Charlton? 'Faith, that's with watching, 'twill away again. Let me but bind this handkerchief about it hard.'" Thorn gave the intonation truly and admirably. "Fleda never said anything so soft as that," said Charlton. "No?" "No." "You speak well, but soft. Do you know what you are talking about there?" "Not very well," said Charlton. "I only remember there was nothing soft about Othello. What you quoted of his wife just now seemed to me to smack of that quality." "I forgive your memory," said Thorn, "or else I certainly would not forgive you. If there is a fair creation in all Shakespeare, it is Desdemona; and if there is a pretty combination on earth that nearly matches it, I believe it is that one." "What one?" "Your pretty cousin." Charlton was silent. "It is generous in me to undertake her defence," Thorn went on, "for she bestows as little of her fair countenance upon me as she can well help. But try as she will, she cannot be so repellent as she is attractive." Charlton pushed his horse into a brisker pace not favourable to conversation, and they rode forward in silence, till in descending the hill below Deepwater they came within view of Hugh's workplace, and saw the mill. Charlton suddenly drew bridle. "There she is!" "And who is with her?" said Thorn. "As I live, our friend what's his name, who has lost all his ancestors. And who is the other?" "My brother," said Charlton. "I don't mean your brother, Capt. Rossiter," said Thorn, throwing himself off his horse. He joined the party, who were just leaving the mill to go down towards the house. Very much at his leisure Charlton dismounted and came after him. "I have brought Charlton safely home, Miss Ringgan," said Thorn, who leading his horse had quietly secured a position at her side. "What's the matter?" said Fleda laughing. "Couldn't he bring himself home?" "I don't know what's the matter, but he's been uncommonly dumpish. We've been as near as possible to quarrelling for half a dozen miles back." "We have been more agreeably employed," said Dr. Quackenboss, looking round at him with a face that was a concentration of affability. "I make no doubt of it, sir. I trust we shall bring no unharmonious interruption. If I may change somebody else's words," he added, more low to Fleda, "disdain itself must convert to courtesy in your presence." "I am sorry disdain should live to pay me a compliment," said Fleda. "Mr. Thorn, may I introduce you to Mr. Olmney?" Mr. Thorn honoured the introduction with perfect civility, but then fell back to his former position and slightly lowered tone. "Are you then a sworn foe to compliments? I was never so fiercely attacked by them as to give me any occasion. I should be very sorry to furnish the occasion. But what's the harm in them, Miss Ringgan?" "Chiefly a want of agreeableness." "Of agreeableness! Pardon me! I hope you will be so good as to give me the rationale of that?" "I am of Miss Edgeworth's opinion, sir," said Fleda blushing, "that a lady may always judge of the estimation in which she is held by the conversation which is addressed to her." "And you judge compliments to be a doubtful indication of esteem? I am sure you do not need information on that point, sir." "As to your opinion, or the matter of fact?" said he somewhat keenly. "As to the matter of fact," said Fleda, with a glance both simple and acute in its expression. "I will not venture to say a word," said Thorn smiling. "Protestations would certainly fall flat at the gates where les douces paroles cannot enter. But do you know this is picking a man's pocket of all his silver pennies and obliging him to produce the gold." "That would be a hard measure upon a good many people," said Fleda laughing, "but they're not driven to that. There's plenty of small change left." "You certainly do not deal in the coin you condemn," said Thorn bowing. "But you will remember that none call for gold but those who can exchange it, and the number of them is few. In a world where cowrie passes current, a man may be excused for not throwing about his guineas." "I wish you'd throw about a few for our entertainment," said Charlton, who was close behind. "I haven't seen a yellow boy in a good while." "A proof that your eyes are not jaundiced," said his friend without turning his head, "whatever may be the case with you otherwise. Is he out of humour with the country life you like so well, Miss Ringgan? Or has he left his domestic tastes in Mexico? How do you think he likes Queechy?" "You might as well ask myself," said Charlton. "How do you think he likes Queechy, Miss Ringgan?" "I am afraid something after the fashion of Touchstone," said Fleda laughing. "He thinks that in respect of itself it's a good life, but in respect that it is a shepherd's life it is not. In respect that it is solitary he likes it very well, but in respect that it is private it is a very vile life. Now in respect it is in the fields it pleaseth him well, but in respect it is not in the court it is tedious." "There's a guinea for you, Capt. Rossiter," said his friend. "Do you know out of what mint?" "It doesn't bear the head of Socrates," said Charlton. "Hast no philosophy in thee, Charlton?" said Fleda, laughing back at him. "Has not Queechy the honour of your approbation, Capt. Rossiter?" said the doctor. "Certainly, sir, I have no doubt of its being a very fine country." "Only he has imbibed some doubts whether happiness be an indigenous crop," said Thorn. "Undoubtedly," said the doctor blandly, "to one who has roamed over the plains of Mexico, Queechy must seem rather flat place." "If he could lose sight of the hills," said Thorn. "Undoubtedly, sir, undoubtedly," said the doctor. "They are a marked feature in the landscape, and do much to relieve the charge of sameness." "Luckily," said Mr. Olmney smiling, "happiness is not a thing of circumstance it depends on a man's self." "I used to think so," said Thorn. "That is what I have always subscribed to; but I am afraid I could not live in this region and find it so long." "What an evening!" said Fleda. "Queechy is doing its best to deserve our regards under this light. Mr. Olmney, did you ever notice the beautiful curve of the hills in that hollow where the sun sets?" "I do notice it now," he said. "It is exquisite," said the doctor. "Capt. Rossiter, do you observe, sir, in that hollow where the sun sets?" Capt. Rossiter's eye made a very speedy transition from the hills to Fleda, who had fallen back a little to take Hugh's arm, and placing herself between him and Mr. Olmney was giving her attention undividedly to the latter; and to him she talked perseveringly of the mountains, the country, and the people, till they reached the courtyard gate. Mr. Olmney then passed on. So did the doctor, though invited to tarry, averring that the sun had gone down behind the firmament and he had something to attend to at home. "You will come in, Thorn," said Charlton. "Why, I had intended returning, but as the sun has gone down indeed, and as our friend says there is no chance of our seeing him again, I may as well go in and take what comfort is to be had in the circumstances. Gentle Euphrosyne, doth it not become the Graces to laugh?" "They always ask leave, sir," said Fleda hesitating. "A most graceful answer, though it does not smile upon me," said Thorn. "I am sorry, sir," said Fleda, smiling now, "that you have so many silver pennies to dispose of. We shall never get at the gold." "I will do my very best," said he. So he did, and made himself agreeable that evening to every one of the circle, though Fleda's sole reason for liking to see him come in had been that she was glad of everything that served to keep Charlton's attention from home subjects. She saw sometimes the threatening of a cloud that troubled her. But the Evelyns and Thorn and everybody else whom they knew left the Pool at last, before Charlton, who was sufficiently well again, had near run out his furlough. And then the cloud, which had only shewed itself by turns during all those weeks, gathered and settled determinately upon his brow. He had long ago supplied the want of a newspaper. One evening in September the family were sitting in the room where they had had tea for the benefit of the fire, when Barby pushed open the kitchen door and came in. "Fleda, will you let me have one of the last papers? I have a notion to look at it." Fleda rose and went to rummaging in the cupboards. "You can have it again in a little while," said Barby considerately. The paper was found, and Miss Elster went out with it. "What an unendurable piece of ill manners that woman is!" said Charlton. "She has no idea of being ill mannered, I assure you," said Fleda. His voice was like a brewing storm. Hers was so clear and soft that it made a lull in spite of him. But he began again. "There is no necessity for submitting to impertinence. I never would do it." "I have no doubt you never will," said his father, "unless you can't help yourself." "Is there any good reason, sir, why you should not have proper servants in the house?" "A very good reason," said Mr. Rossitur. "Fleda would be in despair." "Is there none beside that?" said Charlton dryly. "None, except a trifling one," Mr. Rossitur answered in the same tone. "We cannot afford it, dear Charlton," said his mother softly. There was a silence, during which Fleda moralized on the ways people take to make themselves uncomfortable. "Does that man, to whom you let the farm, does he do his duty?" "I am not the keeper of his conscience." "I am afraid it would be a small charge to any one," said Fleda. "But are you the keeper of the gains you ought to have from him? Does he deal fairly by you?" "May I ask first what interest it is of yours?" "It is my interest, sir, because I come home and find the family living upon the exertions of Hugh and Fleda, and find them growing thin and pale under it." "You, at least, are free from all pains of that kind, Capt. Rossitur?" "Don't listen to him, uncle Rolf," said Fleda, going round to her uncle and making as she passed a most warning impression upon Charlton's arm. "Don't mind what he says. That young gentleman has been among the Mexican ladies till he has lost an eye for a really proper complexion. Look at me, do I look pale and thin? I was paid a most brilliant compliment the other day upon my roses. Uncle, don't listen to him. He hasn't been in a decent humour since the Evelyns went away." She knelt down before him and laid her hands upon his, and looked up in his face to bring all her plea, the plea of most winning sweetness of entreaty in features yet flushed and trembling. His own did not unbend as he gazed at her, but he gave her a silent answer in a pressure of the hands that went straight from his heart to hers. Fleda's eye turned toward Charlton appealingly. "Is it necessary," he repeated, "that that child and this boy should spend their days in labour to keep the family alive?" "If it were," replied Mr. Rossitur, "I am very willing that their exertions should cease. For my own part I would quite as lief be out of the world as in it." "Charlton, how can you?" said Fleda, half beside herself. "You should know of what you speak, or be silent. Uncle, don't mind him. He's talking wildly. My work does me good." "You do not understand yourself," said Charlton obstinately. "It is more than you ought to do, and I know my mother thinks so too." "Well," said Mr. Rossitur, "it seems there is an agreement in my own family to bring me to the bar. Get up, Fleda, let us hear all the charges to be brought against me, at once, and then pass sentence. What have your mother and you agreed upon, Charlton? Go on." Mrs. Rossitur, now beyond speech, left the room, weeping even aloud. Hugh followed her. Fleda wrestled with her agitation for a minute or two, and then got up and put both arms round her uncle's neck. "Don't talk so, dear uncle Rolf. You make us very unhappy. Aunt Lucy did not mean any such thing. It is only Charlton's nonsense. Do go and tell her you don't think so. You have broken her heart by what you said. Do go, uncle Rolf. Do go and make her happy again. Forget it all. Charlton did not know what he was saying. Won't you go, dear uncle Rolf?" The words were spoken between bursts of tears that utterly overcame her, though they did not hinder the utmost caressingness of manner. It seemed at first spent upon a rock. Mr. Rossiter stood like a man that did not care what happened or what became of him, dumb and unrelenting, suffering her sweet words and imploring tears, with no attempt to answer the one or stay the other. But he could not hold out against her beseeching. He was no match for it. He returned at last heartily the pressure of her arms, and unable to give her any other answer kissed her 2 or 3 times, such kisses as are charged with the heart's whole message, and disengaging himself, left the room. For a minute or two after he was gone Fleda cried excessively, and Charlton, now alone with her, felt as if he had not a particle of self respect left to stand upon. One such agony would do her more harm than whole weeks of labour and weariness. He was too vexed and ashamed of himself to be able to utter a word, but when she recovered a little and was leaving the room he stood still by the door in an attitude that seemed to ask her to speak a word to him. "I am sure, Charlton," she said gently, "you will be sorry to morrow for what you have done." "I am sorry now," he said. But she passed out without saying anything more. Capt. Rossiter spent the night in unmitigated vexation with himself. But his repentance could not have been very genuine, since his most painful thought was, what Fleda must think of him. He was somewhat reassured at breakfast to find no traces of the evening's storm. Indeed the moral atmosphere seemed rather clearer and purer than common. His own face was the only one which had an unusual shade upon it. There was no difference in anybody's manner towards himself, and there was even a particularly gentle and kind pleasantness about Fleda, intended, he knew, to soothe and put to rest any movings of self-reproach he might feel. It somehow missed of its aim and made him feel worse, and after on his part a very silent meal he quitted the house and took himself and his discontent to the woods. Whatever effect they had upon him, it was the middle of the morning before he came back again. He found Fleda alone in the breakfast room sewing, and for the first time noticed the look his mother had spoken of, a look not of sadness but rather of settled patient gravity, the more painful to see because it could only have been wrought by long acting causes, and might be as slow to do away as it must have been to bring. Charlton's displeasure with the existing state of things had revived as his remorse died away, and that quiet face did not have a quieting effect upon him. "What on earth is going on?" he began rather abruptly as soon as he entered the room. "What horrible cookery is on foot?" "I venture to recommend that you do not inquire," said Fleda. "It was set on foot in the kitchen, and it has walked in here. If you open the window it will walk out." "But you will be cold." "Never mind. In that case I will walk out too, into the kitchen." "Into the thick of it! No, I will try some other way of relief. This is unendurable." Fleda looked, but made no other remonstrance, and not heeding the look Mr. Charlton walked out into the kitchen, shutting the door behind him. "Barby," said he, "you have got something cooking here that is very disagreeable in the other room." "Is it?" said Barby. "I reckoned it would all fly up the chimney. I guess the draught ain't so strong as I thought it was." "But I tell you it fills the house." "Well, it'll have to a spell yet," said Barby, "'cause if it didn't, you see, Capt. Rossiter, there'd be nothing to fill Fleda's chickens with." "Chickens! Where's all the corn in the land?" "It's some place besides our barn," said Barby. "All last year's is out, and Mr. Didenhofer ha'n't fetched any of this year's home, so I made a bargain with them that they shouldn't starve as long as they'd eat boiled parsley." "What do you give them?" "Most everything. They ain't particular nowadays. Chunks of cabbage, and scarcity, and punkin, and all that, all the sass that ain't wanted." "And do they eat that?" "Eat it!" said Barby. "They don't know how to thank me for it." "But it ought to be done out of doors," said Charlton, coming back from a kind of maze in which he had been listening to her. "It is unendurable." "Then I guess you'll have to go some place where you won't know it," said Barby. That's the most likely plan I can hit upon, for it'll have to stay on till it's ready." Charlton went back to the other room, really downhearted, and stood watching the play of Fleda's fingers. "Is it come to this?" he said at length. "Is it possible that you are obliged to go without such a trifle as the miserable supply of food your fowls want?" "That's a small matter," said Fleda, speaking lightly, though she smothered a sigh. "We have been obliged to do without more than that." "What is the reason?" "Why, this man Didenhover is a rogue, I suspect, and he manages to spirit away all the profits that should come to uncle Rolf's hands. I don't know how. We have lived almost entirely upon the mill for some time." "And has my father been doing nothing all this while?" "Nothing on the farm." "And what of anything else?" "I don't know," said Fleda, speaking with evident unwillingness. "But surely, Charlton, he knows his own business best. It is not our affair." "He is mad!" said Charlton, violently striding up and down the floor. "No," said Fleda, with equal gentleness and sadness, "he is only unhappy. I understand it all. He has had no spirit to take hold of anything ever since we came here." "Spirit!" said Charlton. "He ought to have worked off his fingers to their joints before he let you do as you have been doing." "Don't say so," said Fleda, looking even pale in her eagerness. "Don't think so, Charlton. It isn't right. We cannot tell what he may have had to trouble him. I know he has suffered, and does suffer, a great deal. Do not speak again about anything as you did last night." "Oh," said Fleda, now shedding bitter tears, "this is the worst of growing poor, the difficulty of keeping up the old kindness and sympathy and care for each other." "I am sure it does not work so upon you," said Charlton in an altered voice. "Promise me, dear Charlton," said Fleda, looking up after a moment and drying her eyes again, "promise me you will not say any more about these things. I am sure it pains uncle Rolf more than you think. Say you will not, for your mother's sake." "I will not, Fleda, for your sake. I would not give you any more trouble to bear. Promise me that you will be more careful of yourself in future." "Oh, there is no danger about me," said Fleda with a faint smile, and taking up her work again. "Who are you making shirts for?" said Charlton after a pause. "Hugh." "You do everything for Hugh, don't you?" "Little enough. Not half so much as he does for me." "Is he up at the mill to day?" "He is always there," said Fleda, sighing. There was another silence. "Charlton," said Fleda, looking up with a face of the loveliest insinuation, "isn't there something you might do to help us a little?" "I will help you garden, Fleda, with pleasure." "I would rather you should help somebody else," said she, still looking at him. "What, Hugh? You would have me go and work at the mill for him, I suppose?" "Don't be angry with me, Charlton, for suggesting it," said Fleda, looking down again. "Angry!" said he. "But is that what you would have me do?" "Not unless you like. I didn't know but you might take his place once in a while for a little, to give him a rest." "And suppose some of the people from Montepoole that know me should come by, what are you thinking of?" said he in a tone that certainly justified Fleda's deprecation. "Well," said Fleda in a kind of choked voice, "there is a strange rule of honour in vogue in the world. Why should I help Hugh rather than anybody else?" "He is killing himself," said Fleda, letting her work fall and hardly speaking the words through thick tears. Her head was down, and they came fast. Charlton stood abashed for a minute. "You sha'n't do so, Fleda," said he gently, endeavouring to raise her. "You have tired yourself with this miserable work. Come to the window. You have got low spirited, but I am sure without reason about Hugh. But you shall set me about what you will. You are right, I dare say, and I am wrong. But don't make me think myself a brute, and I will do anything you please." He had raised her up and made her lean upon him. Fleda wiped her eyes and tried to smile. "I will do anything that will please you, Fleda." "It is not to please me," she answered meekly. "I would not have spoken a word last night if I had known it would have grieved you so." "I am sorry you should have none but so poor a reason for doing right," said Fleda gently. "Upon my word I think you are about as good a reason as anybody need have," said Charlton. She put her hand upon his arm and looked up. such a look of pure rebuke as carried to his mind the full force of the words she did not speak. Who art thou that carest for a worm which shall die, and forgettest the Lord thy Maker? Charlton's eyes fell. Fleda turned gently away and began to mend the fire. He stood watching her for a little. "What do you think of me, Fleda?" he said at length. "A little wrong headed," answered Fleda, giving him a glance and a smile. "I don't think you are very bad." "If you will go with me, Fleda, you shall make me what you please of me." He spoke half in jest, half in earnest, and did not himself know at the moment which way he wished Fleda to take it. But she had no notion of any depth in his words. "A hopeless task," she answered lightly, shaking her head as she got down on her knees to blow the fire. "I am afraid it is too much for me. I have been trying to mend you ever since you came, and I cannot see the slightest change for the better." "Where is the bellows?" said Charlton in another tone. "It has expired its last breath," said Fleda. "In other words, it has lost its nose." "Well, look here," he said laughing and pulling her away, "you will stand a fair chance of losing your face if you put it in the fire. You sha'n't do it. Come and shew me where to find the scattered parts of that old wind instrument, and I will see if it cannot be persuaded to play again." CHAPter 25
of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 25. As good a boy as you need to have. I dinna ken what I should want, if I could get but a man. Scotch Ballad. Captain Rossiter did no work at the saw mill, but Fleda's words had not fallen to the ground. He began to show care for his fellow creatures in getting the bellows mended. His next step was to look to his gun, and from that time, so long as he stayed, the table was plentifully supplied with all kind of game the season and the country could furnish. Wild ducks and partridges banished pork and bacon even from memory, and Fleda joyfully declared she would not see another omelette again till she was in distress. While Charlton was still at home came a very urgent invitation from Mrs. Evelyn that Fleda should pay them a long visit in New York, bidding her care for no want of preparation but come and make it there. Fleda demurred, however, on that very score, but before her answer was written another missive came from Dr. Gregory, not asking so much as demanding her presence and enclosing a $50 bill, for which he said he would hold her responsible till she had paid him, with not her own hands but her own lips. There was no withstanding the manner of this entreaty. Fleda packed up some of Mrs. Rossiter's laid by silks, to be refreshed with an air of fashion, and set off with Charlton at the end of his furlough. To her simple spirit of enjoyment the weeks ran fast, and all manner of novelties and kindnesses helped them on. It was a time of cloudless pleasure. But those she had left thought it long. She wrote them how delightfully she kept house for the old doctor, whose wife had long been dead, and how joyously she and the Evelyns made time fly. And every pleasure she felt awoke almost as strong a throb in the hearts at home. But they missed her, as Barby said, dreadfully, and she was most dearly welcomed when she came back. It was just before New Year. For half an hour there was most gladsome use of eyes and tongues. Fleda had a great deal to tell them. How well you are looking, dear Fleda," said her aunt for the third or fourth time. "That's more than lean say for you and Hugh, Aunt Lucy. What have you been doing to yourself?" "Nothing new," they said, as her eye went from one to the other. "I guess you have wanted me," said Fleda, shaking her head as she kissed them both again. "I guess we have," said Hugh, "but don't fancy we have grown thin upon the want." "But where's uncle Rolf? You didn't tell me." "He is gone to look after those lands in Michigan." "In Michigan? When did he go?" "Very soon after you." "And you didn't let me know. Oh, why didn't you? How lonely you must have been." "Let you know indeed," said Mrs. Rossitur, wrapping her in her arms again. "Hugh and I counted every week that you stayed, with more and pleasure each one." "I understand," said Fleda, laughing under her aunt's kisses. "Well, I am glad I am at home again to take care of you. I see you can't get along without me." "People have been very kind, Fleda," said Hugh. "Have they?" "Yes, thinking we were desolate, I suppose. There has been no end to aunt Miriam's goodness and pleasantness." "O aunt Miriam always," said Fleda, "and Seth." "Catherine Douglass has been up twice to ask if her mother could do anything for us, and Mrs. Douglass sent us a rabbit and once a quantity of wild pigeons that Earl had shot. Mother and I lived upon pigeons for I don't know how long. Barby wouldn't eat 'em. She said she liked pork better, but I believe she did it on purpose." "Like enough," said Fleda, smiling from her aunt's arms where she still lay. "And Seth has sent you plenty of your favourite hickory nuts, very fine ones, and I gathered butternuts enough for you near home." "Everything is for me," said Fleda. "Well, the first thing I do shall be to make some butternut candy for you. You won't despise that, Mr. Hugh?" Hugh smiled at her and went on. "And your friend Mr. Olmney has sent us a corn basket full of the super best apples you ever saw. He has one tree of the finest in Queechy, he says." "My friend?" said Fleda, colouring a little. "Well, I don't know whose he is if he isn't yours," said Hugh. "And even the Finns sent us some fish that their brother had caught, because, they said, they had more than they wanted. And Dr. Quackenboss sent us a goose and a turkey. We didn't like to keep them, but we were afraid if we sent them back it would not be understood." "Send them back!" said Fleda. "That would never do. All Queechy would have rung with it." "Well, we didn't," said Hugh, "but so we sent one of them to Barby's old mother for Christmas." "Poor Dr. Quackenboss," said Fleda, "that man has as near as possible killed me 2 or 3 times. As for the others, they are certainly the oddest of all the finny tribes. I must go out and see Barby for a minute." It was a good many minutes, however, before she could get free to do any such thing. "You ha'n't lost no flesh," said Barby, shaking hands with her anew. "What did they think of Queechy Keep down in York?" "I don't know. I didn't ask them," said Fleda. "How goes the world with you, Barby?" "I'm mighty glad you are come home, Fleda," said Barby lowering her voice. "Why?" said Fleda in a like tone. "I guess I ain't all that's glad of it," Miss Elster went on, with a glance of her bright eye. "I guess not," said Fleda, reddening a little. "But what is the matter?" "There's 2 of our friends ha'n't made us but one visit apiece since ever since some time in October." "Well, never mind the people," said Fleda. "Tell me what you were going to say." "And Mr. Olmney," said Barby, not minding her, "he's took and sent us a great basket chock full of apples. Now wa'n't that smart of him, when he knowed there wa'n't no one here that cared about 'em?" "They are a particularly fine kind," said Fleda. "Did you hear about the goose and turkey?" "Yes," said Fleda laughing. "The doctor thinks he has done the thing just about right this time, I s'pect. He had ought to take out a patient right for his invention. He'd feel spry if he knowed who eat one on 'em." "Never mind the doctor, Barby. Was this what you wanted to see me for?" "No," said Barby changing her tone, "I'd give something it was. I've been all but at my wits' end, for you know Mrs. Rossiter ain't no hand about anything. I couldn't say a word to her, and ever since he went away we have been just winding ourselves up. I thought I should clear out, when Mrs. Rossiter said maybe you wasn't to come until next week." "But what is it, Barby? What is wrong?" "There ha'n't been anything right to my notions for a long spell," said Barby, wringing out her dishcloth hard and flinging it down to give herself uninterruptedly to talk. "But now you see Didenhover nor none of the men never comes near the house to do a chore, and there ain't wood to last 3 days, and Hugh ain't fit to cut it if it was piled up in the yard, and there ain't the first stick of it out of the woods yet." Fleda sat down and looked very thoughtfully into the fire. "He had ought to ha' seen to it afore he went away, but he ha'n't done it, and there it is." "Why, who takes care of the cows?" said Fleda. "O never mind the cows," said Barby, "they ain't suffering. I wish we was as well off as they be. But I guess when he went away he made a hole in our pockets for to mend his'n. I don't say he hadn't ought to ha' done it, but we've been pretty short ever sin, Fleda. We're in the last bushel of flour, and there ain't but a handful of corn meal, and mighty little sugar, white or brown. I did say something to Mrs. Rossiter, but all the good it did was to spile her appetite, I s'pose. And if there's grain in the floor there ain't nobody to carry it to the mill, nor to thresh it, nor a team to draw it, fur's I know." "Hugh cannot cut wood," said Fleda, "nor drive to mill either, in this weather." "I could go to mill," said Barby, "now you're to home, but that's only the beginning, and it's no use to try to do everything. Flesh and blood must stop somewhere." "No indeed," said Fleda, "we must have somebody immediately." "That's what I had a fixed upon," said Barby. "If you could get hold of some young feller that wasn't sot up with an idee that he was a grown man and too big to be told, I'd just clap to and fix that little room up stairs for him and give him his vittles here, and we'd have some good of him, instead of having him streaking off just at the minute when he'd ought to be along." "Who is there we could get, Barby?" "I don't know," said Barby, "but they say there is never a nick that there ain't a jog some place, so I guess it can be made out. I asked Mrs. Plumfield, but she didn't know anybody that was out of work, nor Seth Plumfield. I'll tell you who does, that is, if there is anybody, Mrs. Douglass. She keeps hold of one end of most everybody's affairs, I tell her. Anyhow, she's a good hand to go to." "I'll go there at once," said Fleda. "Do you know anything about making maple sugar, Barby?" "That's the very thing!" exclaimed Barby ecstatically. "There's lots of sugar maples on the farm, and it's murder to let them go to loss, and they hadn't done us a speck of good ever since I come here. And in your grandfather's time they used to make barrels and barrels. You and me and Hugh, and somebody else we'll have, we could clap to and make as much sugar and molasses in a week as would last us till spring come round again. There's no sense into it. All we'd want would be to borrow a team some place. I had all that in my head long ago. If we could see the last of that man Didenhover on set, I'd take hold of the plough myself and see if I couldn't make a living out of it. I don't believe the world would go now, Fleda, if it wasn't for women. I never see 3 men yet that didn't try me more than they were worth." "Patience, Barby," said Fleda smiling. "Let us take things quietly." "Well, I declare I'm beat to see how you take 'em," said Barby, looking at her lovingly. "Don't you know why, Barby?" "I s'pose I do," said Barby, her face softening still more, "or I can guess." "Because I know that all these troublesome things will be managed in the best way and by my best friend, and I know that he will let none of them hurt me. I am sure of it. Isn't that enough to keep me quiet?" Fleda's eyes were filling, and Barby looked away from them. "Well, it beats me," she said, taking up her dishcloth again, "why you should have anything to trouble you. I can understand wicked folks being plagued, but I can't see the sense of the good ones." "Troubles are to make good people better, Barby." "Well," said Barby, with a very odd mixture of real feeling and seeming want of it, "it's a wonder I never got religion, for I will say that all the decent people I ever see were of that kind. Mrs. Rossiter ain't though, is she?" "No," said Fleda, a pang crossing her at the thought that all her aunt's loveliness must tell directly and heavily in this case to lighten religion's testimony. It was that thought and no other which saddened her brow as she went back into the other room. "Troubles already?" said Mrs. Rossitur. "You will be sorry you have come back to them, dear." "No indeed," said Fleda brightly. "I am very glad I have come home. We will try and manage the troubles, Aunt Lucy." There was no doing anything that day, but the very next afternoon Fleda and Hugh walked down through the snow to Mrs. Douglass's. It was a long walk and a cold one, and the snow was heavy, but the pleasure of being together made up for it all. It was a bright walk too, in spite of everything. In a most thrifty looking well painted farmhouse lived Mrs. Douglass. "Why, 'tain't you, is it?" she said when she opened the door. "Catherine said it was, and I said I guessed it wasn't, for I reckoned you had made up your mind not to come and see me at all. How do you do?" The last sentence in the tone of hearty and earnest hospitality. Fleda made her excuses. Ay, I can understand all that just as well as if you said it. I know how much it means too. Take off your hat." Fleda said she could not stay, and explained her business. "So you hadn't come to see me after all. Well, now take off your hat, 'cause I won't have anything to say till you do. I'll give you supper right away." "But I have left my aunt alone, Mrs. Douglass, and the afternoons are so short now it would be dark before we could get home." "Serve her right for not coming along. And you sha'n't walk home in the dark, for Earl will harness the team and carry you home like a streak. The horses have nothing to do. Come, you sha'n't go." And as Mrs. Douglass laid violent hands on her bonnet, Fleda thought best to submit. She was presently rewarded with the promise of the very person she wanted, a boy or young man, then in Earl Douglass's employ; but his wife said she guessed he'd give him up to her, and what his wife said Fleda knew Earl Douglass was in the habit of making good. "There ain't enough to do to keep him busy," said Mrs. Douglass. "I told Earl he made me work more than he saved, but he's hung on till now." "What sort of a boy is he, Mrs. Douglass?" "He ain't a steel trap, I tell you beforehand," said the lady, with one of her sharp intelligent glances. "He don't know which way to go till you show him; but he's a clever enough kind of a chap. He don't mean no harm. I guess he'll do for what you want." "Is he to be trusted?" "Trust him with anything but a knife and fork," she said with another look and shake of her head. "He has no idea but what everything on the supper table is meant to be eaten straight off. I would keep two such men as my husband as soon as I would Philetus." "Philetus?" said Fleda. "The person that brought the chicken and thought he had brought two?" "You've hit it," said Mrs. Douglass. "Now you know him. How do you like our new minister?" "We are all very much pleased with him." "He's very good looking, don't you think so?" "A very pleasant face." "I ha'n't seen him much yet except in church, but those that know say he is very agreeable in the house." "Truly, I dare say," answered Fleda, for Mrs. Douglass's face looked for her testimony. "But I think he looks as if he was beating his brains out there among his books. I tell him he is getting the blues, living in that big house by himself." "Do you manage to do all your work without help, Mrs. Douglass?" said Fleda, knowing that the question was in order and that the affirmative answer was not counted a thing to be ashamed of. "Well, I guess I'll know good reason," said Mrs. Douglass complacently, "before I'll have any help to spoil my work. Come along and I'll let you see whether I want one." Fleda went, very willingly, to be shown all Mrs. Douglass's household arrangements and clever contrivances of her own or her husband's devising for lessening or facilitating labour. The lady was proud, and had some reason to be, of the very superb order and neatness of each part and detail. No corner or closet that might not be laid open fearlessly to a visitor's inspection. Miss Catharine was then directed to open her piano and amuse Fleda with it, while her mother performed her promise of getting an early supper, a command grateful to one or two of the party, for Catharine had been carrying on all this while a most stately tête à tête with Hugh, which neither had any wish to prolong. So Fleda filled up the time good naturedly with thrumming over the 2 or 3 bits of her childish music that she could recall, till Mr. Douglass came in and they were summoned to sit down to supper, which Mrs. Douglass introduced by telling her guests they must take what they could get, for she had made fresh bread and cake and pies for them 2 or 3 times, and she wa'n't a going to do it again. Her table was abundantly spread, however, and with most exquisite neatness, and everything was of excellent quality, saving only certain matters which call for a free hand in the use of material. Fleda thought the pumpkin pies must have been made from that vaunted stock which is said to want no eggs nor sugar, and the cakes, she told Mrs. Rossiter afterwards, would have been good if half the flour had been left out and the other ingredients doubled. The deficiency in one kind, however, was made up by a superabundance in another. The table was stocked with such wealth of crockery that one could not imagine any poverty in what was going to go upon it. Fleda hardly knew how to marshal the confusion of plates which grouped themselves around her cup and saucer, and none of them might be dispensed with. There was one set of little glass dishes for one kind of sweetmeat, another set of ditto for another kind, an army of tiny plates to receive and shield the tablecloth from the dislodged cups of tea, saucers being the conventional drinking vessels, and there were the standard bread and butter plates, which besides their proper charge of bread and butter and beef and cheese were expected, Fleda knew, to receive a portion of every kind of cake that might happen to be on the table. It was a very different thing, however, from Miss Anastasia's tea table or that of Miss Flora Quackenboss. Fleda enjoyed the whole time without difficulty. Mr. Douglass readily agreed to the transfer of Philetus's services. "He's a good boy," said Earl. "He's a good boy. He's as good a kind of a boy as you need to have. He wants tellin', most boys want tellin', but he'll do when he is told, and he means to do right." "How long do you expect your uncle will be gone?" said Mrs. Douglass. "I don't know," said Fleda. "Have you heard from him since he left?" "Not since I came home," said Fleda. "Mr. Douglass, what is the first thing to be done about the maple trees in the sugar season?" "Why, you calculate to try making sugar in the spring?" "Perhaps. At any rate I should like to know about it." "Well, I should think you would," said Earl, "and it's easy done. There ain't nothing easier, when you know the right way to set to work about it. And there's a fine lot of sugar trees on the old farm. I recollect of them sugar trees as long ago as when I was a boy. I've helped to work them afore now, but there's a good many years since has made me a little older. But the first thing you want is a man and a team to go about and empty the buckets. The buckets must be emptied every day, and then carry it down to the house." "Yes, I know," said Fleda, "but what is the first thing to be done to the trees?" "Why, la, 'tain't much to do to the trees. All you've got to do is to take an axe and chip a bit out and stick a chip a leetle way in to the cut for to drain the sap, and set a trough under, and then go on to the next one, and so on. You may make 1 or 2 cuts in the south side of the tree, and 1 or 2 cuts in the north side, if the tree's big enough; and if it ain't, only make 1 or 2 cuts in the south side of the tree. And for the sap to run good it had ought to be that kind o' weather when it freezes in the day and thaws by night. I would say, when it freezes in the night and thaws in the day. The sap runs more bountifully in that kind o' weather." It needed little from Fleda to keep Mr. Douglass at the maple trees till supper was ended, and then as it was already sundown he went to harness the sleigh. It was a comfortable one, and the horses, if not very handsome nor bright curried, were well fed and had good heart to their work. A 2-mile drive was before them, and with no troublesome tongues or eyes to claim her attention, Fleda enjoyed it fully. In the soft clear winter twilight, when heaven and earth mingle so gently, and the stars look forth brighter and cheerfuller than ever at another time, they slid along over the fine roads too swiftly towards home, and Fleda's thoughts as easily and swiftly slipped away from Mr. Douglass and maple sugar and Philetus and an unfilled wood yard and an empty flour barrel, and revelled in the pure ether. A dark rising ground covered with wood sometimes rose between her and the western horizon, and then a long stretch of snow, only less pure, would leave free view of its unearthly white light, dimmed by no exhalation, a gentle, mute, but not the less eloquent witness to earth of what heaven must be. But the sleigh stopped at the gate, and Fleda's musings came home. "Good night," said Earl, in reply to their thanks and adieus. "'Tain't anything to thank a body for. Let me know when you're going into the sugar making, and I'll come and help you." "How sweet a pleasant message may make an unmusical tongue," said Fleda, as she and Hugh made their way up to the house. "We had a stupid enough afternoon," said Hugh, "but the ride home was worth it all." Chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 26. Pine Knots. 'Tis merry in good green wood, so blithe Lady Alice is singing. On the beech's pride and the oak's brown side, Lord Richard's axe is ringing. Lady of the Lake. Philetus came and was inducted into office and the little room immediately, and Fleda felt herself eased of a burden. Barby reported him stout and willing, and he proved it by what seemed a perverted inclination for bearing the most enormous logs of wood he could find into the kitchen. "He will hurt himself," said Fleda. "I'll protect him,"
"Against anything but buckwheat batter," said Barby with a grave shake of her head. "Lazy folks takes the most pains, I tell him. But it would be good to have some more ground, Fleda, for Philetus says he don't care for no dinner when he has griddles to breakfast, and there ain't anything much cheaper than that." "Aunt Lucy, have you any change in the house?" said Fleda that same day. "There isn't but 3 and 6pence," said Mrs. Rossitur with a pained conscious look. "What is wanting, dear?" "Only candles. Barby has suddenly found we are out, and she won't have any more made before to morrow. Never mind." "There is only that," repeated Mrs. Rossitur. "Hugh has a little money due to him from last summer, but he hasn't been able to get it yet. You may take that, dear." "No," said Fleda, "we mustn't. We might want it more." "We can sit in the dark for once," said Hugh, "and try to make an uncommon display of what Dr. Quackenboss calls 'sociality.'" "No," said Fleda, who stood busily thinking, "I am going to send Philetus down to the post office for the paper, and when it comes I am not going to be balked of reading it. I've made up my mind. We'll go right off into the woods and get some pine knots, Hugh. Come, they make a lovely light. You get us a couple of baskets and the hatchet, I wish we had 2, and I'll be ready in no time. That'll do." It is to be noticed that Charlton had provided against any future deficiency of news in his family. Fleda skipped away, and in 5 minutes returned for the expedition, in her usual out of door working trim, namely an old dark merino cloak, almost black, the effect of which was continued by the edge of an old dark mousseline below, and rendered decidedly striking by the contrast of a large whitish yarn shawl worn over it, the whole crowned with a little close fitting hood made of some old silver grey silk, shaped tight to the head, without any bow or furbelow to break the outline. But such a face within inside of it! She came almost dancing into the room. "This is Miss Ringan, as she appeared when she was going to see the pine trees. Hugh, don't you wish you had a picture of me?" "I have got a tolerable picture of you somewhere," said Hugh. "This is somebody very different from the Miss Ringan that went to see Mrs. Evelyn, I can tell you," Fleda went on gayly. "Do you know, aunt Lucy, I have made up my mind that my visit to New York was a dream, and the dream is nicely folded away with my silk dresses. Now I must go and tell that precious Philetus about the post office. I am so comforted, aunt Lucy, whenever I see that fellow staggering into the house under a great log of wood. I have not heard anything in a long time so pleasant as the ringing strokes of his axe in the yard. Isn't life made up of little things? Why don't you put a better pair of shoes on? Can't afford it, Mrs. Rossitur, you are extravagant. Go and put on my India rubbers. No, ma'am, the rocks would cut them to pieces. I have brought my mind down to my shoes." "It isn't safe, Fleda, you might see somebody." "Well, ma'am, but I tell you I am not going to see anybody but the chickadees and the snow birds, and there is a great simplicity of manner prevailing among them." The shoes were changed, and Hugh and Fleda set forth, lingering a while, however, to give a new edge to their hatchet, Fleda turning the grindstone. They mounted then the apple orchard hill, and went a little distance along the edge of the table land before striking off into the woods. They had stood still a minute to look over the little white valley to the snow dressed woodland beyond. "This is better than New York, Hugh," said Fleda. "I am very glad to hear you say that," said another voice. Fleda turned and started a little to see Mr. Olmney at her side, and congratulated herself instantly on her shoes. "Mrs. Rossitur told me where you had gone and gave me permission to follow you, but I hardly hoped to overtake you so soon." "We stopped to sharpen our tools," said Fleda. "We are out on a foraging expedition." "Will you let me help you?" "Certainly, if you understand the business. Do you know a pine knot when you see it?" He laughed and shook his head, but avowed a wish to learn. "Well, it would be a charity to teach you anything wholesome," said Fleda, "for I heard one of Mr. Olmney's friends lately saying that he looked like a person who was in danger of committing suicide." "Suicide! One of my friends!" he exclaimed in the utmost astonishment. "Yes," said Fleda laughing, "and there is nothing like the open air for clearing away vapours." "You can have not known that by experience," he said, looking at her. Fleda shook her head, and advising him to take nothing for granted, set off into the woods. They were in a beautiful state. A light snow but an inch or two deep had fallen the night before. The air had been perfectly still during the day, and though the sun was out, bright and mild, it had done little but glitter on the earth's white capping. The light dry flakes of snow had not stirred from their first resting place. The long branches of large pines were just tipped with snow at the ends; on the smaller evergreens every leaf and tuft had its separate crest. Stones and rocks were smoothly rounded over; little shrubs and sprays that lay along the ground were all doubled in white; and the hemlock branches, bending with their feathery burthen, stooped to the foreheads of the party and gave them the freshest of salutations as they brushed by. The whole wood scene was particularly fair and graceful. A light veil of purity, no more, thrown over the wilderness of stones and stumps and bare ground, like the blessing of charity covering all roughness and unsightliness, like the innocent unsullied nature that places its light shield between the eye and whatever is unequal, unkindly, and unlovely in the world. "What do you think of this for a misanthropical man, Mr. Olmney? There's a better tonic to be found in the woods than in any remedies of man's devising." "Better than books?" said he. "Certainly, no comparison." "I have to learn that yet." "So I suppose," said Fleda. "The very danger to be apprehended, as I hear, sir, is from your running a tilt into some of those thick folioles of yours, head foremost. There's no pitch there, Hugh, you may leave it alone. We must go on, there are more yellow pines higher up." "But who could give such a strange character of me to you?" said Mr. Olmney. "I am sure your wisdom would not advise me to tell you that, sir. You will find nothing there, Mr. Olmney." They went gayly on, careering about in all directions and bearing down upon every promising stump or dead pine tree they saw in the distance. Hugh and Mr. Olmney took turns in the labour of hewing out the fat pine knots and splitting down the old stumps to get at the pitchy heart of the wood. And the baskets began to grow heavy. The whole party were in excellent spirits, and as happy as the birds that filled the woods and whose cheery chickadee dee dee was heard whenever they paused to rest and let the hatchet be still. "How one sees everything in the colour of one's own spectacles," said Fleda. "May I ask what colour yours are to day?" said Mr. Olmney. "Rose, I think," said Hugh. "No," said Fleda, "they are better than that. They are no worse colour than the snow's own. They show me everything just as it is. It could not be lovelier." "Then we may conclude, may we not," said Mr. Olmney, "that you are not sorry to find yourself in Queechy again?" "I am not sorry to find myself in the woods again. That is not pitch, Mr. Olmney." "It has the same colour and weight." "No, it is only wet. See this and smell of it. Do you see the difference? Isn't it pleasant?" "Everything is pleasant to day," said he smiling. "I shall report you a cure. Come, I want to go a little higher and show you a view. Leave that, Hugh, we have got enough." But Hugh chose to finish an obstinate stump, and his companions went on without him. It was not very far up the mountain, and they came to a fine look-out point, the same where Fleda and Mr. Carleton had paused long before on their quest after nuts. The wide spread of country was a white waste now; the delicate beauties of snow were lost in the far view, and the distant Catskill showed winterly against the fair blue sky. The air was gentle enough to invite them to stand still, after the exercise they had taken, and as they both looked in silence Mr. Olmney observed that his companion's face settled into a gravity rather at variance with the expression it had worn. "I should hardly think," he said softly, "that you were looking through white spectacles, if you had not told us so." "Oh, shade may come over what one is looking at, you know," said Fleda; but seeing that he still watched her inquiringly, she added, "I do not think a very wide landscape is ever gay in its effect upon the mind. Do you?" "Perhaps I do not know," said he, his eyes turning to it again as if to try what the effect was. "My thoughts had gone back," said Fleda, "to a time a good while ago, when I was a child and stood here in summer weather, and I was thinking that the change in the landscape is something like that which years make in the mind. But you have not, for a very long time at least, known any very acute sorrow?" "No," said Fleda, "but that is not necessary. There is a gentle kind of discipline which does its work, I think, more surely." "Thank God for gentle discipline," said Mr. Olmney, "if you do not know what those griefs are that break down mind and body together." "I am not unthankful, I hope, for anything," said Fleda gently, "but I have been apt to think that after a crushing sorrow the mind may rise up again, but that a long continued though much lesser pressure in time breaks the spring." He looked at her again with a mixture of incredulous and tender interest, but her face did not belie her words, strange as they sounded from so young and in general so bright seeming a creature. "There shall no evil happen to the just," he said presently, and with great sympathy. Fleda flashed a look of gratitude at him. It was no more, for she felt her eyes watering, and turned them away. "You have not, I trust, heard any bad news?" "No, sir, not at all." "I beg pardon for asking, but Mrs. Rossitur seemed to be in less good spirits than usual." He had some reason to say so, having found her in a violent fit of weeping. "You do not need to be told," he went on, "of the need there is that a cloud should now and then come over this lower scene, the danger that if it did not our eyes would look nowhere else? There is something very touching in hearing a kind voice say what one has often struggled to say oneself." "I know it, sir," said Fleda, her words a little choked, "and one may not wish the cloud away, but it does not the less cast a shade upon the face. I guess Hugh has worked his way into the middle of that stump by this time, Mr. Olmney." They rejoined him, and the baskets being now sufficiently heavy and arms pretty well tired, they left the further riches of the pine woods unexplored, and walked sagely homewards. At the brow of the table land Mr. Olmney left them to take a shorter cut to the high road, having a visit to make which the shortening day warned him not to defer. "Put down your basket and rest a minute, Hugh," said Fleda. "I had a world of things to talk to you about, and this blessed man has driven them all out of my head." "But you are not sorry he came along with us?" "Oh no, we had a very good time. How lovely it is, Hugh! Look at the snow down there, without a track, and the woods have been dressed by the fairies. Oh look how the sun is glinting on the west side of that hillock." "It is twice as bright since you have come home," said Hugh. "The snow is too beautiful to day. Oh I was right, one may grow morbid over books, but I defy anybody in the company of those chickadees. I should think it would be hard to keep quite sound in the city." "You are glad to be here again, aren't you?" said Hugh. "Very. Oh Hugh, it is better to be poor and have one's feet on these hills than to be rich and shut up to brick walls." "It is best as it is," said Hugh quietly. "Once," Fleda went on, "one fair day when I was out driving in New York, it did come over me with a kind of pang how pleasant it would be to have plenty of money again and be at ease. And then as I was looking off over that pretty North River to the other shore, I bethought me, 'A little that a righteous man hath is better than the riches of many wicked.'" Hugh did not answer, for the face she turned to him, in its half tearful, half bright submission, took away his speech. "Why you cannot have enjoyed yourself as much as we thought, Fleda, if you dislike the city so much." "Yes I did. Oh I enjoyed a great many things. I enjoyed being with the Evelyns. You don't know how much they made of me, every one of them, father and mother and all the 3 daughters, and uncle Orrin. I have been well petted, I tell you, since I have been gone." "I am glad they shewed you so much discrimination," said Hugh. "They would be puzzled to make too much of you." "I must have been in a remarkably discriminating society," said Fleda, "for everybody was so kind. How do you like the Evelyns on nearer view?" "Very much indeed, and I believe they really love me. Nothing could possibly be kinder, in all ways of shewing kindness. I shall never forget it. "Who were you driving with that day?" said Hugh. "Mr. Thorn." "Did you see much of him?" "Quite as much as I wished." "Hugh, I took your advice." "About what?" said Hugh. "I carried down some of my scribblings and sent them to a magazine." "Did you?" said Hugh, looking delighted. "And will they publish them?" "I don't know," said Fleda. "That's another matter. I sent them, or uncle Orrin did, when I went first down, and I have heard nothing of them yet." "You shewed them to uncle Orrin?" "I couldn't help it, you know. I had to." "And what did he say to them?" "Come, I'm not going to be cross questioned," said Fleda laughing. "He did not prevent my sending them." "And if they take them, do you expect they will give anything for them, the magazine people?" "I am sure if they don't they shall have no more. That is my only possible inducement to let them be printed. For my own pleasure I would far rather not." "Did you sign with your own name?" "My own name! Yes, and desired it to be printed in large capitals. What are you thinking of? No, I hope you'll forgive me, but I signed myself what our friend the doctor calls 'you.'" "I'll forgive you if you do one thing for me." "What?" "Shew me all you have in your portfolio. Do, Fleda, to night, by the light of the pitch pine knots. Why shouldn't you give me that pleasure? And besides, you know, Molière had an old woman." "Well," said Fleda, with a face that to Hugh was extremely satisfactory, "we'll see. I suppose you might as well read my productions in manuscript as in print. But they are in a terribly scratchy condition. They go sometimes for weeks in my head before I find time to put them down. You may guess polishing is pretty well out of the question. Suppose we try to get home with these baskets." Which they did. "Has Philetus gone home?" was Fleda's first question. "No," said Mrs. Rossitur, "but Dr. Quackenboss has been here and brought the paper. He was at the post office this morning, he says. Did you see Mr. Olmney?" "Yes, ma'am, and I feel he has saved me from a lame arm. Those pine knots are so heavy." "He is a lovely young man," said Mrs. Rossitur with uncommon emphasis. "I should have been blind to the fact, aunt Lucy, if you had not made me change my shoes. At present, no disparagement to him, I feel as if a cup of tea would be rather more lovely than anything else." "He sat with me some time," said Mrs. Rossitur. "I was afraid he would not overtake you." Tea was ready and only waiting for Mrs. Rossitur to come down the stairs, when Fleda, whose eye was carelessly running down the columns of the paper, uttered a sudden shout and covered her face with it. Hugh looked up in astonishment, but Fleda was beyond anything but exclamations, laughing and flushing to the very roots of her hair. "What is the matter, Fleda?" "Why," said Fleda, "how comical! I was just looking over the list of articles in the January number of the Excelsior." "The Excelsior?" said Hugh. "Yes, the magazine I sent my things to. I was running over their advertisement here, where they give a special puff of the publication in general and of several things in particular; and I saw, here they speak of 'a tale of thrilling interest by Mrs. Eliza Lothbury, unsurpassed,' and so forth, and so forth; another valuable communication from Mr. Charlton, whose first acute and discriminating paper all our readers will remember; the beginning of a new tale from the infallibly graceful pen of Miss Delia Lauriston. We are sure it will be so and so. The Wind's Voices by our new correspondent Hugh has a delicate sweetness that would do no discredit to some of our most honoured names.' What do you think of that?" What Hugh thought he did not say, but he looked delighted and came to read the grateful words for himself. "I did not know but what they had declined it utterly," said Fleda. "It was so long since I had sent it, and they had taken no notice of it; but it seems they kept it for the beginning of a new volume." "Would do no discredit to some of our most honoured names," said Hugh. "Dear Fleda, I am very glad, but it is no more than I expected." "Expected!" said Fleda, "when you had not seen a line. Hush, my dear Hugh, aren't you hungry?" The tea, with this spice to their appetites, was wonderfully relished, and Hugh and Fleda kept making despatches of secret pleasure and sympathy to each other's eyes, though Fleda's face after the first flush had faded was perhaps rather quieter than usual. Hugh's was illuminated. "Mr. Skillcorn is a smart man," said Barby, coming in with a package. "He has made out to go 2 miles in 2 hours and get back again safe." "More from the post office!" exclaimed Fleda, pouncing upon it. "Oh yes, there has been another mail. A letter for you, aunt Lucy, from uncle Rolf. We'll forgive him, Barby. And here's a letter for me from uncle Orrin. And yes, the Excelsior. Hugh, uncle Orrin said he would send it. Now for those blessed pine knots. Aunt Lucy, you shall be honoured with the one whole candle the house contains." The table soon cleared away, the basket of fat fuel was brought in, and 1 or 2 splinters being delicately insinuated between the sticks on the fire, a very brilliant illumination sprang out. Fleda sent a congratulatory look over to Hugh on the other side of the fireplace, as she cosily established herself on her little bench at one corner with her letter. He had the magazine. Mrs. Rossiter between them at the table with her one candle was already insensible to all outward things. And soon the other two were as delightfully absorbed. The bright light of the fire shone upon the 3 motionless and rapt figures, and getting no greeting from them, went off and danced on the old cupboard doors and paper hangings in a kindly hearty joviality that would have put any number of stately wax candles out of countenance. There was no poverty in the room that night, but the people were too busy to know how cosy they were, till Fleda was ready to look up from her note and Hugh had gone twice carefully over the new poem, when there was a sudden giving out of the pine splinters. New ones were supplied in eager haste and silence, and Hugh was beginning the Wind's Voices for the 3rd time, when a soft whispered "Hugh" across the fire made him look over to Fleda's corner. She was holding up with both hands a $5 bank note, and just shewing him her eyes over it. "What's that?" said Hugh in an energetic whisper. "I don't know," said Fleda, shaking her head comically. "I am told the Wind's Voices have blown it here, but privately I am afraid it is a windfall of another kind." "What?" said Hugh laughing. "Uncle Orrin says it is the first fruits of what I sent to the Excelsior, and that more will come. But I do not feel at all sure that it is entirely the growth of that soil." "I dare say it is," said Hugh. "I'm sure it is worth more than that. Dear Fleda, I like it so much." Fleda gave him such a smile of grateful affection, not at all as if she deserved his praise, but as if it was very pleasant to have. "What put it into your head? Anything in particular?" "No, nothing. I was looking out of the window one day and seeing the willow tree blow, and that looked over my shoulder, you know, as Hans Andersen says his stories did." "It is just like you, exactly as it can be." "Things put themselves into my head," said Fleda, tucking another splinter into the fire. "Isn't this better than a chandelier?" "10 times. And so much pleasanter for having got it ourselves. What a nice time we had, Hugh!" "Very. Now for the portfolio. Fleda, come, mother is fast, she won't see or hear anything." "What does father say, mother?" In answer to this they had the letter read, which indeed contained nothing remarkable beyond its strong expressions of affection to each one of the little family, a cordial which Mrs. Rossiter drank and grew strong upon in the very act of reading. It is a pity the medicine of kind words is not more used in the world, it has so much power. Then having folded up her treasure and talked a little while about it, Mrs. Rossiter caught up the magazine like a person who has been famished in that kind, and soon she and it and her tallow candle formed a trio apart from all the world again. Fleda and Hugh were safe to pass most mysterious looking little papers from hand to hand right before her, though they had the care to read them behind newspapers, and exchanges of thought and feeling went on more swiftly still, and softly, across the fire. Looks and smiles and whispers, and tears too, under cover of a Tribune and an Express. And the blaze would die down just when Hugh had got to the last verse of something, and then while impatiently waiting for the new pine splinters to catch he would tell Fleda how much he liked it, or how beautiful he thought it, and the whisper inquiries and critical questions, till the fire reached the fat vein and leaped up in defiant emulation of gas lights unknown, and then he would fall to again with renewed gusto, and Fleda hunted out in her portfolio what bits to give him first, and bade him as she gave them remember this and understand that, which was necessary to be borne in mind in the reading. And through all the brightening and fading blaze, and all the whispering, congratulating, explaining, and rejoicing going on at her side, Mrs. Rossitur and her tallow candle were devoted to each other, happily and engrossingly. At last, however, she flung the Magazine from her, and turning from the table sat looking into the fire with a rather uncommonly careful and unsatisfied brow. "What did you think of the second piece of poetry there, mother?" said Hugh. "That ballad, 'The Wind's Voices' it is called." "The Wind's Voices? I don't know. I didn't read it, I believe." "Why, mother, I liked it very much. Do read it. Read it aloud." Mrs. Rossitur took up the Magazine again abstractedly and read. "Mamma, what makes your face so sad? The sound of the wind makes me feel glad, But whenever it blows, as grave you look, As if you were reading a sorrowful book." "A sorrowful book I am reading, dear, A book of weeping and pain and fear, A book deep printed on my heart, Which I cannot read, but the tears will start. That breeze to my ear was soft and mild, Just so, when I was a little child, But now I hear in its freshing breath The voices of those that sleep in death." "Mamma," said the child with shaded brow, "what is this book you are reading now? And why do you read what makes you cry?" "My child, it comes up before my eye. 'Tis the memory, love, of a far off day, When my life's best friend was taken away, Of the weeks and months that my eyes were dim, Watching for tidings, watching for him. Many a year has come and passed, Since a ship sailed over the ocean fast, Bound for a port on England's shore she sailed, But was never heard of more. Mamma," and she closer pressed her side, "was that the time when my father died? Is it his ship you think you see? Dearest mamma, won't you speak to me?" The lady paused, but then calmly said, "Yes, Lucy, the sea was his dying bed, And now whenever I hear the blast I think again of that storm long past. The wind's fierce bowlings hurt not me, But I think how they beat on the pathless sea, Of the breaking mast, of the parting rope, Of the anxious strife, and the failing hope." "Mamma," said the child with streaming eyes, "My father has gone above the skies, And you tell me this world is mean and base, Compared with heaven, that blessed place. My daughter, I know, I believe it all, I would not his spirit to earth recall. The blessed one he, his storm was brief, Mine a long tempest of tears and grief. I have you, my darling, I should not sigh, I have one star more in my cloudy sky, The hope that we both shall join him there, In that perfect rest from weeping and care." "Well, mother, how do you like it?" said Hugh, whose eyes gave tender witness to his liking for it. "It is pretty," said Mrs. Rossitur. Hugh exclaimed, and Fleda, laughing, took it out of her hand. "Why, mother," said Hugh, "it is Fleda's." "Fleda's!" exclaimed Mrs. Rossitur, snatching the Magazine again. "My dear child, I was not thinking in the least of what I was reading. Fleda's!" She read it over anew, with swimming eyes this time, and then clasped Fleda in her arms and gave her, not words, but the better reward of kisses and tears. They remained so a long time, even till Hugh left them, and then Fleda released from her aunt's embrace, still crouched by her side with one arm in her lap. They both sat thoughtfully looking into the fire till it had burnt itself out, and nothing but a glowing bed of coals remained. "That is an excellent young man," said Mrs. Rossitur. "Who?" "Mr. Olmney. He sat with me some time after you had gone." "So you said before," said Fleda, wondering at the troubled expression of her aunt's face. "He made me wish," said Mrs. Rossitur hesitating, "that I could be something different from what I am. I believe I should be a good deal happier." The last word was hardly spoken. Fleda rose to her knees, and putting both arms about her aunt pressed face to face with a clinging sympathy that told how very near her spirit was, while tears from the eyes of both fell without measure. "Dear aunt Lucy, dear aunt Lucy, I wish you would I am sure you would be a great deal happier." But the mix of feelings was too much for Fleda. Her head sank lower on her aunt's bosom, and she wept aloud. "But I don't know anything about it," said Mrs. Rossitur as well as she could speak. "I am as ignorant as a child." "Dear aunty, that is nothing. God will teach you if you ask him. He has promised. Oh ask him, aunt Lucy. I know you would be happier. I know it is better, a million times, to be a child of God than to have everything in the world. If they only brought us that, I would be glad of all our troubles, indeed I would. But I don't think I ever did anything right in my life," said poor Mrs. Rossitur. "Dear aunt Lucy," said Fleda, straining her closer, with her very heart gushing out at these words, "dear aunty, Christ came for just such sinners, for just such as you and I." "You," said Mrs. Rossitur, but speech failed utterly, and with a muttered prayer that Fleda would help her, she sunk her head upon her shoulder and sobbed herself into quietness, or into exhaustion. The glow of the firelight faded away till only a faint sparkle was left in the chimney. There was not another word spoken, but when they rose up with such kisses as gave and took unuttered affection, counsel, and sympathy, they bade each other good night. Fleda went to her window, for the moon rode high and her childish habit had never been forgotten. But surely the face that looked out that night was as the face of an angel. In all the pouring moonbeams that filled the air she could see nothing but the flood of God's goodness on a dark world. And her heart that night had nothing but an unbounded and unqualified thanksgiving for all the gentle discipline they had felt, for every sorrow and weariness and disappointment, except besides the prayer, almost too deep to be put into words, that its due and hoped for fruit might be brought forth unto perfection. Chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 27. Sweet in its consequences. I become not a cart as well as another man, a plague on my bringing up. Shakespeare. Every day could not be as bright as the last, even by the help of pitch pine knots. They blazed indeed many a time, but the blaze shone upon faces that it could not sometimes light up. Matters drew gradually within a smaller and smaller compass. Another $5 came from uncle Orrin, and the hope of more, but these were carefully laid by to pay Philetus, and for all other wants of the household excepting those the farm supplied, the family were dependent on mere driblets of sums. None came from Mr. Rossiter. Hugh managed to collect a very little. That kept them from absolute distress. That, and Fleda's delicate instrumentality. Regular dinners were given up, fresh meat being now unheard of, unless when a kind neighbour made them a present, and appetite would have lagged sadly but for Fleda's untiring care. She thought no time nor pains ill bestowed which could prevent her aunt and Hugh from feeling the want of old comforts, and her nicest skill was displayed in varying the combinations of their very few and simple stores. The diversity and deliciousness of her bread stuffs, Barby said, was beyond everything, and a cup of rich coffee was found to cover all deficiencies of removes and entremets. And this was always served, Barby said further, as if the President of the United States was expected. Fleda never permitted the least slackness in the manner of doing this or anything else that she could control. Mr. Plumfield had sent down an opportune present of a fine porker. One cold day in the beginning of February Fleda was busy in the kitchen making something for dinner, and Hugh at another table was vigorously chopping sausage meat. "I should like to have some cake again," said Fleda. "Well, why don't you?" said Hugh, chopping away. "No eggs, Mr. Rossiter, and can't afford 'em at 2 shillings a dozen. I believe I'm getting discontented. I have a great desire to do something, to distinguish myself. I would make a plum pudding if I had raisins, but there is not one in the house." "You could get 'em up to Mr. Hemp's for 6 pence a pound," said Barby. But Fleda shook her head at the 6 pence, and went on moulding out her biscuits diligently. "I wish Philetus would make his appearance with the cows. It is a very odd thing they should be gone since yesterday morning, and no news of them." "I only hope the snow ain't so bright it'll blind his eyes," said Barby. "There he is this minute," said Hugh. "It is impossible to tell from his countenance whether successful or not." "Well, where are the cows, Mr. Skillcorn?" said Barby as he came in. "I have went all over town," said the person addressed, "and they ain't no place." "Have you asked news of them, Philetus?" "I have asked the hull town, and I have went all over till I was a'most beat out with the cold, and I ha'n't seen the first sight of 'em yet." Fleda and Hugh exchanged looks, while Barby and Mr. Skillcorn entered into an animated discussion of probabilities and impossibilities. "If we should be driven from our coffee dinners to tea with no milk in it," said Hugh softly in mock dismay. "Wouldn't," said Fleda. "We'd beat up an egg and put it in the coffee." "We couldn't afford it," said Hugh smiling. "Could cheaper than to keep the cows. I'll have some sugar at any rate. I'm determined. Philetus!" "Marm?" "I wish, when you have got a good pile of wood chopped, you would make some troughs to put under the maple trees. You know how to make them, don't you?" "I do." "I wish you would make some. You have pine logs out there large enough, haven't you?" "They hadn't ought to want much of it. There's some 'gregious big ones." "I don't know how many we shall want, but 100 or 2 at any rate, and the sooner the better. Do you know how much sugar they make from one tree?" "Wall, I don't," said Mr. Skillcorn, with the air of a person who was at fault on no other point. "The big trees give more than the little ones." Fleda's eyes flashed at Hugh, who took to chopping in sheer desperation, and the muscles of both gave them full occupation for 5 minutes. Philetus stood comfortably warming himself at the fire, looking first at one and then at the other, as if they were a show and he had paid for it. Barby grew impatient. "I guess this cold weather makes lazy people of me," she said, bustling about her fire with an amount of energy that was significant. It seemed to signify nothing to Philetus. He only moved a little out of the way. "Didenhover's cleared out," he burst forth at length abruptly. "What?" said Fleda and Barby at once, the broom and the biscuits standing still. "Mr. Didenhover." "What of him?" "He has took himself off out of town." "Where to?" "I can't tell you where to. He ain't coming back, 'tain't likely." "How do you know?" "'Cause he's took all his traps and went, and he said farming didn't pay and he wa'n't a going to have nothin' more to do with it. He telled Mrs. Simpson so. He lived to Mrs. Simpson's, and she telled Mr. Ten Eyck." "Are you sure, Philetus?" "Sure as 'lection. He telled Mrs. Simpson so, and she telled Mr. Ten Eyck, and he's cleared out." Fleda and Hugh again looked at each other. Mr. Skillcorn having now delivered himself of his news, went out to the wood yard. "I hope he hadn't carried off our cows along with him," said Barby, as she too went out to some other part of her premises. "He was to have made us quite a payment on the 1st of March," said Fleda. "Yes, and that was to have gone to uncle Orrin," said Hugh. "We shall not see a cent of it, and we wanted a little of it for ourselves. I have that money from the Excelsior, but I can't touch a penny of it, for it must go to Philetus's wages. What Barby does without hers I do not know. She has had but one $5 in 6 months. Why she stays I cannot imagine, unless it is for pure love." "As soon as the spring opens I can go to the mill again," said Hugh after a little pause. Fleda looked at him sorrowfully and shook her head as she withdrew her eyes. "I wish father would give up the farm," Hugh went on under his breath. "I cannot bear to live upon uncle Orrin so." Fleda's answer was to clasp her hands. Her only words were, "Don't say anything to aunt Lucy." "It is of no use to say anything to anybody," said Hugh, "but it weighs me to the ground, Fleda. If uncle Rolf doesn't come home by spring, I hope he will, but if he does not, I will take desperate measures. I will try farming myself, Hugh. I have thought of it, and I certainly will. I will get Earl Douglass or somebody else to play second fiddle, but I will have but one head on the farm, and I will try what mine is worth." "You could not do it, Fleda." One can do anything with a strong enough motive." "I'm afraid you'd be soon tired, Fleda." "Not if I succeeded. Not so tired as I am now." "Poor Fleda! I dare say you are tired." "It wasn't that I meant," said Fleda, slightly drawing her breath. "I meant this feeling of everything going wrong, and uncle Orrin, and all." "But you are weary," said Hugh affectionately. "I see it in your face." "Not so much body as mind after all. Oh Hugh, this is the worst part of being poor, the constant occupation of one's mind on a miserable succession of trifles. I am so weary sometimes. If I only had a nice book to rest myself for a while and forget all these things, I would give so much for it." "Dear Fleda, I wish you had." "That was one delight of being in New York. I forgot all about money from one end of it to the other. I put all that away, and not having to think of meals till I came to eat them. You can't think how tired I get of ringing the changes on pork and flour and Indian meal and eggs and vegetables." Fleda looked tired and pale, and Hugh looked sadly conscious of it. "Don't tell aunt Lucy I have said all this," she exclaimed after a moment rousing herself. "I don't always feel so, only once in a while I get such a fit, and now I have just troubled you by speaking of it." "You don't trouble any one in that way very often, dear Fleda," said Hugh, kissing her. "I ought not at all. You have enough else to think of. But it is a kind of relief sometimes. I like to do these things in general, only now and then I get tired, as I was just now, I suppose, and then one sees everything through a different medium." "I'm afraid it would tire you more to have the charge of Earl Douglass and the farm upon your mind, and mother could be of no help to you, nor I, if I am at the mill." "But there's Seth Plumfield. Oh, I've thought of it all. You don't know what I'm up to, Mr. Rossiter. You shall see how I will manage, unless uncle Rolf comes home, in which case I will very gladly forego all my honours and responsibilities together." "I hope he will come," said Hugh. But this hope was to be disappointed. Mr. Rossiter wrote again about the 1st of March, saying that he hoped to make something of his lands in Michigan, and that he had the prospect of being engaged in some land agencies which would make it worth while to spend the summer there. He bade his wife let anybody take the farm that could manage it and would pay, and to remit to Dr. Gregory whatever she should receive and could spare. He hoped to do something where he was. It was just then the beginning of the sugar season, and Mrs. Douglass having renewed and urged Earl's offer to help, Fleda sent Philetus down to ask him to come the next day with his team. Seth Plumfield's, which had drawn the wood in the winter, was now busy in his own sugar business. On Earl Douglass's ground there happened to be no maple trees. His lands were of moderate extent and almost entirely cultivated as a sheep farm; and Mr. Douglass himself, though in very comfortable circumstances, was in the habit of assisting, on advantageous terms, all the farmers in the neighbourhood. Philetus came back again in a remarkably short time, and announced that he had met Dr. Quackenboss in the way, who had offered to come with his team for the desired service. "Then you have not been to Mr. Douglass's?" "I have not," said Philetus. "I thought likely you wouldn't calculate to want him too." "How came the doctor to know what you were going for?" "I told him." "But how came you to tell him?" "Wall, I guess he had a mind to know," said Philetus, "so I didn't keep it no closer than I had to." "Well," said Fleda, biting her lips, "you will have to go down to Mr. Douglass's nevertheless, Philetus, and tell him the doctor is coming to morrow. But I should be very much obliged to him if he will be here next day. Will you?" "Yes, marm." "Now dear Hugh, will you make me those little spouts for the trees? Of some dry wood. You can get plenty out here. You want to split them up with a hollow chisel about 1/4 of an inch thick, and a little more than 1/2 an inch broad. Have you got a hollow chisel?" "No, but I can get one up the mill. Why must it be hollow?" "To make little spouts, you know, for the sap to run in. And then, my dear Hugh, they must be sharpened at one end so as to fit where the chisel goes in. I'm afraid I have given you a day's work of it. How sorry I am you must go to morrow to the mill, and yet I am glad too." "Why need you go round yourself with these people?" said Hugh. "I don't see the sense of it." "They don't know where the trees are," said Fleda. "I'm sure I do not. Do you?" "Perfectly well. And besides," said Fleda laughing, "I should have great doubts of the discreetness of Philetus's auger if it were left to his simple direction. I have no notion the trees would yield their sap as kindly to him as to me. But I didn't bargain for Dr. Quackenboss." Dr. Quackenboss arrived punctually the next morning with his oxen and sled, and by the time it was loaded with the sap troughs, Fleda in her black cloak and grey little hood came out of the house to the wood yard. Earl Douglass was there too, not with his team, but merely to see how matters stood and give advice. "Good day, Mr. Douglass," said the doctor. "You see I'm so fortunate as to have got the start of you." "Very good," said Earl contentedly. "You may have it. The start's one thing and the pull's another. I'm willin' anybody should have the start, but it takes a pull to know whether a man's got stuff in him or no." "What do you mean?" said the doctor. "I don't mean nothing at all. You make a start to day, and I'll come a hint and take the pull to morrow. Ha' you got anything to boil down in, Fleda? There's a potash kettle somewheres, ain't there? I guess there is. There is in most houses." "There is a large kettle I suppose large enough," said Fleda. "That'll do, I guess. Well, what do you calculate to put the syrup in? Ha' you got a big cask or plenty of tubs in that? Or will you sugar off the whole lot every night and fix it that way? You must do one thing or t'other, and it's good to know what you're going to do afore you come to do it." "I don't know, Mr. Douglass," said Fleda. "Whichever is the best way. We have no cask large enough, I'm afraid." "Well, I tell you what I'll do. I know where there's a tub, and where there ain't using it nother, and I reckon I can get 'em to let me have it. I reckon I can. And I'll go round for it and fetch it here to morrow morning when I come with the team. Won't be much out of my way. It's more handier to leave the sugaring off till the next day, and it had ought to have a settling besides. Where'll you have your fire built, indoors or out?" "Out, I would rather, if we can. But can we?" "La, 'tain't nothing easier. It's as easy out as in. All you have got to do is to take and roll a couple of pretty sized billets for your fireplace, and stick a couple of crotch sticks for to hang the kittle over. I'd as lieve have it out as in, and if anything a little lievier. If you'll lend me Philetus, me and him'll fix it all ready agin you come back. 'Tain't no trouble at all, and if the sticks ain't here we'll go into the woods after 'em, and have it all sot up." But Fleda represented that the services of Philetus were just then in requisition, and that there would be no sap brought home till to morrow. "Very good," said Earl amicably, "very good. It's just as easy done one day as another. It don't make no difference to me, and if it makes any difference to you, of course we'll leave it to day, and there'll be time enough to do it to morrow. Me and him'll knock it up in a whistle. What's them little shingles for?" Fleda explained the use and application of Hugh's mimic spouts. He turned one about, whistling, while he listened to her. "That's some o' Seth Plumfield's new jigs, ain't it? I wonder if he thinks now the sap's a going to run any sweeter out o' that 'ere than it would off the end of a chip that wa'n't quite so handsome." "No, Mr. Douglass," said Fleda smiling, "he only thinks that this will catch a little more." "His sugar won't never tell where it come from," remarked Earl, throwing the spout down. "Well, you shall see me a more to morrow. Good bye, Dr. Quackenboss." "Do you contemplate the refining process?" said the doctor as they moved off. "I have often contemplated the want of it," said Fleda, "but it is best not to try to do too much. I should like to make sure of something worth refining in the first place." "Mr. Douglass and I," said the doctor, "I hope he's a very good hearted man, Miss Fleda, but he wouldn't suffer loss from a little refining himself. You rascal, where are you going? I tell ye " "I am very sorry, Dr. Quackenboss," said Fleda, when she had the power and the chance to speak again. "I am very sorry you should have to take this trouble, but unfortunately the art of driving oxen is not among Mr. Skillcorn's accomplishments." "My dear Miss Ringan," said the doctor, I nothing, I assure you, could give me greater pleasure than to drive my oxen to any place where you would like to have them go." Poor Fleda wished she could have dispatched them and him in one direction while she took another. The art of driving oxen quietly was certainly not among the doctor's accomplishments. She was almost deafened. She tried to escape from the immediate din by running before to show Philetus about tapping the trees and fixing the little spouts. But it was a longer operation than she had counted upon, and by the time they were ready to leave the tree the doctor was gee hawing alongside of it. and then if the next maple was not within sight she could not in decent kindness leave him alone. The oxen went slowly, and though Fleda managed to have no delay longer than to throw down a trough as the sled came up with each tree which she had and Philetus tapped, the business promised to make a long day of it. It might have been a pleasant day in pleasant company, but Fleda's spirits were down to set out with, and Dr. Quackenboss was not the person to give them the needed spring. His long-winded complimentary speeches had not interest enough even to divert her. She felt that she was entering upon an untried and most weighty undertaking, charging her time and thoughts with a burthen they could well spare. Her energies did not flag, but the spirit that should have sustained them was not strong enough for the task. It was a blustering day of early March, with that uncompromising brightness of sky and land which has no shadow of sympathy with a heart overcast. The snow still lay a foot thick over the ground, thawing a little in sunny spots, the trees quite bare and brown, the buds even of the early maples hardly showing colour, the blessed evergreens alone doing their utmost to redeem the waste, and speaking of patience and fortitude that can brave the blast and outstand the long waiting and cheerfully bide the time when "the winter shall be over and gone." Poor Fleda thought they were like her in their circumstances, but she feared she was not like them in their strong endurance. She looked at the pines and the hemlocks as she passed, as if they were curious preachers to her, and when she had a chance she prayed quietly that she might stand faithfully like them to cheer a desolation far worse, and she feared far more abiding than snows could make or melt away. She thought of Hugh alone in his mill work that rough chilly day, when the wind stalked through the woods and over the country as if it had been the personification of March just come of ape and taking possession of his domains. She thought of her uncle, doing what? In Michigan, leaving them to fight with difficulties as they might. Why? And her gentle aunt at home, sad and alone, pining for the want of them all, but most of him, and fading with their fortunes. And Fleda's thoughts travelled about from one to the other, and dwelt with them all by turns till she was heartsick, and tears fell hot in the snow many a time when her eyes had a moment's shield from the doctor and his somewhat more obtuse coadjutor. She felt half superstitiously as if with her taking the farm were beginning the last stage of their falling prospects, which would leave them with none of hope's colouring. Not that in the least she doubted her own ability and success, but her uncle did not deserve to have his affairs prosper under such a system, and she had no faith that they would. "It is most grateful," said the doctor, with that sideway twist of his jaw and his head at once in harmony, "it is a most grateful thing to see such a young lady what are you about? Then it is a most grateful thing to see" But Fleda was not at his side. She had bounded away and was standing under a great maple tree a little ahead, making sure that Philetus screwed his auger up into the tree instead of down, which he had several times showed an unreasonable desire to do. The doctor had steered his oxen by her little grey hood and black cloak all the day. He made for it now. "Have we arrived at the termination of our adventure?" said he as he came up and threw down the last trough. "Why no, sir," said Fleda, "for we have yet to get home again." "'Tain't so fur going that way as if we're this'n," said Philetus. "My, ain't I glad!" "Glad of what?" said the doctor. "Here's Miss Ringan's walked the whole way, and she a lady. Ain't you ashamed to speak of being tired?" "I ha'n't said the first word of being tired," said Philetus in an injured tone of voice, "but a man ha'n't no right to kill hisself if he ain't a gal." "I'll qualify to your being safe enough," said the doctor. "But Miss Ringan, my dear, you you have lost something since you came out." "What?" said Fleda laughing. "Not my patience?" "No," said the doctor, "no, you're an angel; but your cheeks, my dear Miss Ringan, show that you have exceeded your "Not my intentions, doctor," said Fleda lightly. "I am very well satisfied with our day's work and with my share of it, and a cup of coffee will make me quite up again. Don't look at my cheeks till then." "I shall disobey you constantly," said the doctor, But my dear Miss Fleda, we must give you some felicities for reaching home, or Mrs. Rossiter will be distressed when she sees them. Might I propose that you should just bear your weight on this wood sled and let my oxen and me have the honour? The cup of coffee, I am confident, would be at your lips considerably earlier." "The sun won't be a great height by the time we get there," said Philetus in a cynical manner, "and I ha'n't took the first thing to day." "Well, who has?" said the doctor. "You ain't the only one. Follow your nose down hill, Mr. Skillcorn, and it'll smell supper directly. Now, my dear Miss Ringan, will you?" Fleda hesitated, but her relaxed energies warned her not to despise a homely mode of relief. The wood sled was pretty clean, and the road decently good over the snow, so Fleda gathered her cloak about her and sat down flat on the bottom of the rustic vehicle, too grateful for the rest to care if there had been a dozen people to laugh at her. But the doctor was only delighted, and Philetus regarded every social phenomenon as coolly and in the same business light as he would the butter to his bread, or any other infallible everyday matter. Fleda was very glad presently that she had taken this plan, for besides the rest of body she was happily relieved from all necessity of speaking. The doctor, though but a few paces off, was perfectly given up to the care of his team, in the intense anxiety to shew his skill and gallantry in saving her harmless from every ugly place in the road that threatened a jar or a plunge. Why his oxen didn't go distracted was a question, but the very vehemence and irritation of his cries at last drowned itself in Fleda's ear, and she could hear it like the wind's roaring without thinking of it. She presently subsided to that, with a weary frame and with that peculiar quietness of spirits that comes upon the ending of a day's work in which mind and body have both been busily engaged, and the sudden ceasing of any call upon either. Fancy asked no leave and dreamily roved hither and thither between the material and the spirit world, the will too subdued to stir. Days gone by came marshalling their scenes and their actors before her. Again she saw herself a little child under those same trees that stretched their great black arms over her head, and swaying their tops in the wind seemed to beckon her back to the past. They talked of their old owner, whose steps had so often passed beneath them with her own light tread, light now, but how dancing then, by his side, and of her father whose hand perhaps had long ago tapped those very trees where she had noticed the old closed up sores of the axe. At any rate his boyhood had rejoiced there, and she could look back to one time at least in his manhood when she had taken a pleasant walk with him in summer weather among those same woods, in that very ox track she believed. Gone, 2 generations that she had known there, hopes and fears and disappointments akin to her own, at rest, as hers would be, and how sedately the old trees stood telling her of it, and waving their arms in grave and gentle commenting on the folly of anxieties that came and went with the wind. Fleda agreed to it all. She heard all they said, and her own spirit was as sober and quiet as their quaint moralizing. She felt as if it would never dance again. The wind had greatly abated of its violence, as if satisfied with the show of strength it had given in the morning. It seemed willing to make no more commotion that day. The sun was far on his way to the horizon, and many a broad hillside slope was in shadow. The snow had blown or melted from off the stones and rocks, leaving all their roughness and barrenness unveiled, and the white crust of snow that lay between them looked a cheerless waste in the shade of the wood and the hill. But there were other spots where the sunbeams struck and bright streams of light ran between the trees, smiling and making them smile. And as Fleda's eyes rested there another voice seemed to say, "At evening time it shall be light," and "Sorrow may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning." She could have cried, but spirits were too absolutely at an ebb. She knew this was partly physical, because she was tired and faint, but it could not the better be overcome. Yet those streaks of sunlight were pleasant company, and Fleda watched them, thinking how bright they used to be once, till the oxen and sled came out from the woods, and she could see the evening colours on the hilltops beyond the village, lighting up the whole landscape with promise of the morrow. She thought her day had seen its brightest, but she thought too that if she must know sorrows it was a very great blessing to know them at Queechy. The smoke of the chimney tops came in sight, and Fancy went home, a few minutes before her. "I wonder what you'll take and do to yourself next," said Barby in extreme vexation when she saw her come in. "You're as white as the wall, and as cold, ain't you? I'd ha' let Philetus cut all the trees and drink all the sap afterwards. I wonder which you think is the worst, the want o' you or the want o' sugar?" A day's headache was pretty sure to visit Fleda after any over exertion or exhaustion, and the next day justified Barby's fears. She was the quiet prisoner of pain, but Earl Douglass and Mr. Skillcorn could now do without her in the woods, and her own part of the trouble Fleda always took with speechless patience. She had the mixed comfort that love could bestow, Hugh's sorrowful kiss and look before setting off for the mill, Mrs. Rossiter's caressing care, and Barby's softened voice and sympathizing hand on her brow, and hearty heart-speaking kiss; and poor little King lay all day with his head in her lap, casting grave wistful glances up at his mistress's face and licking her hand with intense affection, when even in her distress it stole to his head to reward and comfort him. He never would budge from her side or her feet till she could move herself and he knew that she was well. As sure as King came trotting into the kitchen Barby used to look into the other room and say, "So you're better, ain't you, Fleda? I knowed it." After hours of suffering the fit was at last over, and in the evening, though looking and feeling racked, Fleda would go out to see the sap boilers. Earl Douglass and Philetus had had a very good day of it, and now were in full blast with the evening part of the work. The weather was mild, and having the stay of Hugh's arm, Fleda grew too amused to leave them. It was a very pretty scene. The sap boilers had planted themselves near the cellar door on the other side of the house from the kitchen door and the wood yard, the casks and tubs for syrup being under cover there, and there they had made a most picturesque workplace. 2 strong crotched sticks were stuck in the ground some 6 or 8 feet apart, and a pole laid upon them, to which by the help of some very rustic hooks 2 enormous iron kettles were slung. Under them a fine fire of smallish split sticks were doing duty, kept in order by a couple of huge logs which walled it in on the one side and on the other. It was a dark night, and the fire painted all this in strong lights and shadows, threw a faint fading aurora like light over the snow beyond the shade of its log barriers, glimmered by turns upon the paling of the garden fence, whenever the dark figures that were passing and repassing between gave it a chance, and invested the cellar opening and the outstanding corner of the house with striking and unwonted dignity, in a light that revealed nothing except to the imagination. Nothing was more fancifully dignified or more quaintly travestied by the light than the figures around it, busy and flitting about and showing themselves in every novel variety of grouping and colouring. There was Earl Douglass, not a hair different from what he was every day in reality, but with his dark skin and eyes, and a hat that like its master had concluded to abjure all fashions, and perhaps for the same reason he looked now like any bandit, and now in a more pacific view could pass for nothing less than a Spanish shepherd at least, with an iron ladle and lieu of crook. There was Dr. Quackenboss, who had come too, determined, as Earl said, to keep his end up. Excessively bland and busy and important, the fire would throw his one-sidedness of feature into such aspects of gravity or sternness that Fleda could make nothing of him but a poor clergyman or a poor schoolmaster alternately. Philetus, who was kept handing about a bucket of sap or trudging off for wood, defied all comparison. He was Philetus still, but when Barby came once or twice and peered into the kettle, her strong features with the handkerchief she always wore about her head were lit up into a very handsome gypsy. Fleda stood some time unseen in the shadow of the house to enjoy the sight, and then went forward on the same principle that a sovereign princess shows herself to her army, to grace and reward the labours of her servants. The doctor was profuse in inquiries after her health, and Earl informed her of the success of the day. "We've had first-rate weather," he said. "I don't want to see no better weather for sugar making. It's as good kind o' weather as you need to have. It freezes everything up tight in the night, and it threw in the sun this morning as soon as the sun was anywhere. The trees couldn't do no better than they have done. I guess we hadn't got much this side of 200 gallons. I ain't sure about it, but that's what I think, and there's nigh 200 gallons we fetched down. I'll qualify to better than 150, or 160 either. We should ha' had more yet if Mr. Skillcorn hadn't managed to spill over one cask of it. I reckon he wanted it for sass for his chicken." "Now, Mr. Douglass," said Philetus in a comical tone of deprecation. "It is an uncommonly fine lot of sugar trees," said the doctor, "and they stood so on the ground as to give great felicities to the oxen. Now, Fleda," Earl went on, busy all the while with his iron ladle in dipping the boiling sap from one kettle into the other, "you know how this is fixed when we've done all we've got to do with it? It must be strained out of this biler into a cask or a tub or something nother, anything that'll hold it, and stand a day or so. You may strain it through a cotton cloth or through a woollen cloth or through any kind of a cloth, and let it stand to settle, and then when it's biled down, Barby knows about biling down, you can tell when it's come to the sugar, when the yellow blobbers rises thick to the top and puffs off, and then it's time to try it in cold water. It's best to be a little the right side of the sugar and stop before it's done too much, for the molasses will drain off afterwards." "It must be clarified in the common cement," put in the doctor. "O, of course it must be clarified," said Earl. "Barby knows about clarifying. That's when you first put it on. You had ought to throw in a teeny drop of milk for to clear it. Milk's as good as most anything, or if you can get it, calf's blood's better." "Eggs would be a more preferable ingredient on the present occasion, I presume," said the doctor. "Miss Ringgan's delicacy would be would shrink from and the albumum of eggs will answer all the same purpose." "Well, anyhow you like to fix it," said Earl. "Eggs or calf's blood. I won't quarrel with you about the eggs, though I never heerd of blue ones afore, except the robins and bluebirds, and I've heerd say the swamp blackbird lays a handsome blue egg, but I never happened to see the nest myself. And there's the chipping sparrow, but you'd want to rob all the birds' nests in creation to get enough of 'em, and they ain't here in sugar time nother. But anyhow, any eggs'll do I s'pose if you can get 'em, or milk'll do if you hadn't nothin' else. And after it is turned out into the barrel you just let it stand still a spell till it begins to grain and look clean on top." "May I suggest an improvement?" said the doctor. "Many persons are of the opinion that if you take and stir it up well from the bottom for a length of time it will help the coagulation of the particles. I believe that is the practice of Mr. Plumfield and others." "'Tain't the practice of as good men as him, and as good sugar bilers besides," said Earl, "though I don't mean to say nothin' agin Seth Plumfield nor agin his sugar, for the both is as good as you'd need to have. He's a good man and he's a good farmer. There ain't no better man in town than Seth Plumfield, nor no better farmer, nor no better sugar nother. But I hope there's as good, and I've seen as handsome sugar that wasn't stirred as I'd want to see or eat either." "It would lame a man's arm the worst kind," said Philetus. Fleda stood listening to the discussion and smiling, when Hugh suddenly wheeling about brought her face to face with Mr. Olmney. "I have been sitting some time with Mrs. Rossiter," he said, "and she rewarded me with permission to come and look at you. I mean, not that I wanted a reward, for certainly I did not." "Ah, Mr. Olmney," said Fleda laughing, "you are served right. You see how dangerous it is to meddle with such equivocal things as compliments. But we are worth looking at, aren't we? I have been standing here this half hour." He did not say this time what he thought. "Pretty, isn't it?" said Fleda. "Stand a little further back, Mr. Olmney. Isn't it quite a wild looking scene in that peculiar light and with the snowy background? Look at Philetus now with the bundle of sticks. Hugh, isn't he exactly like some of the figures in the old pictures of the martyrdoms, bringing billets to feed the fire? That old martyrdom of St. Lawrence, whose was it? Spagnoletto, at Mrs. Decatur's, don't you recollect? It is fine, isn't it, Mr. Olmney?" "I'm afraid," said he, shaking his head a little, "my eye wants training. I have not been once in your company, I believe, without your shewing me something I could not see." "That young lady, sir," said Dr. Quackenboss from the far side of the fire where he was busy giving it more wood, "that young lady, sir, is a patron to her to all young ladies." "A patron?" said Mr. Olmney. "Passively, not actively, the doctor means," said Fleda softly. "Well, I won't say but she's a good girl," said Mr. Douglass in an abstracted manner, busy with his iron ladle. "She means to be a good girl. She's as clever a girl as you need to have." Nobody's gravity stood this, excepting Philetus, in whom the principle of fun seemed not to be developed. "Miss Ringan, sir," Dr. Quackenboss went on with a most benign expression of countenance, "Miss Ringan, sir, Mr. Olmney, sets an example to all ladies who have had elegant advantages. She gives her patronage to the agricultural interest in society." "Not exclusively, I hope," said Mr. Olmney, smiling and making the question with his eye of Fleda, but she did not meet it. "You know," she said rather quickly and drawing back from the fire, "I am of an agricultural turn perforce. In uncle Ralph's absence I am going to be a farmer myself." "So I have heard. So Mrs. Rossiter told me. But I fear, pardon me, you do not look fit to grapple with such a burden of care." Hugh sighed, and Fleda's eyes gave Mr. Olmney a hint to be silent. "I am not going to grapple with anything, sir. I intend to take things easily." "I wish I could take an agricultural turn too," said he smiling, "and be of some service to you." "Oh, I shall have no lack of service," said Fleda gayly. "I am not going unprovided into the business. There is my cousin Seth Plumfield, who has engaged himself to be my counsellor and instructor in general. I could not have a better, and Mr. Douglass is to be my right hand, I occupying only the quiet and unassuming post of the will, to convey the orders of the head to the hand. And for the rest, sir, there is Philetus." Mr. Olmney looked, half laughing, at Mr. Skillcorn, who was at that moment standing with his hands on his sides, eyeing with concentrated gravity the movements of Earl Douglass and the doctor. "Don't shake your head at him," said Fleda. "I wish you had come an hour earlier, Mr. Olmney." "Why?" "I was just thinking of coming out here," said Fleda, her eyes flashing with hidden fun, "and Hugh and I were both standing in the kitchen when we heard a tremendous shout from the wood yard. Don't laugh, or I can't go on. We all ran out towards the lantern which we saw standing there, and so soon as we got near we heard Philetus singing out, 'Ho, Miss Elster, I'm dreadfully on't!' Why he called upon Barby I don't know, unless from some notion of her general efficiency, though to be sure he was nearer her than the sap boilers, and perhaps thought her aid would come quickest. And he was in a hurry, for the cries came thick, 'Miss Elster, here, I'm dreadfully on't!'" "I don't understand." "No," said Fleda, whose amusement seemed to be increased by the gentleman's want of understanding, "and neither did we till we came up to him. The silly fellow had been sent up for more wood, and splitting a log he had put his hand in to keep the cleft instead of a wedge, and when he took out the axe the wood pinched him, and he had the fate of Milo before his eyes, I suppose, and could do nothing but roar. You should have seen the supreme indignation with which Barby took the axe and released him with, 'You're a smart man, Mr. Skillcorn.'" "What was the fate of Milo?" said Mr. Olmney presently. "Don't you remember? The famous wrestler that in his old age, trying to break open a tree, found himself not strong enough, and the wood closing upon his hands held him fast till the wild beast came and made an end of him. The figure of our unfortunate woodcutter, though, was hardly so dignified as that of the old athlete in the statue. Dr. Quackenboss and Mr. Douglass, you will come in and see us when this troublesome business is done?" "It'll be a pretty spell yet," said Earl, "but the doctor he can go in. He ha'n't nothing to do. It don't take more'n half a dozen men to keep one pot a bilin'." "Ain't there 10 on 'em, Mr. Douglass?" said Philetus. CHAPTer 27
Chapter 28 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 28 The Brook's Old Song and the New. He that has light within his own clear breast may sit in the centre and enjoy bright day. Milton. The farming plan succeeded beyond Fleda's hopes, thanks not more to her wisdom than to the nice tact with which the wisdom was brought into play. The one was eked out with Seth Plumfield's, the other was all her own. Seth was indefatigably kind and faithful. After his own day's work was done he used to walk down to see Fleda. go with her often to view the particular field or work just then in question, and give her the best counsel dictated by great sagacity and great experience. It was given too with equal frankness and intelligence, so that Fleda knew the steps she took and could maintain them against the prejudice or ignorance of her subordinates. But Fleda's delicate handling stood her yet more in stead than her strength. Earl Douglass was sometimes unmanageable, and held out in favour of an old custom or a prevailing opinion in spite of all the weight of testimony and light of discovery that could be brought to bear upon him. Fleda would let the thing go, but seizing her opportunity another time she would ask him to try the experiment, on a piece of the ground, so pleasantly and skilfully that Earl could do nothing but shut his mouth and obey, like an animal fairly stroked into good humour. And as Fleda always forgot to remind him that she had been right and he wrong, he forgot it too, and presently took to the new way kindly. In other matters he could be depended on, and the seed time and harvest prospered well. There was hope of making a good payment to Dr. Gregory in the course of a few months. As the spring came forward Fleda took care that her garden should, both gardens indeed. There she and Philetus had the game in their own hands, and beautifully it was managed. Hugh had full occupation at the mill. Many a dollar this summer was earned by the loads of fine fruit and vegetables which Philetus carried to Montepoole, and accident opened a new source of revenue. When the courtyard was in the full blaze of its beauty, one day an admiring passer by modestly inquired if a few of those exquisite flowers might be had for money. They were given him most cheerfully that time, but the demand returned, accompanied by the offer, and Fleda obliged herself not to decline it. A trial it was to cut her rosins and jessamines for anything but her own or her friend's pleasure, but according to custom she bore it without hesitation. The place became a resort for all the flower lovers who happened to be staying at the Pool, and rose leaves were changed into silver pennies as fast as in a fairy tale. But the delicate mainspring that kept all this machinery in order suffered from too severe a strain. There was too much running, too much considering, too much watchfulness. In the garden pulling peas and seeing that Philetus weeded the carrots right; in the field or the woodyard consulting and arranging or maybe debating with Earl Douglass, who acquired by degrees an unwonted and concentrated respect for womankind in her proper person; breakfast waiting for her often before she came in the house her old housewifery concerns, her share in Barby's cares or difficulties, her sweet countenancing and cheering of her aunt, her dinner, her work; then when evening came, budding her roses or tying her carnations or weeding or raking the ground between them, where Philetus could do nothing, or training her multiflora and sweetbriar branches; and then often, after all, walking up to the mill to give Hugh a little earlier a home smile and make his way down pleasant. No wonder if the energies which owed so much of their strength to love's nerving should at last give out, and Fleda's evening be passed in wearied slumbers. No wonder if many a day was given up to the forced quietude of a headache, the more grievous to Fleda because she knew that her aunt and Hugh always found the day dark that was not lightened by her sunbeam. How brightly it shone out the moment the cloud of pain was removed, winning the shadow from their faces and a smile to their lips, though Solitude always saw her own settle into a gravity as fixed as it was soft. "You have been doing too much, Fleda," said Mrs. Rossitur one morning when she came in from the garden. "I didn't know it would take me so long," said Fleda, drawing a long breath, "but I couldn't help it. I had those celery plants to prick out, and then I was helping Philetus to plant another patch of corn." "He might have done that without help, I should think." "But it must be put in to day, and he had other things to do." "And then you were at your flowers?" "Oh well, budding a few roses, that's only play. It was time they were done. But I am tired, and I am going up to see Hugh. It will rest me and him too." The gardening frock and gloves were exchanged for those of ordinary wear, and Fleda set off slowly to go up to the saw mill. She stopped a moment when she came upon the bridge, to look off to the right where the waters of the little run came hurrying along through a narrow wooded chasm in the hill, murmuring to her of the time when a little child's feet had paused there and a child's heart danced to its music. The freshness of its song was unchanged, the glad rush of its waters was as joyous as ever, but the spirits were quieted that used to answer it with sweeter freshness and lighter joyousness. Its faint echo of the old time laugh was blended now in Fleda's ear with a gentle wail for the rushing days and swifter fleeing delights of human life. Gentle, faint, but clear; she could hear it very well. Taking up her walk again with a step yet slower and a brow yet more quiet, she went on till she came in sight of the little mill, and presently above the noise of the brook could hear the saw going. To her childish ears what a signal of pleasure that had always been; and now she sighed and stopping at a little distance looked for Hugh. He was there; she saw him in a moment going forward to stop the machinery, the piece of timber in hand having walked its utmost length up to the saw. She saw him throwing aside the new cut board and adjusting what was left till it was ready for another march up to headquarters. When it stopped the second time Fleda went forward. Hugh must have been busy in his own thoughts, for he did not see her until he had again adjusted the log and set the noisy works in motion. She stood still. Several huge timbers lay close by, ready for the saw, and on one of them, where he had been sitting, Fleda saw his Bible lying open. As her eye went from it to him it struck her heart with a pang that he looked tired, and that there was something of delicacy, even of fragility, in the air of face and figure both. He came to meet her and welcomed her with a smile that coming upon this feeling set Fleda's heart a quivering. Hugh's smile was always one of very great sweetness, though never unshadowed; there was often something ethereal in its pure gentleness. This time it seemed even sweeter than usual, but though not sadder, perhaps less sad. Fleda could hardly command herself to reply to it. She could not at the moment speak. Her eye glanced at his open book. "Yes, it rests me," he said answering her. "Rests you, dear Hugh?" He smiled again. "Here is somebody else that wants resting, I am afraid," said he, placing her gently on the log; and before she had found anything to say he went off again to his machinery. Fleda sat looking at him and trying to clear her bosom of its thick breathing. "What has brought you up here through the hot sun?" said he, coming back after he had stopped the saw and sitting down beside her. Fleda's lip moved nervously and her eye shunned meeting his. Softly pushing back the wet hair from his temples she said, "I had one of my fits of doing nothing at home. I didn't feel very bright, and thought perhaps you didn't; so on the principle that two negatives make an affirmative." "I feel bright," said Hugh gently. Fleda's eye came down to his, which was steady and clear as the reflection of the sky in Deepwater Lake, and then hers fell lower. "Why don't you, dear Fleda?" "I believe I'm a little tired," Fleda said, trying but in vain to command herself and look up; and there are states of body when anything almost is enough to depress one. "And what depresses you now?" said he, very steadily and quietly. "Oh I was feeling a little down about things in general," said Fleda in a choked voice, trying to throw off her load with a long breath. "It's because I'm tired, I suppose." "I felt so too, a little while ago," said Hugh, "but I have concluded to give all that up, Fleda." Fleda looked at him. Her eyes were swimming full, but his were clear and gentle as ever, only glistening a little in sympathy with hers. "I thought all was going wrong with us," he went on, "but I found it was only I that was wrong, and since that I have been quite happy, Fleda." Fleda could not speak to him. His words made her pain worse. "I told you this rested me," said he, reaching across her for his book, "and now I am never weary long. Shall I rest you with it? What have you been troubling yourself about to day?" She did not answer while he was turning over the leaves, and he then said, "Do you remember this, Fleda? 'Truly God is good to Israel, even to them that are of a clean heart.'" Fleda bent her head down upon her hands. "I was moody and restless the other day," said Hugh, "desponding of everything, and then I came upon this psalm, and it made me ashamed of myself. I had been disbelieving it, and because I could not see how things were going to work good, I thought they were going to work evil. I thought we were wearing out our lives alone here in a wearisome way, and I forgot that it must be the very straightest way that we could get home.
I am sure we shall not want anything that will do us good, and the rest I am willing to want. I am sure we shall not want anything that will do us good, and the rest I am willing to want. And so are you, Fleda?" Fleda squeezed his hand. That was all. For a minute he was silent, and then went on, without any change of tone. "I had a notion a while ago that I should like it if it were possible for me to go to college, but I am quite satisfied now. I have good time and opportunity to furnish myself with a better kind of knowledge that I shall want where college learning wouldn't be of much use to me; and I can do it, I dare say, better here in this mill than if we'd stayed in New York and I had lived in our favourite library." "But dear Hugh," said Fleda, who did not like this speech in any sense of it, "the two things do not clash. The better man the better Christian always, other things being equal. The more precious kind of knowledge should not make one undervalue the less." "No," he said, but the extreme quietness and simplicity of his reply smote Fleda's fears. It answered her words and waived her thought. She dared not press him further. She sat looking over the road with an aching heart. "You haven't taken enough of my medicine," said Hugh smiling. "Listen, Fleda. 'All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth unto such as keep his covenant and his testimonies.'" But that made Fleda cry again. "All his paths, Fleda. Then whatever may happen to you, and whatever may happen to me or to any of us, I can trust him. I am willing one should have the world, if I may have what Abraham had. Fear not, I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward; and I believe I shall, Fleda, for it is not the hungry that he has threatened to send empty away." Fleda could say nothing, and Hugh just then said no more. For a little while, near and busy though thoughts might be, tongues were silent. Fleda was crying quietly, the utmost she could do being to keep it quiet. Hugh, more quietly, was considering again the strong pillars on which he had laid his hope, and trying their strength and beauty, till all other things were to him as the mist rolling off from the valley is to the man planted on a watch tower. His meditations were interrupted by the tramp of horse, and a party of riders male and female came past them up the hill. Hugh looked on as they went by. Fleda's head was not raised. "There are some people enjoying themselves," said Hugh. "After all, dear Fleda, we should be very sorry to change places with those gay riders. I would not for 1,000 worlds give my hope and treasure for all other they can possibly have, in possession or prospect." "No indeed!" said Fleda energetically and trying to rouse herself; "and besides that, Hugh, we have as it is a great deal more to enjoy than most other people. We are so happy in each other," she was going to say, but the words choked her. "Those people looked very hard at us, or at one of us," said Hugh. "It must have been you, I think, Fleda." "They are welcome," said Fleda. "They couldn't have made much out of the back of my sun bonnet." "Well, dear Fleda, I must content myself with little more than looking at you now, for Mr. Winegar is in a hurry for his timber to be sawn, and I must set this noisy concern going again." Fleda sat and watched him with rising and falling hopes and fears, forcing her lips to a smile when he came near her, and hiding her tears at other times, till the shadows stretching well to the east of the meridian admonished her that she had been there long enough, and she left him still going backward and forward tending the saw. As she went down the hill she pressed involuntarily her hands upon her heart, for the dull heavy pain there, but that was no plaster for it, and when she got to the bridge the soft singing of the little brook was just enough to shake her spirits from the doubtful poise they had kept. Giving one hasty glance along the road and up the hill to make sure that no one was near, she sat down on a stone in the edge of the woods and indulged in such weeping as her gentle eyes rarely knew; for the habit of patience so cultivated for others' sake constantly rewarded her own life with its sweet fruits. But deep and bitter in proportion was the flow of the fountain once broken up. She struggled to remind herself that Providence runneth not on broken wheels. She struggled to repeat to herself what she did not doubt, that all the ways of the Lord are mercy and truth to his people. In vain. The slight check for a moment to the torrent of grief but gave it greater head to sweep over the barrier. and the self-reproach that blamed its violence and needlessness only made the flood more bitter. Nature fought against patience for a while, but when the loaded heart had partly relieved itself patience came in again, and she rose up to go home. It startled her exceedingly to find Mr. Olmney standing before her, and looking so sorrowful that Fleda's eyes could not bear it. "My dear Miss Ringgan, forgive me, I hope you will forgive me, but I could not leave you in such distress. I knew that in you it could only be from some very serious cause of grief." "I cannot say it is from anything new, Mr. Olmney, except to my apprehensions." "You are all well?" he said inquiringly, after they had walked a few steps in silence. "Well? Yes, sir," said Fleda hesitatingly, "but I do not think that Hugh looks very well." The trembling of her voice told him her thought, but he remained silent. "You have noticed it?" she said hastily looking up. "I think you told me he was always delicate? And have you noticed him looking so lately, Mr. Olmney? I have thought so, but you say he always was that. If you will permit me to say so, I have thought the same of you, Miss Fleda." Fleda was silent. Her heart ached again. "We would gladly save each other from every threatening trouble," said Mr. Olmney after a pause, "but it ought to content us that we do not know how. Hugh is in good hands, my dear Miss Ringgan." "I know it, sir," said Fleda, unable quite to keep back her tears, "and I know very well this thread of our life will not bear the strain always, and I know that the strands must in all probability part unevenly, and I know it is in the power of no blind fate, but that does not lessen our clinging to each other? Oh no! It grows but the tenderer and the stronger for the knowledge." Fleda could but cry. "And yet," he said very kindly, "we who are Christians may and ought to learn to take troubles hopefully, for tribulation worketh patience, and patience, that is, quiet waiting on God, works experience of his goodness and faithfulness, and experience worketh hope, and that hope, we know, maketh not ashamed." "I know it," said Fleda, "but Mr. Olmney, how easily the brunt of a new affliction breaks down all that chain of reasoning." "Yes," he said sadly and thoughtfully, "but my dear Fleda, you know the way to build it up again. I would be very glad to bear all need for it away from you." They had reached the gate. Fleda could not look up to thank him. The hand she held out was grasped, more than kindly, and he turned away. Fleda's tears came hot again as she went up the walk. She held her head down to hide them, and went round the back way. Chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 29. Flighty and unsatisfactory. Now the melancholy God protect thee, and the tailor make thy doublet of changeable taffeta, for thy mind is a very opal. 12th Night. "Well, what did you come home for?" was Barby's salutation. "Here's company been waiting for you till they're tired, and I'm sure I be." "Company!" said Fleda. "Yes, and it's ungrateful in you to say so," said Barby, "for she's been in a wonderful hurry to see you, or to get something to eat, I don't know which. A little of both, I hope, in charity." "Why didn't you give her something to eat? Who is it?" "I don't know who it is. It's one of your high flyers, that's all I can make out. She ain't a hat a bit better than a man's beaver. One 'ud think she'd stole her little brothers for a spree, if the rest of her was like common folk. But she's got a tail to her dress as long as from here to Queechy Run, and she's been tiddling in and out here with it puckered up under her arm 60 times. I guess she belongs to some company of female militie, for the body of it is all thick with braid and buttons. I believe she ha'n't sot still 5 minutes since she came into the house, till I don't know whether I am on my head or my heels." "But why didn't you give her something to eat?" said Fleda, who was hastily throwing off her gloves and smoothing her disordered hair with her hands into something of composure. "Did," said Barby. "I give her some of them cold biscuit and butter and cheese, and a pitcher of milk. Sot a good enough meal for anybody. but she didn't take but a crumb, and she turned up her nose at that. Come, go, you've slicked up enough. You're handsome enough to show yourself to her any time o' day for all her jigamabobs." "Where is aunt Lucy?" "She's up stairs. There's been nobody to see her but me. She's had the whole lower part of the house to herself, kitchen and all, and she's done nothing but go out of one room into another ever since she come. She'll be in here again directly if you ain't spry." Fleda went in, round to the west room, and there found herself in the arms of the second Miss Evelyn, who jumped to meet her and half stifled her with caresses. "You wicked little creature, what have you been doing? Here I have been growing melancholy over the tokens of your absence, and watching the decline of the sun with distracted feelings these 6 hours." "6 hours?" said Fleda smiling. "My dear Fleda, it's so delicious to see you again," said Miss Evelyn with another prolonged hug and kiss. "My dear Constance, I am very glad. But where are the rest? It's unkind of you to ask after anybody but me, when I came here this morning on purpose to talk the whole day to you. Now, dear little Fleda," said Miss Constance, executing an impatient little persuasive caper round her, "won't you go out and order dinner? For I'm raging. Your woman did give me something, but I found the want of you had taken away all my appetite, and now the delight of seeing you has exhausted me, and I feel that nature is sinking. The stimulus of gratified affection is too much for me." "You absurd child," said Fleda, "you haven't mended a bit. But I told Barby to put on the tea kettle, and I will administer a composing draught as soon as it can be got ready. We don't indulge in dinners here in the wilderness. Meanwhile, suppose that exhausted nature try the support of this easy chair." She put her visitor gently into it, and seating herself upon the arm, held her hand and looked at her with a smiling face, and yet with eyes that were almost too gentle in their welcoming. "My dear Fleda, you're as lovely as you can be. Are you glad to see me?" "Very." "Why don't you ask after somebody else?" "I was afraid of overtasking your exhausted energies." "Come and sit down here upon my lap. You shall, or I won't say another word to you. Fleda, you have grown thin. What have you been doing to yourself?" "Nothing with that particular purpose." "I don't care. You've done something. You have been insanely imagining that it is necessary for you to be in 3 or 4 places at the same time, and in the distracted effort after ubiquity you are in imminent danger of being nowhere. There's nothing left of you." "I don't wonder you were overcome at the sight of me," said Fleda. "But you are looking charmingly for all that," Constance went on, "so charmingly that I feel a morbid sensation creeping all over me while I sit regarding you. Really, when you come to us next winter, if you persist in being, by way of shewing your superiority to ordinary human nature, a rose without a thorn, the rest of the flowers may all shut up at once, and the rose reddens in my very face to spite me." "Is ordinary human nature typified by a thorn? You give it rather a poor character." "I never heard of a thorn that didn't bear an excellent character," said Constance gravely. "Hush," said Fleda laughing, "I don't want to hear about Mr. Thorn. Tell me of somebody else." "I haven't said a word about Mr. Thorn," said Constance ecstatically, "but since you ask about him I will tell you. He has not acted like himself since you disappeared from our horizon. That is, he has ceased to be at all pointed in his attentions to me. His conversation has lost all the acuteness for which I remember you admired it. He has walked Broadway in a moody state of mind all winter, and grown as dull as is consistent with the essential sharpness of his nature. I ought to expect our last interview, though, for his entreaties to mamma that she would bring you home with her were piercing." Fleda was unable in spite of herself to keep from laughing, but entreated that Constance would tell her of somebody else. "My respected parents are at Montepoole with all their offspring, that is, Florence and Edith. I am at present anxiously inquired after, being nobody knows where, and to be fetched by mamma this evening. Wasn't I good, little Fleda, to run away from Mr. Carleton to come and spend a whole day in social converse with you?" "Carleton?" said Fleda. "Yes. Oh, you don't know who he is. He's a new attraction. There's been nothing like him this great while, and all New York is topsy turvy about him. The mothers are dying with anxiety and the daughters with admiration, and it's too delightful to see the cool superiority with which he takes it all, like a new star that all the people are pointing their telescopes at. as Thorn said spitefully the other day. Oh, he has turned my head. I have looked till I cannot look at anything else. I can just manage to see a rose, but my dazzled powers of vision are equal to nothing more." "My dear Constance!" "It's perfectly true. Why, as soon as we knew he was coming to Montepoole I wouldn't let mamma rest till we all made a rush after him. And when we got here first, and I was afraid he wasn't coming, nothing can express the state of my feelings. But he appeared the next morning, and then I was quite happy," said Constance, rising and falling in her chair on what must have been ecstatic springs, for wire ones it had none. "Constance," said Fleda, with a miserable attempt at rebuke, "how can you talk so? And so we were all riding round here this morning, and I had the self denial to stop to see you and leave Florence and the Marlboroughs to monopolize him all the way home. You ought to love me for ever for it." "My dear Fleda," said Constance, clasping her hands and elevating her eyes in mock ecstasy, "if you had ever seen Mr. Carleton I dare say I have seen somebody as good," said Fleda quietly. "My dear Fleda," said Constance, a little scornfully this time, "you haven't the least idea what you are talking about. I tell you he is an Englishman. He is of one of the best families in England, not such as you ever see here but once in an age. He's rich enough to count Mr. Thorn over I don't know how many times." "I don't like anybody the better for being an Englishman," said Fleda, "and it must be a small man whose purse will hold his measure." Constance made an impatient gesture. "But I tell you it isn't. We knew him when we were abroad, and we know what he is, and we knew his mother very well. When we were in England we were a week with them down at their beautiful place in shire. The loveliest time! You see she was over here with Mr. Carleton once before, a good while ago, and mamma and papa were polite to them, and so they shewed us a great deal of attention when we were in England. We had the loveliest time down there you can possibly conceive. And my dear Fleda, he wears such a fur cloak, lined with the most exquisite black fox." "But Constance," said Fleda, a little vexed though laughing, "any man may wear a fur cloak. The thing is what is inside of it." "It is perfectly indifferent to me what is inside of it," said Constance ecstatically. "I can see nothing but the edges of the black fox, especially when it is worn so very gracefully." "But in some cases there might be a white fox within." "There is nothing of the fox about Mr. Carleton," said Constance impatiently. "If it had been anybody else I should have said he was a bear 2 or 3 times. But he wears everything as he does his cloak, and makes you take what he pleases from him, what I wouldn't take from anybody else, I know." "With a fox lining?" said Fleda laughing. "Then foxes haven't got their true character, that's all. Now I'll just tell you an instance. It was at a party somewhere. It was at that tiresome Mrs. Swinburne's, where the evenings are always so stupid, and there was nothing worth going or staying for but the supper, except Mr. Carleton, and he never stays 5 minutes, except at 2 or 3 places, and it drives me crazy, because they are places I don't go to very often. Suppose you keep your wits and tell me your story?" "Well, don't interrupt me. He was there, and he had taken me into the supper room, when mamma came along and took it into her head to tell me not to take something, I forget what, punch I believe, because I had not been well in the morning. Now you know it was absurd. I was perfectly well then, and I told her I shouldn't mind her. But do you believe Mr. Carleton wouldn't give it to me? Absolutely told me he wouldn't, and told me why, as coolly as possible, and gave me a glass of water and made me drink it, and if it had been anybody else I do assure you I would have flung it in his face and never spoken to him again, and I have been in love with him ever since. Now is that tea going to be ready?" "Presently. How long have you been here?" "Oh, a day or 2, and it has poured with rain every single day since we came, till this one. And just think," said Constance with a ludicrously scared face, "I must make haste and be back again. You see I came away on principle, that I may strike with the effect of novelty when I appear again. But if I stay too long, you know, there is a point" "On the principle of the ice boats," said Fleda, "that back a little to give a better blow to the ice, where they find it tough?" "Tough!" said Constance. Does Florence like this paragon of yours as well as you do?" "I don't know. She don't talk so much about him, but that proves nothing. She's too happy to talk to him. I expect our family concord will be shattered by and by," said Constance, shaking her head. "You seem to take the prospect philosophically," said Fleda, looking amused. "How long are you going to stay at the Pool?" Constance gave an expressive shrug, intimating that the deciding of that question did not rest with her. "That is to say, you are here to watch the transit of this star over the meridian of Queechy?" "Of Queechy? Of Montepoole." "Very well, of Montepoole. I don't wonder that nature is exhausted. I will go and see after this refection." The prettiest little meal in the world was presently set forth for the two. Fleda knew her aunt would not come down, and Hugh was yet at the mill, so she led her visitor into the breakfast room alone. Constance by the way again fondly embracing her and repeating, "My dear little Fleda, how glad I am to see you!" The lady was apparently hungry, for there was a minute of silence while the refection began, and then Constance exclaimed, perhaps with a sudden appreciation of the delicious bread and butter and cream and strawberries, "What a lovely old room this is! And what lovely times you have here, don't you, Fleda?" "Yes, sometimes," Fleda said with a sigh. "But I shall tell mamma you are growing thin, and the first minute we get home I shall send for you to come to us. Mrs. Thorn will be amazingly glad to see you." "Has she got back from Europe?" said Fleda. "Ages, and she's been entertaining the world as hard as she could ever since. I have no doubt Louis has confided to the maternal bosom all his distresses, and there never was anything like the rush that I expect will be made to our greenhouse next winter. Oh Fleda, you should see Mr. Carleton's greenhouses." "Should I?" said Fleda. "Dear me, I hope mamma will come," said Constance with a comical fidgety shake of herself. "When I think of those greenhouses I lose my self command. And the park, Fleda, it's the loveliest thing you ever saw in your life, and it's all that delightful man's doing, only he won't have a geometric flower garden, as I did everything I could think of to persuade him. I pity the woman that will be his wife. She won't have her own way in a single thing, but then he will fascinate her into thinking that his way is the best, so it will do just as well I suppose. Do you know I can't conceive what he has come over here for. He has been here before, you know, and he don't seem to me to know exactly what he means to do. At least I can't find out, and I have tried." "How long has he been here?" "Oh, a month or two, since the beginning of April, I believe. He came over with some friends of his, a Sir George Egerton and his family. He is going to Canada to be established in some post there, I forget what, and they are spending part of the summer here before they fix themselves at the north. It is easy to see what they are here for. They are strangers, and amusing themselves. But Mr. Carleton is at home, and not amusing himself, at least he don't seem to be. He goes about with the Egertons, but that is just for his friendship for them, and he puzzles me. He don't know whether he is going to Niagara, he has been once already, and perhaps he may go to Canada, and possibly he will make a journey to the West, and I can't find out that he wants anything in particular." "Perhaps he don't mean that you shall," said Fleda. "Perhaps he don't, but you see that aggravates my state of mind to a distressing degree, and then I'm afraid he will go somewhere where I can't keep watch of him." Fleda could not help laughing. "Perhaps he was tired of home and came for mere weariness." "Weariness! It's my opinion he has no idea there is such a word in the language. I am certain if he heard it he would call for a dictionary the next minute. Why, at Carleton it seems to me he was half the time on horseback, flying about from one end of the country to the other, and when he is in the house he is always at work at something. It's a piece of condescension to get him to attend to you at all. Only when he does, my dear Fleda, he is so enchanting that you live in a state of delight till next time. And yet I never could get him to pay me a compliment to this minute. I tried 2 or 3 times, and he rewarded me with some very rude speeches." "Rude?" said Fleda. "Yes, that is, they were the most graceful and fascinating things possible, but they would have been rudeness in anybody else. Where is mamma?" said Constance with another comic counterfeit of distress. "My dear Fleda, it's the most captivating thing to breakfast at Carleton." "I have no idea The butter and bread is sweeter there than in some other parts of the world," said Fleda. "I don't know about the bread and butter," said Constance, "but those exquisite little sugar dishes! My dear Fleda, every one has his own sugar dish, and cream ewer, the loveliest little things!" "I have heard of such things before," said Fleda. "I don't care about the bread and butter," said Constance. "Eating is immaterial, with those perfect little things right opposite to me. They weren't like any you ever saw, Fleda. The sugar bowl was just a little plain oval box, with the lid on a hinge, and not a bit of chasing, only the arms on the cover, like nothing I ever saw but an old fashioned silver tea caddy, and the cream jug, a little straight up and down thing to match. Mamma said they were clumsy, but they bewitched me." "I think everything bewitched you," said Fleda smiling. "Can't your head stand a sugar dish and milk cup?" "My dear Fleda, I never had your superiority to the ordinary weaknesses of human nature. I can stand one sugar bowl, but I confess myself overcome by a dozen. How we have all wanted to see you, Fleda, and papa, you have captivated papa, and he says" "Never mind, don't tell me what he says," said Fleda. "There, that's your modesty that everybody raves about. I wish I could catch it. Fleda, where did you get that little Bible? While I was waiting for you I tried to soothe my restless anticipations with examining all the things in all the rooms. Where did you get it?" "It was given me a long while ago," said Fleda. "But it is real gold on the outside, the clasps and all. Do you know it? It is not washed." "I know it," said Fleda smiling, "and it is better than gold inside." "Wasn't that mamma's favourite Mr. Olmney that parted from you at the gate?" said Constance, after a minute's silence. "Yes." "Is he a favourite of yours too?" "You must define what you mean by 'favourite,'" said Fleda gravely. "Well, how do you like him?" "I believe everybody likes him," said Fleda, colouring and vexed at herself that she could not help it. The bright eyes opposite her took note of the fact with a sufficiently wide awake glance. "He's very good," said Constance, hugging herself and taking a fresh supply of butter, "but don't let him know I have been to see you, or he'll tell you all sorts of evil things about me, for fear you should innocently be contaminated. Don't you like to be taken care of?" "Very much," said Fleda smiling, "by people that know how." "I can't bear it," said Constance, apparently with great sincerity. "I think it is the most impertinent thing in the world people can do. I can't endure it, except from oh my dear Fleda, it is perfect luxury to have him put a shawl round your shoulders." "Fleda," said Earl Douglass, putting his head in from the kitchen, and before he said any more bobbing it frankly at Miss Evelyn, half in acknowledgment of her presence and half as it seemed in apology for his own, "Fleda, will you let Barby pack up something 'nother for the men's lunch? My wife would ha' done it, as she had ought to, if she wa'n't down with the teafake, and Catherine's away on a jig to Kenton, and the men won't do so much work on nothing, and I can't say nothing to 'em if they don't, and I'd like to get that 'ere clover field down afore night. It's going to be a fine spell o' weather. I was going to try to get along without it, but I believe we can't." "Very well," said Fleda. "But Mr. Douglass, you'll try the experiment of curing it in crocks?" "Well, I don't know," said Earl, in a tone of very discontented acquiescence. "I don't see how anything would be as sweet as the sun for drying hay. I know folks says it is, and I've heerd 'em say it is, and they'll stand to it, and you can't beat 'em off the notion it is; but somehow or 'nother I can't seem to come into it. I know the sun makes sweet hay, and I think the sun was meant to make hay, and I don't want to see no sweeter hay than the sun makes. It's as good hay as you need to have." "But you wouldn't mind trying it for once, Mr. Douglass, just for me?" "I'll do jest what you please," said he, with a little exculpatory shake of his head. "'Tain't my concern, it's no concern of mine. The gain or the loss'll be your'n, and it's fair you should have the gain or the loss, whichever on 'em you choose to have. I'll put 'em in cocks. How much heft should be in 'em?" "About 100 pounds, and you don't want to cut any more than you can put up to night, Mr. Douglass. We'll try it." "Very good, and you'll send along something for the men, Barby knows," said Earl, bobbing his head again intelligently at Fleda. "There's 4 on 'em, and it takes something to feed 'em. Working men'll put away a good deal o' meat." He withdrew his head and closed the door, happily for Constance, who went off into a succession of ecstatic convulsions. What time of day do your eccentric haymakers prefer for the rest of their meals, if they lunch at 3 o'clock? I never heard anything so original in my life." "This is lunch number 2," said Fleda smiling. "Lunch number 1 is about 10 in the morning, and dinner at 12." "And do they gladden their families with their presence at the other ordinary convivial occasions?" "Certainly." "And what do they have for lunch?" "Varieties bread and cheese and pies and quirl cakes. At every other meal they have meat." "Horrid creatures!" "It is only during haying and harvesting." "And you have to see to all this. Poor little Fleda! I declare if I was you I'd do something." "No," said Fleda quietly, "Mrs. Douglass and Barby manage the lunch between them. I am not at all desperate. But to have to talk to these people!" "Earl Douglass is not a very polished specimen," said Fleda smiling, "but I assure you in some of these people there is an amount of goodness and wit and shrewd practical sense and judgment that would utterly distance many of those that would call them bears." Constance looked a good deal more than she said. "My dear little Fleda, you're too sensible for anything; but as I don't like sense from anybody but Mr. Carleton, I would rather look at you in the capacity of a rose, smiling a gentle rebuke upon me while I talk nonsense." And she did talk, and Fleda did smile and laugh in spite of herself, till Mrs. Evelyn and her other daughters made their appearance. Then Barby said she thought they'd have talked the house down, and she expected there'd be nothing left of Fleda after all the kissing she got. But it was not too much for Fleda's pleasure. Mrs. Evelyn was so tenderly kind, and Miss Evelyn as caressing as her sister had been, and Edith, who was but a child, so joyously delighted, that Fleda's eyes were swimming in happiness as she looked from one to the other, and she could hardly answer kisses and questions fast enough. "Them is good looking enough girls," said Barby, as Fleda came back to the house after seeing them to their carriage. "If they knowed how to dress themselves. I never see this fly away one afore. I knowed the old one as soon as I clapped my eyes on her. Be they stopping at the Pool again?" "Yes." "Well, when are you going up there to see 'em?" "I don't know," said Fleda quietly; and then sighing as the thought of her aunt came into her head, she went off to find her and bring her down. Fleda's brow was sobered, and her spirits were in a flutter that was not all of happiness, and that threatened not to settle down quietly. But as she went slowly up the stairs, Faith's hand was laid, even as her own grasped the balusters, on the promise, "All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth unto such as keep his covenant and his testimonies." She set Faith's foot down on those sure stepping stones, and she opened her aunt's door and looked in, with a face that was neither troubled nor afraid. CHAPTer 29.
Chapter 30 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 30. Disclosures by Mr. Skillcorn. Aunt. He misses much. Seb. No, he doth but mistake the truth totally. Tempest. It was the very next morning that several ladies and gentlemen were gathered on the piazza of the hotel at Montepoole, to brace minds or appetites with the sweet mountain air while waiting for breakfast. As they stood there a young countryman came by, bearing on his hip a large basket of fruits and vegetables. "Oh, look at those lovely strawberries!" exclaimed Constance Evelyn, running down the steps. "Stop, if you please, where are you going with these?" "Marm," responded the somewhat startled carrier, "what are you going to do with them?" "I ain't going to do nothing with 'em." "Whose are they? Are they for sale?" "Well, 'twon't do no harm, as I know," said the young man, making a virtue of necessity, for the fingers of Constance were already hovering over the dainty little leaf strewn baskets, and her eyes complacently searching for the most promising. "I ha'n't got nothin' to do with 'em." "Constance," said Mrs. Evelyn from the piazza, "don't take that! I dare say they are for Mr. Sweet." "Well, mamma," said Constance with great equanimity, "Mr. Sweet gets them for me, and I only save him the trouble of spoiling them. My taste leads me to prefer the simplicity of primitive arrangements this morning." "Young man!"
called out the landlady's reproving voice, "won't you never recollect to bring that basket round the back way?" "'Tain't no handier than this way," said Philetus, with so much belligerent demonstration that the landlady thought best in presence of her guests to give over the question. "Where do you get them?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "How?" said Philetus. "Where do they come from? Are they fresh picked?" "Just afore I started." "Started from where?" said a gentleman standing by Mrs. Evelyn. "From Mr. Rossiter's down to Queechy." "Mr. Rossiter's!" said Mrs. Evelyn. "Does he send them here?" "He doos not," said Philetus. "He doosn't keep to hum for a long spell." "Who does send them?" said Constance. "Who doos? It's Miss Fleda Ringan." "Mamma!" exclaimed Constance, looking up. "What does she have to do with it?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "There don't nobody else have nothin' to do with it. I guess she's pretty much the hull," said her coadjutor. "Her and me was a pickin' 'em afore sunrise." "All that basketful!" "'Tain't all strawberries. There's garden sass up to the top." "And does she send that too?" "She sends that too," said Philetus succinctly. "But hasn't she any help in taking care of the garden?" said Constance. "Yes marm, I calkilate to keep considerable in the back garden. She won't let no one into the front where she grows her posies." "But where's Mr. Hugh?" "He's to hum." "But he has nothing to do with all this? Does he leave it all to his cousin?" "He's to the mill." "And Miss Ringgan manages the farm and garden and all?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "She doos," said Philetus. And receiving a gratuity which he accepted without demonstration of any kind whatever, the basket bearer, at length released, moved off. "Poor Fleda!" said Miss Evelyn as he disappeared with his load. "She's a very clever girl," said Mrs. Evelyn, dismissing the subject. "She's too lovely for anything," said Constance. "Mr. Carleton, if you will just imagine we are in China, and introduct a pair of familiar chopsticks into this basket, I shall be repaid for the loss of a strawberry by the expression of ecstasy which will immediately spread itself over your features. I intend to patronize the natural mode of eating in the future. I find the ends of my fingers decidedly odoriferous." He smiled a little as he complied with the young lady's invitation, but the expression of ecstasy did not come. "Are Mr. Rossiter's circumstances so much reduced?" he said, drawing nearer to Mrs. Evelyn. "Do you know them?" exclaimed both daughters at once. "I knew Mrs. Rossiter very well some years ago, when she was in Paris." "They are all broken to pieces," said Mrs. Evelyn, as Mr. Carleton's eye went back to her for his answer. "Mr. Rossiter failed and lost everything bankrupt a year or two after they came home." "And what has he been doing since?" "I don't know trying to farm it here, but I am afraid he has not succeeded well. I am afraid not. They don't look like it. Mrs. Rossiter will not see anybody, and I don't believe they have done any more than struggle for a living since they came here." "Where is Mr. Rossiter now?" "He's at the West somewhere. Fleda tells me he is engaged in some agencies there. But I doubt," said Mrs. Evelyn, shaking her head compassionately, "there is more in the name of it than anything else. He has gone down hill sadly since his misfortunes. I am very sorry for them." "And his niece takes care of his farm in the meantime?" "Do you know her?" asked both the Miss Evelyns again. "I can hardly say that," he replied. "I had such a pleasure formerly. Do I understand that she is the person to fill Mr. Rossiter's place when he is away?" "So she says." "And so she acts," said Constance. "I wish you had heard her yesterday. It was beyond everything. We were conversing very amicably, regarding each other through a friendly vista formed by the sugar bowl and teapot, when a horrid man, that looked as if he had slept all his life in a haycock and only walked up to turn it over, stuck his head in and immediately introduced a clover field, and Fleda and he went to tumbling about the cocks till I do assure you I was deluded into a momentary belief that haymaking was the principal end of human nature, and looked upon myself as a burden to society. And after I had recovered my locality and ventured upon a sentence of gentle commiseration for her sufferings, Fleda went off into a eulogium upon the intelligence of haymakers in general, and the strength of mind barbarians are universally known to possess." The manner still more than the matter of this speech was beyond the withstanding of any good natured muscles, though the gentleman's smile was a grave one and quickly lost in gravity. Mrs. Evelyn laughed and reproved in a breath, but the laugh was admiring and the reproof was stimulative. The bright eye of Constance danced in return with the mischievous delight of a horse that has slipped its bridle and knows you can't catch him. "And this has been her life ever since Mr. Rossiter lost his property?" "Entirely sacrificed," said Mrs. Evelyn with a compassionately resigned air. "Education, advantages, and everything given up, and set down here where she has seen nobody from year's end to year's end but the country people about. Very good people, but not the kind of people she ought to have been brought up among." "Oh mamma," said the eldest Miss Evelyn in a deprecatory tone, "you shouldn't talk so. It isn't right. I am sure she is very nice, nicer now than anybody else I know, and clever too." "Nice!" said Edith. "I wish I had such a sister." "She is a good girl, a very good girl," said Mrs. Evelyn in a tone which would have deterred any one from wishing to make her acquaintance. "And happy, mamma. Fleda don't look miserable, she seems perfectly happy and contented." "Yes," said Mrs. Evelyn, "she has got accustomed to this state of things. It's her life. She makes delicious bread and puddings for her aunt, and raises vegetables for market, and oversees her uncle's farmers, and it isn't a hardship to her, she finds her happiness in it. She is a very good girl, but she might have been made something much better than a farmer's wife." "You may set your mind at rest on that subject, mamma," said Constance, still using her chopsticks with great complacency. "It's my opinion that the farmer is not in existence who is blessed with such a conjugal futurity. I think Fleda's strong pastoral tastes are likely to develop themselves in a new direction." Mrs. Evelyn looked with a partial smile at the pretty features which the business of eating the strawberries displayed in sundry novel and picturesque points of view, and asked what she meant. "I don't know," said Constance, intent upon her basket. "I feel a friend's distress for Mr. Thorn. It's all your doing, mamma. You won't be able to look him in the face when we have Fleda next fall. I am sure I shall not want to look at his. He'll be too savage for anything." "Mr. Thorn!" said Mr. Carleton. "Yes," said Mrs. Evelyn in an indulgent tone, "he was very attentive to her last winter when she was with us, but she went away before anything was decided. I don't think he has forgotten her." "I shouldn't think anybody could forget her," said Edith. "I am confident he would be here at this moment," said Constance, "if he wasn't in London." "But what is all mamma's doing, Constance?" inquired her sister. "The destruction of the peace of the whole family of Thorns. Shouldn't sleep sound in my bed, if I were she, with such a reflection. I look forward to heart rending scenes, with a very disturbed state of mind." "But what have I done, my child?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "Didn't you introduce your favourite Mr. Olmney to Miss Ringan last summer?" "I don't know. Her native delicacy shrunk from making any disclosures, and of course the tongue of friendship is silent. But they were out ages yesterday while I was waiting for her, and their parting at the gate was I feel myself unequal to the task of describing it," said Constance ecstatically, "and she was in the most elevated tone of mind during our whole interview afterwards, and took all my brilliant remarks with as much coolness as if they had been drops of rain. More, I presume, considering that it was hay time." "Did you see him?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "Only at that impracticable distance, mamma, but I introduced his name afterwards in my usual happy manner, and I found that Miss Ringan's cheeks were by no means indifferent to it. I didn't dare go any further." "I am very glad of it. I hope it is so," said Mrs. Evelyn energetically. "It would be the most excellent match. He is a charming young man, and would make her very happy." "You are exciting gloomy feelings in Mr. Carleton's mind, mamma, by your felicitous suggestions. Mr. Carleton, did your ears receive a faint announcement of ham and eggs which went quite through and through mine just now?" He bowed and handed the young lady in, but Constance declared that though he sat beside her and took care of her at breakfast, he had on one of his intangible fits which drove her to the last extreme of impatience and captivation.
The sun was not much more than 2 hours high the next morning, when a rider was slowly approaching Mr. Rossiter's house from the bridge, walking his horse like a man who wished to look well at all he was passing. He paused behind a clump of locusts and rose acacias in the corner of the courtyard as a figure bonneted and gloved came out of the house and began to be busy among the rose bushes. Another figure presently appeared at the hall door and called out, "Fleda!" "Well, Barby?" The second voice was hardly raised, but it came from so much nearer that the words could be distinctly heard. "Mr. Skillcorn wants to know if you're going to fix the flowers for him to carry. They're not ready, and it won't do for him to wait. Mr. Sweet must send for them if he wants them. Philetus must make haste back, for you know Mr. Douglass wants him to help in the barn meadow. Lucas won't be here, and now the weather is so fine I want to make haste with the hay. Well, will you have the samp for breakfast? No, we'll keep that for dinner. I'll come in and poach some eggs, Barby, if you'll make some thin pieces of toast, and call me when it's time. Thin, Barby." The gentleman turned his horse and galloped back to Montepoole. Some disappointment was created among a portion of Mr. Sweet's guests that afternoon by the intelligence that Mr. Carleton proposed setting off next morning to join his English friends at Saratoga on their way to the Falls and Canada. Which purpose was duly carried into effect. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 31. Mr. Olney's cause argued. With your leave, sir, and there was no more men living upon the face of the earth, I should not fancy him, by St. George. Every man out of his humour. October had come, and a fair season and a fine harvest had enabled Fleda to ease her mind by sending a good remittance to Dr. Gregory. The family were still living upon her and Hugh's energies. Mr. Rossiter talked of coming home, that was all. It sometimes happened that a pause in the urgency of business permitted Hugh to take a day's holiday. One of these falling soon after the frosts had opened the burrs of the chestnut trees and the shells of the hickories, Fleda seized upon it for a nutting frolic. They took Philetus and went up to the fine group of trees on the mountain, the most difficult to reach and the best worth reaching of all their nut wood. The sport was very fine, and after spoiling the trees Philetus was left to shuck and bring home a load of the fruit, while Fleda and Hugh took their way slowly down the mountain. She stopped him, as usual, on the old lookout place. The leaves were just then in their richest colouring, and the October sky in its strong vitality seemed to fill all inanimate nature with the breath of Lyle. If ever, then on that day, to the fancy, the little hills rejoiced on every side. The woods stood thick with honours, and earth lay smiling under the tokens of the summer's harvest and the promise of the coming year, and the wind came in gusts over the lower country and up the hillside with a hearty good will that blew away all vapours, physical and mental, from its path, bidding everything follow its example and be up and doing. Fleda drew a long breath or two that seemed to recognize its freshening power. "How long it seems," she said, "how very long since I was here with Mr. Carleton. Just 9 years ago. How changed everything is. I was a little child then. It seems such an age ago." "It is very odd he didn't come to see us," said Hugh. "He did, don't you know, the very next day after we heard he was here, when, most unluckily, I was up at aunt Miriam's. I should think he might have come again, considering what friends you used to be. I dare say he would if he had not left Montepoole so soon. But dear Hugh, I was a mere child. How could he remember me much?" "You remember him," said Hugh. "Ah, but I have good reason. Besides, I never forget anything. I would have given a great deal to see him, if I had it." "I wish the Evelyns had stayed longer," said Hugh. "I think you have wanted something to brighten you up. They did you a great deal of good last year. I am afraid all this taking care of Philetus and Earl Douglass is too much for you." Fleda gave him a very bright smile, half affection, half fun. "Don't you admire my management?" said she. "Because I do. Philetus is firmly persuaded that he is an invaluable assistant to me in the mystery of gardening, and the origin of Earl Douglass's new ideas is so enveloped in mist that he does not himself know where they come from. It was rich to hear him the other day descanting to Lucas upon the evil effects of earthing up corn and the advantages of curing hay and cocks, as to both which matters Lucas is a thorough unbeliever, and Earl was a year ago. But that doesn't hinder your looking pale and thin, and a great deal soberer than I like to see you," said Hugh. "You want a change, I know. I don't know how you are to get it. I wish they would send for you to New York again." "I don't know that I should want to go if they did," said Fleda. "They don't raise my spirits, Hugh. I am amused sometimes, I can't help that, but such excess gayety rather makes me shrink within myself. I am too out of tone with it. I never feel more absolutely quiet than sometimes when I am laughing at Constance Evelyn's mad sallies, and sometimes I cannot laugh at them. I do not know what they must think of me. It is what they can have no means of understanding." "I wish you didn't understand it either, Fleda." "But you shouldn't say that. I am happier than they are now, Hugh, now that you are better, with all their means of happiness. They know nothing of our quiet enjoyments. They must live in a whirl, or they would think they are not living at all, and I do not believe that all New York can give them the real pleasure that I have in such a day as this. They would see almost nothing in all this beauty that my eyes drink in, as Cooper says, and they would be certain to quarrel with the wind, that to me is like the shake of an old friend's hand." "Delicious!" said Fleda, as the wind rewarded this eulogium with a very hearty shake indeed. "I believe you would make friends with everything, Fleda," said Hugh laughing. "The wind is always that to me," said Fleda. "Not always in such a cheerful mood as to day, though. It talks to me often of 1,000 old things and sighs over them with me. A most sympathizing friend. But to day he invites me to a waltz. Come!" And pulling Hugh after her, away she went down the rocky path, with a step too light to care for the stones, the little feet capering down the mountain with a disdain of the ground that made Hugh smile to see her, and eyes dancing for company, till they reached the lower woodland. "A most spirited waltz," said Hugh. "And a most slack partner. Why didn't you keep me company?" "I never was made for waltzing," said Hugh, shaking his head. "Not the tune of the north wind? That has done me good, Hugh." "So I should judge by your cheeks." "Poverty need not always make people poor," said Fleda, taking breath and his arm together. "You and I are rich, Hugh." "And our riches cannot take to themselves wings and fly away," said Hugh. "No, but besides those riches, there are the pleasures of the eye and the mind that one may enjoy everywhere in the country at least, unless poverty bear one down very hard, and they are some of the purest and most satisfying of any. Oh the blessing of a good education! How it makes one independent of circumstances." "And circumstances are education too," said Hugh smiling. "I dare say we should not appreciate our mountains and woods so well if we had had our old plenty of everything else." "I always loved them," said Fleda, "but what good company they have been to us for years past, Hugh! To me especially. I have more reason to love them." They walked on quietly and soberly to the brow of the table land, where they parted, Hugh being obliged to go home, and Fleda wishing to pay a visit to her aunt Miriam. She turned off alone to take the way to the high road and went softly on, no longer certainly in the momentary spirits with which she had shaken hands with the wind and skipped down the mountain, but feeling, and thankful that she felt, a cheerful patience to tread the dusty highway of life. The old lady had been rather ailing, and from one or two expressions she had let fall, Fleda could not help thinking that she looked upon her ailments with a much more serious eye than anybody else thought was called for. It did not, however, appear to day. She was not worse, and Fleda's slight anxious feeling could find nothing to justify it, if it were not the very calm and quietly happy face and manner of the old lady, and that if it had something to alarm, did much more to soothe. Fleda had sat with her a long time, patience and cheerfulness all the while unconsciously growing in her company, when, catching up her bonnet with a sudden haste very unlike her usual collectedness of manner, Fleda kissed her aunt and was rushing away. "But stop, where are you going, Fleda?" "Home, aunt Miriam. I must. Don't keep me." "But what are you going that way for? You can't go home that way." "Yes I can." "How?" "I can cross the blackberry hill behind the barn, and then over the east hill, and then there's nothing but the watercress meadow." "I sha'n't let you go that way alone. Sit down and tell me what you mean. What is this desperate hurry?" But with equal precipitation Fleda had cast her bonnet out of sight behind the table, and the next moment turned with the utmost possible quietness to shake hands with Mr. Olmney. Aunt Miriam had presence of mind enough to make no remark, and received the young gentleman with her usual dignity and kindness. He stayed some time, but Fleda's hurry seemed to have forsaken her. She had seized upon an interminable long grey stocking her aunt was knitting, and sat in the corner working at it most diligently, without raising her eyes unless spoken to. "Do you give yourself no rest at home or abroad, Miss Fleda?" said the gentleman. "Put that stocking down, Fleda," said her aunt. "It is in no hurry." "I like to do it, aunt Miriam." But she felt with warming cheeks that she did not like to do it with two people sitting still and looking at her. The gentleman presently rose. "Don't go till we have had tea, Mr. Olmney," said Mrs. Plumfield. "Thank you, ma'am, I cannot stay, I believe, unless Miss Fleda will let me take care of her down the hill by and by." "Thank you, Mr. Olmney," said Fleda, "but I am not going home before night, unless they send for me." "I am afraid," he said looking at her, "that the agricultural turn has proved an overmatch for your energies." "The farm don't complain of me, does it?" said Fleda, looking up at him with a comic grave expression of countenance. "No," said he laughing, "certainly not. But if you will forgive me for saying so, I think you complain of it, tacitly, and that will raise a good many complaints in other quarters, if you do not take care of yourself." He shook hands and left them, and Mrs. Plumfield sat silently looking at Fleda, who on her part looked at nothing but the grey stocking. "What is all this, Fleda?" "What is what, aunt Miriam?" said Fleda, picking up a stitch with desperate diligence. "Why did you want to run away from Mr. Olmney?" "I didn't wish to be delayed. I wanted to get home." "Then why wouldn't you let him go home with you?" "I liked better to go alone, aunt Miriam." "Don't you like him, Fleda?" "Certainly, aunt Miriam, very much." "I think he likes you, Fleda," said her aunt smiling. "I am very sorry for it," said Fleda with great gravity. Mrs. Plumfield looked at her for a few minutes in silence, and then said, "Fleda, love, come over here and sit by me and tell me what you mean. Why are you sorry? It has given me a great deal of pleasure to think of it." But Fleda did not budge from her seat or her stocking, and seemed tongue tied. Mrs. Plumfield pressed for an answer. "Because, aunt Miriam," said Fleda with the prettiest red cheeks in the world, but speaking very clearly and steadily, "my liking only goes to a point which I am afraid will not satisfy either him or you." "But why? It will go further." "No ma'am." "Why not? Why do you say so?" "Because I must, if you ask me." "But what can be more excellent and estimable, Fleda? Who could be more worth liking? I should have thought he would just please you. He is one of the most lovely young men I have ever seen." "Dear aunt Miriam," said Fleda looking up beseechingly, "why should we talk about it?" "Because I want to understand you, Fleda, and to be sure that you understand yourself." "I do," said Fleda quietly and with a quivering lip. "What is there that you dislike about Mr. Olmney?" "Nothing in the world, aunt Miriam." "Then what is the reason you cannot like him enough?" "Because, aunt Miriam," said Fleda, speaking in desperation, "there isn't enough of him. He is very good and excellent in every way. Nobody feels that more than I do. I don't want to say a word against him, but I do not think he has a very strong mind, and he isn't cultivated enough." "But you cannot have everything, Fleda." "No ma'am, I don't expect it." "I am afraid you have set up too high a standard for yourself," said Mrs. Plumfield, looking rather troubled. "I don't think that is possible, aunt Miriam." "But I am afraid it will prevent your ever liking anybody." "It will not prevent my liking the friends I have already. It may prevent my leaving them for somebody else," said Fleda with a gravity that was touching in its expression. "But Mr. Olmney is sensible and well educated." "Yes, but his tastes are not. He could not at all enter into a great many things that give me the most pleasure. I do not think he quite understands above half of what I say to him." "Are you sure? I know he admires you, Fleda." "Ah, but that is only half, you see, aunt Miriam, unless I could admire him too." Mrs. Plumfield looked at her in some difficulty. Mr. Olmney was not the only one, clearly, whose powers of comprehension were not equal to the subject. "Fleda," said her aunt inquiringly, "is there anybody else that has put Mr. Olmney out of your head?" "Nobody in the world!" exclaimed Fleda, with a frank look and tone of astonishment at the question, and cheeks colouring as promptly. "How could you ask? But he never was in my head, aunt Miriam." "Mr. Thorn?" said Mrs. Plumfield. "Mr. Thorn!" said Fleda indignantly. "Don't you know me better than that, aunt Miriam? But you do not know him." "I believe I know you, dear Fleda, but I heard he paid you a great deal of attention last year, and you would not have been the first unsuspecting nature that has been mistaken." Fleda was silent, flushed and disturbed, and Mrs. Plumfield was silent and meditating, when Hugh came in. He came to fetch Fleda home. Dr. Gregory had arrived. In haste again Fleda sought her bonnet, and exchanging a more than usually wistful and affectionate kiss and embrace with her aunt, set off with Hugh down the hill. Hugh had a great deal to say to her all the way home, of which Fleda's ears alone took the benefit, for her understanding received none of it; and when she at last came into the breakfast room where the doctor was sitting, the fact of his being there was the only one which had entered her mind. "Here she is, I declare," said the doctor, holding her back to look at her after the first greetings had passed. "I'll be hanged if you ain't handsome. Now what's the use of pinking your cheeks any more at that? As if you didn't know it before, eh?" "I will always do my best to deserve your good opinion, sir," said Fleda laughing. "Well, sit down now," said he, shaking his head, "and pour me out a cup of tea. Your mother can't make it right." And sipping his tea, for some time the old doctor sat listening to Mrs. Rossitur and eating bread and butter, saying little, but casting a very frequent glance at the figure opposite him behind the tea board. "I am afraid," said he after a while, "that your care for my good opinion won't outlast an occasion. Is that the way you look for every day?" The colour came with the smile, but the old doctor looked at her in a way that made the tears come too. He turned his eyes to Mrs. Rossitur for an explanation. "She is well," said Mrs. Rossitur fondly. "She has been very well, except for her old headaches now and then. I think she has grown rather thin lately." "Thin!" said the old doctor, "etherealized to a mere abstract of herself; only that is a very bad figure, for an abstract should have all the bone and muscle of the subject, and I should say you had little left but pure spirit. You are the best proof I ever saw of the principle of the homeopaths. I see now that though a little corn may fatten a man, a great deal may be the death of him." "But I have tried it both ways, uncle Orrin," said Fleda laughing. "I ought to be a happy medium between plethora and starvation. I am pretty substantial, what there is of me." "Substantial!" said the doctor. "You look as substantial a personage as your old friend the fair Una, just about. Well, prepare yourself, gentle Saxon, to ride home with me the day after to morrow. I'll try a little humanizing regime with you." "I don't think that is possible, uncle Orrin," said Fleda gently. "We'll talk about the possibility afterwards. At present all you have to do is to get ready. If you raise difficulties you will find me a very Hercules to clear them away. I'm substantial enough, I can tell you, so it's just as well to spare yourself and me the trouble." "There are no difficulties," Mrs. Rossitur and Hugh said both at once. "I knew there weren't. Put a pair or two of clean stockings in your trunk, that's all you want. Mrs. Pritchard and I will find the rest. There's the people in 14th street wants you the 1st of November, and I want you all the time till then, and longer too. Stop, I've got a missive of some sort here for you." He foisted out of his breast pocket a little package of notes, one from Mrs. Evelyn and one from Florence, begging Fleda to come to them at the time the doctor had named. The third from Constance. "My darling little Fleda, I am dying to see you, so pack up and come down with Dr. Gregory, if the last spark of regard for me is slumbering in your breast. Mamma and Florence are writing to beg you, but though an insignificant member of the family, considering that instead of being next to head, only little Edith prevents my being at the least dignified end of this branch of social system, I could not prevail upon myself to let the representations of my respected elders go unsupported by mine. especially as I felt persuaded of the superior efficacy of the motives I had it in my power to present to your truly philanthropical mind. I am in a state of mind that baffles description. Mr. Carleton is going home. I have not worn earrings in my ears for a fortnight. My personal appearance is become a matter of indifference to me. Any description of mental exertion is excruciating. I sit constantly listening for the ringing of the door bell, and when it sounds I rush frantically to the head of the staircase and look over to see who it is. The mere sight of pen and ink excites delirious ideas. Judge what I suffer in writing to you. To make the matter worse, if it could be, I have been informed privately that he is going home to crown at the altar of Hymen an old attachment to one of the loveliest of all England's daughters. Conceive the complication of my feelings. Nothing is left me but the resources of friendship. So come, darling Fleda, before a barrier of ice interposes itself between my chilled heart and your sympathy. Mr. Thorn's state would move my pity if I were capable of being moved by anything. By this you will comprehend he is returned. He has been informed by somebody that there is a wolf in sheep's clothing prowling about Queechy, and his head is filled with the idea that you have fallen a victim, of which in my calmer moments I have in vain endeavoured to dispossess him. Every morning we are wakened up at an unreasonable hour by a furious ringing at the door bell. Joe Manton pulls off his nightcap, and slowly descending the stairs opens the door and finds Mr. Thorn, who inquires distractedly whether Miss Ringan has arrived, and being answered in the negative, gloomily walks off towards the East River. The state of anxiety in which his mother is thereby kept is rapidly depriving her of all her flesh. But we have directed Joe lately to reply, "No, sir, but she is expected," upon which Mr. Thorn regularly smiles faintly, and rewards the fowling piece with $25. So make haste, dear Fleda, or I shall feel that we are acting the part of innocent swindlers. C. E. There was but one voice at home, on the point whether Fleda should go. So she went. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 32. Sometimes inconvenient from the loophole of retreat to peep at such a world. Host. Now, my young guest, methinks you're alicoli. I pray you, why is it? Jewel. Merry, mine host, because I cannot be merry. Two Gentlemen of Verona. Some nights after their arrival the doctor and Fleda were seated at tea in the little snug old fashioned back parlour where the doctor's nicest of housekeepers, Mrs. Pritchard, had made it ready for them. In general Mrs. Pritchard herself poured it out for the doctor, but she descended most cheerfully from her post of elevation whenever Fleda was there to fill it. The doctor and Fleda sat cosily looking at each other across the toast and chipped beef, their glances grazing the tea urn which was just on one side of their range of vision. A comfortable Liverpool coal fire in a state of repletion burned away indolently and gave everything else in the room somewhat of its own look of sousy independence, except perhaps the delicate creature at whom the doctor between sips of his tea took rather wistful observations. "When are you going to Mrs. Evelyn?" he said, breaking the silence. "They say next week, sir." "I shall be glad of it," said the doctor. "Glad of it?" said Fleda smiling. "Do you want to get rid of me, uncle Orrin?" "Yes," said he. "This isn't the right place for you. You are too much alone." "No indeed, sir, I have been reading voraciously and enjoying myself as much as possible. I would quite as lieve be here as there, putting you out of the question." "I wouldn't as lieve have you," said he, shaking his head. "What were you musing about before tea? Your face gave me the heartache." "My face?" said Fleda smiling, while an instant flush of the eyes answered him. "What was the matter with my face?" "That is the very thing I want to know." "Before tea I was only thinking," said Fleda, her look going back to the fire from association, "thinking of different things, not disagreeably, taking a kind of bird's eye view of things, as one does sometimes."
"I don't believe you ever take other than a bird's eye view of anything," said her uncle. "But what were you viewing just then, my little Saxon?" "I was thinking of them at home," said Fleda, smiling thoughtfully, "and I somehow had perched myself on a point of observation and was taking one of those wider views which are always rather sobering." "Views of what?" "Of life, sir." "As how?" said the doctor. "How near the end is to the beginning, and how short the space between, and how little the ups and downs of it will matter if we take the right road and get home." "Pshaw!" said the doctor. But Fleda knew him too well to take his interjection otherwise than most kindly. And indeed, though he whirled round and ate his toast at the fire discontentedly, his look came back to her after a little with even more than its usual gentle appreciation. "What do you suppose you have come to New York for?" said he. "To see you, sir, in the first place, and the Evelyns in the second." "And who in the third?" "I am afraid the third place is vacant," said Fleda smiling. "You are, eh? Well, I don't know. But I know that I have been inquired of by two several and distinct people as to your coming. You needn't open your bright eyes at me, because I shall not tell you. Only let me ask, you have no notion of fencing off my Queechy rose with a hedge of blackthorn, or anything of that kind, have you?" "I have no notion of any fences at all, except invisible ones, sir," said Fleda laughing and colouring very prettily. "Well, those are not American fences," said the doctor, "so I suppose I am safe enough. Whom did I see you riding out with yesterday?" "I was with Mrs. Evelyn," said Fleda. "I didn't want to go, but I couldn't very well help myself." "Mrs. Evelyn! Mrs. Evelyn wasn't driving, was she?" "No, sir, Mr. Thorn was driving." "I thought so. Have you seen your old friend Mr. Carleton yet?" "Do you know him, uncle Orrin?" "Why shouldn't I? What's the difficulty of knowing people? Have you seen him?" "But how did you know that he was an old friend of mine?" "Question?" said the doctor. Well, I won't tell you, so there's the answer. Now will you answer me?" "I have not seen him, sir." "Haven't met him in all the times you have been to Mrs. Evelyn's?" "No, sir. I have been there but once in the evening, uncle Orrin. He is just about sailing for England." "Well, you're going there to night, aren't you? Run and bundle yourself up, and I'll take you there before I begin my work." There was a small party that evening at Mrs. Evelyn's. Fleda was very early. She ran up to the first floor, rooms lighted and open, but nobody was there. "Fleda Ringan!" called out the voice of Constance from over the stairs, "is that you?" "Yes," said Fleda. "Well, just wait till I come down to you. My darling little Fleda, it's delicious of you to come so early. Now just tell me, am I captivating?" "Well, I retain self possession," said Fleda. "I cannot tell about the strength of the head of other people. You wretched little creature! Fleda, don't you admire my hair? It's new style, my dear, just come out. The Delanceys brought it out with them. Eloise Delancey taught it us. Isn't it graceful? Nobody in New York has it yet, except the Delanceys and we." "How do you know but they have taught somebody else?" said Fleda. "I won't talk to you. Don't you like it?" "I am not sure that I do not like you in your ordinary way better." Constance made a grimace of impatience, then pulled Fleda after her into the drawing rooms. "Come in here. I won't waste the elegancies of my toilette upon your dull perceptions. Come here and let me shew you some flowers. Aren't those lovely? This bunch came to day, for Miss Evelyn, so Florence will have it is hers, and it's very mean of her, for I am perfectly certain it is mine. It's from somebody who wasn't enlightened on the subject of my family circle, and has innocently imagined that two Miss Evelyns could not belong to the same one. I know the floral representatives of all Florence's dear friends and admirers, and this isn't from any of them. I have been distractedly endeavouring all day to find out who it came from, for if I don't I can't take the least comfort in it." "But you might enjoy the flowers for their own sake, I should think," said Fleda, breathing the sweetness of myrtle and heliotrope. "No, I can't, for I have all the time the association of some horrid creature they might have come from, you know. But it will do just as well to humbug people, I shall make Cornelia Schneck believe that this came from my dear Mr. Carleton." "No you won't, Constance," said Fleda gently. "My dear little Fleda, I shock you, don't I? But I shan't tell any lies. I shall merely expressively indicate a particular specimen, and say, 'My dear Cornelia, do you perceive that this is an English rose?' And then it's none of my business, you know, what she believes, and she will be dying with curiosity and despair all the rest of the evening." "I shouldn't think there would be much pleasure in that, I confess," said Fleda gravely. "How very ungracefully and stiffly those are made up!" "My dear little Queechy rose," said Constance impatiently, "you are, pardon me, as fresh as possible. They can't cut the flowers with long stems, you know; the gardeners would be ruined. That is perfectly elegant. It must have cost at least $10. My dear little Fleda," said Constance, capering off before the long pier glass, "I am afraid I am not captivating. Do you think it would be an improvement if I put drops in my ears? Or one curl behind them? I don't know which Mr. Carleton likes best." And with her head first on one side and then on the other she stood before the looking glass looking at herself and Fleda by turns, with such a comic expression of mock doubt and anxiety that no gravity but her own could stand it. "She is a silly girl, Fleda, isn't she?" said Mrs. Evelyn coming up behind them. "Mamma, am I captivating?" cried Constance wheeling round. The mother's smile said, "Very." "Fleda is wishing she were out of the sphere of my influence, mamma. Wasn't Mr. Olmney afraid of my corrupting you?" she said with a sudden pull up in front of Fleda. "My blessed stars, there's somebody's voice I know. Well, I believe it is true that a rose without thorns is a desideratum. Mamma, is Mrs. Thorn's turban to be an invariable pendant to your coiffure all the while Miss Ringan is here?" "Hush!" With the entrance of company came Constance's return from extravaganzas to a sufficiently graceful everyday manner, though only enough touched up with high spirits and lawlessness to free it from the charge of commonplace. But the contrast of these high spirits with her own rather made Fleda's mood more quiet, and it needed no quieting. Of the sundry people that she knew among those presently assembled there were none that she wanted to talk to. The rooms were hot, and she felt nervous and fluttered, partly from encounters already sustained and partly from a little anxious expecting of Mr. Carleton's appearance. The Evelyns had not said he was to be there, but she had rather gathered it, and the remembrance of old times was strong enough to make her very earnestly wish to see him and dread to be disappointed. She swung clear of Mr. Thorn, with some difficulty, and ensconced herself under the shadow of a large cabinet, between that and a young lady who was very good society, for she wanted no help in carrying on the business of it. All Fleda had to do was to sit still and listen, or not listen, which she generally preferred. Miss Tomlinson discoursed upon varieties, with great sociableness and satisfaction, while poor Fleda's mind, letting all her sense and nonsense go, was again taking a somewhat bird's eye view of things, and from the little centre of her post in Mrs. Evelyn's drawing room, casting curious glances over the panorama of her life. England, France, New York, and Queechy, half coming to the conclusion that her place henceforth was only at the last, and that the world and she had nothing to do with each other. The tide of life and gaiety seemed to have thrown her on one side, as something that could not swim with it, and to be rushing past too strongly and swiftly for her slight bark ever to launch upon it again. Perhaps the shore might be the safest and happiest place, but it was sober in the comparison; and as a stranded bark might look upon the white sails flying by, Fleda saw the gay faces and heard the light tones with which her own could so little keep company. But as little they with her. Their enjoyment was not more foreign to her than the causes which moved it were strange. Merry? She might like to be merry, but she could sooner laugh with the north wind than with one of those vapid faces, or with any face that she could not trust. Conversation might be pleasant, but it must be something different from the noisy cross fire of nonsense that was going on in one quarter, or the profitless barter of nothings that was kept up on the other side of her. Rather Queechy and silence by far than New York and this. and through it all Miss Tomlinson talked on and was happy. "My dear Fleda, what are you back here for?" said Florence, coming up to her. "I was glad to be at a safe distance from the fire." "Take a screen. Here, Miss Tomlinson, your conversation is too exciting for Miss Ringan. Look at her cheeks. I must carry you off. I want to show you a delightful contrivance for transparencies that I learned the other day." The seat beside her was vacated, and not casting so much as a look towards any quarter whence a possible successor to Miss Tomlinson might be arriving, Fleda sprang up and took a place in the far corner of the room by Mrs. Thorn, happily not another vacant chair in the neighbourhood. Mrs. Thorn had shown a very great fancy for her, and was almost as good company as Miss Tomlinson. Not quite, for it was necessary sometimes to answer and therefore necessary always to hear. But Fleda liked her. She was thoroughly amiable, sensible, and good hearted; and Mrs. Thorn, very much gratified at Fleda's choice of a seat, talked to her with a benignity which Fleda could not help answering with grateful pleasure. "Little Queechy, what has driven you into the corner?" said Constance, pausing a moment before her. "It must have been a retiring spirit," said Fleda. "Mrs. Thorn, isn't she lovely?" Mrs. Thorn's smile at Fleda might almost have been called that, it was so full of benevolent pleasure; but she spoiled it by her answer. "I don't believe I am the first one to find it out." "But what are you looking so sober for?" Constance went on, taking Fleda's screen from her hand and fanning her diligently with it. "You don't talk. The gravity of Miss Ringan's face casts a gloom over the brightness of the evening. I couldn't conceive what made me feel chilly in the other room, till I looked about and found that the shade came from this corner, and Mr. Thorn's teeth, I saw, were chattering." "Constance!" said Fleda, laughing and vexed, and making the reproof more strongly with her eyes, "how can you talk so?" "Mrs. Thorn, isn't it true?" Mrs. Thorn's look at Fleda was the essence of good humour. "Will you let Lewis come and take you on a good long ride to morrow?" "No, Mrs. Thorn, I believe not. I intend to stay perseveringly at home to morrow, and see if it is possible to be quiet a day in New York." "But you will go with me to the concert to morrow night, both of you, and hear Truffy? Come to my house and take tea, and go from there. Will you, Constance?" "My dear Mrs. Thorn," said Constance, "I shall be in ecstasies, and Miss Ringan was privately imploring me last night to find some way of getting her to it. We regard such material pleasures as tea and muffins with great indifference, but when you look up after swallowing your last cup you will see Miss Ringan and Miss Evelyn, cloaked and hooded, anxiously awaiting your next movement. My dear Fleda, there is a ring!" And giving her the benefit of a most comic and expressive arching of her eyebrows, Constance flung back the screen into Fleda's lap and skimmed away. Fleda was too vexed for a few minutes to understand more of Mrs. Thorn's talk than that she was first enlarging upon the concert, and afterwards detailing to her a long shopping expedition in search of something which had been a morning's annoyance. She almost thought Constance was unkind, because she wanted to go to the concert herself, to lug her in so unceremoniously, and wished herself back in her uncle's snug little quiet parlour, unless Mr. Carleton would come. "And there he is," said a quick beat of her heart, as his entrance explained Constance's ring. Such a rush of associations came over Fleda that she was in imminent danger of losing Mrs. Thorn altogether. She managed, however, by some sort of instinct, to disprove the assertion that the mind cannot attend to two things at once, and carried on a double conversation with herself and with Mrs. Thorn, for some time very vigorously. "Just the same, he has not altered a jot," she said to herself as he came forward to Mrs. Evelyn. "It is himself, his very self. He doesn't look a day older. I'm very glad. Yes, ma'am, it's extremely tiresome. How exactly as when he left me in Paris! And how much pleasanter than anybody else! More pleasant than ever, it seems to me, but that is because I have not seen him in so long. He only wanted one thing, that same grave eye. But quieter, isn't it, than it used to be? I think so." "It's the best store in town, I think, Mrs. Thorn, by far. Yes, ma'am." "Those eyes are certainly the finest I ever saw."
How I have seen him stand and look just so when he was talking to his workmen! Without that air of consciousness that all these people have, comparatively. What a difference! I know very little about it, ma'am. I am not learned in laces. I never bought any. I wish she would look this way. I wonder if Mrs. Evelyn does not mean to bring him to see me. She must remember. Now there is that curious old smile and looking down. How much better I know what it means than Mrs. Evelyn does. Yes, ma'am, I understand. I mean, it is very convenient. I never go anywhere else to get anything. At least I should not if I lived here. She does not know whom she is talking to. She is going to walk him off into the other room. How very much more gracefully he does everything than anybody else. It comes from that entire high mindedness and frankness, I think. Not altogether. A fine person must aid the effect. And that complete independence of other people. I wonder if Mrs. Evelyn has forgotten my existence. He has not, I am sure. I think she is a little odd. Yes, ma'am, my face is flushed. The room is very warm. But the fire is gone down. It will be cooler now, said Mrs. Thorn. Which were the first words that fairly entered Fleda's understanding. She was glad to use the screen to hide her face now, not the fire. Apparently the gentleman and lady found nothing to detain them in the other room, for after sauntering off to it they sauntered back again and placed themselves to talk just opposite her. Fleda had an additional screen now in the person of Miss Tomlinson, who had sought her corner and was earnestly talking across her to Mrs. Thorn, so that she was sure even if Mr. Carleton's eyes should chance to wander that way, they would see nothing but the unremarkable skirt of her green silk dress, most unlikely to detain them. The trade in nothings going on over the said green silk was very brisk indeed, but disregarding the buzz of tongues near at hand, Fleda's quick ears were able to free the barrier and catch every one of the quiet tones beyond. "And you leave us the day after to morrow," said Mrs. Evelyn. "No, Mrs. Evelyn, I shall wait another steamer." The lady's brow instantly revealed to Fleda a trap setting beneath to catch his reason. "I am very glad!" exclaimed little Edith, who in defiance of conventionalities and proprieties made good her claim to be in the drawing room on all occasions. "Then you will take me for another ride, won't you, Mr. Carleton?" "You do not flatter us with a very long stay," pursued Mrs. Evelyn. "Quite as long as I expected longer than I meant to be," he answered rather thoughtfully. "Mr. Carleton," said Constance, sidling up in front of him, "I have been in distress to ask you a question, and I am afraid" "Of what are you afraid, Miss Constance?" "That you would reward me with one of your severe looks, which would petrify me, and then I am afraid I should feel uncomfortable." "I hope he will," said Mrs. Evelyn, settling herself back in the corner of the sofa, and with a look at her daughter which was complacency itself. "I hope Mr. Carleton will, if you are guilty of any impertinence." "What is the question, Miss Constance?" "I want to know what brought you out here." "Fie, Constance!" said her mother, "I am ashamed of you. Do not answer her, Mr. Carleton." "Mr. Carleton will answer me, mamma. He looks benevolently upon my faults, which are entirely those of education. What was it, Mr. Carleton?" "I suppose," he said smiling, "it might be traced more or less remotely to the restlessness incident to human nature." "But you are not restless, Mr. Carleton," said Florence, with a glance which might be taken as complimentary. "And knowing that I am," said Constance in comic impatience, "you are maliciously prolonging my agonies. It is not what I expected of you, Mr. Carleton." "My dear," said her father, "Mr. Carleton, I am sure, will fulfil all reasonable expectations. What is the matter?" "I asked him where a certain tribe of Indians was to be found, papa, and he told me they were supposed originally to have come across Behring's Straits one cold winter." Mr. Evelyn looked a little doubtfully, and Constance with so unhesitating gravity that the gravity of nobody else was worth talking about. "But it is so uncommon," said Mrs. Evelyn when they had done laughing, "to see an Englishman of your class here at all, that when he comes a second time we may be forgiven for wondering what has procured such an honour." "Women may always be forgiven for wondering, my dear," said Mr. Evelyn,
or the rest of mankind must live at odds with them." "Your principal object was to visit our western prairies, wasn't it, Mr. Carleton?" said Florence. "No," he replied quietly, "I cannot say that. I should choose to give a less romantic explanation of my movements. From some knowledge growing out of my former visit to the country I thought there were certain negotiations I might enter into here with advantage, and it was for the purpose of attending to these, Miss Constance, that I came." "And have you succeeded?" said Mrs. Evelyn with an expression of benevolent interest. "No ma'am, my information had not been sufficient." "Very likely," said Mr. Evelyn. "There isn't one man in 100 whose representations on such a matter are to be trusted at a distance." "On such a matter!" repeated his wife funnily. "You don't know what the matter was, Mr. Evelyn. You don't know what you are talking about." "Business, my dear, business. I take only what Mr. Carleton said. It doesn't signify a straw what business. A man must always see with his own eyes." Whether Mr. Carleton had seen or not seen, or whether even he had his faculty of hearing in present exercise, a glance at his face was incompetent to discover. "I never should have imagined," said Constance, eyeing him keenly, "that Mr. Carleton's errand to this country was one of business and not of romance. I believe it is a humbug." For an instant this was answered by one of those looks of absolute composure in every muscle and feature which put an effectual bar to all further attempts from without or revelations from within; a look Fleda remembered well, and felt even in her corner. But it presently relaxed, and he said with his usual manner, "You cannot understand then, Miss Constance, that there should be any romance about business?" "I cannot understand," said Mrs. Evelyn, "why romance should not come after business. Mr. Carleton, sir, you have seen American scenery this summer. Isn't American beauty worth staying a little while longer for?" "My dear," said Mr. Evelyn, "Mr. Carleton is too much of a philosopher to care about beauty. Every man of sense is." "I am sure he is not," said Mrs. Evelyn smoothly. "Mr. Carleton, you are an admirer of beauty, are you not, sir?" "I hope so, Mrs. Evelyn," he said smiling; "but perhaps I shall shock you by adding, not of beauties." "That sounds very odd," said Florence. "But let us understand," said Mrs. Evelyn, with the air of a person solving a problem. "I suppose we are to infer that your taste in beauty is of a peculiar kind?" "That may be a fair inference," he said. "What is it then?" said Constance eagerly. "Yes, what is it you look for in a face?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "Let us hear whether America has any chance," said Mr. Thorn, who had joined the group and placed himself precisely so as to hinder Fleda's view. "My fancy has no stamp of nationality, in this at least," he said pleasantly. "Now for instance, the Miss Delanceys, don't you call them handsome, Mr. Carleton?" said Florence. "Yes," he said half smiling. "But not beautiful? Now what is it they want?" "I do not wish, if I could, to make the want visible to other eyes than my own." "Well, Cornelia Schenck, how do you like her face?" "It is very pretty featured." "Pretty featured! Why she is called beautiful. She has a beautiful smile, Mr. Carleton." "She has only one." "Only one! And how many smiles ought the same person to have?" cried Florence impatiently. But that which instantly answered her said forcibly that a plurality of them was possible. "I have seen one face," he said gravely, and his eye seeking the floor, "that had, I think, 1,000." "Different smiles?" said Mrs. Evelyn in a constrained voice. "If they were not all absolutely that, they had so much of freshness and variety that they all seemed new." "Was the mouth so beautiful?" said Florence. "Perhaps it would not have been remarked for beauty when it was perfectly at rest, but it could not move with the least play of feeling, grave or gay, that did not become so in a very high degree. I think there was no touch or shade of sentiment in the mind that the lips did not give with singular nicety, and the mind was one of the most finely wrought I have ever known." "And what other features went with this mouth?" said Florence. "The usual compliment, I suppose," said Thorn. "Item, 2 lips indifferent red. Item, 2 grey eyes with lids to them. Item, 1 neck, 1 chin, and so forth." "Mr. Carleton, sir," said Mrs. Evelyn blandly, "as Mr. Evelyn says women may be forgiven for wondering, won't you answer Florence's question?" "Mr. Thorn has done it, Mrs. Evelyn, for me." "But I have great doubts of the correctness of Mr. Thorn's description, sir. Won't you indulge us with yours?" "Word painting is a difficult matter, Mrs. Evelyn, in some instances. If I must do it, I will borrow my colours. In general, that which made her fairness much the fairer was that it was but an ambassador of a most fair mind." "A most exquisite picture," said Thorn, "and the original don't stand so thick that one is in any danger of mistaking them. Is the painter Shakespeare? I don't recollect. I think Sidney, sir, I am not sure." "But still, Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn, "this is only in general. I very much want to know the particulars. What style of features belong to this face?" "The fairest I think I have ever known," said Mr. Carleton. "You asked me, Miss Evelyn, what was my notion of beauty. This face was a good illustration of it. Not perfection of outline, though it had that too in a very uncommon degree, but the loveliness of mind and character to which these features were only an index. The thoughts were invariably telegraphed through eye and mouth more faithfully than words could give them." "What kind of eyes?" said Florence. His own grew dark as he answered, "Clear and pure as one might imagine an angel's, through which I am sure my good angel many a time looked at me." Good angels were at a premium among the eyes that were exchanging glances just then. "And Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn, "is it fair to ask, this paragon, is she living still?" "I hope so," he answered with his old light smile, dismissing the subject. "You spoke so much in the past tense," said Mrs. Evelyn apologetically. "Yes, I have not seen it since it was a child's." "A child's face! Oh," said Florence, "I think you see a great many children's faces with that kind of look." "I never saw but the one," said Mr. Carleton dryly. So far Fleda listened, with cheeks that would certainly have excited Mrs. Thorn's alarm if she had not been happily engrossed with Miss Tomlinson's affairs, though up to the last 2 minutes the idea of herself had not entered Fleda's head in connection with the subject of conversation. But then feeling it impossible to make her appearance in public that evening, she quietly slipped out of the open window close by, which led into a little greenhouse on the piazza, and by another door gained the hall and the dressing room. When Dr. Gregory came to Mrs. Evelyn's an hour or two after, a figure all cloaked and hooded ran down the stairs and met him in the hall. "Ready!" said the doctor in surprise. "I have been ready some time, sir," said Fleda. "Well," said he, "then we'll go straight home, for I've not done my work yet." "Dear uncle Orrin," said Fleda, "if I had known you had work to do I wouldn't have come." "Yes you would," he said decidedly. She clasped her uncle's arm and walked with him briskly home through the frosty air, looking at the silent lights and shadows on the walls of the street, and feeling a great desire to cry. "Did you have a pleasant evening?" said the doctor when they were about half way. "Not particularly, sir," said Fleda hesitating. He said not another word till they got home, and Fleda went to her room. But the habit of patience overcame the wish to cry, and though the outside of her little gold clasped Bible awoke it again, a few words of the inside were enough to lay it quietly to sleep. "Well," said the doctor as they sat at breakfast the next morning, "where are you going next?" "To the concert I must, to night," said Fleda. "I couldn't help myself." "Why should you want to help yourself?" said the doctor. "And to Mrs. Thorn's to morrow night?" "No sir, I believe not." "I believe you will," said he looking at her. "I am sure I should enjoy myself more at home, uncle Orrin. There is little rational pleasure to be had in these assemblages." "Rational pleasure!" said he. "Didn't you have any rational pleasure last night?" "I didn't hear a single word spoken, sir, that was worth listening to.
at least that was spoken to me, and the hollow kind of rattle that one hears from every tongue makes me more tired than anything else, I believe. I am out of tune with it somehow." "Out of tune!" said the old doctor, giving her a look made up of humorous vexation and real sadness. "I wish I knew the right tuning key to take hold of you." "I become harmonious rapidly, uncle Orrin, when I am in this pleasant little room alone with you." "That won't do," said he, shaking his head at the smile with which this was said. "There is too much tension upon the strings. So that was the reason you were already waiting for me last night. Well, you must tune up, my little piece of discordance, and go with me to Mrs. Thorn's to morrow night. I won't let you off." "With you, sir?" said Fleda. "Yes," he said, "I'll go along and take care of you, lest you get drawn into something else you don't like." "But dear uncle Orrin, there is another difficulty. It is to be a large party, and I have not a dress exactly fit." "What have you got?" said he with a comic kind of fierceness. "I have silks, but they are none of them proper for this occasion. They are ever so little old fashioned." "What do you want?" "Nothing, sir," said Fleda, "for I don't want to go." "You mend a pair of stockings to put on," said he nodding at her, "and I'll see to the rest." "Apparently you place great importance in stockings," said Fleda laughing, "for you always mention them first. But please don't get anything for me, uncle Orrin, please don't. I have plenty for common occasions, and I don't care to go to Mrs. Thorn's." "I don't care either," said the doctor, working himself into his great coat. "By the by, do you want to invoke the aid of St. Crispin?" He went off, and Fleda did not know whether to cry or to laugh at the vigorous way in which he trod through the hall and slammed the front door after him. Her spirits just kept the medium, and did neither. But they were in the same doubtful mood still an hour after, when he came back with a paper parcel he had brought home under his arm, and unrolled a fine embroidered muslin. Her eyes were very unsteady in carrying their brief messages of thankfulness, as if they feared saying too much. The doctor, however, was in the mood for doing, not talking, by looks or otherwise. Mrs. Pritchard was called into consultation, and with great pride and delight engaged to have the dress and all things else in due order by the following night, her eyes saying all manner of congratulatory things as they went from the muslin to Fleda, and from Fleda to Dr. Gregory. The rest of the day was not books, but needlefuls of thread, and from the confusion of laces and draperies Fleda was almost glad to escape and go to the concert, but for one item that spoiled it. They were in their seats early. Fleda managed successfully to place the two Evelyns between her and Mr. Thorn, and then prepared herself to wear out the evening with patience. "My dear Fleda," whispered Constance after some time spent in restless reconnoitring of everybody and everything, "I don't see my English rose anywhere." "Hush," said Fleda smiling, "that happened not to be an English rose, Constance." "What was it?" "American, unfortunately. It was a noisette, the variety I think that they call conque de Venus." "My dear little Fleda, you are too wise for anything," said Constance with a rather significant arching of her eyebrows. "You mustn't expect other people to be as rural in their acquirements as yourself. I don't pretend to know any rose by sight but the Queechy," she said with a change of expression meant to cover the former one. Fleda's face, however, did not call for any apology. It was perfectly quiet. "But what has become of him?" said Constance with her comic impatience. "My dear Fleda, if my eyes cannot rest upon that development of elegance, the parterre is become a wilderness to me." "Hush, Constance," Fleda whispered earnestly, "you are not safe he may be near you." "Safe!" ejaculated Constance, but a half backward hasty glance of her eye brought home so strong an impression that the person in question was seated a little behind her that she dared not venture another look, and became straightway extremely well behaved. He was there, and being presently convinced that he was in the neighbourhood of his little friend of former days, he resolved with his own excellent eyes to test the truth of the opinion he had formed as to the natural and inevitable effect of circumstances upon her character. whether it could by possibility have retained its great delicacy and refinement under the rough handling and unkindly bearing of things seemingly foreign to both. He had thought not. Truffy did not sing, and the entertainment was of a very secondary quality. This seemed to give no uneasiness to the Miss Evelyns, for if they pouted they laughed and talked in the same breath, and that incessantly. It was nothing to Mr. Carleton, for his mind was bent on something else, and with a little surprise he saw that it was nothing to the subject of his thoughts, either because her own were elsewhere too, or because they were in league with a nice taste that permitted them to take no interest in what was going on. Even her eyes, trained as they had been to recluse habits, were far less busy than those of her companions. Indeed they were not busy at all, for the greater part of the time one hand was upon the brow shielding them from the glare of the gas lights. Ostensibly, but the very quiet air of the face led him to guess that the mind was glad of a shield too. It relaxed sometimes. Constance and Florence and Mr. Thorn and Mr. Thorn's mother were every now and then making demands upon her, and they were met always with an intelligent well bred eye, and often with a smile of equal gentleness and character; but her observer noticed that though the smile came readily, it went as readily, and the lines of her face quickly settled again into what seemed to be an habitual composure. There were the same outlines, the same characters he remembered very well, yet there was a difference. Not grief had changed them, but life had. The brow had all its fine chiselling and high purity of expression, but now there sat a hopelessness, or rather a want of hopefulness, that a child's face never knows. The mouth was sweet and pliable as ever, but now often patience and endurance did not quit their seat upon the lip even when it smiled. The eye with all its old clearness and truthfulness had a shade upon it that 9 years ago only fell at the bidding of sorrow, and in every line of the face there was a quiet gravity that went to the heart of the person who was studying it. Whatever causes had been at work he was very sure had done no harm to the character. Its old simplicity had suffered no change, as every look and movement proved. The very unstudied careless position of the fingers over the eyes showed that the thoughts had nothing to do there. On one half of his doubt Mr. Carleton's mind was entirely made up. But education? The training and storing of the mind? How had that fared? He would know. Perhaps he would have made some attempt that very evening towards satisfying himself. But noticing that, in coming out, Thorn permitted the Evelyns to pass him, and attached himself determinately to Fleda, he drew back and resolved to make his observations indirectly, and on more than one point, before he should seem to make them at all. Chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 33. Fleda's White Muslin. Hark! I hear the sound of coaches, the hour of attack approaches. Gay. Mrs. Pritchard had arrayed Fleda in the white muslin with an amount of satisfaction and admiration that all the lines of her face were insufficient to express. "Now," she said, "you must run down and let the doctor see you, afore you take the shine off, or he won't be able to look at anything else when you get to the place." "That would be unfortunate," said Fleda, and she ran down laughing into the room where the doctor was waiting for her. But her astonished eyes encountering the figure of Dr. Quackenboss, she stopped short, with an air that no woman of the world could have bettered. The physician of Queechy, on his part, was at least equally taken aback. "Dr. Quackenboss," said Fleda. I was going to say, Miss Ringan," said the doctor with a most unaffected obeisance, "but I'm afraid, sir, it is a deceptive influence." "I hope not," said Dr. Gregory smiling, one corner of his mouth for his guest and the other for his niece. "Real enough to do real execution, or I am mistaken, sir." "Upon my word, sir," said Dr. Quackenboss, bowing again, "I hope Miss Ringan will remember the acts of her executive power at home, and return in time to prevent an unfortunate termination." Dr. Gregory laughed heartily now, while Fleda's cheeks relieved her dress to admiration. "Who will complain of her if she don't?" said the doctor. "Who will complain of her if she don't?" But Fleda put in her question. "How are you all at home, Dr. Quackenboss?" "All Queechy, sir," answered the doctor politely, on the principle of first come first served, "and individuals I shouldn't like to specify." "How are you all in Queechy, Dr. Quackenboss?" said Fleda. "I have the pleasure to say we are coming along as usual," replied the doctor, who seemed to have lost his power of standing up straight. "My sister Flora enjoys but poor health lately. They are all holding their heads up at our house. Mr. Rossiter has come home." "Uncle Rolf! Has he?" exclaimed Fleda, the colour of joy quite supplanting the other. "Oh, I'm very glad." "Yes," said the doctor, "he's been home now, I guess going on 4 days." "I am very glad," repeated Fleda. "But won't you come and see me another time, Dr. Quackenboss? I am obliged to go out." The doctor professed his great willingness, adding that he had only come down to the city to do 2 or 3 chores, and thought she might perhaps like to take the opportunity, which would afford him such very great gratification. "No indeed, fair Una," said Dr. Gregory when they were on their way to Mrs. Thorn's. "They've got your uncle at home now, and we've got you, and I mean to keep you till I'm satisfied. So you may bring home that eye that has been squinting at Queechy ever since you have been here, and make up your mind to enjoy yourself. I shan't let you go till you do." "I ought to enjoy myself, uncle Orrin," said Fleda, squeezing his arm gratefully. "See you do," said he. The pleasant news from home had given Fleda's spirits the needed spur which the quick walk to Mrs. Thorn's did not take off. "Did you ever see Fleda look so well, mamma?" said Florence, as the former entered the drawing room. "That is the loveliest and best face in the room," said Mrs. Evelyn, "and she looks like herself to night." "There is a matchless simplicity about her," said a gentleman standing by. "Her dress is becoming," said Mrs. Evelyn. "Why, where did you ever see her, Mr. Stackpole, except at our house?" said Constance. "At Mrs. Decatur's I have had that pleasure, and one at your uncle's." "I didn't know you ever noticed ladies' faces, Mr. Stackpole," said Florence. "How Mrs. Thorn does look at her!" said Constance under her breath. "It is too much." It was almost too much for Fleda's equanimity, for the colour began to come. "And there goes Mr. Carleton," said Constance. "I expect momentarily to hear the company strike up 'Sparkling and Bright.'" "They should have done that some time ago, Miss Constance," said the gentleman, which compliment, however, Constance received with hardly disguised scorn, and turned her attention again to Mr. Carleton. "I trust I do not need presentation," said his voice and his smile at once, as he presented himself to Fleda. How little he needed it, the flash of feeling which met his eyes said sufficiently well. But apparently the feeling was a little too deep, for the colour mounted and the eyes fell, and the smile suddenly died on the lips. Mr. Thorn came up to them, and releasing her hand, Mr. Carleton stepped back and permitted him to lead her way. "What do you think of that face?" said Constance, finding herself a few minutes after at his side. "That must define itself," said he, "or I can hardly give a safe answer." "What face? Why I mean of course the one Mr. Thorn carried off just now." "You are her friend, Miss Constance," he said coolly. "May I ask for your judgment upon it before I give mine?" "Mine? Why I expected every minute that Mr. Thorn would make the musicians play 'Sparkling and Bright,' and tell Miss Ringan that to save trouble he had directed them to express what he was sure were the sentiments of the whole company in one burst." He smiled a little, but in a way that Constance could not understand and did not like. "Those are common epithets," he said. "Must I use uncommon?" said Constance significantly. "No, but these may say one thing or another." "I have said one thing," said Constance, "now you may say the other." "Pardon me, you have said nothing. These epithets are deserved by a great many faces, but on very different grounds, and the praise is a different thing accordingly." "Well, what is the difference?" said Constance. "On what do you think this lady's title to it rests?" "On what? Why on that bewitching little air of the eyes and mouth, I suppose." "Bewitching is a very vague term," said he, smiling again more quietly. "But you have had an opportunity of knowing it much better of late than I. To which class of bright faces would you refer this one? Where does the light come from?" "I never studied faces in a class," said Constance a little scornfully. "Come from? A region of mist and clouds I should say, for it is sometimes pretty well covered up. There are some eyes whose sparkling is nothing more than the play of light upon a bright bead of glass." "It is not that," said Constance, answering in spite of herself after delaying as long as she dared. "There is the brightness that is only the reflection of outward circumstances, and passes away with them." "It isn't that in Fleda Ringgan," said Constance, "for her outward circumstances have no brightness, I should think, that reflection would not utterly absorb." She would fain have turned the conversation, but the questions were put so lightly and quietly that it could not be gracefully done. She longed to cut it short, but her hand was upon Mr. Carleton's arm, and they were slowly sauntering down the rooms, too pleasant a state of things to be relinquished for a trifle. "There is the broad daylight of mere animal spirits," he went on, seeming rather to be suggesting these things for her consideration than eager to set forth any opinions of his own. "There is the sparkling of mischief and the fire of hidden passions. There is the passing of brilliance of wit, as satisfactory and resting as these gas lights. And there is now and then the light of refined affections out of a heart unspotted from the world, as pure and abiding as the stars, and like them throwing its soft ray especially upon the shadows of life." "I have always understood," said Constance, "that cats' eyes are brightest in the dark." "They do not love the light, I believe," said Mr. Carleton calmly. "Well," said Constance, not relishing the expression of her companion's eye, which from glowing had suddenly become cool and bright, "where would you put me, Mr. Carleton, among all these illuminators of the social system?" "You may put yourself where you please, Miss Constance," he said, again turning upon her an eye so deep and full in its meaning that her own and her humour fell before it. For a moment she looked most unlike the gay scene around her. "Is not that the best brightness," he said speaking low, "that will last forever? And is not that lightness of heart best worth having which does not depend on circumstances, and will find its perfection just when all other kinds of happiness fail utterly?" "I can't conceive," said Constance presently, rallying or trying to rally herself, "what you and I have to do in a place where people are enjoying themselves at this moment, Mr. Carleton." He smiled at that, and led her out of it into the conservatory, close to which they found themselves. It was a large and fine one, terminating the suite of rooms in this direction. Few people were there, but at the far end stood a group among whom Fleda and Mr. Thorn were conspicuous. He was busying himself in putting together a quantity of flowers for her, and Mrs. Evelyn and old Mr. Thorn stood looking on, with Mr. Stackpole. Mr. Stackpole was an Englishman, of certainly not very prepossessing exterior, but somewhat noted as an author, and a good deal sought after in consequence. At present he was engaged by Mrs. Evelyn. Mr. Carleton and Constance sauntered up towards them and paused at a little distance to look at some curious plants. "Don't try for that, Mr. Thorn," said Fleda, as the gentleman was making rather ticklish efforts to reach a superb fuchsia that hung high. "You are endangering sundry things beside yourself." "I have learned, Miss Fleda," said Thorn, as with much ado he grasped the beautiful cluster, "that what we take the most pains for is apt to be reckoned the best prize. A truth I should never think of putting into a lady's head, if I believed it possible that a single one of them was ignorant of its practical value." "I have this same rose in my garden at home," said Fleda. "You are a great gardener, Miss Fleda, I hear," said the old gentleman. "My son says you are an adept in it." "I am very fond of it, sir," said Fleda, answering him with an entirely different face. "I thought the delicacy of American ladies was beyond such a masculine employment as gardening," said Mr. Stackpole, edging away from Mrs. Evelyn. "I guess this young lady is an exception to the rule," said old Mr. Thorn. "I guess she is an exception to most rules that you have got in your note book, Mr. Stackpole," said the younger man; "but there is no guessing about the garden, for I have with my own eyes seen these gentle hands at one end of a spade and her foot at the other, a sight that, I declare, I don't know whether I was most filled with astonishment or admiration." "Yes," said Fleda, half laughing and colouring, and he ingenuously confessed in his surprise that he didn't know whether politeness ought to oblige him to stop and shake hands or to pass by without seeing me, evidently shewing that he thought I was about something equivocal. The laugh was now turned against Mr. Thorn, but he went on cutting his geraniums with a grave face. "Well," said he at length, "I think it is something of very equivocal utility. Why should such gentle hands and feet spend their strength in clod breaking when rough ones are at command?" There was nothing equivocal about Fleda's merriment this time. "I have learned, Mr. Thorn, by sad experience, that the rough hands break more than the clods. One day I set Philetus to work among my flowers, and the first thing I knew he had pulled up a fine passion flower, which didn't make much show above ground, and was displaying it to me with the grave commentary, 'Well, that root did grow to a great height.'" "Some mental clod breaking to be done up there, isn't there?" said Thorn in a kind of aside. "I cannot express my admiration at the idea of your dealing with those boors as it has been described to me." "They do not deserve the name, Mr. Thorn," said Fleda. "They are many of them most sensible and excellent people, and friends that I value very highly." "Ay, your goodness would make friends of everything." "Not of boors, I hope," said Fleda coolly. "Besides, what do you mean by the name?" "Anybody incapable of appreciating that of which you alone should be unconscious," he said softly. Fleda stood impatiently tapping her flowers against her left hand. "I doubt their power of appreciation reaches a point that would surprise you, sir." "It does indeed, if I am mistaken in my supposition," he said with a glance which Fleda refused to acknowledge. "What proportion do you suppose," she went on, "of all these roomfuls of people behind us, without saying anything uncharitable, what proportion of them, if compelled to amuse themselves for 2 hours at a bookcase, would pitch upon Macaulay's Essays, or anything like them, to spend the time?" Really, Miss Fleda," said Thorn, "I should want to brush up my algebra considerably before I could hope to find x, y, and z in such a confusion of the alphabet." "Or extract the small sensible root of such a quantity of light matter," said Mr. Stackpole. "Will you bear with my vindication of my country friends? Hugh and I sent for a carpenter to make some new arrangement of shelves in a cupboard where we kept our books. He was one of these boors, Mr. Thorn, in no respect above the rest. The right stuff for his work was wanting, and while it was sent for he took up one of the volumes that were lying about and read perseveringly until the messenger returned. It was a volume of Macaulay's Miscellanies, and afterwards he borrowed the book of me." "And you lent it to him?" said Constance. "Most assuredly, and with a great deal of pleasure." "And is this no more than a common instance, Miss Ringan?" said Mr. Carleton. "No, I think not," said Fleda, the quick blood in her cheeks again answering the familiar voice and old associations. "I know several of the farmers' daughters around us that have studied Latin and Greek, and philosophy is a common thing, and I am sure there is more sense." She suddenly checked herself, and her eye which had been sparkling grew quiet. "It is very absurd," said Mr. Stackpole. "Why, sir?" "Oh, these people have nothing to do with such things do them nothing but harm." "May I ask again what harm?" said Fleda gently. "Unfit them for the duties of their station, and make them discontented with it." "By making it pleasanter?" "No, no, not by making it pleasanter." "By what then, Mr. Stackpole?" said Thorn. To draw him on and to draw her out, Fleda was sure. "By lifting them out of it." "And what objection to lifting them out of it?" said Thorn. "You can't lift everybody out of it," said the gentleman with a little irritation in his manner. "That station must be filled there must always be poor people." "And what degree of poverty ought to debar a man from the pleasures of education and a cultivated taste, such as he can attain?" "No, no, not that," said Mr. Stackpole, but it all goes to fill them with absurd notions about their place in society, inconsistent with proper subordination." Fleda looked at him, but shook her head slightly and was silent. "Things are in very different order on our side the water," said Mr. Stackpole, hugging himself. "Are they?" said Fleda. "Yes, we understand how to keep things in their places a little better." "I did not know," said Fleda quietly, "that it was by design of the rulers of England that so many of her lower class are in the intellectual condition of our slaves." "Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn laughing, "what do you say to that, sir?" Fleda's face turned suddenly to him with a quick look of apology, which she immediately knew was not needed. "But this kind of thing don't make the people any happier," pursued Mr. Stackpole, "only serves to give them uppish and dissatisfied longings that cannot be gratified." "Somebody says," observed Thorn, "that under a despotism all are contented because none can get on, and in a republic none are contented because all can get on." "Precisely," said Mr. Stackpole. "That might do very well if the world were in a state of perfection," said Fleda. "As it is, commend me to discontent and getting on. And the uppishness I am afraid is a national fault, sir. You know our state motto is Excelsior." "We are at liberty to suppose," said Thorn, "that Miss Ringan has followed the example of her friends the farmers' daughters, or led them in it?" "It is dangerous to make surmises," said Fleda colouring. "It is a pleasant way of running into danger," said Mr. Thorn, who was leisurely pruning the prickles from the stem of a rose. "I was talking to a gentleman once," said Fleda, "about the birds and flowers we find in our wilds, and he told me afterwards gravely that he was afraid I was studying too many things at once, when I was innocent of all ornithology but what my eyes and ears had picked up in the woods, except some childish reminiscence of Audubon." "That is just the right sort of learning for a lady," said Mr. Stackpole, smiling at her. "However, women have nothing to do with books." "What do you say to that, Miss Fleda?" said Thorn. "Nothing, sir. It is one of those positions that are unanswerable." "But Mr. Stackpole," said Mrs. Evelyn, "I don't like that doctrine, sir. I do not believe in it at all." "That is unfortunate for my doctrine," said the gentleman. "But I do not believe it is yours. Why must women have nothing to do with books? What harm do they do, Mr. Stackpole?" "Not needed, ma'am. A woman, as somebody says, knows intuitively all that is really worth knowing." "Of what use is a mind that is never worked?" said Mr. Carleton. "It is worked," said Mr. Stackpole. "Domestic life is the true training for the female mind. One woman will learn more wisdom from the child on her breast than another will learn from 10,000 volumes." "It is very doubtful how much wisdom the child will ever learn from her," said Mr. Carleton smiling. "A woman who never saw a book," pursued Mr. Stackpole, unconsciously quoting his author, "may be infinitely superior, even in all those matters of which books treat, to the woman who has read, and read intelligently, a whole library." "Unquestionably. And it is likewise beyond question that a silver sixpence may be worth more than a washed guinea." "But a true woman's sphere is in her family, in her home duties, which furnish the best and most appropriate training for her faculties, pointed out by nature itself." "Yes," said Mr. Carleton, "and for those duties, some of the very highest and noblest that are entrusted to human agency, the fine machinery that is to perform them should be wrought to its last point of perfectness. The wealth of a woman's mind, instead of lying in the rough, should be richly brought out and fashioned for its various ends, while yet those ends are in the future, or it will never meet the demand; and for her own happiness, all the more because her sphere is at home, her home stores should be exhaustless, the stores she cannot go abroad to seek. I would add to strength beauty, and to beauty grace, in the intellectual proportions, so far as possible. It were ungenerous in a man to condemn the best half of human intellect to insignificance merely because it is not his own." Mrs. Evelyn wore a smile of admiration that nobody saw, but Fleda's face was a study while Mr. Carleton was saying this. Her look was fixed upon him with such intent satisfaction and eagerness that it was not till he had finished that she became aware that those dark eyes were going very deep into hers, and suddenly put a stop to the inquisition. "Very pleasant doctrine to the ears that have an interest in it," said Mr. Stackpole rather discontentedly. "The man knows little of his own interest," said Mr. Carleton, "who would leave that ground waste, or would cultivate it only in the narrow spirit of utilitarian. He needs an influence in his family not more refreshing than rectifying, and no man will seek that in one greatly his inferior. He is to be pitied who cannot fall back upon his home with the assurance that he has there something better than himself." "Why, Mr. Carleton, sir," said Mrs. Evelyn, with every line of her mouth saying funny things, "I am afraid you have sadly neglected your own interest. Have you anything at Carleton better than yourself?" Suddenly cool again, he laughed and said, "You were there, Mrs. Evelyn." "But Mr. Carleton," pursued the lady with a mixture of insinuation and fun, "why were you never married?" "Circumstances have always forbade it," he answered, with a smile which Constance declared was the most fascinating thing she ever saw in her life. Fleda was arranging her flowers, with the help of some very unnecessary suggestions from the donor. "Mr. Lewis," said Constance with a kind of insinuation very different from her mother's, made up of fun and daring, "Mr. Carleton has been giving me a long lecture on botany, while my attention was distracted by listening to your spiritual conversation." "Well, Miss Constance?" "And I am morally certain I sha'n't recollect a word of it if I don't carry away some specimens to refresh my memory, and in that case he would never give me another." It was impossible to help laughing at the distrustful position of the young lady's eyebrows, and with at least some measure of outward grace Mr. Thorn set about complying with her request. Fleda again stood tapping her left hand with her flowers, wondering a little that somebody else did not come and speak to her, but he was talking to Mrs. Evelyn and Mr. Stackpole. Fleda did not wish to join them, and nothing better occurred to her than to arrange her flowers over again. So throwing them all down before her on a marble slab, she began to pick them up one by one, and put them together, with, it must be confessed, a very indistinct realization of the difference between myrtle and lemon blossoms; and as she seemed to be laying acacia to rose, and disposing some sprigs of beautiful heath beneath them, in reality she was laying kindness alongside of kindness, and looking at the years beyond years where their place had been. It was with a little start that she suddenly found the person of her thoughts standing at her elbow and talking to her in bodily presence. But while he spoke with all the ease and simplicity of old times, almost making Fleda think it was but last week they had been strolling through the Place de la Concorde together, there was a constraint upon her that she could not get rid of, and that bound eye and tongue. It might have worn off, but his attention was presently claimed again by Mrs. Evelyn, and Fleda thought best, while yet Constance's bouquet was unfinished, to join another party and make her escape into the drawing rooms. CHAPTer 33
Chapter 34 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 34. How the Fairy engaged the two Englishmen. Have you observed a sitting hare, listening and fearful of the storm? Of horns and hounds, clap back her ear, afraid to keep or leave her form? Prior. By the Evelyns' own desire, Fleda's going to them was delayed for a week, because, they said, a furnace was to be brought into the house, and they would be all topsy turvy till that fuss was over. Fleda kept herself very quiet in the mean time, seeing almost nobody but the person whom it was her especial object to shun. Do her best, she could not quite escape him, and was even drawn into 2 or 3 walks and rides, in spite of denying herself utterly to gentlemen at home, and losing in consequence a visit from her old friend. She was glad at last to go to the Evelyns and see company again, hoping that Mr. Thorn would be merged in a crowd. But she could not merge him, and sometimes was almost inclined to suspect that his constant prominence in the picture must be owing to some mysterious and wilful conjuration going on in the background. She was at a loss to conceive how else it happened that despite her utmost endeavours to the contrary, she was so often thrown upon his care and obliged to take up with his company. It was very disagreeable. Mr. Carleton she saw almost as constantly, but though frequently near, she had never much to do with him. There seemed to be a dividing atmosphere always in the way, and whenever he did speak to her she felt miserably constrained, and unable to appear like herself. Why was it? She asked herself, in a very vexed state of mind. No doubt partly from the remembrance of that overheard conversation, which she could not help applying, but much more from an indefinable sense that at these times there were always eyes upon her. She tried to charge the feeling upon her consciousness of their having heard that same talk, but it would not the more go off. And it had no chance to wear off, for somehow the occasions never lasted long. Something was sure to break them up, while an unfortunate combination of circumstances or of connivers seemed to give Mr. Thorn unlimited facilities in the same kind. Fleda was quick-witted and skilful enough to work herself out of them once in a while. More often the combination was too much for her simplicity and straightforwardness. She was a little disappointed and a little surprised at Mr. Carleton's coolness. He was quite equal to withstand or outgeneral the schemes of any set of manoeuvres. Therefore it was plain he did not care for the society of his little friend and companion of old time. Fleda felt it, especially as she now and then heard him in delightful talk with somebody else, making himself so interesting that when Fleda could get a chance to listen, she was quite ready to forgive his not talking to her for the pleasure of hearing him talk at all. But at other times she said sorrowfully to herself, "He will be going home presently, and I shall not have seen him." One day she had successfully defended herself against taking a drive which Mr. Thorn came to propose, though the proposition had been laughingly backed by Mrs. Evelyn. Raillery was much harder to withstand than persuasion, but Fleda's quiet resolution had proved a match for both. The better to cover her ground she declined to go out at all, and remained at home, the only one of the family that fine day. In the afternoon Mr. Carleton was there. Fleda sat a little apart from the rest, industriously bending over a complicated piece of embroidery belonging to Constance, and in which that young lady had made a great blunder which she declared her patience unequal to the task of rectifying. The conversation went gaily forward among the others, Fleda taking no part in it beyond an involuntary one. Mr. Carleton's part was rather reserved and grave, according to his manner in ordinary society. "What do you keep bothering yourself with that for?" said Edith, coming to Fleda's side. "One must be doing something, you know," said Fleda lightly. "No, you mustn't, not when you're tired, and I know you are. I'd let Constance pick out her own work." "I promised her I would do it," said Fleda. "Well, you didn't promise her when. Come, everybody's been out but you, and you have sat over here this whole day. Why don't you come over there and talk with the rest? I know you want to, for I've watched your mouth going." "Going? How?" "Going off at the corners. I've seen it. Come." But Fleda said she could listen and work at once, and would not budge. Edith stood looking at her a little while in a kind of admiring sympathy, and then went back to the group. "Mr. Carleton," said the young lady, who was treading with laudable success in the steps of her sister Constance, "what has become of that ride you promised to give me?" "I do not know, Miss Edith," said Mr. Carleton smiling, "for my conscience never had the keeping of it." "Hush, Edith," said her mother, "do you think Mr. Carleton has nothing to do but take you riding?" "I don't believe he has much to do," said Edith securely. "But Mr. Carleton, you did promise, for I asked you and you said nothing, and I have always been told that silence gives consent. So what is to become of it?" "Will you go now, Miss Edith?" "Now? Oh yes! And will you go out to Manhattanville, Mr. Carleton? Along by the river?" "If you like. But Miss Edith, the carriage will hold another. Cannot you persuade one of these ladies to go with us?" "Fleda!" said Edith, springing off to her with extravagant capers of joy, "Fleda, you shall go. You haven't been out to day." "And I cannot go out to day," said Fleda gently. "The air is very fine," said Mr. Carleton, approaching her table with no want of alacrity in step or tone, her ears knew, "and this weather makes everything beautiful. Has that piece of canvas any claims upon you that cannot be put aside for a little while?" "No, sir," said Fleda, "but I am sorry I have a stronger reason that must keep me at home." "She knows how the weather looks," said Edith. "Mr. Thorn takes her out every other day. It's no use to talk to her, Mr. Carleton. When she says she won't, she won't." "Every other day!" said Fleda. "No, no," said Mrs. Evelyn, coming up, and with that smile which Fleda had never liked so little as at that minute, "not every other day, Edith. What are you talking of? Go, and don't keep Mr. Carleton waiting." Fleda worked on, feeling a little aggrieved. Mr. Carleton stood still by her table, watching her, while his companions were getting themselves ready, but he said no more, and Fleda did not raise her head till the party were off. Florence had taken her resigned place. "I dare say the weather will be quite as fine to morrow, dear Fleda," said Mrs. Evelyn softly. "I hope it will," said Fleda in a tone of resolute simplicity. "I only hope it will not bring too great a throng of carriages to the door," Mrs. Evelyn went on in a tone of great amusement. "I never used to mind it, but I have lately a nervous fear of collisions." "To morrow is not your reception day," said Fleda. "No, not mine," said Mrs. Evelyn softly, "but that doesn't signify. It may be one of my neighbours." Fleda pulled away at her threads of worsted and wouldn't know anything else. "I have read of the servants of Lot and the servants of Abraham quarrelling," Mrs. Evelyn went on in the same undertone of delight, "because the land was too strait for them. I should be very sorry to have anything of the sort happen again, for I cannot imagine where Lot would go to find a plain that would suit him." "Lot and Abraham, mamma!" said Constance from the sofa. "What on earth are you talking about?" "None of your business," said Mrs. Evelyn. "I was talking of some country friends of mine that you don't know." Constance knew her mother's laugh very well, but Mrs. Evelyn was impenetrable. The next day Fleda ran away and spent a good part of the morning with her uncle in the library, looking over new books, among which she found herself quite a stranger, so many had made their appearance since the time when she had much to do with libraries or bookstores. Living friends, male and female, were happily forgotten in the delighted acquaintance making with those quiet companions which, whatever their deficiencies in other respects, are at least never importunate nor unfaithful. Fleda had come home rather late and was dressing for dinner with Constance's company and help when Mrs. Evelyn came into her room. "My dear Fleda," said the lady, her face and voice as full as possible of fun, "Mr. Carleton wants to know if you will ride with him this afternoon. I told him I believed you were in general shy of gentlemen that drove their own horses, that I thought I had noticed you were, but I would come up and see." "Mrs. Evelyn, you did not tell him that." "He said he was sorry to see you look pale yesterday when he was asking you, and he was afraid that embroidery is not good for you. He thinks you are a very charming girl." And Mrs. Evelyn went off into little fits of laughter which unstrung all Fleda's nerves. She stood absolutely trembling. "Mamma, don't plague her," said Constance. "He didn't say so." "He did, upon my word," said Mrs. Evelyn, speaking with great difficulty. "He said she was very charming and it might be dangerous to see too much of her." "You made him say that, Mrs. Evelyn," said Fleda reproachfully. "Well, I did ask him if you were not very charming. He answered without hesitation," said the lady, "I am only so afraid that Lot will make his appearance." Fleda turned round to the glass and went on arranging her hair with a quivering lip. "Lot, mamma!" said Constance somewhat indignantly. "Yes," said Mrs. Evelyn in ecstasies, "because the land will not bear both of them. But Mr. Carleton is very much in earnest for his answer, Fleda my dear. What shall I tell him? You need be under no apprehensions about going. He will perhaps tell you that you are charming, but I don't think he will say anything more. You know he is a kind of patriarch; and when I asked him if he didn't think it might be dangerous to see too much of you, he said he thought it might to some people. So you see you are safe." "Mrs. Evelyn, how could you use my name so?" said Fleda with a voice that carried a good deal of reproach. "My dear Fleda, shall I tell him you will go? You need not be afraid to go riding, only you must not let yourself be seen walking with him." "I shall not go, ma'am," said Fleda quietly. "I wanted to send Edith with you, thinking it would be pleasanter, but I knew Mr. Carleton's carriage would hold but two to day. So what shall I tell him?" "I am not going, ma'am," repeated Fleda. "But what shall I tell him? I must give him some reason. Shall I say that you think a sea breeze is blowing and you don't like it? Or shall I say that prospects are a matter of indifference to you?" Fleda was quite silent, and went on dressing herself with trembling fingers. "My dear Fleda," said the lady, bringing her face a little into order, "won't you go? I am very sorry." "So am I sorry," said Fleda. "I can't go, Mrs. Evelyn." "I will tell Mr. Carleton you are very sorry," said Mrs. Evelyn, every line of her face drawing again. "That will console him and let him hope that you will not mind sea breezes by and by, after you have been a little longer in the neighbourhood of them. I will tell him you are a good Republican, and have an objection at present to an English equipage, but I have no doubt that it is a prejudice which will wear off." She stopped to laugh, while Fleda had the greatest difficulty not to cry. The lady did not seem to see her disturbed brow, but recovering herself after a little, though not readily, she bent forward and touched her lips to it in kind fashion. Fleda did not look up, and saying again, "I will tell him, dear Fleda," Mrs. Evelyn left the room. Constance, after a little laughing and condoling, neither of which Fleda attempted to answer, ran off too, to dress herself. And Fleda, after finishing her own toilette, locked her door, sat down, and cried heartily. She thought Mrs. Evelyn had been, perhaps unconsciously, very unkind; and to say that unkindness has not been meant is but to shift the charge from one to another vital point in the character of a friend, and one perhaps sometimes not less grave. A moment's passionate wrong may consist with the endurance of a friendship worth having, better than the thoughtlessness of obtuse wits that can never know how to be kind. Fleda's whole frame was still in a tremor from disagreeable excitement, and she had serious causes of sorrow to cry for. She was sorry she had lost what would have been a great pleasure in the ride, and her great pleasures were not often. But nothing would have been more impossible than for her to go after what Mrs. Evelyn had said. She was sorry Mr. Carleton should have asked her twice in vain. What must he think? She was exceeding sorry that a thought should have been put into her head that never before had visited the most distant dreams of her imagination, so needlessly, so gratuitously. She was very sorry, for she could not be free of it again, and she felt it would make her miserably hampered and constrained in mind and matter both, in any future intercourse with the person in question. And then again, what would he think of that? Poor Fleda came to the conclusion that her best place was at home, and made up her mind to take the first good opportunity of getting there. She went down to dinner with no traces of either tears or unkindness on her sweet face, but her nerves were quivering all afternoon. She could not tell whether Mrs. Evelyn and her daughters found it out, and it was impossible for her to get back even her old degree of freedom of manner before either Mr. Carleton or Mr. Thorn. All the more because Mrs. Evelyn was every now and then bringing out some sly allusion which afforded herself intense delight, and wrought Fleda to the last degree of quietness. Unkind! Fleda thought now it was but half from ignorance of the mischief she was doing, and the other half from the mere desire of selfish gratification. The times and ways in which Lot and Abraham were walked into the conversation were incalculable, and unintelligible except to the person who understood it only too well. On one occasion Mrs. Evelyn went on with a long rigmarole to Mr. Thorn about sea breezes, with a face of most exquisite delight at his mystification and her own hidden fun, till Fleda was absolutely trembling. Fleda shunned both the gentlemen at length with a kind of nervous horror. One steamer had left New York, and another, and still Mr. Carleton did not leave it. Why he stayed, Constance was as much in a puzzle as ever, for no mortal could guess. Clearly, she said, he did not delight in New York society, for he honoured it as slightly and partially as might be, and it was equally clear if he had a particular reason for staying he didn't mean anybody should know it. "If he don't mean it, you won't find out, Constance," said Fleda. "But it is that very consideration, you see, which inflames my impatience to a most dreadful degree. I think our house is distinguished with his regards, though I am sure I can't imagine why, for he never condescends to anything beyond general benevolence when he is here, and not always to that. He has no taste for embroidery, or Miss Ringan's crewels would receive more of his notice. He listens to my spirited conversation with a self-possession which invariably deprives me of mine, and his ear is evidently dull to musical sensibilities, or Florence's harp would have greater charms. I hope there is a web weaving somewhere that will catch him. At present he stands in an attitude of provoking independence of all the rest of the world." "It is curious," said Constance with an indescribable face. "I feel that the independence of another is rapidly making a slave of me." "What do you mean, Constance?" said Edith indignantly, but the others could do nothing but laugh. Fleda did not wonder that Mr. Carleton made no more efforts to get her to ride, for the very next day after his last failure he had met her driving with Mr. Thorn. Fleda had been asked by Mr. Thorn's mother in such a way as made it impossible to get off, but it caused her to set a fresh seal of unkindness to Mrs. Evelyn's behaviour. One evening, when there was no other company at Mrs. Evelyn's, Mr. Stackpole was entertaining himself with a long dissertation upon the affairs of America, past, present, and future. It was a favourite subject. Mr. Stackpole always seemed to have more complacent enjoyment of his easy chair when he could succeed in making every American in the room sit uncomfortably. And this time, without any one to thwart him, he went on to his heart's content, disposing of the subject as one would strip a rose of its petals, with as much seeming nonchalance and ease, and with precisely the same design, to make a rose no rose. Leaf after leaf fell under Mr. Stackpole's touch, as if it had been a black frost. The American government was a rickety experiment, go to pieces presently. American institutions, an alternative between fallacy and absurdity, the fruit of raw minds and precocious theories. American liberty, a contradiction. American character, a compound of quackery and pretension. American society, except at Mrs. Evelyn's, an anomaly. American destiny the same with that of a cactus or a volcano, a period of rest followed by a period of excitement, not however like the former making successive shoots towards perfection, but like the latter grounding every new face of things upon the demolition of that which went before. Smoothly and pleasantly Mr. Stackpole went on compounding this cup of entertainment for himself and his hearers, smacking his lips over it, and all the more, Fleda thought, when they made wry faces, throwing in a little truth, a good deal of fallacy, and a great deal of perversion and misinterpretation, while Mrs. Evelyn listened and smiled, and half parried and half assented to his positions, and Fleda sat impatiently drumming upon her elbow with the fingers of her other hand, in the sheer necessity of giving some expression to her feelings. Mr. Stackpole at last got his finger upon the sore spot of American slavery, and pressed hard. "This is the land of the stars and the stripes," said the gentleman in a little fit of virtuous indignation. "This is the land where all are brothers, where all men are born free and equal." "Mr. Stackpole," said Fleda in a tone that called his attention, "are you well acquainted with the popular proverbs of your country?" "Not particularly," he said. He had never made it a branch of study. "I am a great admirer of them." He bowed, and begged to be excused for remarking that he didn't see the point yet. "Do you remember this one, sir?" said Fleda, colouring a little. "'Those that live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones'?" "I have heard it, but pardon me, though your remark seems to imply the contrary, I am in the dark yet. What unfortunate points of vitrification have I laid open to your fire?" "I thought they were probably forgotten by you, sir." "I shall be exceedingly obliged to you if you will put me in condition to defend myself." "I think nothing could do that, Mr. Stackpole. Under whose auspices and fostering care was this curse of slavery laid upon America?" "Why of course, but you will observe, Miss Ringgan, that at that day the world was unenlightened on a great many points. Since then we have cast off the wrong which we then shared with the rest of mankind." "Ay, sir, but not until we had first repudiated it, and Englishmen had desired to force it back upon us at the point of the sword 4 times." "But my dear Fleda," interrupted Mrs. Evelyn, "the English nation have no slaves nor slave trade. They have put an end to slavery entirely everywhere under their flag." "They were very slow about it," said Fleda. 4 times the government of Massachusetts abolished the slave trade under their control, and 4 times the English government thrust it back upon them. Do you remember what Burke says about that? in his speech on conciliation with America?" "It don't signify what Burke says about it," said Mr. Stackpole, rubbing his chin. "Burke is not the first authority, but Miss Ringan, it is undeniable that slavery, and the slave trade too, does at this moment exist in the interior of your own country." "I will never excuse what is wrong, sir, but I think it becomes an Englishman to be very moderate in putting forth that charge." "Why," he said hastily, "we have done away with it entirely in our own dominions, wiped that stain clean off. Not a slave can touch British ground but he breathes free air from that minute." "Yes, sir, but candour will allow that we are not in a condition in this country to decide the question by a tour de force." "What is to decide it then?" he said, a little arrogantly. "The progress of truth in public opinion." "And why not the government, as well as our government?" "It has not the power, you know, sir." "Not the power! Well, that speaks for itself." "Nothing against us on a fair construction," said Fleda patiently. "It is well known to those who understand the subject." "Where did you learn so much about it, Fleda?" said Mrs. Evelyn humorously. "As the birds pick up their supplies, ma'am, here and there. It is well known, Mr. Stackpole, that our Constitution could never have been agreed upon if that question of slavery had not been by common consent left where it was, with the separate State governments." "The separate State governments! Well, why do not they put an end to it? The disgrace is only shifted." "Of course they must first have the consent of the public mind of those States." "Ah, their consent! And why is their consent wanting?" "We cannot defend ourselves there," said Mrs. Evelyn. "I wish we could." "The disgrace at least is shifted from the whole to a part. But will you permit me," said Fleda, "to give another quotation from my despised authority, and remind you of an Englishman's testimony that beyond a doubt that point of emancipation would never have been carried in Parliament had the interests of even a part of the electors been concerned in it." "It was done, however, and done with the expense of 20 millions of money." "And I'm sure that was very noble," said Florence. "It was what no nation but the English would ever have done," said Mrs. Evelyn. "I do not wish to dispute it," said Fleda, "but still it was doing what did not touch the sensitive point of their own well being." "We think there is a little national honour concerned in it," said Mr. Stackpole dryly, stroking his chin again. "So does every right minded person," said Mrs. Evelyn. "I am sure I do." "And so do I," said Fleda. "But I think the honour of a piece of generosity is considerably lessened by the fact that it is done at the expense of another." "Generosity!" said Mr. Stackpole. "It was not generosity, it was justice. There was no generosity about it." "Then it deserves no honour at all," said Fleda. "If it was merely that, the tardy execution of justice is but the removal of a reproach." "We Englishmen are of opinion, however," said Mr. Stackpole contentedly, "that the removers of a reproach are entitled to some honour which those who persist in retaining it cannot claim." "Yes," said Fleda, drawing rather a long breath, "I acknowledge that; but I think that while some of these same Englishmen have shewn themselves so unwilling to have the condition of their own factory slaves ameliorated, they should be very gentle in speaking of wrongs which we have far less ability to rectify." "Ah, I like consistency," said Mr. Stackpole. "America shouldn't dress up poles with liberty caps till all who walk under are free to wear them. She cannot boast that the breath of her air and the breath of freedom are one." "Can England?" said Fleda gently, "when her own citizens are not free from the horrors of impressment?" "Pshaw!" said Mr. Stackpole, half in a pet and half laughing. "Why, where did you get such a fury against England? You are the first fair antagonist I have met on this side of the water." "I wish I was a better one, sir," said Fleda laughing. "Miss Ringgan has been prejudiced by an acquaintance with one or two unfortunate specimens," said Mrs. Evelyn. "Ay," said Mr. Stackpole a little bitterly, "America is the natural birthplace of prejudice, always was." "Displayed first in maintaining the rights against the swords of the Englishmen. Latterly how, Mr. Stackpole?" "It isn't necessary to enlighten you on any part of the subject," said he a little pointedly. "Fleda, my dear, you are answered," said Mrs. Evelyn, apparently with great internal amusement. "Yet you will indulge me so far as to indicate what part of the subject you are upon?" said Fleda quietly. "You must grant so much as that to so gentle a requisition, Mr. Stackpole," said the older lady. "I venture to assume that you do not say that on your own account, Mrs. Evelyn?" "Not at all. I agree with you that Americans are prejudiced, but I think it will pass off, Mr. Stackpole, as they learn to know themselves and other countries better." "But how do they deserve such a charge and such a defence? Or how have they deserved it?" said Fleda. "Tell her, Mr. Stackpole," said Mrs. Evelyn. "Why," said Mr. Stackpole, "in their absurd opposition to all the old and tried forms of things, and rancorous dislike of those who uphold them, and in their pertinacity on every point where they might be set right, and impatience of hearing the truth." "Are they singular in that last item?" said Fleda. "Now," said Mr. Stackpole, not heeding her, "there's your treatment of the aborigines of this country. What do you call that for a free people?" "A powder magazine communicating with a great one of your own somewhere else. So if you are a good subject, sir, you will not carry a lighted candle into it." "One of our own! Where?" said he. "In India," said Fleda with a glance, "and there are I don't know how many trains leading to it. So better hands off, sir." "Where did you pick up such a spite against us?" said Mr. Stackpole, drawing a little back and eyeing her as one would a belligerent mouse or cricket. "Will you tell me now that Americans are not prejudiced?" "Why do you call it prejudice?" said Fleda smiling. "O there is a great deal of it, no doubt, here, Mr. Stackpole," said Mrs. Evelyn blandly, "but we shall grow out of it in time. It is only the premature wisdom of a young people." "And young people never like to hear their wisdom rebuked," said Mr. Stackpole bowing. "Fleda, my dear, what for is that little significant shake of your head?" said Mrs. Evelyn in her amused voice. "A trifle, ma'am." "Covers a hidden rebuke, Mrs. Evelyn, I have no doubt of it, for both our last remarks. What is it, Miss Fleda? I dare say we can bear it." "I was thinking, sir, that none would trouble themselves much about our foolscap if we had not once made them wear it." "Mr. Stackpole, you are worsted. I only wish Mr. Carleton had been here," said Mrs. Evelyn, with a face of excessive delight. "I wish he had," said Fleda, "for then I need not have spoken a word." "Why?" said Mr. Stackpole a little irritated, "you suppose he would have fought for you against me?" "I suppose he would have fought for the truth against anybody, sir," said Fleda. "Even against his own interests?" "If I am not mistaken in him," said Fleda, "he reckons his own and those of truth identical." The shout that was raised at this by all the ladies of the family made her look up in wonderment. "Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn, "what do you say to that, sir?" The direction of the lady's eye made Fleda spring up and face about. The gentleman in question was standing quietly at the back of her chair, too quietly she saw to leave any doubt of his having been there some time. Mr. Stackpole uttered an ejaculation, but Fleda stood absolutely motionless, and nothing could be prettier than her colour. "What do you say to what you have heard, Mr. Carleton?" said Mrs. Evelyn. Fleda's eyes were on the floor, but she thoroughly appreciated the tone of the question. "I hardly know whether I have listened with most pleasure or pain, Mrs. Evelyn." "Pleasure!" said Constance. "Pain," said Mr. Stackpole. "I am certain Miss Ringan was pure from any intention of giving pain," said Mrs. Evelyn with her voice of contained fun. "She has no national antipathies, I am sure, unless in the case of the Jews. She is too charming a girl for that." "Miss Ringan cannot regret less than I a word she has spoken," said Mr. Carleton, looking keenly at her as she drew back and took a seat a little off from the rest. "Then why was the pain?" said Mr. Stackpole. "That there should have been any occasion for them, sir." "Well, I wasn't sensible of the occasion, so I didn't feel the pain," said Mr. Stackpole dryly, for the other gentleman's tone was almost haughtily significant; "but if I had, the pleasure of such sparkling eyes would have made me forget it. Good evening, Mrs. Evelyn. Good evening, my gentle antagonist. It seems to me you have learned, if it is permissible to alter one of your favourite proverbs, that it is possible to break two windows with one stone. However, I don't feel that I go away with any of mine shattered." "Fleda, my dear," said Mrs. Evelyn laughing, "what do you say to that?" "As he is not here I will say nothing to it, Mrs. Evelyn," said Fleda, quietly drawing off to the table with her work, and again in a tremor from head to foot. "Why didn't you see Mr. Carleton come in?" said Edith following her. "I did. He came in long before you had done talking, and mamma held up her finger and made him stop. And he stood at the back of your chair the whole time listening. Mr. Stackpole didn't know he was there either. But what's the matter with you?" "Nothing," said Fleda, but she made her escape out of the room the next instant. "Mamma," said Edith, "what ails Fleda?" "I don't know, my love," said Mrs. Evelyn. "Nothing, I hope." "There does, though," said Edith decidedly. "Come here, Edith," said Constance, "and don't meddle with matters above your comprehension. Miss Ringgan has probably hurt her hand with throwing stones." "Hurt her hand!" said Edith, but she was taken possession of by her eldest sister. "That is a lovely girl, Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn with an indescribable look, outwardly benign, but beneath that most keen in its scrutiny. He bowed rather abstractedly. "She will make a charming little farmer's wife, don't you think so?" "Is that her lot, Mrs. Evelyn?" he said with a somewhat incredulous smile. "Well, no, not precisely," said the lady. "You know in the country, or you do not know, the ministers are half farmers, but I suppose not more than half. Just such a mixture will suit Fleda, I should think. She has not told me in so many words, but it is easy to read so ingenuous a nature as hers. And I have discovered there is a most deserving young friend of mine settled at Queechy that she is by no means indifferent to. I take it for granted that will be the end of it," said Mrs. Evelyn, pinching her sofa cushion in a great many successive places with a most composed and satisfied air. But Mr. Carleton did not seem at all interested in the subject, and presently introduced another. Chapter 35.
of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 35. Fleda forgets herself. It is a hard matter for friends to meet, but mountains may be removed with earthquakes, and so encounter, as you like it. "What have we to do to night?" said Florence at breakfast the next morning. "You have no engagement, have you?" said her mother. "No, mamma," said Constance, arching her eyebrows. "We are to taste the sweets of domestic life. You, as head of the family, will go to sleep in the dormeuse, and Florence and I shall take turns in yawning by your side." "And what will Fleda do?" said Mrs. Evelyn laughing. "Fleda, mamma, will be wrapped in remorseful recollections of having enacted a mob last evening, and have enough occupation in considering how she shall repair damages." "Fleda, my dear, she is very saucy," said Mrs. Evelyn, sipping her tea with great comfort. "Why should we yawn to night any more than last night?" said Fleda, a question which Edith would certainly have asked if she had not been away at school. The breakfast was too late for both her and her father. "Last night, my dear, your fractious disposition kept us upon half breath. There wasn't time to yawn. I meant to have eased my breast by laughing afterwards, but that expectation was stifled." "What stifled it?" "I was afraid," said Constance, with a little flutter of her person up and down in her chair. "Afraid of what?" "And besides, you know we can't have our drawing rooms filled with distinguished foreigners every evening we are not at home. I shall direct the fowling piece to be severe in his execution of orders to night, and let nobody in." "I forgot!" exclaimed Constance with another flutter, "it is Mr. Thorn's night. My dearest mamma, will you consent to have the dormeuse wheeled round with its back to the fire? And Florence and I will take the opportunity to hear little Edith's lessons in the next room. Unless Mr. Decatur comes, I must endeavour to make the Manton comprehend what he has to do." "But what is to become of Mr. Evelyn?" said Fleda. "You make Mrs. Evelyn the head of the family very unceremoniously." "Mr. Evelyn, my dear," said Constance gravely, "makes a futile attempt semi-weekly to beat his brains out with a club, and every successive failure encourages him to try again, the only effect being a temporary decapitation of his family. and I believe this is the night on which he periodically turns a frigid eye upon their destitution." "You are too absurd," said Florence, reaching over for a sausage. "Dear Constance," said Fleda, half laughing, "why do you talk so?" "Constance, behave yourself," said her mother. "Mamma," said the young lady, "I am actuated by a benevolent desire to effect a diversion of Miss Ringgan's mind from its gloomy meditations, by presenting to her some more real subjects of distress." "I wonder if you ever looked at such a thing," said Fleda. "What 'such a thing'?" "As a real subject of distress." "Yes, I have one incessantly before me in your serious countenance. Why in the world, Fleda, don't you look like other people?" "I suppose because I don't feel like them." "And why don't you? I am sure you ought to be as happy as most people." "I think I am a great deal happier," said Fleda. "Than I am?" said the young lady with arched eyebrows. But they went down, and her look softened in spite of herself at the eye and smile which answered her. "I should be very glad, dear Constance, to know you were as happy as I." "Why do you think I am not?" said the young lady a little tartly. "Because no happiness would satisfy me that cannot last." "And why can't it last?" "It is not built upon lasting things." "Pshaw!" said Constance, "I wouldn't have such a dismal kind of happiness as yours, Fleda, for anything." "Dismal?" said Fleda smiling, "because it can never disappoint me? Or because it isn't noisy?" "My dear little Fleda," said Constance in her usual manner, "you have lived up there among the solitudes till you have got morbid ideas of life, which it makes me melancholy to observe. I am very much afraid they verge towards stagnation." "No indeed," said Fleda laughing, "but if you please, with me the stream of life has flowed so quietly that I have looked quite to the bottom, and know how shallow it is, and growing shallower. I could not venture my bark of happiness there, but with you it is like a spring torrent. The foam and roar hinder your looking deep into it." Constance gave her a significant glance, a strong contrast to the earnest simplicity of Fleda's face, and presently inquired if she ever wrote poetry. "Shall I have the pleasure some day of discovering your uncommon signature in the secular corner of some religious newspaper?" "I hope not," said Fleda quietly. Joe Manton just then brought in a bouquet for Miss Evelyn, a very common enlivener of the breakfast table, all the more when, as in the present case, the sisters could not divine where it came from. It moved Fleda's wonder to see how very little the flowers were valued for their own sake. The probable cost, the probable giver, the probable éclat, were points enthusiastically discussed and thoroughly appreciated, but the sweet messengers themselves were carelessly set by for other eyes and seemed to have no attraction for those they were destined to. Fleda enjoyed them at a distance, and could not help thinking that "Heaven sends almonds to those that have no teeth." "This camellia will just do for my hair to morrow night," said Florence. "Just what I want with my white muslin." "I think I will go with you to morrow, Florence," said Fleda. "Mrs. Decatur has asked me so often." "Well, my dear, I shall be made happy by your company," said Florence abstractedly, examining her bouquet. "I am afraid it hasn't stem enough, Constance. Never mind, I'll fix it. Where is the end of this myrtle? I shall be very glad of course, Fleda my dear, but," picking her bouquet to pieces, "I think it right to tell you, privately, I am afraid you will find it very stupid." "Oh I dare say she will not," said Mrs. Evelyn. "She can go and try at any rate. She would find it very stupid with me, here alone, and Constance at the concert. I dare say she will find some there whom she knows." "But the thing is, mamma, you see, at these conversaziones they never talk anything but French and German. I don't know, of course I should be delighted to have Fleda with me, and I have no doubt Mrs. Decatur would be very glad to have her, but I am afraid she won't enjoy herself." "I do not want to go where I shall not enjoy myself," said Fleda quietly, "that is certain." "Of course you know, dear, I would a great deal rather have you than not. I only speak for what I think would be for your pleasure." "I would do just as I felt inclined, Fleda," said Mrs. Evelyn. "I shall let her encounter the dullness alone, ma'am," said Fleda lightly. But it was not in a light mood that she put on her bonnet after dinner and set out to pay a visit to her uncle at the library. She had resolved that she would not be near the dormeuse in whatsoever relative position that evening. Very, very quiet she was. Her grave little face walked through the crowd of busy, bustling, anxious people, as if she had nothing in common with them, and Fleda felt that she had very little. Half unconsciously, as she passed along the streets, her eye scanned the countenances of that moving panorama, and the report it brought back made her draw closer within herself. She wondered that her feet had ever tripped lightly up those library stairs. "Ah, my fair Saxon," said the doctor, "what has brought you down here to day?" "I felt in want of something fresh, uncle Orrin, so I thought I would come and see you." "Fresh!" said he. "Ah, you are pining for green fields, I know. But you little piece of simplicity, there are no green fields now at Queechy. They are 2 feet deep with snow by this time." "Well, I am sure that is fresh," said Fleda smiling. The doctor was turning over great volumes, one after another, in a delightful confusion of business. "When do you think you shall go north, uncle Orrin?" "North?" said he. "What do you want to know about the North?" "You said, you know, sir, that you would go a little out of your way to leave me at home." "I won't go out of my way for anybody. If I leave you there it will be in my way. Why, you are not getting homesick?" "No sir, not exactly, but I think I will go with you when you go." "That won't be yet a while. I thought those people wanted you to stay till January." "Ay, but suppose I want to do something else?" He looked at her with a comical kind of indecision and said, "You don't know what you want. I thought when you came in you needn't go further than the glass to see something fresh, but I believe the sea breezes haven't had enough of you yet. Which part of you wants freshening?" he said, in his mock fierce way. Fleda laughed and said she didn't know. "Out of humour, I guess," said the doctor. "I'll talk to you. Take this and amuse yourself a while with something that isn't fresh till I get through, and then you shall go home with me." Fleda carried the large volume into one of the reading rooms where there was nobody, and sat down at the beige covered table. But the book was not of the right kind, or her mood was not, for it failed to interest her. She sat nonchalantly turning over the leaves, but mentally she was busy turning over other leaves which had by far the most of her attention. The pages that memory read, the record of the old times passed in that very room, and the old childish light hearted feelings that were, she thought, as much beyond recall. Those pleasant times when the world was all bright and friends all fair, and the light heart had never been borne down by the pressure of care, nor sobered by disappointment, nor chilled by experience. The spirit will not spring elastic again from under that weight, and the flower that has closed upon its own sweetness will not open a second time to the world's beneath. Thoughtfully, softly, she was touching and feeling of the bands that years had fastened about her heart. They would not be undone, though so quietly and almost stealthily they had been bound there. She was remembering the shadows that one after another had been cast upon her life, till now one soft veil of a cloud covered the whole. No storm cloud certainly, but also there was nothing left of the glad sunlight that her young eyes rejoiced in. At Queechy the first shadow had fallen. It was a good while before the next one, but then they came thick. There was the loss of some old comforts and advantages. That could have been borne. Then consequent upon that the annoyances and difficulties that had wrought such a change in her uncle, till Fleda could hardly look back and believe that he was the same person, once manly, frank, busy, happy, and making his family so, now reserved, gloomy, irritable, unfaithful to his duty, and selfishly throwing down the burden they must take up, but were far less able to bear. And so Hugh was changed too, not in loveliness of character and demeanour, not even much in the always gentle and tender expression of countenance, but the animal spirits and frame that should have had all the strong cherishing and bracing that affection and wisdom together could have applied, had been left to wear themselves out under trials his father had shrunk from, and other trials his father had made. And Mrs. Rossiter, it was hard for Fleda to remember the face she wore at Paris, the bright eye and joyous corners of the mouth, that now were so utterly changed. All by his fault, that made it so hard to bear. Fleda had thought all this 100 times. She went over it now as one looks at a thing one is well accustomed to, not with new sorrow, only in a subdued mood of mind. just fit to make the most of it. The familiar place took her back to the time when it became familiar. She compared herself sitting there and feeling the whole world a blank except for the 2 or 3 at home, with the child who had sat there years before in that happy time, when the feelings were young and the world was new. Then the Evelyns. Why should they trouble one so inoffensive and so easily troubled as her poor little self? They did not know all they were doing, but if they had eyes they must see a little of it. Why could she not have been allowed to keep her old free simple feeling with everybody, instead of being hampered and constrained and miserable from this pertinacious putting of thoughts in her head that ought not to be there? It had made her unlike herself, she knew, in the company of several people, and perhaps they might be sharp sighted enough to read it; but even if not, how it had hindered her enjoyment. She had taken so much pleasure in the Evelyns last year, and in her visit. Well, she would go home and forget it, and maybe they would come to their right minds by the next time she saw them. "What pleasant times we used to have here once, uncle Orrin," she said with half a sigh, the other half quite made up by the tone in which she spoke. But it was not, as she thought, uncle Orrin that was standing by her side; and looking up as she finished speaking, Fleda saw with a start that it was Mr. Carleton. There was such a degree of life and pleasantness in his eyes that in spite of the start her own quite brightened. "That is a pleasure one may always command," he said, answering part of her speech. "Ay, provided one has one's mind always under command," said Fleda. "It is possible to sit down to a feast with a want of appetite." "In such a case, what is the best tonic?" His manner, even in those 2 minutes, had put Fleda perfectly at her ease, ill bred eyes and ears being absent. She looked up and answered with such entire trust in him as made her forget that she had ever had any cause to distrust herself. "For me," she said, "as a general rule, nothing is better than to go out of doors, into the woods or the garden. They are the best fresheners I know of. I can do myself good there at times when books are a nuisance." "You are not changed from your old self," he said. The wish was strong upon Fleda to know whether he was, but it was not till she saw the answer in his face that she knew how plainly hers had asked the question, and then she was so confused that she did not know what the answer had been. "I find it so too," he said. "The influences of pure nature are the best things I know of for some moods, after the company of a good horse." "And you on his back, I suppose?" "That was my meaning. What is the doubt thereupon?" said he laughing. "Did I express any doubt? Or my eyes were mistaken?" "I remember they never used to be that," said Fleda. "What was it?" "Why," said Fleda, thinking that Mr. Carleton had probably retained more than one of his old habits, for she was answering with her old obedience, "I was doubting what the influence is in that case. Worth analyzing, I think. I am afraid the good horse's company has little to do with it." "What then do you suppose?" said he smiling. "Why," said Fleda, "it might be but I beg your pardon, Mr. Carleton, I am astonished at my own presumption." "Go on, and let me know why," he said, with that happiness of manner which was never resisted. Fleda went on, reassuring her courage now and then with a glance. "The relief might spring, sir, from the gratification of a proud feeling of independence, or from a dignified sense of isolation, or an imaginary riding down of opposition, or the consciousness of being master of what you have in hand." She would have added to the general category the running away from oneself, but the eye and bearing of the person before her forbade even such a thought as connected with him. He laughed, but shook his head. "Perhaps then," said Fleda, "it may be nothing worse than the working of a surplus of energy or impatience that leaves behind no more than can be managed." "You have learned something of human nature since I had the pleasure of knowing you," he said, with a look at once amused and penetrating. "I wish I hadn't," said Fleda. Her countenance absolutely fell. "I sometimes think," said he, turning over the leaves of her book, "that these are the best companionship one can have. The world at large is very unsatisfactory." "Oh how much!" said Fleda with a long breath. "The only thing that my eyes rested upon as I came through the streets this afternoon was a huge bunch of violets that somebody was carrying. I walked behind them as long as I could." "Is your old love for Queechy in full force?" said Mr. Carleton, still turning over the leaves and smiling. "I believe so. I should be very sorry to live here long. At home I can always go out and find society that refreshes me." "You have set yourself a high standard," he said, with no displeased expression of the lips. "I have been charged with that," said Fleda. "But is it possible to set too high a standard, Mr. Carleton?" "One may leave oneself almost alone in the world." "Well, even then," said Fleda, "I would rather have only the image of excellence than be contented with inferiority." "Isn't it possible to do both?" said he, smiling again. "I don't know," said Fleda. "Perhaps I am too easily dissatisfied. I believe I have grown fastidious living alone. I have sometimes almost a disgust at the world and everything in it." "I have often felt so," he said, "but I am not sure that it is a mood to be indulged in, likely to further our own good or that of others." "I am sure it is not," said Fleda. "I often feel vexed with myself for it. But what can one do, Mr. Carleton?" "Don't your friends the flowers help you in this?" "Not a bit," said Fleda. "They draw the other way. Their society is so very pure and satisfying that one is all the less inclined to take up with the other." She could not quite tell what to make of the smile with which he began to speak. It half abashed her. "When I spoke a little while ago," said he, "of the best cure for an ill mood, I was speaking of secondary means simply. The only really humanizing, rectifying, peace giving thing I ever tried was looking at time in the light of eternity, and shaming or melting my coldness away in the rays of the sun of righteousness." Fleda's eyes, which had fallen on her book, were raised again with such a flash of feeling that it quite prevented her seeing what was in his. But the feeling was a little too strong. The eyes went down lower than ever, and the features shewed that the utmost efforts of self command were needed to control them. "There is no other cure," he went on in the same tone, "but disgust and weariness and selfishness shrink away and hide themselves before a word or a look of the Redeemer of men, when we hear him say, 'I have bought thee, thou art mine.' It is like one of those old words of healing, 'Thou art loosed from thine infirmity, be thou clean,' and the mind takes sweetly the grace and the command together, 'that he who loveth God love his brother also.' Only the preparation of the gospel of peace can make our feet go softly over the roughness of the way." Fleda did not move, unless her twinkling eyelashes might seem to contradict that. "I need not tell you," Mr. Carleton went on a little lower, "where this medicine is to be sought." "It is strange," said Fleda presently, "how well one may know and how well one may forget. But I think the body has a great deal to do with it sometimes. These states of feeling, I mean." "No doubt it has, and in these cases the cure is a more complicated matter. I should think the roses would be useful there." Fleda's mind was crossed by an indistinct vision of peas, asparagus, and sweet corn. She said nothing. "An indirect remedy is sometimes the very best that can be employed. However, it is always true that the more our eyes are fixed upon the source of light the less we notice the shadows that things we are passing fling across our way." Fleda did not know how to talk for a little while. She was too happy. Whatever kept Mr. Carleton from talking, he was silent too. Perhaps it was the understanding of her mood. "Mr. Carleton," said Fleda after a little time, "did you ever carry out that plan of a rose garden that you were talking of a long while ago?" "You remember it?" said he with a pleased look. "Yes, that was one of the first things I set about after I went home. But I did not follow the regular fashion of arrangement that one of your friends is so fond of." "I should not like that for anything," said Fleda, "and least of all for roses." "Do you remember the little shrubbery path that opened just in front of the library windows, leading at the distance of half a mile to a long narrow winding glen?" "Perfectly well," said Fleda, "through the wood of evergreens. I remember the glen very well." "About half way from the house," said he, smiling at her eyes, "a glade opens which merges at last in the head of the glen. I planted my roses there. The circumstances of the ground were very happy for disposing them according to my wish." "And how far?" "The roses? O, all the way, and some distance down the glen. Not a continuous thicket of them," he added, smiling again. "I wished each kind to stand so that its peculiar beauty should be fully relieved and appreciated, and that would have been lost in a crowd." "Yes, I know it," said Fleda. "One's eye rests upon the chief objects of attraction, and the others are hardly seen. They do not even serve as foils. And they must show beautifully against the dark backgrounds of firs and larches." "Yes, and the windings of the ground gave me every sort of situation and exposure. I wanted room too for the different effects of masses of the same kind growing together, and of fine individuals or groups standing alone where they could show the full graceful development of their nature." "What a pleasure! What a beauty it must be!" "The ground is very happy. Many varieties of soil and exposure were needed for the plants of different habits, and I found or made them all. The rocky beginnings of the glen even furnished me with south walls for the little tea roses, and the Macartneys and musk roses. The Banksias I kept near home." "Do you know them all, Mr. Carleton?" "Not quite," said he, smiling at her. "I have seen one Banksia. The Macartney is a name that tells me nothing." "They are evergreens with large white flowers, very abundant and late in the season, but they need the shelter of a wall with us." "I should think you would say with me," said Fleda. "I cannot conceive that the head quarters of the rose tribe should be anywhere else." "One of the queens of the tribe is there, in the neighbourhood of the Macartneys, the difficult rose sulphurea. It finds itself so well accommodated that it condescends to play its part to perfection. Do you know that?" "Not at all." "It is one of the most beautiful of all, though not my favourite. It has large double yellow flowers, shaped like the Provence, very superb, but as wilful as any queen of them all." "Which is your favourite, Mr. Carleton?" "Not that which shows itself most splendid to the eye, but which offers fairest indications to the fancy." Fleda looked a little wistfully, for there was a smile rather of the eye than of the lips, which said there was a hidden thought beneath. "Don't you assign characters to your flowers?" said he gravely. "Always. That Rosa sulphurea is a haughty high bred beauty that disdains even to show herself beautiful unless she is pleased. I love better what comes nearer home to the charities and wants of everyday life." He had not answered her, Fleda knew. She thought of what he had said to Mrs. Evelyn about liking beauty but not beauties. "Then," he said, smiling again in that hidden way, "the head of the glen gave me the soil I needed for the Bourbons and French roses." "Bourbons?" said Fleda. "Those are exceeding fine, a hybrid between the Chinese and the Rosa Quatre Saisons. I have not confined them all to the head of the glen. Many of them are in richer soil, grafted on standards." "I like standard roses," said Fleda, "better than any." "Not better than climbers?" "Better than any climbers I ever saw, except the Banksia." "There is hardly a more elegant variety than that, though it is not strictly a climber; and indeed when I spoke I was thinking as much of the training roses. Many of the noisettes are very fine, but I have the climbers all over, in some parts nothing else, where the wood closes in upon the path. There the evergreen roses or the ayrshire cover the ground under the trees, or are trained up the trunks and allowed to find their own way through the branches down again. The multiflora in the same manner. I have made the boursault cover some unsightly rocks that were in my way. Then in wider parts of the glade nearer home are your favourite standards, the damask and Provence and moss, which you know are varieties of the centifolia and the noisette standards. Some of them are very fine, and the Chinese roses, and countless hybrids and varieties of all these, with many Bourbons. And your beautiful American yellow rose, and the Austrian briar, and the eglantine, and the Scotch and white and dog roses in their innumerable varieties, change admirably well with the others, and relieve the eye very happily." "Relieve the eye," said Fleda. "My imagination wants relieving. Isn't there, I have a fancy that there is, a view of the sea from some parts of that walk, Mr. Carleton?" "Yes, you have a good memory," said he smiling. "On one side of the wood is rather dense, and in some parts of the other side, but elsewhere the trees are thinned off towards the south west, and in one or two points The descent of the ground and some cutting have given free access to the air and free range to the eye, bounded only by the sea line in the distance, if indeed that can be said to bound anything." "I haven't seen it since I was a child," said Fleda. "And for how long a time in the year is this literally a garden of roses, Mr. Carleton?" "The perpetual roses are in bloom for 8 months. The damask and the Chinese and some of their varieties, the Provence roses, are in blossom all the summer." "Ah, we can do nothing like that in this country," said Fleda, shaking her head. "Our winters are unmanageable." She was silent a minute, turning over the leaves of her book in an abstracted manner. "You have struck out upon a grave path of reflection," said Mr. Carleton gently, "and left me bewildered among the roses." "I was thinking," said Fleda, looking up and laughing, "I was moralizing to myself upon the curious equalization of happiness in the world. I just sheered off from a feeling of envy and comfortably reflected that one measures happiness by what one knows, not by what one does not know, and so that in all probability I have had near as much enjoyment in the little number of plants that I have brought up and cherished and know intimately, as you, sir, in your superb walk through fairyland." "Do you suppose," said he laughing, "that I leave the whole care of fairyland to my gardener? No, you are mistaken. When the roses are to act as my correctors I find I must become theirs. I seldom go among them without a pruning knife, and never without wishing for one. And you are certainly right so far, that the plants on which I bestow most pains give me the most pleasure. There are some that no hand but mine ever touches, and those are by far the best loved of my eye." A discussion followed, partly natural, partly moral, on the manner of pruning various roses, and on the curious connection between care and complacency, and the philosophy of the same. "The rules of the library are to shut up at sundown, sir," said one of the bookmen who had come into the room. "Sundown!" exclaimed Fleda, jumping up. "Is my uncle not here, Mr. Frost?" "He has been gone half an hour, ma'am." "And I was to have gone home with him. I have forgotten myself." "If that is at all the fault of my roses," said Mr. Carleton smiling, "I will do my best to repair it." "I am not disposed to call it a fault," said Fleda, tying her bonnet strings. "It is rather an agreeable thing once in a while. I shall dream of those roses, Mr. Carleton." "That would be doing them too much honour." Very happily she had forgotten herself, and during all the walk home her mind was too full of one great piece of joy, and indeed too much engaged with conversation to take up her own subject again. Her only wish was that they might not meet any of the Evelyns. Mr. Thorn, whom they did meet, was a matter of entire indifference. The door was opened by Dr. Gregory himself. To Fleda's utter astonishment Mr. Carleton accepted his invitation to come in. She went up stairs to take off her things in a kind of maze. "I thought he would go away without my seeing him, and now what a nice time I have had, in spite of Mrs. Evelyn." That thought slipped in without Fleda's knowledge, but she could not get it out again. "I don't know how much it has been her fault either, but one thing is certain, I never could have had it at her house. How very glad I am, how very glad I am, that I have seen him and heard all this from his own lips. But how very funny that he will be here to tea." "Well," said the doctor when she came down, "you do look freshened up, I declare. Here is this girl, sir, was coming to me a little while ago complaining that she wanted something fresh, and begging me to take her back to Queechy, forsooth to find it, with 2 feet of snow on the ground. 'Who wants to see you at Queechy?' he said, facing round upon her with a look half fierce, half quizzical." Fleda laughed, but was vexed to feel that she could not help colouring, and colouring exceedingly, partly from the consciousness of his meaning, and partly from a vague notion that somebody else was conscious of it too. Dr. Gregory, however, dashed right off into the thick of conversation with his guest, and kept him busily engaged till tea time. Fleda sat still on the sofa, looking and listening with simple pleasure. Memory served her up a rich entertainment enough. Yet she thought her uncle was the most heartily interested of the two in the conversation. There was a shade more upon Mr. Carleton, not than he often wore, but than he had worn a little while ago. Dr. Gregory was a great bibliopole, and in the course of the hour hauled out and made his guest overhaul no less than several musty old folios, and Fleda could not help fancying that he did it with an access of gravity greater even than the occasion called for. The grace of his manner, however, was unaltered, and at tea she did not know whether she had been right or not. Demurely she sat there behind the tea urn, for Dr. Gregory still engrossed all the attention of his guest as far as talking was concerned. Fleda was again inwardly smiling to herself at the oddity and the pleasantness of the chance that had brought those three together in such a quiet way, after all the weeks she had been seeing Mr. Carleton at a distance. And she enjoyed the conversation too, for though Dr. Gregory was a little fond of his hobby, it was still conversation worthy the name. "I have been so unfortunate in the matter of the drives," Mr. Carleton said, when he was about to take leave and standing before Fleda, "that I am half afraid to mention it again." "I could not help it, both those time, Mr. Carleton," said Fleda earnestly. "Both the last or both the first?" said he smiling. "The last?" said Fleda. "I have had the honour of making such an attempt twice within the last 10 days, to my disappointment." "It was not by my fault then either, sir," Fleda said quietly. But he knew very well from the expression of her face a moment before where to put the emphasis her tongue would not make. "Dare I ask you to go with me to morrow?" "I don't know," said Fleda, with the old childish sparkle of her eye, "but if you ask me, sir, I will go." He sat down beside her immediately, and Fleda knew by his change of eye that her former thought had been right. "Shall I see you at Mrs. Decatur's to morrow?" "No, sir." "I thought I understood," said he in an explanatory tone, "from your friends the Miss Evelyns that they were going." "I believe they are, and I did think of it, but I have changed my mind and shall stay at home with Mrs. Evelyn." After some further conversation the hour for the drive was appointed and Mr. Carleton took leave. "Come for me twice, and Mrs. Evelyn refused without consulting me," thought Fleda. What could make her do so? How very rude he must have thought me! And how glad I am I have had an opportunity of setting that right. So quitting Mrs. Evelyn, her thoughts went off upon a long train of wandering over the afternoon's talk. "Wake up," said the doctor, laying his hand kindly upon her shoulder. "You'll want something fresh again presently. What mine of profundity are you digging into now?" Fleda looked up and came back from her profundity with a glance and a smile as simple as a child's. "Dear uncle Orrin, how came you to leave me alone in the library?" "Was that what you were trying to discover?" "Oh no, sir; but why did you, uncle Orrin? I might have been left utterly alone." "Why," said the doctor, "I was going out, and a friend that I thought I could confide in promised to take care of you." "A friend? Nobody came near me," said Fleda. "Then I'll never trust anybody again," said the doctor. "But what were you hammering at, mentally, just now? Come, you shall tell me." "Oh nothing, uncle Orrin," said Fleda, looking grave again however. "I was thinking that I had been talking too much to day." "Talking too much! Why whom have you been talking to?" "Oh nobody but Mr. Carleton." "Mr. Carleton! Why you didn't say 6 1/4 words while he was here." "No, but I mean in the library and walking home." "Talking too much, I guess you did," said the doctor. "Your tongue is like the music of the spheres, so loud it deafens human ears. How came you to talk too much? I thought you were too shy to talk at all in company." "No sir, I am not. I am not at all shy unless people frighten me. It takes almost nothing to do that. But I am very bold if I am not frightened." "Were you frightened this afternoon?" "No sir." "Well, if you weren't frightened I guess nobody else was," said the doctor. CHAPTer 35
Chapter 36 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 36 The Roses and the Gentleman. Whence came this? This is some token from a newer friend. Shakespeare. The snowflakes were falling softly and thick when Fleda got up the next morning. "No ride for me to day, but how very glad I am that I had a chance of setting that matter right. What could Mrs. Evelyn have been thinking of? Very false kindness.
If I had disliked to go ever so much she ought to have made me, for my own sake, rather than let me seem so rude. It is true she didn't know how rude. Oh, snowflakes, how much purer and prettier you are than most things in this place!" No one was in the breakfast parlour when Fleda came down, so she took her book and the dormeuse and had an hour of luxurious quiet before anybody appeared. Not a footfall in the house, nor even one outside to be heard, for the soft carpeting of snow which was laid over the streets. The gentle breathing of the fire, the only sound in the room, while the very light came subdued through the falling snow and the thin muslin curtains, and gave an air of softer luxury to the apartment. Money is pleasant, thought Fleda, as she took a little complacent review of all this before opening her book, and yet how unspeakably happier one may be without it than another with it. Happiness never was locked up in a purse yet. I am sure Hugh and they must want me at home." There was a little sober consideration of the lumps of coal and the contented looking blaze in the grate, a most essentially homelike thing, and then Fleda went to her book and for the space of an hour turned over her pages without interruption. At the end of the hour the fowling piece, certainly the noiseliest of his kind, put his head in, but seeing none of the ladies took it and himself away again and left Fleda in peace for another half hour. Then appeared Mrs. Evelyn in her morning wrapper, and only stopping at the bell handle came up to the dormeuse and stooping down kissed Fleda's forehead, with so much tenderness that it won a look of most affectionate gratitude in reply. "Fleda, my dear, we set you a sad example, but you won't copy it. Joe, breakfast! Has Mr. Evelyn gone down town?" "Yes, ma'am, 2 hours ago." "Did it ever occur to you, Fleda, my dear," said Mrs. Evelyn, breaking the lumps of coal with a poker in a very leisurely satisfied kind of a way, "did it ever occur to you to rejoice that you were not born a business man? What a life!" "I wonder how it compares with that of a business woman," said Fleda laughing. "There is an uncompromising old proverb which says, 'Man's work is from sun to sun, but a woman's work is never done,' a saying which she instantly reflected was entirely beyond the comprehension of the person to whose consideration she had offered it. And then came in Florence, rubbing her hands and knitting her eyebrows. "Why, you don't look as bright as the rest of the world this morning," said Fleda. "What a wretched storm!" "Wretched! This beautiful snow! Here have I been enjoying it for this hour." But Florence rubbed her hands and looked as if Fleda were no rule for other people. "How horrid it will make the going out to night if it snows all day!" "Then you can stay at home," said her mother composedly. "Indeed I shall not, mamma." "Mamma," said Constance, now coming in with Edith, "isn't breakfast ready? It strikes me that the fowling piece wants polishing up. I have an indistinct impression that the sun would be upon the meridian if he was anywhere." "Not quite so bad as that," said Fleda smiling. "It is only an hour and a half since I came down stairs." "You horrid little creature! Mamma, I consider it an act of inhospitality to permit studious habits on the part of your guests, and I am surprised your ordinary sagacity has not discovered that it is the greatest impolicy toward the objects of your maternal care. We are labouring under growing disadvantages, for when we have brought the enemy to at long shot, there is a mean little craft that comes in and unmans him in a close fight before we can get our speaking trumpets up." "Constance, do hush," said her sister. "You are too absurd." "Fact," said Constance gravely. "Captain Lewiston was telling me the other night how the thing is managed, and I recognized it immediately and told him I had often seen it done." "Hold your tongue, Constance," said her mother smiling, "and come to breakfast." Half, and but half of the mandate the young lady had any idea of obeying. "I can't imagine what you are talking about, Constance," said Edith. "And then, being a friend, you see," pursued Constance, "we can do nothing but fire a salute instead of demolishing her." "Can't you?" said Fleda. "I am sure many a time I have felt as if you had left me nothing but my colours." "Except your prizes, my dear. I am sure I don't know about your being a friend either, for I have observed that you engage English and American alike." "She's getting up her colours now," said Mrs. Evelyn in mock gravity. "You can tell what she is." "Blood red!" said Constance. "A pirate! I thought so!" she exclaimed with an ecstatic gesture. "I shall make it my business to warn everybody." "Oh Constance!" said Fleda, burying her face in her hands. But they all laughed. "Fleda, my dear, I would box her ears," said Mrs. Evelyn, commanding herself. "It is a mere envious insinuation. I have always understood those were the most successful colours carried." "Dear Mrs. Evelyn!" "My dear Fleda, that is not a hot roll you sha'n't eat it take this. Florence, give her a piece of the bacon. Fleda, my dear, it is good for the digestion you must try it. Constance was quite mistaken in supposing yours were those obnoxious colours. There is too much white with the red. It is more like a very different flag." "Like what then, mamma?" said Constance. "A good American would have blue in it." "You may keep the American yourself," said her mother. "Only," said Fleda, trying to recover herself, "there is a slight irregularity. With you the stars are blue and the ground white." "My dear little Fleda!" exclaimed Constance, jumping up and capering round the table to kiss her, "you are too delicious for anything, and in future I will be blind to your colours, which is a piece of self denial I am sure nobody else will practise." "Mamma!" said Edith, "what are you all talking about? Can't Constance sit down and let Fleda eat her breakfast?" "Sit down, Constance, and eat your breakfast." "I will do it, mamma, out of consideration for the bacon nothing else would move me." "Are you going to Mrs. Decatur's to night, Fleda?" "No, Edith, I believe not. I am very glad there'll be somebody at home. But why don't you?" "I think on the whole I had rather not." "Mamma," said Constance, "you have done very wrong in permitting such a thing. I know just how it will be. Mr. Thorn and Mr. Stackpole will make indefinite voyages of discovery round Mrs. Decatur's rooms, and then have a glimmering perception that the light of Miss Ringan's eyes is in another direction, they will sheer off; and you presently will see them come sailing blandly in one after the other and cast anchor for the evening, when to your extreme delight Mr. Stackpole and Miss Ringan will immediately commence fighting. I shall stay at home to see," exclaimed Constance with little bounds of delight up and down upon her chair, which this time afforded her the additional elasticity of springs. "I will not go. I am persuaded how it will be, and I would not miss it for anything." "Dear Constance," said Fleda, unable to help laughing through all her vexation, "please do not talk so. You know very well Mr. Stackpole only comes to see your mother." "He was here last night," said Constance in an extreme state of delight, "with all the rest of your admirers, ranged in the hall with their hats in a pile at the foot of the staircase, as a token of their determination not to go till you came home; and as they could not be induced to come up to the drawing room, Mr. Evelyn was obliged to go down, and with some difficulty persuaded them to disperse." Fleda was by this time in a state of indecision betwixt crying and laughing, assiduously attentive to her breakfast. "Mr. Carleton asked me if you would go ride with him again the other day, Fleda," said Mrs. Evelyn, with her face of delighted mischief, "and I excused you, for I thought you would thank me for it." "Mamma," said Constance, "the mention of that name rouses all the bitter feelings I am capable of. My dear Fleda, we have been friends, but if I see you abstracting my English rose—" "Look at those roses behind you!" said Fleda. The young lady turned and sprang at the word, followed by both her sisters, and for some moments nothing but a hubbub of exclamations filled the air. "Joe, you are enchanting! But did you ever see such flowers? Oh those rosebuds!" "And these camellias," said Edith. "Look, Florence, how they are cut, with such splendid long stems! And the roses too, all of them! See, mamma, just cut from the bushes, with the buds all left on, and immensely long stems. Mamma, these must have cost an immensity." "That is what I call a bouquet," said Fleda, fain to leave the table too and draw near the tempting show in Florence's hand. "This is the handsomest you've had all winter, Florence," said Edith. "Handsomest! I never saw anything like it. I shall wear some of these to night, mamma." "You are in a great hurry to appropriate it," said Constance. "How do you know but it is mine?" "Which of us is it for, Joe?" "Say it's mine, Joe, and I will vote for you. The best article of your kind," said Constance, with an inexpressible glance at Fleda. "Who brought it, Joe?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "Yes, Joe, who brought it? Where did it come from, Joe?" Joe had hardly a chance to answer. "I really couldn't say, Miss Florence, the man wasn't known to me." "But did he say it was for Florence or for me?" "No, ma'am, he" "Which did he say it was for?" "He didn't say it was either for Miss Florence or for you, Miss Constance, he" "But he didn't say who sent it?" "No, ma'am, it's mamma, here is a white moss that is beyond everything! with two of the most lovely buds. Oh," said Constance, clasping her hands and whirling about the room in ecstasy, "I sha'n't survive if I cannot find out where it is from." "How delicious the scent of these tea roses is!" said Fleda. "You ought not to mind the snow storm to day after this, Florence. I should think you would be perfectly happy." "I shall be if I can contrive to keep them fresh to wear to night. Mamma, how sweetly they would dress me!" "They're a great deal too good to be wasted so," said Mrs. Evelyn. "I sha'n't let you do it." "Mamma, it wouldn't take any of them at all for my hair, and the bouquet de corsage too. There'd be thousands left. Well, Joe, what are you waiting for?" "I didn't say," said Joe, looking a good deal blank and a little afraid. "I should have said that the bouquet is" "What is it?" "It is I believe, ma'am, the man said it was for Miss Ringgan." "For me!" exclaimed Fleda, her cheeks forming instantly the most exquisite commentary on the gift that the giver could have desired. She took in her hand the superb bunch of flowers from which the fingers of Florence unclosed as if it had been an icicle. "Why didn't you say so before?" she inquired sharply, but the fowling piece had wisely disappeared. "I am very glad!" exclaimed Edith. "They have had plenty all winter, and you haven't had one. I am very glad it is yours, Fleda." But such a shadow had come upon every other face that Fleda's pleasure was completely overclouded. She smelled at her roses, just ready to burst into tears, and wishing sincerely that they had never come. "I am afraid, my dear Fleda," said Mrs. Evelyn quietly, going on with her breakfast, "that there is a thorn somewhere among those flowers." Fleda was too sure of it, but not by any means the one Mrs. Evelyn intended. "He could never have got half those from his own greenhouse, mamma," said Florence, "if he had cut every rose that was in it; and he isn't very free with his knife either." "I said nothing about anybody's greenhouse," said Mrs. Evelyn, "though I don't suppose there is more than one lot in the city they could have come from." "Well," said Constance, settling herself back in her chair and closing her eyes, "I feel extinguished. Mamma, do you suppose it possible that a hot cup of tea might revive me? I am suffering from a universal sense of unappreciated merit, and nobody can tell me what the pain is that hasn't felt it." "I think you are extremely foolish, Constance," said Edith. "Fleda hasn't had a single flower sent her since she's been here, and you have had them every other day. I think Florence is the only one that has a right to be disappointed." "Dear Florence," said Fleda earnestly, "you shall have as many of them as you please to dress yourself, and welcome." "Oh no, of course not," Florence said. "It's of no sort of consequence. I don't want them in the least, my dear. I wonder what somebody would think to see his flowers in my head." Fleda secretly had mooted the same question, and was very well pleased not to have put it to the proof. She took the flowers up stairs after breakfast, resolving that they should not be an eyesore to her friends, placed them in water, and sat down to enjoy and muse over them in a very sorrowful mood. She again thought she would take the first opportunity of going home. How strange, out of their abundance of tributary flowers, to grudge her this one bunch. To be sure it was a magnificent one. The flowers were mostly roses, of the rarer kinds, and with a few fine camellias, all of them cut with a freedom that evidently had known no constraint but that of taste, and put together with an exquisite skill that Fleda felt sure was never possessed by any gardener. She knew that only one hand had had anything to do with them, and that the hand that had bought, not the one that had sold. And how very kind, presently quite supplanted, how very strange. How exactly like him! And how singular that Mrs. Evelyn and her daughters should have supposed they could have come from Mr. Thorn. It was a moral impossibility that he should have put such a bunch of flowers together, while to Fleda's eye they so bore the impress of another person's character that she had absolutely been glad to get them out of sight for fear they might betray him. She hung over their varied loveliness, tasted and studied it, till the soft breath of the roses had wafted away every cloud of disagreeable feeling, and she was drinking in pure and strong pleasure from each leaf and bud. What a very apt emblem of kindness and friendship she thought them, when their gentle preaching and silent sympathy could alone so nearly do friendship's work; for to Fleda there was both counsel and consolation in flowers. So she found it this morning. An hour's talk with them had done her a great deal of good, and when she dressed herself and went down to the drawing room her grave little face was not less placid than the roses she had left. She would not wear even one of them down to be a disagreeable reminder, and she thought that still snowy day was one of the very pleasantest she had had in New York. Florence went to Mrs. Decatur's, but Constance according to her avowed determination remained at home to see the fun. Fleda hoped most sincerely there would be none for her to see. But a good deal to her astonishment, early in the evening Mr. Carleton walked in, followed very soon by Mr. Thorn. Constance and Mrs. Evelyn were forthwith in a perfect effervescence of delight, which as they could not very well give it full play promised to last the evening; and Fleda, all her nervous trembling awakened again, took her work to the table and endeavoured to bury herself in it. But ears could not be fastened as well as eyes, and the mere sound of Mrs. Evelyn's voice sometimes sent a thrill over her. "Mr. Thorn," said the lady in her smoothest manner, "are you a lover of floriculture, sir?" "Can't say that I am, Mrs. Evelyn, except as practised by others." "Then you are not a connoisseur in roses? Miss Ringan's happy lot sent her a most exquisite collection this morning, and she has been wanting to apply to somebody who could tell her what they are. I thought you might know." "O they are not here," said Mrs. Evelyn, as she noticed the gentleman's look around the room. "Miss Ringan judges them too precious for any eyes but her own. Fleda, my dear, won't you bring down your roses to let Mr. Thorn tell us their names?" "I am sure Mr. Thorn will excuse me, Mrs. Evelyn. I believe he would find it a puzzling task." "The surest way, Mrs. Evelyn, would be to apply at the fountain head for information," said Thorn dryly. "If I could get at it," said Mrs. Evelyn, Fleda knew with quivering lips; "but it seems to me I might as well try to find the Dead Sea." "Perhaps Mr. Carleton might serve your purpose," said Thorn. That gentleman was at the moment talking to Constance. "Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn, "are you a judge, sir?" "Of what, Mrs. Evelyn? I beg your pardon." The lady's tone somewhat lowered. "Are you a judge of roses, Mr. Carleton?" "So far as to know a rose when I see it," he answered smilingly, and with an imperturbable coolness that it quieted Fleda to hear. "Ay, but the thing is," said Constance, "do you know 20 roses when you see them?" "Miss Ringan, Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn, "has received a most beautiful supply this morning, but like a true woman she is not satisfied to enjoy unless she can enjoy intelligently. They are strangers to us all, and she would like to know what name to give them. Mr. Thorn suggested that perhaps you might help us out of our difficulty." "With great pleasure, so far as I am able, if my judgment may be exercised by daylight. I cannot answer for shades of green in the night time." But he spoke with an ease and simplicity that left no mortal able to guess whether he had ever heard of a particular bunch of roses in his life before. "You give me more of Eve in my character, Mrs. Evelyn, than I think belongs to me," said Fleda, from her work at the far centre table, which certainly did not get its name from its place in the room. "My enjoyment to day has not been in the least troubled by curiosity." Which none of the rest of the family could have affirmed. "Do you mean to say, Mr. Carleton," said Constance, "that it is necessary to distinguish between shades of green in judging of roses?" "It is necessary to make shades of distinction in judging of almost anything, Miss Constance. The difference between varieties of the same flower is often extremely nice." "I have read of magicians," said Thorn softly, bending down towards Fleda's work, "who did not need to see things to answer questions respecting them." Fleda thought that was a kind of magic remarkably common in the world, but even her displeasure could not give her courage to speak. It gave her courage to be silent, however, and Mr. Thorn's best efforts in a conversation of some length could gain nothing but very uninterested rejoinders. A sudden pinch from Constance then made her look up, and almost destroyed her self possession as she saw Mr. Stackpole make his way into the room. "I hope I find my fair enemy in a mollified humour," he said, approaching them. "I suppose you have repaired damages, Mr. Stackpole," said Constance, "since you venture into the region of broken windows again." "Mr. Stackpole declared there were none to repair," said Mrs. Evelyn from the sofa. "More than I knew of," said the gentleman laughing. "There were more than I knew of, but you see I court the danger, having rashly concluded that I might as well know all my weak points at once. Miss Ringan will break nothing to night, Mr. Stackpole. She promised me she would not." "Not even her silence?" said the gentleman. "Is she always so desperately industrious?" said Mr. Thorn. "Miss Ringan, Mr. Stackpole," said Constance, "is subject to occasional fits of misanthropy, in which cases her retreating with her work to the solitude of the centre table is significant of her desire to avoid conversation, as Mr. Thorn has been experiencing." "I am happy to see the malady is not catching, Miss Constance." "Mr. Stackpole," said Constance, "I am in a morose state of mind. Miss Ringan this morning received a magnificent bouquet of roses, which in the first place I rashly appropriated to myself, and ever since I discovered my mistake I have been meditating the renouncing of society. It has excited more bad feelings than I thought had existence in my nature." "Mr. Stackpole," said Mrs. Evelyn, "would you ever have supposed that roses could be a cause of discord?" Mr. Stackpole looked as if he did not exactly know what the ladies were driving at. "There have 5,000 emigrants arrived at this port within a week," said he, as if that were something worth talking about. "Poor creatures, where will they all go?" said Mrs. Evelyn comfortably. "Country's large enough," said Thorn. "Yes, but such a stream of immigration will reach the Pacific and come back again before long, and then there will be a meeting of the waters. This tide of German and Irish will sweep over everything." "I suppose if the land will not bear both, one party will have to seek other quarters," said Mrs. Evelyn, with an exquisite satisfaction which Fleda could hear in her voice. "You remember the story of Lot and Abraham, Mr. Stackpole, when a quarrel arose between them, not about roses." Mr. Stackpole looked as if women were, to say the least, incomprehensible. 5,000 a week, he repeated. "I wish there was a Dead Sea for them all to sheer off into," said Thorn. "If you had seen the look of grave rebuke that speech called forth, Mr. Thorn," said Constance, "your feelings would have been penetrated, if you had any." "I had forgotten," he said, looking round with a bland change of manner, "what gentle charities were so near me." "Mamma, mamma," said Constance with a most comic show of indignation, "Mr. Thorn thought with Miss Ringan he had forgotten all the gentle charities in the room. I am of no further use to society. I will trouble you to ring that bell, Mr. Thorn, if you please. I shall request candles and retire to the privacy of my own apartment." "Not till you have permitted me to expiate my fault," said Mr. Thorn laughing. "It cannot be expiated my worth will be known at some future day. Mr. Carleton, will you have the goodness to summon our domestic attendant?" "If you will permit me to give the order," he said smiling, with his hand on the bell. "I am afraid you are hardly fit to be trusted alone." "Why?" "May I delay obeying you long enough to give my reasons?" "Yes." "Because," said he, coming up to her, "when people turn away from the world in disgust, they generally find worse company in themselves." "Mr. Carleton! I would not sit still another minute if curiosity didn't keep me. I thought solitude was said to be such a corrector." "Like a clear atmosphere an excellent medium if your object is to take an observation of your position; worse than lost if you mean to shut up the windows and burn sickly lights of your own." "Then according to that one shouldn't seek solitude unless one doesn't want it." "No," said Mr. Carleton, with that eye of deep meaning to which Constance always rendered involuntary homage, "every one wants it. If we do not take daily an observation to find where we are sailing about wildly and do not know whither we are going." "An observation?" said Constance, understanding part and impatient of not catching the whole of his meaning. "Yes," he said with a smile of singular fascination, "I mean consulting the unerring guides of the way to know where we are and if we are sailing safely and happily in the right direction. Otherwise we are in danger of striking upon some rock, or of never making the harbor, and in either case all is lost." The power of eye and smile was too much for Constance. As it had happened more than once before, her own eyes fell. For a moment she wore a look of unwonted sadness and sweetness, and what from any other person would have roused her mockery. "Mr. Carleton," said she, trying to rally herself, but still not daring to look up, knowing that would put it out of her power, "I can't understand how you ever came to be such a grave person." "What is your idea of gravity?" said he smiling. "To have a mind so at rest about the future as to be able to enjoy thoroughly all that is worth enjoying in the present? But I can't imagine how you ever came to take up such notions. May I ask again, why not?" "Oh you know, you have so much to make you otherwise." "What degree of present contentment ought to make one satisfied to leave that of the limitless future an uncertain thing?" "Do you think it can be made certain?" "Undoubtedly, why not? The tickets are free, the only thing is to make sure that ours has the true signature. Do you think the possession of that ticket makes life a sadder thing? The very handwriting of it is more precious to me by far, Miss Constance, than everything else I have." "But you are a very uncommon instance," said Constance, still unable to look up, and speaking without any of her usual attempt at jocularity. "No, I hope not," he said quietly. "I mean," said Constance, "that it is very uncommon language to hear from a person like you." "I suppose I know your meaning," he said after a minute's pause. "But, Miss Constance, there is hardly a graver thought to me than that power and responsibility go hand in hand." "It doesn't generally work so," said Constance rather uneasily. "What are you talking about, Constance?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "Mr. Carleton, mamma, has been making me melancholy." "Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn, "I am going to petition that you will turn your efforts in another direction. I have felt oppressed all the afternoon from the effects of that funeral service I was attending. I am only just getting over it. The preacher seemed to delight in putting together all the gloomy thoughts he could think of." "Yes," said Mr. Stackpole, putting his hands in his pockets, "it is the particular enjoyment of some of them, I believe, to do their best to make other people miserable." Mr. Thorn said nothing, being warned by the impatient little hammering of Fleda's worsted needle upon the marble while her eyes were no longer considering her work and her face rested anxiously upon her hand. "There wasn't a thing," the lady went on, "in anything he said, in his prayer or his speech, there wasn't a single cheering or elevating consideration. All he talked and prayed for was that the people there might be filled with a sense of their wickedness." "It's their trade, ma'am," said Mr. Stackpole, "it's their trade. I wonder if it ever occurs to them to include themselves in that petition." "There wasn't the slightest effort made in anything he said or prayed for, and one would have thought that would have been so natural. There was not the least endeavour to do away with that superstitious fear of death which is so common, and one would think it was the very occasion to do it. He never once asked that we might be led to look upon it rationally and calmly. It's so unreasonable, Mr. Stackpole, it is so dissonant with our views of a benevolent supreme being, as if it could be according to his will that his creatures should live lives of tormenting themselves. It so shows a want of trust in his goodness." "It's a relic of barbarism, ma'am," said Mr. Stackpole. "It's a popular delusion, and it is like to be till you can get men to embrace wider and more liberal views of things." "What do you suppose it proceeds from?" said Mr. Carleton, as if the question had just occurred to him. "I suppose from false notions received from education, sir." "Hardly," said Mr. Carleton, "it is too universal. You find it everywhere. And to ascribe it everywhere to education would be but shifting the question back one generation." "It is a root of barbarous ages," said Mr. Stackpole, "a piece of superstition handed down from father to son. a set of false ideas which men are bred up and almost born with, that they can hardly get rid of. How can that be a root of barbarism, which the most utmost degree of intelligence and cultivation has no power to do away, nor even to lessen, however it may afford motive to control? Man may often put a brave face upon it, and show none of their thoughts to the world, but I think no one capable of reflection has not at times felt the influence of that dread. Men have often sought death, of purpose and choice, said Mr. Stackpole dryly, and rubbing his chin. Not from the absence of this feeling, but from the greater momentary pressure of some other. Of course, said Mr. Stackpole, rubbing his chin still, there is a natural love of life. The world could not get on if there was not. If the love of life is natural, then the fear of death must be so, by the same reason. Undoubtedly, said Mrs. Evelyn. It is natural. It is part of the constitution of our nature. Yes, said Mr. Stackpole, settling himself again in his chair with his hands in his pockets. It is not unnatural, I suppose, but then that is the first view of the subject. It is the business of reason to correct many impressions and prejudices that are, as we say, natural. And there was where my clergyman of to day failed utterly, said Mrs. Evelyn. He aimed at strengthening that feeling and driving it down as hard as he could into everybody's mind. Not a single lisp of anything to do it away or lessen the gloom with which we are, naturally, as you say, disposed to invest the subject. I dare say he has held it up as a bugbear till it has become one to himself, said Mr. Stackpole. It is nothing more than the mere natural dread of dissolution, said Mr. Carleton. I think it is that, said Mrs. Evelyn. I think that is the principal thing. Is there not besides an undefined fear of what lies beyond? An uneasy misgiving that there may be issues which the spirit is not prepared to meet? I suppose there is, said Mrs. Evelyn. But, sir, why that is the very thing, said Mr. Stackpole. That is the mischief of education I was speaking of. Men are brought up to it. You cannot dispose of it so, sir, for this feeling is quite as universal as the other, and so strong that men have not only been willing to render life miserable, but even to endure death itself with all the aggravation of torture, to smooth their way in that unknown region beyond. It is one of the maladies of human nature, said Mr. Stackpole, that it remains for the progress of enlightened reason to dispel. What is the cure for the malady? said Mr. Carleton quietly. Why, sir, the looking upon death as a necessary step in the course of our existence, which simply introduces us from a lower to a higher sphere, from a comparatively narrow to a wider and nobler range of feeling and intellect. Ay, but how shall we be sure that it is so? Why, Mr. Carleton, sir, said Mrs. Evelyn, do you doubt that? Do you suppose it possible for a moment that a benevolent being would make its creatures to be anything but happy? You believe the Bible, Mrs. Evelyn? he said, smiling slightly. Certainly, sir. But, Mr. Carleton, the Bible I am sure holds out the same views of the goodness and glory of the Creator. You cannot open it but you find them on every page. If I could take such views of things as some people have, said Mrs. Evelyn, getting up to punch the fire in her extremity, I don't know what I should do. Mr. Carleton, I think I would rather never have been born, sir. Every one runs to the Bible, said Mr. Stackpole. It is the general armoury, and all parties draw from it to fight each other. True, said Mr. Carleton, but only while they draw partially. No man can fight the battle of truth but in the whole panoply, and no man so armed can fight any other. What do you mean, sir? I mean that the Bible is not a riddle, neither inconsistent with itself, but if you take off one leg of a pair of compasses the measuring power is gone. But, Mr. Carleton, sir, said Mrs. Evelyn, do you think that reading the Bible is calculated to give one gloomy ideas of the future? By no means, he said with one of those meaning fraught smiles. But is it safe, Mrs. Evelyn, in such a matter to venture a single grasp of hope without the direct warrant of God's word? Well, sir? Well, ma'am, that says, the soul that sinneth, it shall die. That disposes of the whole matter comfortably at once, said Mr. Stackpole. "But, sir," said Mrs. Evelyn, "that doesn't stand alone. The Bible everywhere speaks of the fulness and freeness of Christ's salvation." "Full and free as it can possibly be," he answered with something of a sad expression of countenance; "but Mrs. Evelyn never offered but with conditions." "What conditions?" said Mr. Stackpole hastily. "I recommend you to look for them, sir," said Mr. Carleton gravely. "They should not be unknown to a wise man." "Then you would leave mankind ridden by this nightmare of fear? Or what is your remedy?" "There is a remedy, sir," said Mr. Carleton, with that dilating and darkening eye which shewed him deeply engaged in what he was thinking about. "It is not mine. When men feel themselves lost and are willing to be saved in God's way, then the breach is made up; then hope can look across the gap and see its best home and its best friend on the other side; then faith lays hold on forgiveness and trembling is done; then, sin being pardoned, the sting of death is taken away, and the fear of death is no more, for it is swallowed up in victory. But men will not apply to a physician while they think themselves well, and people will not seek the sweet way of safety by Christ till they know there is no other. And so, do you see, Mrs. Evelyn, that when the gentleman you were speaking of sought to day to persuade his hearers that they were poorer than they thought they were, he was but taking the surest way to bring them to be made richer than they ever dreamed." There was a power of gentle earnestness in his eye that Mrs. Evelyn could not answer. Her look fell as that of Constance had done, and there was a moment's silence. Thorn had kept quiet for two reasons, that he might not displease Fleda, and that he might watch her. She had left her work, and turning half round from the table had listened intently to the conversation, towards the last very forgetful that there might be anybody to observe her, with eyes fixed and cheeks flushing, and the corners of the mouth just indicating delight, till the silence fell, and then she turned round to the table and took up her worsted work. But the lips were quite grave now, and Thorn's keen eyes discerned that upon one or two of the artificial roses there lay 2 or 3 very natural drops. "Mr. Carleton," said Edith, "what makes you talk such sober things? You have set Miss Ringgan to crying." "Mr. Carleton could not be better pleased than at such a tribute to his eloquence," said Mr. Thorn with a saturnine expression. "Smiles are common things," said Mr. Stackpole a little maliciously, "but any man may be flattered to find his words drop diamonds." "Fleda, my dear," said Mrs. Evelyn with that trembling tone of concealed ecstasy which always set every one of Fleda's nerves a jarring, "you may tell the gentlemen that they do not always know when they are making an unfelicitous compliment. I never read what poets say about briny drops and salt tears without imagining the heroine immediately to be something like Lot's wife." "Nobody said anything about briny drops, mamma," said Edith. "Why there's Florence!" Her entrance made a little bustle which Fleda was very glad of. Unkind! She was trembling again in every finger. She bent down over her canvas and worked away as hard as she could. That did not hinder her becoming aware presently that Mr. Carleton was standing close beside her. "Are you not trying your eyes?" said he. The words were nothing, but the tone was a great deal. There was a kind of quiet intelligence in it. Fleda looked up, and something in the clear, steady, self reliant eye she met wrought an instant change in her feeling. She met it a moment, and then looked at her work again with nerves quieted. "Can I not persuade them to be of my mind?" said Mr. Carleton, bending down a little nearer to their sphere of action. "Mr. Carleton is unreasonable to require more testimony of that this evening," said Mr. Thorn. "His own must have been ill employed." Fleda did not look up, but the absolute quietness of Mr. Carleton's manner could be felt. She felt it almost with a sympathetic pain. Thorn immediately left them and took leave. "What are you searching for in the papers, Mr. Carleton?" said Mrs. Evelyn presently coming up to them. "I was looking for the steamers, Mrs. Evelyn." "How soon do you think of bidding us good bye?" "I do not know, ma'am," he answered coolly. "I expect my mother." Mrs. Evelyn walked back to her sofa. But in the space of 2 minutes she came over to the centre table again with an open magazine in her hand. "Mr. Carleton," said the lady, "you must read this for me and tell me what you think of it, will you, sir? I have been shewing it to Mr. Stackpole, and he can't see any beauty in it, and I tell him it is his fault, and there is some serious want in his composition. Now I want to know what you will say to it. An arbiter, Mrs. Evelyn, should be chosen by both parties." "Read it and tell me what you think," repeated the lady, walking away to leave him opportunity. Mr. Carleton looked it over. "That is something pretty," he said, putting it before Fleda. Mrs. Evelyn was still at a distance. "What do you think of that print for trying the eyes?" said Fleda laughing as she took it. But he noticed that her colour rose a little. "How do you like it?" "I like it pretty well," said Fleda rather hesitatingly. "You have seen it before?" "Why?" Fleda said, with a look up at him at once a little startled and a little curious. "What makes you say so?" "Because pardon me you did not read it." "Oh," said Fleda laughing, but colouring at the same time very frankly, "I can tell how I like some things without reading them very carefully." Mr. Carleton looked at her, and then took the magazine again. "What have you there, Mr. Carleton?" said Florence. "A piece of English on which I was asking this lady's opinion, Miss Evelyn." "Now Mr. Carleton," exclaimed Constance jumping up, "I am going to ask you to decide a quarrel between Fleda and me about a point of English." "Hush, Constance," said her mother, "I want to speak to Mr. Carleton. Mr. Carleton, how do you like it?" "Like what, mamma?" said Florence. "A piece I gave Mr. Carleton to read. Mr. Carleton, tell how you like it, sir." "But what is it, mamma?" "A piece of poetry in an old Excelsior 'The Spirit of the Fireside.' Mr. Carleton, won't you read it aloud and let us all hear? But tell me first what you think of it." "It has pleased me particularly, Mrs. Evelyn." "Mr. Stackpole says he does not understand it, sir." "Fanciful," said Mr. Stackpole. "It's a little fanciful, and I can't quite make out what the fancy is." "It has been the misfortune of many good things before not to be prized, Mr. Stackpole," said the lady funnily. "True, ma'am," said that gentleman rubbing his chin, "and the converse is also true unfortunately, and with a much wider application." "There is a peculiarity of mental development or training," said Mr. Carleton, "which must fail of pleasing many minds because of their wanting the corresponding key of nature or experience. Some literature has a hidden freemasonry all its own." "Very hidden indeed," said Mr. Stackpole. "The cloud is so thick that I can't see the electricity." "Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn laughing, "I take that remark as a compliment, sir. I have always appreciated that writer's pieces. I enjoy them very much." "Well, won't it please you to read it, Mr. Carleton," said Florence, "and let us know what we're talking about?" Mr. Carleton obeyed, standing where he was by the centre table. "By the old hearthstone a spirit dwells, The child of bygone years; He lieth hid the stones amid, And liveth on smiles and tears. But when the night is drawing on, And the fire burns clear and bright, He cometh out, and walketh about In the pleasant grave twilight. He goeth round on tiptoe soft, And scanneth close each face; If one in the room be sunk in gloom, By him he taketh his place. And then with fingers cool and soft, Their touch who does not know, With water brought from the well of thought That was dug long years ago, He layeth his hand on the weary eyes, They are closed and quiet now, And he wipeth away the dust of the day Which had settled on the brow. And gently then he walketh away, And sits in the corner chair, And the closed eyes swim, it seemeth to him, The form that once sat there. And whispered words of comfort and love Fall sweet on the ear of sorrow, Why weepest thou? Thou art troubled now, But there cometh a bright to morrow. We too have passed over life's wild stream In a frail and shattered boat, But the pilot was sure, and we sailed secure When we seemed but scarce afloat. Though tossed by the rage of waves and wind, The bark held together still; One arm was strong, it bore us along, And has saved us from every ill. The spirit returns to his hiding place, But his words have been like balm; The big tears start, but the fluttering heart Is soothed and softened and calm. "I remember that," said Florence. "It is beautiful." "Who's the writer?" said Mr. Stackpole. "I don't know," said Mrs. Evelyn. "It is signed Hugh. There have been a good many of his pieces in the Excelsior for a year past, and all of them pretty." "Hugh!" exclaimed Edith springing forward, "that's the one that wrote the Chestnuts. Fleda, won't you read Mr. Carleton the Chestnuts?" "Why no, Edith, I think not." "Ah do, I like it so much, and I want him to hear it; and you know mamma says they're all pretty. Won't you?" "My dear Edith, you have heard it once already to day." "But I want you to read it for me again." "Let me have it, Miss Edith," said Mr. Carleton smiling. "I will read it for you." "Ah but it would be twice as good if you could hear her read it," said Edith, fluttering over the leaves of the magazine. "She reads it so well. It's so funny about the coffee and buckwheat cakes." "What is that, Edith?" said her mother. "Something Mr. Carleton is going to read for me, mamma." "Don't you trouble Mr. Carleton." "It won't trouble him, mamma. He promised of his own accord." "Let us all have the benefit of it, Mr. Carleton," said the lady. It is worthy of remark that Fleda's politeness utterly deserted her during the reading of both this piece and the last. She as near as possible turned her back upon the reader. Merrily sang the crickets forth one fair October night, and the stars looked down, and the northern crown gave its strange fantastic light. A nipping frost was in the air, on flowers and grass it fell, and the leaves were still on the eastern hill, as if touched by a fairy spell. To the very top of the tall nut trees the frost king seemed to ride, with his wand he stirs the chestnut burrs, and straight they are opened wide. And squirrels and children together dream of the coming winter's hoard, and many I ween are the chestnuts seen in hole or in garret stored. The children are sleeping in feather beds, poor Bun in his mossy nest, he courts repose with his tail on his nose, on the others' warm blankets rest. Late in the morning the sun gets up from behind the village spire, and the children dream that the first red gleam is the chestnut trees on fire. The squirrel had on when he first awoke all the clothing he could command, and his breakfast was light, he just took a bite of an acorn that lay at hand. And then he was off to the trees to work, while the children some time it takes to dress and eat what they think meet of coffee and buckwheat cakes. The sparkling frost when they first go out lies thick upon all around, and earth and grass as they onward pass give a pleasant crackling sound. "Oh there is a heap of chestnuts, see!" cried the youngest of the train, for they came to a stone where the squirrel had thrown what he meant to pick up again. And two bright eyes from the tree o'erhead looked down at the open bag, where the nuts went in, and so to begin almost made his courage flag. Away on the hill outside the wood 3 giant trees there stand, and the chestnuts bright that hang in sight are eyed by the youthful band. And one of their number climbs the tree and passes from bough to bough, and the children run, for with pelting fun the nuts fall thickly now. Some of the burrs are still shut tight, some open with chestnuts 3, and some nuts fall with no burrs at all, smooth shiny as nuts should be. Oh who can tell what fun it was to see the prickly shower, to feel what a whack on the head or back was within a chestnut's power, to run beneath the shaking tree and then to scamper away, and with laughing shout to dance about the grass where the chestnuts lay. With flowing dresses and blowing hair, and eyes that no shadow knew, like the growing light of a morning bright, the dawn of that summer blue. The work was ended, the trees were stripped, the children were tired of play, and they forgot, but the squirrel did not, the wrong they had done that day. Whether it was from the reader's enjoyment or good giving of these lines, or from Edith's delight in them, he was frequently interrupted with bursts of laughter. "I can understand that," said Mr. Stackpole, "without any difficulty." "You are not lost in the mysteries of chestnutting in open daylight," said Mrs. Evelyn. "Mr. Carleton," said Edith, "wouldn't you have taken the squirrel's chestnuts?" "I believe I should, Miss Edith, if I had not been hindered." "But what would have hindered you? You don't think it was right?" "Ask your friend Miss Ringan what she thinks of it," said he smiling. "Now, Mr. Carleton," said Constance as he threw down the magazine, "will you decide that point of English between Miss Ringgan and me?" "I should like to hear the pleadings on both sides, Miss Constance." "Fleda, will you agree to submit to Mr. Carleton?" "I must know by what standards Mr. Carleton will be guided before I agree to any such thing," said Fleda. "Standards! But aren't you going to trust anybody in anything without knowing what standards they go by?" "Would that be a safe rule to follow in general?" said Fleda smiling. "You won't be a true woman if you don't follow it sooner or later, my dear Fleda," said Mrs. Evelyn. "Every woman must." "The later the better, ma'am, I cannot help thinking." "You will change your mind," said Mrs. Evelyn complacently. "Mamma's notions, Mr. Stackpole, would satisfy any man's pride when she is expatiating upon the subject of women's dependence," said Florence. "The dependence of affection," said Mrs. Evelyn. "Of course it's their lot. Affection always leads a true woman to merge her separate judgment on anything in the judgment of the beloved object." "Ay," said Fleda laughing, "suppose her affection is wasted on an object that has none?" "My dear Fleda," said Mrs. Evelyn with a funny expression, "that can never be, you know. Don't you remember what your favourite Longfellow says, 'Affection is never wasted'? Florence, my love, just hand me Evangeline there. I want you to listen to it. Mr. Stackpole, here it is. 'Talk not of wasted affection, affection never was wasted, if it enrich not the heart of another, its waters returning back to their springs shall fill them full of refreshment. That which the fountain sends forth returns again to the fountain.'" "How very plain it is that was written by a man!" said Fleda. "Why?" said Mr. Carleton laughing. "I always thought it was so exquisite," said Florence. "I was so struck with it," said Constance, "that I have been looking ever since for an object to waste my affections upon." "Hush, Constance!" said her mother. "Don't you like it, Mr. Carleton?" "I should like to hear Miss Ringgan's commentary," said Mr. Stackpole. "I can't anticipate it. I should have said the sentiment was quite soft and tender enough for a woman." "Don't you agree with it, Mr. Carleton?" repeated Mrs. Evelyn. "I beg leave to second Mr. Stackpole's motion," he said smiling. "Fleda, my dear, you must explain yourself the gentlemen are at a stand." "I believe, Mrs. Evelyn," said Fleda smiling and blushing, "I am of the mind of the old woman who couldn't bear to see anything wasted." "But the assertion is that it isn't wasted," said Mr. Stackpole. "That which the fountain sends forth returns again to the fountain," said Mrs. Evelyn. "Yes, to flood and lay waste the fair growth of nature," said Fleda with a little energy, though her colour rose and rose higher. "Did it never occur to you, Mrs. Evelyn, that the streams which fertilize as they flow do but desolate if their course be checked?" "But your objection lies only against the author's figure," said Mr. Stackpole. "Come to the fact." "I was speaking as he did, sir, of the fact under the figure. I did not mean to separate them." Both the gentlemen were smiling, though with very different expression. "Perhaps," said Mr. Carleton, "the writer was thinking of a gentler and more diffusive flow of kind feeling, which however it may meet with barren ground, and raise no fruit there, is sure in due time to come back, heaven refined, to refresh and replenish its source." "Perhaps so," said Fleda with a very pleased answering look. "I do not recollect how it is brought in. I may have answered rather Mrs. Evelyn than Mr. Longfellow." "But granting that it is an error," said Mr. Stackpole, "as you understood it, what shows it to have been written by a man?" "Its utter ignorance of the subject, sir." "Do you think they never waste their affections?" said he. "By no means, but I think they rarely waste so much in any one direction as to leave them quite impoverished." "Mr. Carleton, how do you bear that, sir?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "Will you let such an assertion pass unchecked?" "I would not if I could help it, Mrs. Evelyn." "That isn't saying much for yourself," said Constance. "But Fleda, my dear, where did you get such an experience of waste and desolation?" "Oh, man is a microcosm, you know," said Fleda lightly. "But you make it out that only one half of mankind can appropriate that axiom," said Mr. Stackpole. "How can a woman know men's hearts so well?" "On the principle that the whole is greater than a part?" said Mr. Carleton smiling. "I'll sleep upon that before I give my opinion," said Mr. Stackpole. Mrs. Evelyn, good evening." "Well, Mr. Carleton," said Constance, "you have said a great deal for women's minds." "Some women's minds," he said with a smile. "And some men's minds," said Fleda. "I was speaking only in the general." Her eye half unconsciously reiterated her meaning as she shook hands with Mr. Carleton. And without speaking a word for other people to hear, his look and smile in return were more than an answer. Fleda sat for some time after he was gone, trying to think what it was in eye and lip which had given her so much pleasure. She could not make out anything but approbation, the look of loving approbation that one gives to a good child; but she thought it had also something of that quiet intelligence, a silent communication of sympathy which the others in company could not share. She was roused from a reverie by Mrs. Evelyn. "Fleda, my dear, I am writing to your aunt Lucy. Have you any message to send?" "No, Mrs. Evelyn, I wrote myself to day." And she went back to her musings. "I am writing about you, Fleda," said Mrs. Evelyn again in a few minutes. "Giving a good account, I hope, ma'am," said Fleda smiling. "I shall tell her I think sea breezes have an unfavourable effect upon you," said Mrs. Evelyn; "that I am afraid you are growing pale, and that you have clearly expressed yourself in favour of a garden at Queechy rather than any lot in the city, or anywhere else; so she had better send for you home immediately." Fleda tried to find out what the lady really meant, but Mrs. Evelyn's delighted amusement did not consist with making the matter very plain. Fleda's questions did nothing but aggravate the cause of them, to her own annoyance, so she was fain at last to take her light and go to her own room. She looked at her flowers again with a renewal of the first pleasure and of the quieting influence the giver of them had exercised over her that evening; thought again how very kind it was of him to send them, and to choose them so; how strikingly he differed from other people; how glad she was to have seen him again, and how more than glad that he was so happily changed from his old self; and then from that change and the cause of it, to those higher, more tranquillizing and sweetening influences that own no kindred with earth's dust and descend like the dew of heaven to lay and fertilize it. And when she laid herself down to sleep it was with a spirit grave, but simply happy; every annoyance and unkindness was as unfelt now as ever the parching heat of a few hours before, when the stars are abroad. CHAPTER XXXVII.